What is up, beautiful people of the internet? I'm Wesley.
I'm Stephanie.
This is Wes and
Steph.
And today, guys, we're reacting to Death Note for the very first time. I'm nervous.
Recommended by you guys.
We ran a poll on our Patreon, and this was the most voted for anime. So, we are reacting to Death Note. I don't think you've heard of this one.
No, people even commented. They're like, I feel bad doing this to Stephanie, but that's okay. We're going to do it anyway.
I know the premise. I haven't told her the premise at all.
The title tells me all I need to know about this show.
I think you're more accurate in that statement than you realize.
Running down his spine. Okay, starting off strong. Whenever you have like creepy Catholic music.
This show's gonna be a banger, but it's gonna be dark.
It's gonna
be
dark.
a journey. Shinigami realm. A Shinigami is a Japanese death god, I think. I think that's how you describe it.
Okay.
Like a Grim Reaper.
These are the bad guys, right? Is that the same guy?
神の教えに従うべし。さすれば、海の恵みは豊かになり、嵐はやってこないだろう。30前後とみられる男性が血まみれで死亡しているところが見つかり、神奈川県警は殺人事件とみて捜査。
The music is beautiful.
It's really pretty.
It's ominous in context.
Oh.
毎日毎日
People
同
die.
じことの繰り返し。
Those are both murders. They weren't just people dying.
まったくくだらねえ。この世は腐ってる。
So they're connected. They're either the same person or he's reincarnated or something.
Reincarnated as a death god.
That would be crazy.
Death god reincarnated as a high schooler.
Is that like a burn book?
Regina George only wishes she could get her hands on this shit. It's not a burn book. This would be the burn book.
デスノート。直訳で死のノート。使い方。このノートに名前を書かれた人間は死ぬ。くだらない。
Ah!
まったく。
Don't leave it there.
不幸の手紙から全然進歩しちゃいない。何が名前を書かれた人間。
Do you remember the chain emails?
Oh yeah,
Everyone
is
would
that what
forward
he's
each other?
talking
Yeah.
about?
Oh, forward
If
this
you
to
don't,
7
you'll
friends.
die.
If you don't, they'll die, and you'll
If you
never...
ever made one of those, screw you.
It was so... It would always make me so apprehensive. Even now, if I got one, I'd get nervous. I would be like, oh, I need to do
Delete.
it. No bad juju for me.
He's going back for it.
Wouldn't be much of a show if he didn't, right? What do you mean?
まったく。どうかしてるな、僕に。
Oh, we did get it.
各人物の顔が頭に入っていないと効果はない。故に、同姓同名の人物にいっぺんに効果は得られない。名前の後に人間界単位で40秒以内に死因を書くとその通りになる。書かなければ死因はすべて心臓麻痺になる。
Wait a second. I think I heard something about this. He's gonna start killing bad people, right? Is he gonna start killing bad people off? What the heck? Ugh.
What?
They took Death Note down from Netflix again.
Wait. What are you doing?
Write down the names of all the people who are responsible. Delete.
Okay, hold on. First of all, I didn't even know you had a Death Note, so I'm horrified. I didn't even know they existed in this world. Second of all, you know you can just use Surfshark VPN to change the country that you're watching it from, right?
I've heard about VPNs, but that sounds way more complicated than this.
No. It's so easy. Just go to surfshark.deal/WesandSteph and download the app to your device. Then, if the show you want to watch isn't there, just change your location.
Okay, but what about when I just want to watch my phone in bed?
Surfshark's actually unique because one subscription covers the use of the app on all your devices. Just download their app on your iPhone or iPad.
That Sounds almost too good to be true.
Not only that, but do you remember the thing you got in the mail 6 months ago telling you your social security number was leaked?
Yeah, that would have been really nice to know about 6 months ago.
Well, Surfshark has an alert package that lets you know if your information has been leaked. Using a VPN is like wearing pants when you go outside. Everything stays safe, private, and secure.
You're not even wearing pants now.
That's beside the point. But jokes aside, we use Surfshark all the time so we can always watch what we want. It's a super valuable tool. Right now, as part of their holiday package, they're offering up to 6 months free. Just use the promo code Wes and Steph.
And they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's literally nothing to lose. So go check it out at surfshark.deal/WesandSteph.
The link is in the description down below.
Now back to Death Note.
Just not this Death Note.
楽に死なせたり苦しませて死なせたりできるってことか。いたずらもここまで手が込んでくるとまあまあかな。
He basically just he's a death god.
名前を書くと死ぬか。本当にくだらない。
Where did it come from, too? It just fell.
It does very much look like something that would just be at Hot Topic, right?
No, you're gonna try it? You know somebody who deserves death?
万が一本当に死んだら僕は殺人犯か。
If they don't deserve it.
まさかな。そんなわけあるはずない。
I don't mess with this kind of stuff.
That guy probably deserves it.
Probably.
He's holding them hostage right now, Wesley.
That's what I know. It's crazy there's that many murders and like a hostage situation all in one day.
Well, that's not like they'd report on it immediately. Yay! That's insane. That would freak you the hell out if that worked. So, like, the power of justice is in his hands. That's what this means. Should that be with any one person? What if they have bad information?
Well, this one was good.
We think.
You better really trust your media source.
Yeah.
Right? At least in the U.S., people have started to, I think, distrust the media a lot more recently, no matter what your political leanings are. I feel like over the last 10 years in particular, I feel like people have gotten very dissatisfied. Yeah, disillusioned with mainstream media. I'm curious if they made this show now, would it be like, oh, you read a Twitter thread? Because that happens a lot where you like see a random Twitter thread
and you're like, that person deserves death, and you're like, pissed off and you're gonna go kill him.
Reddit tried to solve the Boston bombing and they like were convinced it was the wrong guy, and they kind of ruined this guy's life for a period of time because all of Reddit internet detectives thought it was this guy who it wasn't. And there was a murder that just happened in Utah, and people on the internet tried to solve it, and they blamed some woman, and we don't know for sure because the court cases haven't started yet, but the internet like blamed some woman who was totally not related.
That's crazy.
So it wouldn't, I wonder if the show was done now, would it be stuff like that instead of this? You know what I mean?
Don't do that. So he can also make them suffer?
Yeah.
That's a lot of power. I think I'd burn that book. I don't want that in anyone else's hands. Does he not feel guilty? Even a little bit? He doesn't believe it.
But he saved them. Like, okay, if he was on scene and he had shot the guy, he's a hero.
Yeah.
So if he's off scene and he can cause his death, is he not still a hero? Should he not feel proud and happy for himself that he saved all those kids' lives?
What a weird moral conundrum.
It's really weird, right? Because, like, we're both being really apprehensive, and the show is set it up with a lot of, like, Catholic chants and the Shinigami realm and stuff like that.
That was weird.
But if it hadn't set up that way, would we feel weird about it?
Whoa, what an awesome superpower.
We'd be like, wow, that's great. He saved the whole school.
I feel very wary.
すぐに結果が欲しい。
What? He's gonna kill somebody there?
須藤、殺してみるか。
Does he deserve death for
身近な
bullying?
人間はなるべく避けた方がいいな。どうせあんな奴の一人や二人。死んでも誰も。
Maybe his parents would.
これで帰りゲーセン行くぜ。
What a dick. I don't think he should die.
なんだよ、うちのババア迎えに来てねえじゃねえか。
Can relate.
まったく
My mom forgot
こう
to
な
pick
る
me
と
up
ど
a
いつもこ
lot.
いつも殺した方が世の中のためになる
What
ば
is...
かりに見え
So he's a psychopath. All of those people are sick?
今から俺らと遊ばんない？俺、渋い丸タクを略して渋タク。付き合ってよ、素敵なお姉さん。困ります。
His heartbeat. Oh!
Whoa!
That escalated.
What?
In the middle of the street?
This is insane.
さあ、どうなる？
Better hope you know how to spell it. What if you spell it wrong? Whoa!
He just got isekai.
That wasn't a heart attack.
本物だ。
But what about the guy who hit him? Now is he going to be in trouble for killing someone?
Oh, even if he's not in trouble, that would be so traumatic. He doesn't know that he was an attempted right
No.
there. He just thinks he killed this guy. He has no knowledge about who he is.
His
That could have ruined
insurance
his
rates
life.
are going to go up. He might go to jail.
This sounds bad, but there are people who are in those types of accidents, and the survivor who killed somebody, it ruins their life.
It does.
Because again, he's a hero, but he's not acting like a hero.
No.
I think it's also because we're in his head, and he's not reacting much. It's almost like he's asking, who can I kill?
Yeah, he's not asking who deserves death. He's asking, who can I kill?
Yeah, like, who's it okay for me to kill? And he was even looking around his classroom, like, looking for an excuse to kill people.
Yeah, just for bullying.
Yeah. It's more like he's trying to find a reason to use his power rather than
See, he just jumped out in front of me.
using his power for a reason. You know what I mean?
そろそろ行くか。
I keep forgetting this other dimension exists.
Isn't it a trippy premise?
Yeah, it's nice that it calls out, hey, same name doesn't matter.
You know, the author just was talking to one of his homies or his wife.
What if he's got...
And they were drinking, and then he's like, yo, you know people have the same name, right? And he's like, shit, rule 2.
そろそろ行くか。お出かけか、リュウ君。デスノート落としちまった。
He dropped it?
今度はまたすげえドジしたな。で、どこに落としたか分かってるわけ？警戒。
What were you doing in the human world? Ew, so creepy.
That sound is so creepy. They're like,
He looks like the
flesh
Joker.
gurgle. Or does the Joker look like him?
Fair.
In this world. In our
So
world,
he can
looks
fly,
like
so that's how it dropped out of the middle of the air. Why didn't he go get it immediately? Seems
it's like
like...
a bat.
早かったわね、ライト。ああ、全国模試の結果ね。早く。あら、また1位。頑張ったわね、ライト。まあね。
In the
So he's
nation?
really smart too?
邪魔しないで。
In the whole nation, number 1?
何か欲しいものはないの？
That's
別にないよ。
impossible, right?
母さん。
Well, somebody has to be.
欲しいものは手に入った。
What the heck? He wrote
that-
them all right now?
Is that 100 names?
Is he evil chuckling to himself? What the heck? This is a strong first episode.
なぜそんなに驚く？そのノートの落とし主、死神のリュウクだ。死神か。驚いてないよ、リュウク。僕はすでに死神のノートを現実だと疑ってなかったが、こうしていろんなことを直視することで、
Is the Shinigami's
ますます
notebook,
確信を持って
is that like a common cultural thing in Japan? Like the idea of it?
お前には驚かされる。
Like for us, the Grim Reaper carries a
デス
scythe.
ノートが人間界に出回った話は、俺も何度か聞いたことがあったが、たった5日でここまでやったのはお前が初めてだ。
In 5 days.
ここまで書けない。僕は死神のノートを分かっていて使った。そして死神が来た。僕はどうなる？魂を取られるのか？人間の作った勝手なイメージか。俺はお前に何もし
He's
ない。
not?
人間界の地に着いた時点でノートは人間界のものになる。いらなきゃ他の人間に回せ。その時はお前のデスノートに関する記憶だけ消させてもらう。じゃあ本当にデスノートを使った代償って何もないんだな。
Your humanity?
強いて言えば
そのノートを使った人間にしか訪れない苦悩や恐怖。そしてお前が死んだ時、俺がお前の名前を俺のノートに書くことになるが、
Whoa.
デスノートを使った人間が天国や地獄に行けると思うな。
Where do you go?
Or hell.
それだけだ。
Where do you go?
To his world.
Oh, do you become a Shinigami?
死んでからのお楽しみだ。
Well, he's already used it, so
Well,
he's
yeah.
already done. It doesn't matter.
What the
Is there a
heck?
cost? So there's no cost to using the Death Note.
He's already gonna have to pay it.
Yeah, and I feel like there are definitely costs, but they're here, you know.
Also, he's
and
not
here.
even telling him where he's gonna go.
大丈夫だ。
何？
リンゴ持ってきたわよ。お隣さんからお裾分け。な
Aww.
にこんな暗くして。目悪くするわよ。
どういうことだ？
Such a
川崎は
mom.
見えていないのか？
I would say the same thing.
そのノートはもともと俺が持っていたものだ。それを使うことになったお前だけが俺の姿を見ることができる。
So he's just going insane. What if he was just going insane?
いわばデスノ
Then
ー
the
ト
people
は
wouldn't be dying.
人間ライトと死神リュークをつなぐ絆だ。うまい。
Why is he so
じゃあもう
nice?
一つ聞くけど、なぜ僕を選んだ？
I don't think he did.
ああ、すごいぜ人間界のリンゴは。
We got number 1 on the practice exam. Maybe that's why.
樹脂
質問に答えろよ。
選んじゃいな
Oh
い。
no, you're right.
俺はただノートを落としただけだ。賢い自分が選ばれたとでも思ったのか？うぬぼれるな。
Oh, he thinks he's chosen. So he's got like what's it called?
A
It's-
complex.
yeah, he's got some
I'm the
type
chosen
of
one
complex. I'm the
complex.
chosen one. He's even asking him like, "You chose me, right? Because I'm the chosen one." That, I think a lot of smart kids have some type of main character syndrome like that, don't they? Or not a
Yeah.
lot of smart kids. In order to develop it, you kind of have to be smart, or at least have some ability, or have set
Something
yourself
where you
apart
think
from
that
other
you're
people,
awesome compared
right?
to everybody else.
Because like, why would you have an ego otherwise?
Well, some
I-
people
that's
have
true.
no idea. We know somebody like that.
he's
Not
not
that-
smart. Yeah, that's true.
畑に落ち、たまたまお前が拾った。それだけのことだ。だから人間界で一番ポピュラーな英語で説明をつけたんだぜ。
じゃあなぜ落とした？丁寧に使い方まで書いて、間違って落としたなんて言うなよ。
退屈だったから。
You are a
実
Shinigami's
際今の
plaything.
死神ってのは暇でね、昼寝してるか爆打ってるかだ。下手にデスノートに名前なんて書いてると、何頑張っちゃってるのって笑われる。死神界のやつをノートに書いても死なない。かといって
Whoa.
自分は死神界にいるのに、人間界のやつを殺しても面白くもなんともない。こっちに来る方が面白いと俺は踏んだ。
So he just wanted to escape his
それ
world
にしても
essentially.
随分名前書いたな。しかし、なんでダンプにはめられたやつしか死因を書いてないんだ。
死因を書かなければ皆心臓麻痺で死ぬ。そこがデスノートの一番いいところだよ。すでに主だった犯罪者の名前は書き尽くし、徐々に悪人のレベルも下げてる。
それが何だと言うんだ。
どんなバカでも悪人が誰かに消されているってことに気づくだろ。世の中に知らしめるんだ。僕の存在を。正義の
So he has a
裁きを下す者がいる
complex.
ってこと。
What?
いや、しかし、正義の裁きを下してどうするつもりだ。
Because he can.
僕も退屈だったか
That's even worse.
That's so much
ら。
worse.
もちろん最初は信じなかった。
What happens when you run out of people to kill?
Or bad guys
For
to kill. Like
valid
people aren't
reasons.
committing crime. I still feel like he's retrofitting his desire to want to kill people and glossing it up into a way that is like palatable for him and fits in with
It's
this
a
weird
really bad
savior
place to
complex.
start because he's starting already really dark.
Yeah.
And this is a downhill spiral. I can just see it.
そのノートには人間なら誰でも一度は試してみたくなる魔力がある。殺してしまった。二人もこの僕が命だ。軽いはずがない。
So he did have an issue with it.
勝手に人を裁く権利があるのか。違う。いつも思ってたことじゃないか。世の中腐っている。腐ってる奴は死んだ方がいい。
Do you think he had something happen to him when he was a kid?
誰かがやらなくてはいけないんだ。
Where like a justice
自らの
wasn't
精
done?
神や命を犠牲にしてでもこのままじゃいけないんだ。もし他の誰かがこのノートを拾ったとして、この世に不必要な人間を消すことのできる奴がいるか。いるわけがない。でも僕なら
What if you have bad information?
He just said unwanted people. He didn't even say criminals.
No.
What does
Whatever
he mean
he
by
wants it to
unwanted
mean.
people?
Whatever he
Because
wants
he
it to
almost
mean.
did the bully, remember?
Yeah.
He was like, oh, these guys, did he, am I
I
making
bet
it
you
up?
that bully dies.
Or does he think something like these people are a drain on society? Did he think that? Or like they're not contributing well to society? Didn't he think something like that? No one would miss them. That's what he thought, right?
Yeah.
僕にしかできないんだやろうデスノートで
Only I can save the world.
世の中を変えてやる
Hero complex. No, you don't understand. I
How
have
many
to kill
names do
these
you think
people.
he's already written down?
It looked like hundreds
Look at
already.
all the research he's doing. What about the unintended consequences? So he's just going after people who've already been pronounced guilty. This is the
Oh,
first episode, Wesley. What is
Yeah.
going on?
this
Whoa.
soundtrack is amazing.
Do you see how they're dying too? He's getting more creative with their deaths.
まずは地球の掃除と思って凶悪犯の名前を書き
There's
続け
so
た
many names,
やが
Wesley.
て誰も悪いことができなくなるようにそして罪を受けて当然な悪人が心臓麻痺で死んでいく裏で道徳のない人間人に迷惑をかける人間を病死や事故死で少しずつ消していく
What does
Right?
that mean? Like, what's the line for that? This is scary.
そして僕
If I'm gonna die, I agree with
真
you.
面
I'd
目
rather
な
have a
心
heart
の優
attack.
しい人間だけの世界を作り上げていく
そんなことしたら性格悪いのお前だけになるぞ。
何を言ってるんだ僕は日本一と言ってもいいくらいの真面目な優等生だよ
Is he the villain in this whole story?
新世界の神となる
He's the villain, isn't he?
やっぱり人間って面白い。
Messiah complex. I'm better than everybody complex. You hear what his justification was too? He's like, no, it's completely fine. I don't have a rotten personality. How could you think that? Yeah, I've
I'm
killed
gonna
all
be
these
the god.
people, but I'm an honor student. He
That was
just
his
said,
justification.
you know what? That is something. I'd say that's a pretty commonly held thing. I've thought this before. That you think that smart people will be better people.
Yeah, it's not true.
That's not
necessarily.
true. That's something though, because you think like, oh, well, smart people would be ones who would be able to think through problems, and you also a lot of times you lump in educated with smart as well. Isn't that scary?
Yeah.
I can totally see somebody arriving at a lot of these conclusions, especially if you're super gifted. I wonder if people treat him really well. His mom seems to dote on him a little bit, but nothing crazy, right?
I don't know. My mom never brings apples to my door.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. She seems like she dotes on him a little bit, but he's by no means like the most spoiled kid that
That's
I've seen
true.
in real life, let alone in media,
But
right?
she's a different kind of doting. Like spoiled would you typically mean material possessions. This is like attention.
Or like idealizing their
Yeah,
own son, maybe.
idealizing. Yeah.
And he has worked very hard, presumably, to like, he's very skilled, naturally gifted, and he must have worked very hard to get these really, really good results.
Yeah, but it also seems like when he was in class and they asked him to translate, he's like flippantly doing it. Like it's not even hard
It's
for him.
easy, yeah.
I bet
Maybe-
he's the villain of the show. Because I'm like, what can possibly happen next except to try to kill him?
I think the author did a really good job creating a character that feels like it makes sense, even though this is such an insane premise.
Yeah, that's a crazy premise.
It's weird because it feels he's a serial killer, but everything is couched in like this weird cult leader persona.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have a cult. It's just him. Does he not feel like a
He
cult?
might get one soon
He
when
feels
people
like a-
find out about him.
I think Manson was the guy who had those murders in Hollywood, where like he and his
Manson.
followers
Yeah.
were gonna Doesn't he feel kind of like
what
that?
if you have a name but it's not your real name? Does it matter if it's your real name?
Oh,
like
and because you're
Faye?
picturing their face.
Yeah,
Oh.
because you're to like say they have a title. Could you
Oh, like
just,
Queen of England or
Yeah,
something
or
like
could
that.
you just give-
Someone got her. Damn it!
or could
That's
you
what
just,
happened.
Could you just give somebody a name like if you refer to them as Car Guy?
Honey Bunny.
If you make up a name like Car Guy, and you're like, "Hey, Car Guy, you're dead."
Or
Like-
if you're like Mr. Beast.
Yeah,
Or like a handle, right?
Yeah.
Is it your legal name? Because like a married woman, right?
yeah.
Would it be the name that she was born with? Or no one's born with the name. Would it be the name she was given when she was a baby? Or would it be the name that she has on her driver's license?
Or do you just need a first name?
This is the first, like, murder mystery? Is
It's
it
not a murder mystery. The mystery solved. We know who's done it.
But you know what I mean. I don't know what to call it. A psychological thriller,
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah. I would say that's what it is.
I don't think we've watched any other shows in this genre.
I'm trusting you guys. I'm trusting you not to make me cry.
I have no idea, actually. I feel like that's pretty likely, but so far no one's been super sympathetic, so I also don't know.
I don't know. I don't.
Like,
it's just like a mind bender.
Yeah, just straight up cruelty usually doesn't make you cry. It's usually if there's like sympathetic
Kids.
Characters and kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I don't think that the main character is very sympathetic so
Nope.
far. It's just like, hey, let's do a character study on if a crazy sociopathic narcissist got
a book.
superpowers.
He was overflooded with
Is that kid just sleeping? Blatantly?
全然わかんないからもう見切った
マジでであの後の親父とあれからどうなった
では八神くん今の文章を和訳してください。
はい、ついに夢を現実のものとした彼はその夢の完全なる成就とそれによる至福の喜びに浸っている。
Beatitude.
よくできました。
An English word that is definitely used way more in translation textbooks than it ever is in actual vernacular English.
それじゃあ
Whoa! He's just gonna pop out of nowhere.
Hey there.
Go back to where you came from.
Hey, light.
やっと終わりか。退屈だな学校ってところも。おいライト。
He's just gonna tag with him forever?
聞いてるのか。
話しかけるな。
Imagine being like a Shinigami who's some type of, I guess, death god, and you have to just go back to high school. That sucks. So I
He
guess he
seems like
probably
he's having a fun time.
he never got to go to high school. I don't think.
Seems
but-
like it was a
声は
voluntary
リアクと違っ
choice.
て他の人にも聞こえるんだ。
つまんねえの。
Yeah, why are you hanging out?
これから俺たち。
悪い、用があるんだ。
いつも通りまっすぐ家に帰るだけじゃないのか。
何を言ってるんだ。用はあるよ。
Kill people.
そう。とっても大事な用事がね。
It's so
Oh my goodness, this pen scares me.
歌舞伎町の飲食店で
suspected.
およそ12センチのナイフを使い後輩従業員の
Oh, but just suspected. He's
おい
he's not even waiting for court cases to get finished or anything.
なんだ。
ずいぶん一生懸命だな。
ノートに名前を書ける時間は限られている。
How many names
学
are
校から
there?
帰ってきて寝るまでくらいだ。成績も今まで通りトップでいることも大切だ。授業中に居眠りもできないし。
I like that he has a messiah complex, but not enough of a messiah complex
To
to.
risk his grades?
Yeah,
そして睡眠不足も敵だ。
that's
健
true.
康や思考力の底
I do agree with
It
him.
could also affect your judgment in killing people.
That's a really good point.
何しろ世の中を悪のない理想の世界に変えるんだ。時間はいくらあっても足りない。
あれお兄ちゃんなんで鍵なんか
Because you don't knock, mom.
What if his mom
Clearly.
wrote down a name?
何？
宿題教えて
Oh, what if his brother wrote down a name?
いいよ。
That seems like a bad place to keep that.
数学の2次関数です勉強してるとこごめんね
Seems young to be doing
でも
quadratic
ちん
equations.
ぷんかんぷんなのお願いし
Insert all the comments about how we suck at math in the U.S. right now, right? Because we're just gonna get roasted by
I did it.
international
I did
audience.
it just for you guys.
はいはい。
気をつけろよライト。今引き出しの中のノートに触った人間には俺の姿が見える。
そういう大切なことを今頃。この
Yeah, there might be
死
some
神は
other
どう
details.
したのお兄ちゃん
いや、それで。
I find it disconcerting
うーんと
how
ね
nice he is to people in general.
Is he nice?
And he doesn't seem to resent it. To other people, yeah.
その全てが心臓麻痺だ。
すべて手配中のもしくは刑務所に留置されていた犯罪者たちです。
もう始まってますよ、局長。
ああ、ちょっと本部から連絡がな。刑になっても仕方のない犯罪者ばかりだ。別に構わないのでは。大犯罪者だろうと死刑囚だろうと殺せば
Justice
殺
isn't
人
being
です。
followed.
殺人と決まったわけではないでしょう。100人以上が心臓麻痺なんて
It's a really good question.
殺人に決まってる。そんな広範囲で同時と言ってもいい殺人が可能ですかね。
All in different
我々は
spots?
大組織による緻密な計画殺人と見ています。そんな大組織などと言ったら FBI か CIA が絡んでいるとしか思えませんな。
It's the feds.
もう一度言ってみてもいい。
まあまあ、冗談は慎んでください。
The Americans like, how dare you say that out loud?
To be fair, that would be a lot of names if you were all over the world. I thought he was just focusing on his like town or
I thought he
country.
was focusing on Japan because I assume he's watching Japanese news, but
He could be doing international news.
I didn't hear it in English, but I don't know if they were like showing that he's listening to international news, if it would be in other languages
I
or
missed that detail.
from like a pragmatic filmmaking standpoint.
しかし検視の報告では
Because they're all speaking Japanese,
原
right?
因のわからない心臓麻痺でしょ。心臓麻痺って死因から洗ったのでは何も出ませんからね。 こうなったらまた L に解決してもらうしかありませんな。
L.
L.
局長、なんです L っ
Good
て。
question.
ああ、君はこの会議初めてだったな。 L というのは名前も居場所も顔すら誰も知らない。しかしどんな難事件でも必ず解決してしまう
What?
世界の迷宮入り事件の数々を解いてきた。
That's pretty cool.
L は自分は興味を持った事件にしか動かない傲慢な人物というじゃないか。その通り
So
だ。
this is just a murder mystery when we already know the ending. So
Yeah,
it's like
we're seeing it
catch-up.
from the perspective of the murderer.
Whoa.
And it's not a murder mystery like you would see in Sherlock Holmes,
Yeah.
because there's actual superpowers.
Trench coat scary.
L はすでにこ
Where in the
の
world
事
is
件の
Carmen
捜査
San
を始め
Diego?
ています。
What?
渡り。
渡り。
L とコンタクトを取れる唯一の男だ。もっとも渡りの正体も誰も知らない。
L の声を今お聞かせします。
It's a lot of pageantry, isn't it?
That's a pretty cool symbol.
ICPO の皆様、L です。
こんな人気のないところで何をこそこそしてるんだ。
It's weird that light also begins with an L.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, isn't it?
デスノートに触った人間にはリュウクの姿が見えるんだろう。こんな危険なもの普通に持ってなんていられない。今までは仮にノートを家族に見られても刑事になるための勉強として事件の記録を取っていたで済むくらいに思っていたけど、
That would be a good.
僕はギリギリの手分けをしているんだ。自分の家族を殺すことになってしまう。
Because they got into the death note. Whoa.
So did he just say that if his family touched the death note, he would kill them?
It was
That's
either-
what I understood.
Either that or they don't get a normal death. They go wherever he goes, right? So it would be like, you know what I mean?
Gotcha, yeah.
この事件はかつてない規模で難しい。
Well, if we're trying to understand him, one of those is way worse than the
絶対
other.
に許してはならない凶悪な殺人事件。
Unforgivable.
この事件を解決するため、ぜひ ICPO の皆さん、いや、全世界のあらゆる機関が私に全面協力してくださることをこの会議で決議していただきたい。
The voicing is so creepy.
特に日本警察の協力を強く要請します。
なぜ日本なんだ。
日本人である可能性が極めて高い。
Because it started in Japan.
日本人ではないにせよ日本に潜伏している。それは近々犯人との直接対決でお見せできると思います。とにかく捜査本部は日本に置いていただきたい。
Probably because that's where they originated. Like, you just go back to where did they start?
Oh yeah, that's true,
Right?
right? Just follow the order of the unexplainable heart attack.
Like, who
but that
died
is
first?
weird because you'd have to know. Okay, when did they start happening at a higher rate? Because there's always prisoners that are going to be dying of heart attacks. So then you have to figure out, like, okay, when did it start happening at an unusual rate? Okay, the first ones were from Japan, maybe. We
Yeah.
still don't know, but that's what you're guessing, and
He
I'm
was just trying to
guessing.
like kills an innocent person.
割と
He might have already. It said he was doing it when people were accused, not after the court date. It was when people were like taken into custody and stuff, not when they were sentenced or anything.
Yeah, it's
and you,
true.
even if you're sentenced, you could hypothetically still be innocent.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, is he just going after murderers, as kidnappers, or is he going after like
Yeah, what's
I
the
didn't pay my
threshold?
parking ticket?
I hope not that, because then I'd be on the list potentially.
ノート隠せたってことか。鍵つけっぱなしだぞ。
むしろ鍵はわざと目立つところに置いた方がいい。
ただの日記帳じゃないか。
多分ほとんどの人間はこの単なる
Oh,
日
there's
記
a
帳を
secret
読
drawer
むことで
underneath.
この引き出しの秘密に満足する。でも本当の鍵はこっち。僕の机の周辺のどこに転がっていても不思議じゃない。
It's nice that this guy's around so that we get the explanation, right? He's
Yes,
asking
he's
all
a
the right questions.
Wonderful tool of exposition.
引き出しの裏によく見ないとわからない小さな穴がある。その穴にこれを入れるんだ。
False bottom.
なるほ
Good
ど。
thing it's
Smart
skinny
and
notebook.
handy.
まあ日記のフェイクもあるし、それなら見つからないだろう。
Honor student, Mr. Fix-It.
たとえ二重底だと分かったとしても、こうしてノートを手に取ることはまずできない。この電気を通さないボールペンの芯が絶縁体となり、電流をせき止めている。中底を閉めた時には、このゴムが絶縁体となり、電流が流れ
What the
ない。
heck?
しかし、もし誰かが強引に中底を外せば、その瞬間、薄いビニールに入ったガソリンに火がつき、 ノートは一気に燃え上がる。
What if his little
That
sister
seems like
finds
a
it?
really big explosion.
That's crazy.
I definitely searched all of the old desks and things at my parents' and siblings' houses for secret hiding things.
He's like, okay, sorry, sis. You won't go to like Shinigami Land. You're just gonna get
Straight
blown.
there.
Yeah.
事前に証拠
To
は
heaven
隠
or
滅さ
hell.
れるという仕掛けだ。
That seems like a lot. You
親
could
父
kill
の
your
理由は
I'm
family.
impressed.
本当の日記を隠していて見られたくなかったからという一番人間らしい理由でまあ通る。
No, it's
A
not.
believable excuse to explode your bedroom?
Yeah.
デスノートを人間が持った時、その隠し場所に一番困るという
I mean, it's a
話
good
を聞
hiding
いていたが、ここまでやったのもライト。多分お前が初めてだ。それにしても危険な
Yes,
サイ
it
トだ
is.
な。
He's such a
少しで銃を
rational
間違えた
person.
だけで自分が大やけどするぞ。
危険？また変なことを言うね、リュウク。僕は最初から危険を冒しているじゃないか。デスノートを手にした時点でね。それに比べたらこんなものは危険のうちに入らない。家からボヤが出るのと死刑になるの。どっちがいいかさ。
What about burns on your family?
I don't think he's thinking about that though, because he's not gonna think about something so mundane.
If somebody's stuck in a jail cell and you write death by
Drowning.
drowning, yeah, they just gonna their cup or the toilet bowl?
I don't know.
Or what if you say death by knife and there's no knives around? How's
Yeah.
that gonna
I
happen?
have no idea. Maybe it makes it happen somehow.
Just feel bad for the person who did it.
Armed robbery.
Armed
so
robbery.
not just murder. Or
すっごいよな。悪人がバンバン死んでいってんじゃん。でもこうなると悪いことできないね。やっぱ警察がやってんのかな。
警察にそんな力ないってキラだよキラ。
次は誰が殺されるのかな。
People are getting way too excited about this. Kira kill everyone?
見てみろよ、リュウク。もうこんなホームページまでできているんだ。
救世主キラー伝説。かっこいいじゃないか。これお前のことか。
ああ、殺し屋という意味のキラーから来ているらしい。キラーと検索するだけですでにこの手のページが5万とあるんだ。まだ新聞やテレビでは凶悪犯罪者の相次ぐ変死くらいにしか公表されていない。しかし世界中の人間がもう感じているんだ。正義の裁きをする者の存在を。例えば学校のホームルームで悪い人間を殺していいかなんて議題が上がるわけがない。
Wouldn't they? I feel like that's exactly where, at least in a US homeroom, people would be like, bring it up. Did you hear about this? Did you see? What do you think is happening?
oh, I think he means like the idea that, oh, what should we do with bad people? We should absolutely kill them. I think he's saying that like in polite society, people won't bring up the idea that they would really just prefer if people who didn't follow the laws would
Were
just be
dead.
killed.
議題となったら
I don't know about that.
What do you mean?
Depends on the law.
自由に決まっている。もちろんそう答えるのが正しいし、人間は公共の場などでは表面上そうでなくてはならない。怖いのか表立って僕の存在を認めようとはしないけれど、
So I
誰
just
が
got
書いたかもわからない
encouragement,
イ
so
ン
now
タ
he's
ーネ
gonna
ット
go
上
even
ではもう
crazier.
キラが蔓延している。悪い奴が誰か
I'd
に消
start
され
getting
ていると。
scared.
そして自分に火のない者は心の中でキラ頑張れと叫び、火のある者は自分に天罰が下ることに怯える。まさに計画通りにことは進んでいる。
I would definitely not commit crimes if I had put this much together.
ICPO インターポールからの全世界同時特別生中継を行います
Interpol.
なんだイン
Which
ターポール
coincidentally is the name of one of my favorite bands.
私は全世界の警察を動かせ
That's
る
a lot else.
唯一の人間リンドエル・テイラー通称エルです
That's him?
なんだこいつ。しかし今まで顔出さなかったんですよね。どうして今になって。
エルも本気ってことだろう。さあ
It's really weird.
こっちは言わ
You
れ
think
た
that's
通
just for the show? Like so that we can
ICPO 会議
we
に
can
行った
see
ことを証明
it's
し
like
て
for
る
us the audience to be able to see L more than anything.
相次ぐ犯罪者を狙った連続殺人これは絶対に許してはならない史上最大の凶悪犯罪だよって私はこの犯罪の首謀者俗に言われるキラを必ず捕まえる
バカめ、捕まるわけがない。デスノートなんだよ。このノートを抑えない限り証拠なんて何も残ら
Wouldn't he just kill L? I'm surprised L came out to say that. Maybe
Well, they-
he gave the wrong name.
How would he know how he's doing it?
That's true.
All they know is they don't know that he's doing it via a
But
name. They
why
just know that
wouldn't
he's killing criminals with heart attacks.
Why wouldn't he just kill him though?
絶対不可能。
Oh, he's not a criminal. So that would be a jump. That would be a big
こ
jump.
んなのが出てくるのは
Crazy
計画の
eyes.
うちさ。
キラ、お前がどのような考えでこのようなことをしているのか、大体想像は
This would be the first time he's killing somebody for his
お
own
前のし
sake.
ていることは悪だ。
僕が悪だと。
He's offended. Oh, did you see that?
僕は正義だ。俺より弱い
Elle
者を
knew
救い
exactly what he was
誰もが
doing.
理想とする新世界の神となる男だ。そしてその神に逆らう
He's
者
a tyrant.
それこそが悪だ。
And he's already twisting truth so that he can kill whoever he wants.
ええ、
Such a little tyrant already.
I knew he was gonna try and kill him. He gave his full name.
This is a big leap. So he justified big.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's unstable already.
僕に逆らうとどうなるか世界中が注目しているよ、エル。
I feel like Elle did that on purpose, though. That smile. He knew exactly what it was
あ
saying.
と5秒。4、3、2、1。
I'm surprised by that. You think he's faking?
どうした？何とか言ってみろ。
もしやと思って試してみたが、まさかこんなことが。キラ、お前は直接手を下さずに人を殺せるのか。この目で見るまではとても信じられなかった。もしお前がテレビに映っていたリンド・エル・テイラーを殺したのなら、それは今日この時間に死刑になる予定だった男だ。
What?
私ではない。
So that was his real name. They found somebody who had an L in their name that was scheduled to be executed, and they said his real name as an experiment to see if Kira could kill him.
Sucks for that guy, but I guess he was gonna die
He was
anyway.
going to be executed that day anyways. They probably gave him a deal like, hey, dude, if you can talk about this and go crazy, and if you survive it, you can just go free.
Yeah.
I'd take the deal if I was
I would
on
take
death
the deal
row.
if you're gonna die anyway.
That's crazy, though. So that means Light is already freaking insane and a despot. So in 2 episodes, he already fell to his own ego and became a maniacal king, essentially.
Yeah, and I knew Elle was gonna be one step ahead of him. I'm glad. That's good. I just feel like, why wouldn't they just not release the names of any suspects ever again?
Maybe that's what they'll do now. I don't know.
Now that they know.
テレビやネットでは報道され
Because
てい
he
る
said caught secretly.
警察が極秘に捕まえた犯罪者だ。
This is broadcast to
やら
everybody.
れたな。
I like
だがエルという私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
こいつ。
さあ、どうした
なんだこれは。すごいことになってるぞ。知る気か。
殺してみろ。
キラさんやるとしてよ。
what a gamble.
Yeah.
That's a gamble.
どうやら私は殺せないようだな。
I
殺せ
love
ない
him.
人間もいる。
この中継は全世界同時中継と銘打ったが、実は日本の関東地区にしか放送されていない。
Oh!
時間差で各地区に流す予定だったが、もうその必要もなくなった。お前は今関東にいる。
Well, he got him.
エルのやつ。
Light was so cocky, too. He said, there's no way they can catch me. He's so arrogant.
Oh, that was great though. Oh, that
Oh,
felt good.
he's not
I don't know
even-
why. I'm like, I don't like him because he's so arrogant. He's killing people at like armed robberies. What if it was like a kid who was really hungry and he held up a guy at a grocery store?
What if there was just somebody who
I
was...
don't know.
People get arrested and then it's found out that they weren't the person who
Yeah.
actually committed the crime all the time.
all the time?
I get why there'd be a lot of public support for someone who's hard on crime, because that's a natural pendulum that usually shifts in
Yeah.
politics. Like people who are soft on crime, then there's more crime, then people really want someone to clean up the city. They don't care how it's done, they just want their life to be better. So I
Right.
get why citizens would support him.
That was cool.
You can see though, I mean, he's already going off the rocker.
He's like, his eyes are crazy eyes.
There's no way that you can justify it. The way he justified it was, oh, well, if you stand in the way of what I want to do, I'm good. I'm the ultimate good for the world. So therefore, you must be evil so I can kill you. Even though he's a detective. He's not even a criminal.
No.
He stops criminals.
警察は見逃して
And he's smart, so he can logic his way into killing
最
anybody.
初の犠牲者は新宿の通り魔だ。大犯罪者が心臓麻痺で死んでいく中、この通り魔の罪は目立ってない。しかもこの事件は日本でしか報道されていなかった。
これだけで十分推理できた。
お前が日本にいること、そしてこの犠牲者
Why would he tell him he's in Japan though? Because then wouldn't he just leave the country?
I don't know.
I would run.
お前の殺しのモルモットだったということが。人口の集中する関東に最初に中継し、 そこにお前がいたのはラッキーだった。
やっぱりさすがですね、エルって。
Took him a day.
キラの存在、殺人、そして日本にいること
That was a
までも
lot
証明した。
in one day.
These episodes are dense.
お前
Yeah.
がどんな手段で殺人を行っているのかとても興味がある。しかしそんなことはお前を捕まえればわかることだ。ではまた会おう、キラ。
I know you said you like Ryu, but he enabled this whole
死
situation.
刑台に送るだと
I agree, but he's still a funny character.
Oh, I agree, I agree.
受けて立とうじゃないか。
お互いに顔も名前も全てがわからない相手を見つけ出す。そして見つかった方が死ぬ。やっぱり人間って面白い。
This is going so much better than he could ever anticipate it, I bet.
必ずお前を探し出して始末する。僕が
私が正義だ。
That's a crazy premise.
This premise is so cool. So they're both trying to find each other because they both truly are convicted that they are on the side of good.
Justice.
Or justice. Yeah, not good necessarily. Well, Light thinks that he's on the side of good, but also justice. He's the one who gets to pass justice. From so far, I mean, Light hasn't really, like, he's been very smart, and that was a very cool system that he rigged to hide the notebook and whatnot. I don't feel like he's been particularly strategic about how he's gone about doing the killings, though, at least from what we've seen thus far.
Yeah.
It seems like L would be way out of his league just on what he's been able to do thus far.
I think he's just thought like, hey, if I just kill at random, and who's ever going to suspect that I have superpowers?
Yeah.
Like, if you live in a world without superpowers, he's probably thinking they're never going to suspect that in the first place. They'll have no evidence. I get why he thought he was so safe. Now he doesn't think he's safe.
Well, I'm curious though, because if he didn't think about how somebody could try to figure it out or could
Now he's
triangulate
gonna
what's
start
going on.
thinking about it.
Well, I'm saying if he wasn't thinking about that already, I'm kind of like,
He's probably going to start thinking about it. He probably just didn't think it was even possible, so he didn't worry about it.
But that's what I'm saying. If he didn't think it was possible, what else is he not going to consider? And he's super arrogant.
Yeah.
And he's very, very intelligent. But I
Lesson learned, don't be arrogant. Could be your downfall.
truly, but that's what I'm saying. I feel like if he's that arrogant and he hadn't even thought about how this could go wrong in the first place, is he going to suddenly start putting things together well? I feel like L's going to clap.
It can't be that long. There's going to be at least one season.
Yeah, that's true. Well, who knows if L stays in it, though? This might just be a one-episode fight, right? Who knows? I'm a little bit nervous.
I'm not. I'm
very
excited.
nervous. The L nailed him last time, so.
I'm rooting for Elle at this point, so.
Why would you root for Light?
I don't know. Maybe some people agree with his philosophy.
I feel like if we were seeing this from a third party's perspective, I could totally see people agreeing with Light. I feel like the fact that we've already seen the power go to Light's head.
Yeah.
At this point, and we're only
Okay,
on episode
well,
3, I'm like, dude.
We'll see. Maybe we'll change our minds this episode.
Maybe he'll go through character development and become a good god of mankind that's
で
been
は一般
self-appointed.
情報。はい、今日まで電話などによる一般からの情報は3029件あり、そのほとんどが野獣馬的なものばかりですが、キラーを知っている、キラーを見たという情報が14件あります。一つ一つ丁寧に対応して記録しましたが、報告書の通りで信憑性のあるものはなしと言っていいと思います。
Why would you?
People just always want to be
自分
involved.
がキラであると言ってきたものが
Like
21
whenever there's like a famous detective case or a missing person case and it gets like famous enough, people will go on and like look at all the video footage and come up with
Yeah.
all sorts of theories.
To be fair,
Sometimes it
they're right.
works.
Yeah.
Not saying it's wrong to do that. It's what if you truly think that you've got useful information, you should put it out
And you should
there.
give it to the authorities.
Yeah, 100%.
I think the thing that can be really dangerous is when people gather information and then they put it in the public sphere.
Yeah,
but at
it's
the same
not
time,
necessarily accurate.
it's hard because then what if the authorities are ignoring your information and it's right, so you put it in public to put pressure on them.
Yeah.
But there's also been a bunch of times where people accused the wrong person
Yeah.
when they were being internet detectives and ruined people's lives, at least for like a week or a day or a year.
Yeah.
So 21 people claim to be Kira.
I don't think Kira's claiming to be
全
Kira.
ての可能性を捨てず、その21人全員の調書を取ってファイルしています。今まで明らかになった被害者と思われる心臓麻痺死者のすべては日本で情報を得ることが可能だったものと裏付けが取れました。日本時間の平日午後4時頃から深夜2時、特に午後8時から午前0時がその 68% です。そして同日祝日は 午前11時から深夜までかなりのばらつきがあり
That's
So
what I'm
he's like,
saying.
he's either in a day job or
A student.
school.
I don't know. Life just seems like he never thought that this could ever conceivably even
I
start.
didn't.
To be...
I was like, how would they find
That's
him?
fair. I didn't either. But now, in retrospect, I know. Can you imagine? You're just like the guy who brings the laptop around.
非常に興味深い情報で
It's
す。
like
It
a,
is super
a human
interesting.
desk.
その死亡推定時刻から犯人は学生である可能性がありますね。根拠はまだあります。犯罪者ばかり殺していることから犯人は彼なりの正義感に基づいて行動している。もしかしたら神にでもなるつも
I
り
mean,
な
that's
のかもしれない。
100%
Trench
accurate.
coat guy's pretty
非
badass.
常に幼稚な心理と言わざるを得ません。これはあくまでも可能性の
We
話
just called him a
です。
child.
しかし学生が犯人なわけがないといった固定観念は捨ててください。捜査報告を続けてください。
あ、これはキラを肯定する意味では絶対ありませんが、この数日世界的に、特に日本でですが、強盗以上の凶悪犯罪が激減しています。
まあ当たり前
It's
といえば
interesting.
Yeah,
検証かも
it's
Yeah.
working.
Especially because it was, if this is truly famous and like a worldwide problem and it's broadcast and public knowledge, everyone knows about Kira, then if you're a criminal, would you...
Well, if you're a criminal, you would extra know about Kira, because if you're a criminal
then
and
your
you're
friends
like,
are dropping dead like
yeah,
flies.
if you're an habitual criminal, not just like, you know, a violent outburst criminal,
Yeah.
then they would know like, oh, these guys, they got arrested and then they just died of heart attacks. There's been
Right.
10 of them. I'm not going to do anything.
I wonder if they'll play some psychological game with like, well, this person was innocent, you just took their life, you know?
Yeah.
そしてまた注文で申し訳ないのですが、特に被害者犯、報道犯、インターネット犯に犠牲になった者が日本でどのような報道のされ方をしていたのかをもう一度よく調べていただきたい。知りたいのは犠牲者の顔写真や映像が出ていたかどうかです。
Ah.
よろしくお願いします。
Man, it's
Because
hard
he's
to...
like, maybe they just have to see them on TV. That's a good
Yeah.
point. He's like, I don't know if they need to see him or if he just needs to know the name.
Is-
He doesn't know how a TV works.
It's really hard to separate what we know as the viewer from what Elle knows as the detective, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I'm like starting to assume that he knows what I know, but
He didn't know that piece of
Yeah.
it, which just makes it, they played chicken. He's like, okay, go ahead and kill me. He was taking a big risk too because he didn't know how
Yeah.
it worked.
随分とお疲れのようですね。
ここのところ徹夜続き
I'd be tired too.
I can't imagine trying to pull an all-nighter at 50. I feel like I can't
考
do it
え
at
てみれば
30.
みんな分かっていることなのに。
何を言って
I
る
didn't
んだ
know it.
どんなことでも事実はどんどん発言しろ。人が言いにくそうなことならなおさらだ。
These are like the real protagonists
犯罪
here.
を減らした功績を称えてキラを表彰しようなんて続いたら問題発言になったかもしれんがな。
I like the
まさ
chief.
かあの殺人鬼を
Funny.
冗談だ。
He gets me every time. He's so disturbing.
お前自分で理解できたのか？
I don't like how nice he is to his sister. It makes me so uncomfortable.
おい、最後の問題ぐらい自分で
Hey, we haven't met his dad. We haven't met his dad. What if his dad is the chief?
You think his dad's the chief?
What if we haven't met his dad yet?
Why would his that would be
ったく。
妹の勉強の面倒なんて余裕あるな。
ああ、僕には警察が動いても戦える一つの自信があるからね。
His dad.
Are you
I told
kidding
you.
お帰りなさい、父さん。
Are
I
you
told
kidding me?
you. I called it. Did I call that?
You called
Did I call
You
that?
called that.
I was like, oh man, I didn't even know he
That's
had a
such
dad.
bull. No wonder he has. I wonder if that's part of the reason he has such an overstimulated sense of justice. I don't want to say overstimulated, but like a very developed sense of justice is maybe hearing the stories from his dad about how it works in actuality, like trying to deal with criminals. And then there's is it called recidivism? That's
Surely
what it
his
is, right?
dad talks about it. He's been pulling all-nighters. Surely he's talking about this problem. that
Yeah,
he's
so he
picking
probably,
up.
that's probably why he was so confident, is because he's like, I'm hearing from the police that the police are having no idea what's happening. So that's probably why he was so casual this whole time.
He's
I
got
get it.
inside accidental. What would his dad do if he knew his son was? This is a crazy
I think
story.
that he would kill him.
This is such a
Or
crazy
no, he wouldn't
story.
kill him. I think he would arrest him.
I like had that hunch, but I didn't even believe it myself. And now I'm just blown away.
Like, why are they spending so much time on the dad?
He's gonna get, I was like, how would he ever get information about Elle? About, like, how would he find him in return? This is a mind bender, guys. It's like a nice, happy family, but your son's a
勉強
killer.
の方はどうだ。
まあまあだよ。
つも通り学年トップ。自慢の兄です。はい。
Aww.
自慢の息子です。はい。
It's such a happy family, and I really like his dad. Wonder why.
詳しいことは言えないが、今回の事件は難しいからな。父親が警察の人間。それがお前の自信というわけか。
You're making your dad work all night. Doesn't
Dude,
that make you
Ryu
feel
has to think that
guilty?
he hit the absolute jackpot as far as how interesting things are. Oh wow, that's
自分の
clever.
パソコンから何の痕跡も残さず
So he knows hacking. That was what we talked about, right? Can he just
操作
hack?
状況は常に把握できるんだ
You think it's really hacking though, or is it like I just know my dad's password
I think
because
it's,
I
I
live in
just
the
know my
same
dad's
house?
password. And not like super technical.
That would be way better than like. I feel that would be harder to trace.
警察はすでに犯人は学生でないかと疑い始めているな
やばいんじゃないか、ライト。
He doesn't seem worried. I would be
He
worried.
didn't seem worried at all.
名前の後に40秒以内に死因を書くとその通りになるつまり心臓麻痺という死因を書けばその後に死の状況あるいは死亡時刻なども書けるわけだまた少しリュークを楽しませてあげられるかもね
If he varies the times, though, they still have a profile on him from before.
Yeah. Won't that just give away that Elle's like, oh, he's got an insider?
Yeah,
because
he's aware of our suspicions, or he's changing his pattern because we figured out his pattern, right?
his pattern changed suddenly on this date. It's like too late. The pattern was there. If I'm in jail.
I'd be so scared. He's very frivolous. I can't believe that he can be this frivolous in his day-to-day life while knowing all this stuff is happening. Like keeping such a cool head and going
That's
about.
because he thinks he's doing good.
But even knowing that he's being investigated
Aren't
by the world's best detectives, he's still so relaxed.
何また昨日の心臓麻痺の犠牲者が23人きっかり1時間おきに1人ずつ平日に2日もこれが続くということは犯人が学生って線は怪しくなってきたないや学校を2日休むなんて誰でも
そうではないなぜ1時間おきなのかそしてなぜ犠牲者が死んだらすぐにわかる刑務所内の犯罪者に限られているのかキラはこう言っているんです自分は死の時間を自由に操れるのだとキラは学生かもしれないという疑いが
It's too convenient.
を否定するような殺人が起こった偶然かいや
It's very convenient.
It's
perfect.
キラは警察の情報を知っているということか今頃エルのやつ焦ってると思うよそして今回のことでエルは警察関係者
Okay, so he did set him up. Okay. Okay.
キラは捜査本部の情報を得る手段を持っているキラの本当の狙いは何だ奴は何をしようとしている
でもわからないな
Why would he give that
学生
away?
の線を消すより警察に精通していると思われる方がよっぽど不利じゃないか
エルを探し出し始末するためだ
Oh.
どういうことだ
この人間社会で本当に信頼し合ってる人間なんてほんのわずかさそれが警察という枠の中でもましてや警察とエル信頼関係なんて最初からないに等しい
I would not trust a laptop with a letter on it, would you?
No.
And a weird voice? I wouldn't trust that at
I wouldn't
all.
trust it.
Honestly, I would be
I'd been
suspicious that that
pressed.
was Kira. If I was the police, wouldn't you? Like this random laptop shows up with a weird voice when all these weird deaths start occurring.
No, because they've used him before for other.
I guess I would not trust it. It's
I
too
wouldn't
weird.
either.
It's too bizarre.
僕に捜査状況が漏れたと知ったエルは警察内部から僕への糸口を掴もうとするに決まっているそうなれば警察だってエルに対して黙っていないのは時間の問題だ表面上は協力し合い僕を捕まえようとしているしかし裏ではエルは警察を調べ警察はエルを調べ出す
Dang, okay, that was clever.
Very clever.
僕じゃない警察がエルを突き止めるそして僕がエルを消す
So delegate finding out who L is to the police. That's a lot of faith in the police.
Yeah,
but
that's
he knows
a lot of
maybe
faith.
that must mean he thinks his dad is really competent. In a weird way, that's kind of sweet.
But Elle didn't flat out accuse the police.
なんだこれは
Who's
見ての
resigning?
通り辞表です他の事件に回していただくかそれができなければ警察を辞めます L の推理では
キラは超能力のようなもので直接手を下さず人を殺せる。
I don't blame him at all.
Yeah, me
私
neither.
がキラなら自分を捕まえようとする人間は殺します。捕まれば自分が死刑ですからね。前にエルはテレビでキラに私を殺してみろとスタンドプレイまがいのことをしてみせたじゃないですか。でもエルは自分の名前どころか顔すら出していない。そしてこの間エルが私たちに命じたのは犠牲になった者が日本でどう報道されていたか。
Oh, these are the people who investigated that.
Oh.
犠牲者は全員日本の報道で顔が確認できたも
So
の
they
で
think
し
it's
た。
faces.
私たちは誰かとは違って警察手帳という写真の入った身分証明書を持って捜査しているんです。堂々と顔を隠さず、これが部署移動を希望する理由です
I can't blame
I
him.
can't blame him at all.
おい、君たち
He hasn't attacked any like policemen yet.
He has tried to kill somebody that he thought was innocent of doing anything except for finding out who he was.
L,
though.
that's true. They did try to kill L.
So it just happened that it wasn't L. But
Yeah.
he still did try to
That's
kill
a good point.
and investigate.
Yeah,
it.
you're right. I don't blame them one iota.
I don't blame them at all. L knows, I don't know. If the police find out that he is getting information from the police, then they would be even more paranoid, probably.
Yeah. Such a creepy thing.
He's funny, though. He should play basketball. He's tall as hell.
Does he have anything else better to do at this time?
FBI には4日前から日本に入ってもらい、警察関係者を調べてもらっています。
They sent the
警
FBI?
察の中だけでもキラの捜査情報を得られた
That's the wrong agency. They shouldn't have sent the FBI.
しかしこの141人の中
Should have sent the CIA.
その
One
身
of the
近なところ
141 people are someone close to them.
必ずキラはいる
I think that, oh, that narrows it down so much, though.
It does. Only 141 people or families.
That's so risky.
極力外では話しかけるなって言っただ
And if he goes back to his idea of the profile of the person being a student, then it's like, okay, well, how many of the police officers
Have kids.
Okay, how many of those kids are like older than elementary school age?
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably at most like 20 or 30, right?
Probably.
Dude.
I'm surprised at how quickly this is going.
Yeah, Light is either ballsy as hell or stupid as hell. And I don't think he's stupid as hell.
This is so well written.
I think,
何度言えばわかる
じゃあ一方的に話すぞ。聞きたくなかったら耳でも塞ぎ。俺はライトが嫌いじゃないし、ある意味最高のやつにノートを拾われたと思っている。
for entertainment
なぜ
purposes,
なら
that's
ノート
very
の最
true.
後かライトの最後を見届けなくてはならないから。
To be fair, if you took your average person and had them pick that up, would they not use it at all? Would they use it for selfish gains and kill whomever was in their own personal way? Or would
Like
they
for
try to do
profit?
justice like what he's doing?
I think
Or would
that-
they try to do like the ideal justice where he really is only truly killing people who've gotten away with it?
Is it better if somebody's trying to do justice if they're not carrying it out?
Yeah,
well?
but I'm just saying.
Like, does intent matter?
The average person, do you think who picked it up, who would be the best? Somebody who doesn't do anything with it, right?
Yeah,
But
for
what
sure.
percent of the people you think would do that?
I wouldn't do it. 'Cause I get creeped out. I don't know how many people would do it.
I mean, I would
I
get
don't
creeped
mess
out,
with
too.
anything like this. I
That-
get
that's
creeped
fair.
out. Probably, I don't know. I have no idea what the percentage would be. It would probably be dependent on culture. It'd
Like,
probably be
I'll
dependent
tell you
on
who I
country.
wouldn't want to have it. The person who's just doing it for their own selfish gain.
Yeah, because at least like if I'm not a criminal, I feel somewhat protected. In the case that they're purely benevolent and they're waiting for everything to be proved. Even in the case of Light, as long as I don't do anything to like specifically
you're
go after
okay.
Kira, I'm okay. For now, at least.
しかし、俺はライトの味方でもエルの味方でもない。
分かってたよそれくらいリュウク
だから俺はライトがやってることが正しいとか正しくないとか、そんなことはこれからも一切言わない。もっとも同居人としての
As your
口出しは
roommate,
す
your
るがな。
self-appointed roommate.
どうしたんだよリュウク
だから今から俺が言うことはキラの味方として言うのではなく俺自身が気持ち悪いから言うんだが
He's having too much fun.
ずっとお前をつけている人間がいる。
That is very helpful information.
I'm just telling you because you're my roommate. Always sweating.
I would be. He doesn't have any superpowers to actually fight
And his
somebody.
notebook isn't with him.
目障りなんだよここんとこ。あいつには俺は見えていないが、いつもお前の後ろにいる俺としては常に見られている気
Creeping him
分だ。
out.
それは邪魔だな なるべく早く
I don't think it's L though.
It's funny because Ray spends his whole day just watching people who don't know that he's watching them, and then he gets creeped out by somebody who's watching him. You know what's crazy is
警察を疑い出したということか
Light could just die because he's not super powered. He could just get by a car
相
or
当の
something.
人数のはずだ仮に50人で調べたとしても僕がキラだと疑われる可能性はまずないしかし何ヶ月も放っておけば可能性はゼロではなくなるかもしれないまずはその尾行者の名前だそれが分かれば全て処理できる
So that's another one.
What if it's just a girl who thinks you're cute?
いいことを教えてやろう
Trench coat style.
死神とデスノートを持った人間とでは2つの大きな違いがあるなぜ死神がデスノートに人間の名前を書くか知ってるか
僕が知るわけないだろう
死神は人間の寿命をもらっているからだ
Whoa
寿命をもらう
人間界で普通に60歳まで生きる人間を40歳で死ぬようにノートに書く 60-40 イコール20その人間界での20年
Why wouldn't the Shinigami just kill
死
everybody?
神の寿命にプラスされるんだだからよほど怠けてない限り頭を拳銃でぶち抜かれようと心臓をナイフで刺されようと死神は死なない
Dang
しかしライトがデスノートに人間の名前を書いてもライトの寿命は伸びない
Well, that's good at
これが
least.
死神とデスノートを持った人間との違いだ
人間にとっては死神の親切だね
二つ目の違いは多分ライトにとってもっと面
Take
白い
years off? Seconds
寿命
off?
を伸ばすのではなく縮める話だがな
縮める話
死神は人間の顔を見るだけで、
Oh.
その人間の名前がわかる死神の目には人間の顔を見るとそいつの名前と寿命が顔の上に見えるんだ
What?
名前と寿命
もちろん今俺の目にはライトの名前と寿命が見えている人間の時間に直すと何年かはっきりわかるもちろんそんなことは口が裂けても言えない
That's
ここまで口
crazy.
の裂けている俺でもな
He's just telling him that to annoy him.
That's easy mode.
Yeah.
それが俺とライトの決定的な違いだ
Well, what about the person following? You know his name.
Tariq knows him.
そして死神は自分の落としたノートを拾った人間の目を死神の目にすることができる
Why would he do that?
古くから伝承されてきた取引をすればだ死神の目玉の値段はその人間の残りの寿命の
Whoa.
半分だ
残りの寿命の
But his eyes look different?
あと50年生きるとすれば25年あと1年なら半年だ
Dang.
そしてキラとエルのどっちの味方もしないから僕の殺したい人間の名前が見えてもしれない
Of course not.
リュウクの力を借りることはできない
Ray really likes to drip information only when it suits him.
それは死神界の掟でもあるからな残りの寿命の半分で死神の目にできる
I bet he does it. He's gonna do it. You know he's gonna do it.
顔を見ると全ての人
You
間
know
の
he's
名前
gonna
が
do
わか
it.
る
Oh.
より
That's good. Won't that-
使いやすくなるというわけ
That'll make it so much more confusing because then he will just be able to only look at people's face and he'll be able to kill
Yeah, and
them.
he'll have the information.
So we'll have to get their name, but if they tried to figure it out and they had narrowed it down to the name, this would tell them nothing. I guess it doesn't really make that big of a difference practically, but still.
But L can never face him in person. Nobody
Yeah.
can, or he'll just kill them.
さあ
It is a defense mechanism. You said he's a defenseless.
Yeah. Oh, he is. Was he one of the policemen? He looked like
I
it.
think he was one of the people that L, or he was the person that carried L's suitcase in, wasn't he?
Really? Do you think
Well,
that just because he was in a trench coat, or?
I don't know, probably.
To be fair, there were kind of a bunch of nondescript dudes in the police force, so it's probably one of them, though. I don't think it's some random third party. Do you?
Oh, he's gonna become even more powerful. And then Shinigami's gonna be like, also, by the way, you can do it without knowing their names if I give you this or something.
a Shinigami's penis? I'm very fascinated.
Very
by
well
it.
written, very cool.
I still can't tell if Light is just an absolutely amazing villain. He seems really reckless, though.
Super reckless.
Right?
I mean, it seems like he's got reasons for why he's doing, but at the same time, he just narrowed it down to like.
So much. Before, it was like, millions of people that were still theoretical options. Even if they narrowed it down to a student, it was still, you know, millions of people.
Yeah.
Because it had to be a student in the Kanto area. That's still so many people. But then if you're narrowing it down to like somebody who has information on the investigative force.
He thinks he can get him first and outplay him. That's the only reason.
It's like he's trying to draw him into a trap, but I feel like this whole game is I don't know who's trapping who, which is why it's so fun.
Yeah, it's very, very cool.
Because last episode they made it seem like it's definitely Elle who has the traps. This episode it feels like it's Light who has the traps, and I feel like
Light to win.
They're gonna go back and forth with us for a while.
Don't want Light to win.
He's gonna try to kill another police officer.
Yeah.
He just said that, so he definitely has no compunctions killing the people who are coming after him. So I don't blame the police officers who are quitting even more.
Scared.
I'm super invested in it. This is fascinating.
This is really cool.
It's really cool. What a cool ass story to write. That's amazing they even came up with this whole premise.
Morally gray, kinda.
Kinda. I feel
more
like
black and white as you go along, but
it started as it's like a morally gray idea. Would it be bad for somebody to have this power and use it to help the world? Everyone's like, no, that seems like it would kind of be good. Okay, well, this is kind of the natural progression of people who have that power. So
it escalated very quickly. I was not expecting that.
I wasn't either. If you really think you're doing divine good and then people are trying to stop you, it's not a big leap to go.
You're stopping the good of what I'm doing.
Yeah, so then you must be evil if you're preventing good. I mean, it makes sense.
I don't know. Is he going to get those eyes? The answer is yes. We all know it's happening.
I think he's going to get the eyes.
For sure he's doing it.
And who the hell's that guy who's following a high schooler? Because if he wasn't a mass murderer, that would be creepy.
I definitely don't think it's Elle. So let's go.
Well, we know it's not. We saw his face, unless he's a master of disguise like Twilight. But nothing's indicated that that's possible in this universe, right? But I guess there's like Shinigami death gods, so who knows?
He could be his own agent, or an agent of Elle's.
Oh, that's true. Maybe he's like, hey, you have the Shinigami skin, so you can change what you look like or something. I don't know.
どうする？取引するか？
Yes, he does.
リュウク、この取引。
Oh, really?
論外だ。
I think he's just bargaining.
Can you negotiate with the death god?
I'm sure he's negotiating.
Probably because it would be more interesting for Ryuk. That's a question. How much play does Ryuk have in the rules? Like how much? Because if you know a manager, there's company rules and there's company policies. A customer service agent, right?
Yeah.
But the better the agent, the more they can twist the rules to help you.
It doesn't even seem like he's following any rules at this point. It feels like he's making them up as he goes along.
That's what I'm saying. Are they Ryuk's rules or are they the Shinigami rules? And how much of which one is which? And to be honest, it never said Ryuk couldn't lie.
Yeah.
So couldn't he just lie what the rules are?
Yes.
Yeah, right?
僕は犯罪者のいない理想の新世界を作る。そしてそこの世界の神として長く君臨するんだ。
The God.
僕の寿命が伸びるんなら考えるが、短くなるんじゃ話にならない。
Oh, so he's a little selfish. I thought he was just, for the people.
ただ、そういう取引もあると言いた
But
か
to
った
his
だけ
point,
だ。
like,
こういう話を早くしておかないと後で文句を
he
言われて
wants
も嫌
to
だから。
provide his service for as long as
こういう
possible.
話は早くしておかないと。そういう話は会ってすぐに言うか。
そうだな。仮にも死神である俺を恐れることもなく、こ
It is, he has it, which is
こうい
weird.
うことに関してはガンガン突っ込んでくる。
Yeah, dude. Light's a very odd guy.
He is.
もう前もって言っておくべきことはないんだろうな。
He treats him like a dumb little brother.
He does.
もうない。
There's definitely more.
目でなく翼だったら本気で取引を考えたかもしれない。
Wings? Why would
翼
wings
を
be
持って空を
helpful?
自由に飛ぶなんて神らしい。
Because he's got a Messiah
He's got a
complex.
complex.
人類が古代からずっと抱いてきた夢でもあるし。
Yeah, Icarus.
翼が生えて空を飛んだら目立つだろう。それだけで警察に捕まりそうだが。
今のは冗談だリュウク。そうやって目だの翼だの取引していくうちにいつの間にか本当の死神にされてしまう。そういう話も面白いじゃないか。
How do you become a
安心し
Shinigami?
ろ。そんなことしなくてもライト。お前はもう立派な死神だ。今の死神界は腐ってるからな。ただ死にたくないという理由だけで人の寿命をいただき漠然と生きているやつ。
Yeah, they seem super bored every time we come back to them.
何の
They're
ため
never
に存
doing
在している
anything.
のかすらもう誰にもわからない。
They have no meaning to their
存在してる意味なん
existence.
てないんだろう。そんな死神よりライト。お前の方がよっぽど死神らしい。
So all of this is just Ryuk building something amusing to deal with the existential existence of immortal gods.
But they don't want to die.
They don't. So they're not really immortal, but like they're just working enough so they don't die. But otherwise,
What's the
they're
point
bored.
though? They're bored. Like, why would you want to live if you're in perpetual boredom?
I don't think I would.
That you don't
want
have
to
a
live.
meaning or purpose.
Well,
to
that's
your life.
what Ryuk's answer is, but I don't know what the rest of Shinigami what they're doing. It's very weird to me.
まあ話を聞いてると僕の方がよっぽど働いているみたいだけど死神と一緒にされたくないね。僕は人間として人間のためにデスノートを使っているんだ。まあしかし人間にとっては死神界は決して無意味な存在じゃない。リュウクのような死神が100年いや1000年に一度でも降りてきただけで人間界は大きく変わるんだ。
What was the last time?
恐ろしく意味ある存在だよ。死神界は今の死神界がそこまで腐ってるというのならリュウクが帰った時人間界に来たことを生かして変えてみたらどうだ？
Dang.
ライト、お前って本当はものすごくプラス思考な人間なのかもしれ
I'm
ない
glad
な。
that's how he's taking it, but
当たり前
how would you just change it?
前向きじゃなきゃデスノートを使って自ら世界を良く
Is he
しよう。
saying you should take these principles and go out and kill bad people?
He's saying basically like you'll learn from me who's reshaping my world because I'm going to be a god because I'm so great. You'll have learned so much that you'll be able to go change your world for the better because clearly you can study me who's the best.
わかった。
どうした？何がわかった？
今日僕を尾行してたやつの名前を知る方法だよ。デスノートの使い方を利用するんだ。死因を書くとさらに6分40秒詳しい死の状況を記載する時間が与えられる。まずこの死の詳しい状況がどの範囲まで自由にできるのか試させてもらう。
What?
ああ、私だ。また刑務所内の犯罪者が6人。心臓麻痺か。何？3人が死の直前に今までにない行動？いえ、死因は心臓麻痺なんですが、1人は死の直前、刑務所の壁に自分で切った血で奇妙な絵を描いています。もう1人は遺書とも何とも言えない文章を残しています。3人目に至っては脱走してわざわざ職員用のトイレの中で。
It's just stupid stuff. Just random things. I'm surprised by that. I thought it had to be compelling them to die in a certain way. I didn't think they could be compelled to essentially be like mind controlled.
Yeah.
He can make people do whatever he wants for like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
That's a crazy superpower.
That is, but he still also know the name. I don't understand why he thinks this is going to help him.
I don't either.
先ほど今までと少し違う心臓麻痺の被害者が出ました。現場に残された絵と文章の画像を送ります。
頼む。キラに怯えた文章。ただ単に犯罪者が取った行動とも取れるが、キラは死の時間を操れる。もしも死の直前の行動も操れる。局長、今回の犠牲者の件ですが、報道関係には心臓麻痺以上のことは発表しないでください。キラが犯罪者によって何かのテストをしている可能性があります。だとするとわざわざ答えを教えてやることになりますので。
Stop it, L. L reads him so fast. That was, what you want to know too? What I want to know 3.
見ろよ、リュウク。父さんのパソコンにはもう昨日の6人のテスト結果が打ち込まれている。
What?
I think he's trying to get L to go against the police.
Yeah, he's still trying to do that.
No, I know, because L said, oh, don't release the results, because then Kira will know that he can manipulate people's behavior beforehand, right?
Yeah.
So now Light's going to do something to indicate that he knows he can manipulate people's behavior beforehand, because then L knows that there's a leak in the police station.
Yeah, but
for
then
sure.
so will everybody else.
It still it'll make them suspicious of each other.
どういう意味だ？
一人は脱走してからノートに指定したトイレに行き、もう一人は僕がノートに書いた絵と同じ絵を壁に描き、もう一人は僕がノートに書いた文章と同じ文章を残した。他の3人はわざとかなり無理な死の状況を書いてみたんだ。まず1時間後にフランスの
Whoa.
前で死ぬ。日本の刑務所にいた人間が1時間後にフランスなんて物理的に不可能。
I was curious how that would
だからこ
work.
れは実現せず、ただの心臓麻痺。次は刑務所の壁に L そっくりの似顔絵とデスノートに書いたが、知らない人間の顔は描けない。そして最後の一人には、俺は L が日本警察を疑っていることを知っている。そう書き残すように指示した。これはもしかしたらいけるかと思ったが。
Yeah, why didn't that one happen?
つまり本人の知らない情報や考えもしないその人間が書くには不自然すぎることは書けない。
That's interesting.
いくらデスノートでもありえないことはできない。
So they can just do something that could, like, even if it's very improbable, it's something that is possible for them to accomplish.
Like, oh, I could draw this symbol because I know what the
Because I had all the composite parts to do it.
Yeah, or I
right?
could write this sphere because I truly had that fear already.
Yeah.
But I can't do something impossible like fly to France in an hour. I can't
give you an answer to a question that I don't know myself. So
Yeah.
if it's like a simple sentence like the sky is blue, or even if it's a sentence that's kind of nonsense,
Yeah.
but I know all the words, I can construct it.
The third one, he doesn't even know who L is, so
Yeah.
why would he write
That
that?
one's weird.
I'm surprised that one didn't work.
いくらでも動かしてから死なせることができる。
で、何が狙いなんだ、ライト。
エルも警察も僕の真意には絶対に気づけない。名探偵は当分犯罪者の
Could he control the police?
But they die.
Eventually.
In 7 minutes, right?
Is that all he can control them for? But you could say in an hour, right? Because you could say the day and time.
ダイイングメッセージ。
キラが犯罪者を使って何らかのテストをしたとするなら、何かを始めるため、今動き出せば、不審な行動を取る人物が FBI の目に留まる可能性を、この文章への何かのメッセージ。これか。
Do you know?
じゃあいよいよ本番だ。昨日ニュースでやっていた銀行を襲ったが金を奪えず一般人を襲って逃げた麻薬常習犯。こいつを使う。当日だけどなんとかなるだろう。
A few girls?
もしもし。あ、ライト？おはよ
Poor girl.
A human who uses a note can neither go to heaven nor hell. That sucks.
I mean, it's not
The
that
time of
bad if
death
you're
is
not going
written
to
within
hell.
40 seconds after writing the cause of death is a heart attack. Oh well, we missed it. The time of death can be manipulated, and the time can go into effect within 40 seconds after writing the name.
Yeah, you're right. So time of death can be manipulated. So it kind of seems like you could indefinitely manipulate somebody.
You could put your dad's death for 100 years in the future, and then manipulate
Oh,
him.
that's a question. Could you extend somebody's life past when they would have died otherwise?
尾行はついているな。尾行がいないとこれからやることの意味がなくなってしまう。
I'm still so surprised he didn't take the eyes.
どう見ても思いっきりデートさ。僕を尾行している。
He does not look happy about it.
Yeah,
た
yeah.
だのデートじゃないだろ。
This girl can't exactly be
尾行者の
thrilled.
名前を知る方法が分かったと言ってたが、一体何をするつもりなんだ？
あれリュウク、僕がデスノートに何を書いたか見ていなかったのか？
ああ、それ見ちゃうとつまらないか
I
ら。
want to
What's
be
the fun in that?
どう
surprised.
なるかおとなしく見てろよ。ごめん。
Did he keep kill her?
No way. There's no way, right? That would be too far. She has not tried to go against Kira. I think that he's still operating from some type of moral code, even if it's one that we think is flawed. Like
He
he's
said,
still
did you see what I
operating.
wrote in the book?
But he's only doing stuff that will benefit mankind, at least in
Sometimes
his
it's worth
mind.
the sacrifice.
That would be different, though. That would be another big step. If he does this, that's a big step. Because that's just killing someone convenient. Not that's actually acting against you, even.
Does he like this girl?
He's kind of like, eh.
学校と予備校に行くくらい。たまの休みにデートか。至って普通。いや、真面目な受験生だ。疑う余地なし。とりあえず、今日一日の行動を見て終わりだ。
Why'd they mention that drug addict guy?
I don't know. This whole thing is weird.
でもライト、受験終わるまでは遊ばないとか言ってなかった？
ああ、それは全国模試。
You're on an empty bus, and what looks like a Fed just sips right
Yep.
behind you.
Hello.
It's like, damn it! At least they're like clean-cut kids too. You wouldn't expect.
感じ悪い。
At least he's being a pretty good date if she's gonna die. It's like a pleasant last memory. It could be worse, I guess.
How long is this ride to Spaceland? Is he gonna kill the bus driver? I don't. Who's this normal nice guy?
Whoa, Mr. FBI agent, why do you have eyes like that? You're so handsome. They drew him way differently that time than they had the other times.
Oh, because he wrote his name
So
down
he's the name.
to make him be on the bus at the same time.
乗客は奴を除いて7人。これなら全てうまくいく。
このバスは俺が乗っ取った。バスジャック。こんな時に。 騒ぐんじゃねえ。少しでも動いたやつはぶっ殺すぞ。174号車のドライバー佐々木です。今の状況を教えてやれ。銃を持った男にバスをジャックされました。立て。昨日の売り上げをスペースランド2つ手前のバス停まで女が一人で車で持ってこい。バスが着く前にだ。下手な小細工したり警察に知らせたりしたら乗客を一人ずつぶっ殺す。
What a terrible plot.
What's Light doing?
Like
overall,
on
like
the
what's
bus,
his...
like the overarching plan.
Yeah, I can't follow it unless he's gonna have the guy go with gun and say, "What's your name? What's your name?"
Well, he's on a bus with a Fed, and he's on a bus with a criminal.
Yeah, what the heck?
Do you think that he is trying to make them kill each other?
I don't know.
Maybe he's gonna have the criminal kill the Fed. Because then he doesn't. What does it matter if he knows the guy's name if he's dead, right? He just wants to get him out of his way, doesn't he?
安心して。犯人の隙を見て僕がピストルを持った手を押さえる。危険だ。やめろ。その時は私がやる。
What a nice guy.
大丈夫だ。筆談などしなくても小声なら走行音でここの会話は犯人には聞こえない。あの犯人と共犯者でないという。
Oh, don't show him your ID. Don't show him your ID.
よくあるケースだよ。犯人は一人と思わせておいて。
Don't show him your
いざという
ID.
時のためにあらかじめ後方からの見張りを置いておく。
Hopefully, he's gotta know.
仕方がない。
Don't do it.
八神ライトがキラであるわけがない。
He could be.
Oh,
Don't.
dude.
Don't.
殺せるんだ。これが証拠だ。
He shows him.
FBI? So he's not even Japanese.
No.
So he's from the damn FBI. The FBI is actually in Japan tailing people that are on the police force.
Shouldn't that be the
Do
CIA?
they know that there's a
I'm
student
just
profile?
saying it would be the CIA, not the FBI. Wrong bureau.
How dare this Japanese author not understand U.S. bureaus intimately? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe the
FBI
FBI
goes after people like us. CIA
maybe-
goes after people outside.
To be
of
fair,
the
we also
country.
don't know that. Like, we don't know that much. This is purely from watching our parents watch CSI and stuff like that. We don't know, but
actually, no.
maybe because if Kira's killing domestic Americans, maybe the FBI would get involved.
But
I don't
would
know.
Japan just let them in?
Probably not. I can't imagine they would.
Maybe it's his fake name.
Ah, dude. I think that's a little copium, baby girl. I think that. Oh.
FBI。そうか。L は FBI を使って。
Is he
関係者を調べさせていた。
Is he of Japanese descent though? Because
レイ・ペンバー。
Ugh, so creepy. He didn't even do anything.
今あえて。
I think he might be more useful alive.
ここに乗り合わせたのかは聞きません。銃は持っている。
Do you think he keeps him alive?
お任せしていいですね。
Here's another question. Couldn't he tell that he wasn't Japanese?
I don't know.
Or-
I don't know.
Well, I guess he could be like a
Look.
ethnically Japanese FBI agent.
I don't know.
I'm
It's all
confused now.
animated. Who knows, Wesley?
Also, how does he have a gun? Because he's American, and Americans have guns everywhere. It doesn't matter what the. There's no way the FBI can carry a gun in Japan, right?
あの男、2日前に日本でニュースになって
You
いた男だ。
just realized it.
銀行襲い。
But that should tell you though. Oh, but they don't know.
大丈夫。奴の銃は絶対に
But
僕
he's
たち
pointing
を
his
撃
gun
た
at
ない。
other people.
おい、お前動くな。なんだその紙は。乗客だしメモで相談してやがったのか。
まずい。さっきのメモを見られた。彼が隙を見て奴に飛びかかろうとしていたことが。
デートの約束かよ。くだらね
やった。
え。なんだてめえは。何ふざけてやがる。いつからそこにいた。え？俺の
You
こ
can
とか。
see him?
お前、俺の姿が見えるのか。
What?
うつだバケモノ。
まずい。幻覚を見ている。みんな伏せろ。
Poor girl. Hell of a
ラ
date
イト
to
の
take
落とし
her
たデー
on.
トの約束メモ。デスノートを切って書いたものだ。
Oh!
そしてこいつにメモを触らせてこいつにだけ俺の姿を見
Light!
せる。頭いい。
That was really smart.
悪いな。
Do you see the bullet
俺は
ripple?
死神だからそんなものじゃ死なないんだ。
What is Light trying to accomplish besides knowing who's following him?
デスノートに触った者には俺の姿が見える。死神は銃で撃たれても死なない。みんな俺がライトに言ったことだ。さすが全国共通模試1位。 応用力がある。そしてこのバスジャックを利用して尾行してたやつの名前も難なくゲットか。
Hey, they made it.
What?
That's probably how he wrote he died. Did you see the bus driver's face?
Yeah, this should be like one of the most traumatic things that any of these people ever experience in their life, if not the most traumatic.
That would be the most traumatic thing.
Poor girl.
Ever.
He's gonna give this girl like PTSD. I guess. At least he didn't kill her. That was brilliant.
I mean, it was crazy though. Like did he have to go to that extreme of measures to
What
get the
else
name?
was he gonna do?
I mean, like, why
How do you get the FBI?
Why didn't he just immediately have him have a heart attack? Like, why did he give so much time? Why did he want him to even see the Shinigami?
If that guy had a heart attack, then that would mean that he would be suspected that Kira had killed him.
What?
Which means that why would Kira kill this guy?
That's fair.
At this time when
That's
he's on
fair.
his bus.
Okay. Good call on the heart attack. But why did he give him the note to see the Shinigami?
I don't know for sure. Because I guess he could have just written, like, go crazy, run out the door, and die.
Yeah, why wouldn't he do that?
I don't know. This was a cooler way to do it, though. This was a more clever way.
It didn't make sense, that part.
公園東口バス停より午前11時31分発スペースランド行きのバスに銃を持って乗り込むがこの世のものとは思えぬ幻影を見てそれに向かって前段を発砲しバスから逃走その直後
Whoa! Because what if he just said he'll see a phantom from another world, but he didn't? Maybe he didn't mean.
So he wrote that he'll hallucinate. Okay.
And it affected him.
But if he wouldn't reasonably be expected to hallucinate, then he wouldn't have hallucinated. So Light had to figure out a way that he could reasonably make him hallucinate something.
Or Light did it on accident. Like
But
maybe Light.
That makes sense. So either way, like either he had to set up something to make him hallucinate, which is why he had to have the notebook. Otherwise, the Death Note wouldn't have worked. Or Light didn't realize that he would get pulled into the compulsion.
Yeah.
Ooh, either way, that's crazy.
1時45分事故に遭い死亡デスノートに狂いなし次はあなたの番だ
Why would you kill him? He didn't do anything.
I feel like he might be more useful alive.
He thought you were innocent.
But he doesn't know that he thinks he's innocent.
Oh, I'm sure he could figure that out first.
That was the whole episode?
That was it.
That was crazy. That felt like 2 minutes. You guys are probably like, nah, but you guys talked 30, so it didn't feel like that for us. But for me, that felt like 2 minutes.
That was fast.
I was invested in it the whole time. That was crazy.
These episodes never feel slow, ever.
They really don't. There's so much in them. I feel like another show would have made that whole sequence of events into 3 episodes.
Yeah. Whew.
I feel though, like
I have a lot of
my
questions.
extensive Among Us experience, disguised toast would definitely marinate this guy. I'm curious though, wouldn't that seem like a better way to do it?
I don't know.
Than to kill, because if you kill the FBI agent,
that looks suspicious after he was following you.
Because presumably they're going to say like this is gonna go in some sort of report, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming, and it's gonna go in a report that he was on the bus.
So he's either gonna kill him before he makes a report and looks suspicious, or he kills him after he makes the report, and then they have the information about the report, which makes him look suspicious.
Or
so either way, how will he get out of it?
Or maybe he marinates him for a while and then kills him. Like he marinates him
either
for a while.
Either way, the report is still out there for L to see.
Yeah, that's the only thing is this feels like it narrows down L's scope of search if this becomes reported. Yeah. Unless the FBI is not supposed to be in Japan, in which case maybe he wouldn't report it in a way
also,
that it would
L
get back to L.
Yeah,
because L's not in touch with FBI, right? He's in touch with Interpol and the Japanese police.
I don't know. This is so crazy.
This is tricky,
So maybe
right?
L never put him up to following him in the first place. He was just acting independently. We don't know. There's so many questions. Even you guys were like, "Oh, Stephanie, I don't want to do this to her," but I'm loving it.
Well, we don't know. To be fair, we don't know what happens.
Yeah, I'm loving every second so far.
We're like American murder mysteries, no interest. Japanese animated murder mysteries with
totally
death gods
fine.
and super geniuses. Hell yeah.
As long as it can't happen to me.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. I feel like he shouldn't kill the FBI agent. I also just don't want the FBI agent to die.
What about the person that hit him? Is he gonna get in trouble? Like that person, look at him. He's like, oh my goodness, my life is over. I just killed somebody. He doesn't know he's a ruthless criminal.
But then he'll find out. Remember the bus driver called it in.
Why are you telling him this?
わかりました。あなたに会ったことは誰にも言いません。もちろん父に。じゃあ私はここで。
Why would he assume that he knows who his father is? That's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Why would you say that?
Why would you assume that the FBI agent knows who you are?
Unless you were thinking that he was following you.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
彼は僕を全く疑ってない。今ここで起きたことは警察にただの事故として処理される。
Because he's not supposed to show the Japanese police he's there.
Yeah.
What a convoluted conflict of interests. That's the most realistic book I've ever seen in an anime.
Ah, ただいま。
Is that his girlfriend?
どうしたの？大きなため息。何かあったレイ？
偶然バスジャックに巻き込まれた。
バスジャック？
2日前、銀行捜査。
Ray said that like, oh yeah, I really ran into all the red lights on the way home.
日本も怖い国になったものだ。
そのバスにあなたも乗り合わせてたって。
Yes, it does.
ああ。結局犯人はバスを飛び降りて車にはねられたけどね。
Suspect?
その犯人、死んだの？
多分な。見届ける暇はなかった。
それって本当に偶然だったのかしら？
どういうことだ？
Is she a spy too?
誰かを調べていてそのバスに乗ったんでしょ？そこで犯罪者がおそらく死んだ。それって。
なあ、君は確かに優秀な FBI 捜査官だった。
You're...
しかし今は僕のフィアンセでしかない。
What does that mean? So now you're stupid? Excuse me? What the hell was that
He's
statement?
probably like, you're no longer an agent, so just relax. She is right though.
口を出さない。危険な行動は取らない。そういう約束で。
What is she, his fiance? So now she lost her brain?
I think he's more so saying, don't get involved with Kira, it's too dangerous. I don't want you to be hurt since you're retired now.
わかったわ。
ごめん、そんなに気にするなよ。
She's right.
家族ができれば自分が捜査官だったことを忘れるぐらい忙しくなって癖なんて出る暇もなくなってしまうさ。それよりあのお父さんになんて挨拶。
Maybe I'm too American, but I really did not like that relationship dynamic. Oh, all the skill set that you developed, it will go away once you have a family. It's just like, what, using her analytical mind to talk with you about work? She's not allowed to do that anymore?
I guess it's weird to me because I would think that it would be good to talk about it, but maybe he's super shaken up about it and doesn't want to go into it or something. I don't know. He doesn't seem shaken up though.
昼間突き止めた捜査官の名前を書くってわけか。
いや、彼の名前を書くのは1週間後だ。
Why?
会ってすぐ彼が死ねば。
Even a week is pretty
I
close.
thought he
Man.
wasn't gonna kill him.
より多くの警察関係
The fiance's gonna know. She's gonna put the pieces together.
I bet she'll put it together.
Ray's gonna die, and she's gonna figure
I don't
it
want
out.
Ray to die.
刑務所内の犯罪者を使ってエルの相手さ。
また遺書のようなものを書き残した犠牲者が出ました。
画像を送ってくれ。死神はエル、知っているか？死神が存在するとでも言いたいのか？
I'm surprised that the prisons still have people in them, if I'm honest with you at this point.
He hasn't killed that many. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of people in
すご
prison.
い人間の数だな。ここでやるのか。
この数日間調べたことといろんな実験をした成果を見せてやるよ。またデスノートを使い、この辺一帯の犯罪者でいろんな殺し方を検証してみた。デスノートは死因や死の状況を先に書き、後から名前を書き込めばその通りになるんだ。
へえ、俺も知らないことを。
来た。
But I don't understand the benefit.
時間通りだ。レイペンバーさん。振り向いたら殺します。キラです。振り向いたり、ポケットに手を入れたりしたら、その瞬間に殺します。
How is this gonna help Light?
しかしこの声、どこかで。まず、キラだという証拠を見せます。今、あなたから見える喫茶店。あそこで働いている。メガネをかけて。
What?
Why? Why? Is he a criminal? Or is Light actually going crazy now?
信じていただけないと思ったので仕方ありません。しかしあの男は婦女暴行を数件繰り返しながら
Well, I'm glad he's
証拠
dead.
不十分で警察が起訴できなかった。裁きを受けて当然に社会に
Repeatedly been accused?
もうエルなどから聞いて知っている。
He never was... I still think it's crazy. I still think like he's getting more speculative and speculative with the people that he'll kill. He's like, okay, he's been accused a bunch of times. He's never been convicted. There's not enough evidence. But I, Light, have decided that there's enough evidence for him to die.
Yeah. No, he's lying. He's just feeding false information to him.
Oh, he's just getting...
He knew nothing.
He's probing for information.
I mean, if I was in his shoes, I would be scared and not rational, but he's also just like, I'm gonna kill everybody.
Yeah.
He's bluffing. He's gonna die anyway and he doesn't know it.
これなら通信記録はどこにも残らないし、地下であろうと近距離ならば会話ができる。考えたな。それでは山手線に乗ってください。
None of it matters though, because Light's gonna kill him anyways.
He doesn't know that.
I know. I'm sad. I don't want Ray to die.
What? I mean, I know why he's listening to him, but I'm also like...
Why wouldn't you listen? He told him he needs to see a face. He doesn't even know what he wants him to do yet. Why wouldn't you comply at this point? He hasn't asked you to do anything bad even.
Oh.
Oh.
If he can kill anybody at any time, then why does he need their name?
Because it doesn't matter, right? That's why I think he's going to be like, okay, cool. If I just give him their names, then he won't be able to kill them because he needs to see their faces. But you remember he said that he could add the... Last time when he cut the Death Note, the paper out of the Death Note, and he let the guy who had hijacked the bus touch it, that guy could see Ryuk, right?
Yeah.
So then if these are pieces of the Death Note that he's cut out from those paragraphs where he wrote like the causes of death, and you just need to fill in the name, do you think that if Ray writes the name on these little squares that are from the Death Note, it would still work even though it's removed from the rest of the Death Note?
I didn't think it was related.
Wouldn't it? Because the page still worked when it was from...
Shoot.
Why else would they tell us that?
Shoot.
He could do that. I didn't see why it was a relevant experiment.
Yes, you can. Because on the rest of the Death Note, he gave instructions. Before you die, you have to send this list to him.
Oh.
So he just killed his boss. They're all gonna die. He's killing them. He just killed them all.
I think, like, from a causality standpoint, he didn't kill them. Like, at worst, you can say Light tricked him into killing them.
You think all the other FBI agents just died?
Yeah, or they could die in a week. We don't know when they're gonna die. Oh, so... Damn it.
I knew he was gonna die. There was no way.
Oh, he sees him?
Sayonara, Rei Pemba.
What a way to die.
Oh.
And he touched... if he touched a death note, he doesn't get to go to like heaven or hell or whatever you
I didn't
believe
even
in.
think about that. That's so cruel. I hope that's not true.
The guy who picked up the piece of the death note.
I don't feel as bad for him, to be honest with you. I don't feel bad for him at all. He was a bank robber.
Maybe he didn't though, because maybe he just wrote the names and now he's gonna go kill him.
Well,
now.
I guess technically maybe he never touched the death note if he touched a pen that touched the death note, but I don't know if he like touched it with his
He
left
touched the
thumb
papers.
or something. That's such a bummer, Steffi.
Now he's not gonna go to heaven or hell.
彼は知らず知らずのうちに自分の仲間を殺したことになる。ペンバーの上司は捜査官全員にファイルを送った後に死亡。残りの捜査官たちも全員ファイルをもらった後に死んだ。
I still think it's such BS. Like, I get how Light justifies it to himself, but how are you going to justify the fact that, like, if anything, the FBI agents and the police, he hasn't killed any policemen yet. If he kills policemen, then I'm like, wow, he's really jumped the shark, because these are people who are ostensibly supposed to be
protecting humanity,
protecting the general public from criminals.
What, the FBI
What is
is
what
not?
Kira says that's what I'm saying. The FBI, at least Light, would be an other, right? It's a federal agency from the U.S.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, the Japanese police are who we're supposed to protect
and emulate
the Japanese people, and I'm assuming that, like, part of the reason he has such a complex about, like, criminals and stuff like that is because of his relationship with his dad, who is an agent or a police officer.
I bet he kills his dad.
You think he's gonna kill his dad?
Yeah, I do.
I kind of can't believe he's actually killing agents. Like, it was one thing when he impulsively tried to kill Elle, but he actually just killed a ton of FBI agents.
Yeah.
People who are not, I mean, it
with
depends
their
on
own
who you talk
families.
to. It depends on who you talk to in the U.S. It really depends on who you talk to in the U.S. If I was going to say, the people in the FBI are not criminals.
Depends if you're a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, it's really interesting. In the U.S., at least, there's some people who, like, hate the federal agencies.
It's because they're spying on us.
Everyone who's, like, super libertarian who watched this episode is like, hell yeah, Light! Never mind, I'm back on board with Kira. Is this the president?
All of our agents.
すべて心臓麻痺。キラに殺されたとしか思えない。
And you're probably next.
我々 FBI は日本での捜査を打ち切る。
今 FBI 長官と話したところです。それによると、あなたは FBI に我々捜査本部の関係者を表せていたようですが。
はい。
どういうことです？
Maybe should have told them.
But if you told him, then that information would leak as well.
He's saying that in front of everybody? Oh, that's exactly what Kira wanted.
FBI も殺したってことだろ。自分に立てつく者は犯罪者でなくとも殺す。本当の殺人鬼じゃないか、キラーは。
It's crazy. If Light would have just let Ray go, FBI would have been off his ass entirely.
I know.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Like, he didn't need to kill Ray. I guess he didn't know that what Ray's suspicions or lack thereof were, but I feel like that was really rash.
Yep.
To unnecessarily kill more agents or more people than you needed to, especially when...
Because they weren't even suspecting you.
And they're not criminals. Like, in his own worldview, like, the FBI weren't criminals. So unless they were standing specifically in Kira's way, Kira shouldn't be justified in killing them because they're not criminals.
エル、知っているか？死神は。リンゴしか食べない。
Love apples.
Because Ryuka loves apples, remember?
Oh. She knows about the bus, though.
Yeah, she knows about the bus. But she doesn't know who was on the bus.
But she knows that the person he was investigating was
on the bus. Yeah.
隠していてもいずれわかることだ。私は今、キラ事件の捜査本部の指揮を取る立場にある。
そうなんだ。やっぱすごいね、お父さんって。
That's the reaction? I did not expect that reaction.
キラを見つけ出すために日本に入った FBI の者12人、全員が亡くなった。
She's like, so I could die.
キラに殺されたってことか。
つまり、キラを捕まえようとする者は殺されるかもしれない。辞めていく部下も多い。
お父さんもやめなよ。お父さんが死んじゃったらやだ。そうよ。立場とかより命が大切よ。
いや、私は絶対この事件から降りない。
Told you he's gonna kill his dad.
屈してはならない。
立派だよ、父さん。 僕は父さんを誇りに思う。父さんにもしものことがあったら必ず僕がキラを死刑台に送る。
How much of that is true?
That was a weird
That was
statement.
weird.
That was not what I expected him to say or react.
What did he mean by that?
自分に逆らう者は殺す。我々はキラに殺されるかもしれない。
It's difficult to tell what Light's attachments are to anybody. I personally feel like that was a major compromising of his own moral code by killing the FBI agents when he didn't know that they were actively interfering
or suspecting him.
Or well, he knew that they were suspecting him, but he didn't know how suspicious they were of him. I think that was a real big leap for Light, at least personally.
Yeah.
And it wasn't impulsive like it was when he tried to kill Elle. It was pre-planned and it was premeditated.
I think he's going to keep making leaps. I think he's going to leap to his dad.
I can't tell, but does he care about his dad or not? I can't tell what attachments he has at all. He hasn't even mentioned saving the world or becoming a new god or anything. It's just about playing the cat and mouse game with Elle recently.
And anything that would make him win that. I mean, I'd say Wesley resign. It's not worth it.
私が挙げたことを犠牲にしてでもキラと戦おうという信念のあるものだけで
I don't even understand how you
What if
would try to
he kills
fight
your
Kiros.
family? That's one thing to be like, oh, I'm not afraid to die, but it's totally another for him to threaten, like, I'm gonna kill your family, your kids, your wife, whatever.
All that needs to happen for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know. At a certain point, it's not worth it to say, okay, we're not going to stand up because something could happen to my family. We still have to try to fight back.
I think at some point you need to do something different with the records and like lie about the records and like who you're working for.
Yeah. They should be doing way more to be trying to keep their identities secret. If anything, I think they should just disband this team entirely.
And then
But Elle probably doesn't want it to be disbanded because he knows that there's a leak in the team.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is more than anything. And every time people are retiring, Light's actually probably working against himself because if information continues to leak from this team, then that means that the person who was leaking information or who the suspect's getting information from is still on the team. So that narrows down your potential suspect list, right?
And that's why he wanted his dad to stay on because that's his way to get information. That's why he encouraged his dad to stay on the team.
Yeah.
ああ、そうそう。この人だ。伏せろって言ったから覚えてるよ。しかし他の客まではちょっと。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
I believe in her.
私の考えていることが正しければ、その乗客の中にキラがいたかもしれない。だとすれば、
Get in contact with
こ
Elle.
の利用できる沿線にキラが。
Oh.
That's
Maybe.
only if they take the bus regularly though.
5人か。私を入れて6人。
I'm not surprised at all.
6人も命を張って悪に立ち向かう。
You know, to your point too, it's like how many people has Kira killed? Do I want to risk my family's life to protect criminals?
Yeah.
Now with the FBI agents though, it makes it like but he also hasn't killed, like relatively speaking, he's not killed that many people.
Yeah.
I can see it's like, oh, I'm gonna risk my family's life to try to save 1,000 people or 10,000 people or 20,000 people. But this is like, oh, I'm gonna risk my family's life to save a few dozen people.
But you're also operating in a world without magic with the supernatural.
Yeah.
And that's a
like,
whole
what the
nother
hell?
level of like, I don't know, man.
What are we even gonna do? That's a question I have. What the hell is this task force even gonna do?
Yeah, at this point.
Just die so Elle can recognize a pattern.
エルは今私たちを信じると言ったが、我々はエルを信用していない。エル、我々は命がけでキラを捕まえると決心した。しかしあなたはいつも顔を見せず、我々に指示するだけ。そんな人間と行動を共にすることなどできない。もし私たちと力を合わせ、キラを捕まえる気持ちがあるのなら、あなたもここへ来てくれないか。
私は先ほどあなた方を信用すると言いました。
Oh, he thinks the room might be bugged.
今までいくつもの難事件を一人で解決してきたと言うんなら、今回も一人でやればいい。それにエルの今までのやり口だと、我々が会うのはエルではなく影武者かもしれないだろう。
I mean, that's a good idea.
僕はエルを信用します。
Aw.
それにこの事件にはエルの力が必要だと思います。
エルは初めからこの事件には警察の力が必要だと言っていた。こうは考えられないか。 エルはこうなることを待っていた。
This music is great. Whenever this music craps, I'm like, damn, something's gonna blow our mind, and they're gonna
これ
explain.
からエルに不信感を持つ者がいた。次々に辞表を出す者も出てきた。そして内部情報の漏れ。これでは信用して指揮は取れない。
つまり本部の人間が死を恐れず悪に立ち向かうエルの信用できる人間だけになることを待っていたと。
とにかくエルと組むなら私はおります。安心してください。みんなをつけたりエルを探そうなんてします。
私はエルを信用し協力してやってみます。
I get why you wouldn't trust Elle at this
Yeah.
point.
Where is
私は
Elle?
今テートホテルの一室にいます。これから数日おきに都内のホテルを移動します。今後はそのホテルの部屋を事実上の捜査本部としていただき、この条件で協力していただけるなら2組に分かれ30分以上の間を空けてキラ
He's gonna meet him with his toes out?
現時点でのお互いまでの距離はイーブンで縮まっていると考えよう。私は初めてエルとして人前に姿を現そう。もしお前がこのことを知ることができたなら必ずお前は接近してくる。
That's a huge
Oh, they're
risk.
both trying to lure each other out.
考えるんだ。落ちてはなかったか。そしてこれからどう行動するか。これからが本当の戦いだ。エル。
They do this every time. They're gonna meet him, right?
どうぞお入りください。
The only thing he missed was Ray had a fiance that was also an agent that he talked to. That was the only thing he missed.
I think that she's gonna figure it out.
I think she might be the one. I kind of hope that she doesn't link up with Elle. I think she might just get killed.
I hope she conveys the information before she dies.
Yeah, I think she might figure it out, but then in doing so, get light suspicion, and I think he'll kill her.
I don't want that to happen.
I'm really rooting for her. If anything, I think in my mind, she's the one that I'm
deserves
rooting for
to
the
get
most
this.
out of everybody. I feel so bad that Ray passed away.
That was awful.
I expected it, so I didn't like react very heavy. I had already made peace with the fact he was gonna die.
Yeah,
But
me
it
too.
was still made me sad.
I know. You knew it was coming. You
I
knew
think-
it was.
Man, it's like they're both playing chicken, trying to get each other to overcommit just a little bit.
They're both being risky now.
Yeah.
I would never show my face. That's not worth it, especially when you know
You
there's
can't
somebody
you
sleeping.
can't investigate anymore if you're dead. That's the other thing. It's like even if you want to win and you have that state of aim, you can't win if you're dead.
I don't know where we're going here. I'm so scared for Elle, though.
I'm a bit worried.
Let's go.
Light was way more competent than
Yeah,
I think either of us had given him credit for after that last episode. The way he handled the FBI agent.
We need an Elle triumph. Otherwise, I'm going to start getting really sad.
Yeah, if the FBI agent's fiance dies in this episode, I'll be
Ugh.
so sad.
Oh, we're going to meet him and see his face. He's kind of like slovenly and pale.
Whoa.
エルです。
この男が
He looks very tired.
Me too.
警察署
Not what I expected.
He's as pale as me.
松田です。相沢です。茂木です。浮田です。
He's got dark circles for days.
He's intense, eh?
まあ、もし私がキラだったら死んでますよ、八神宗一郎さん。キラが殺人に必要なのは
Look at his posture.
I know.
そんなことはもう分かっているはずでしょう。
Makes him sit up straight.
不用意に名前は出さないでください。
I mean, that's a really good point.
聞いてましたけど、名前が必要なんて話出てましたっけ？
名前がわからない。あるいは名前を間違って報道されていた大物犯罪者のすべてがキラから免れている。
Oh.
捜査本部でも言われていたことだ。
So they have quite a lot of information on him already.
Yeah.
その他の通信機器は電源を切ってそちらのテーブルにお願いします。
The FBI agent got convinced otherwise, though. Remember? The FBI agent was persuaded that he didn't need that.
Yeah.
Just the name.
Yeah.
用心深いのは最初からだけど、信用されてるんだかされてないんだか。
いえ、自分が話しているときに人の経験になるのは
That's fair, man. I get that.
He's
最初に
like
言っておきますが、
a genius, but
この本部
crazy.
で私が話すことはメモなどは一切取らずに頭の中に
He got the toes out.
I mean, he's like got no social cares whatsoever.
It's weird though, because
Kinda
it's like he's super aware. I think he's super aware of like social dynamics and stuff. He just doesn't care to follow them himself.
He kind of reminds me of the guy from Lord of the Rings.
Smeagol. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Smeagol, but way smarter. Hopefully less personalities.
Is it, you know what's really odd, and I'm sorry, but this is just me being very truthful. He is getting off like disgusting vibes, you know, and it makes me like him less, and it makes me more like, oh, Light is this good-looking, popular guy. He dresses well, you know, and how he's presenting himself.
He's reclusive. He's maybe socially awkward.
He's like gross. Like they're
He's
doing things that are like
rough. Well, we don't know that he's like stinky or anything, but I get what you're saying.
He's giving off kind of gross energy though. Like, I'm gonna pick my nose in front of you and do that type of thing. I don't care about the social niceties, and because he's doing that, it makes me just kind of have a repulsivity to him.
At least right now.
But I think it's intentional by the show. I think they want you to like have that contrast.
Really?
Yeah. You don't think so? Oh, that's me with coffee. I can't judge.
エル、私を呼ぶときは今後エルではなく龍崎で。
Ryuzaki.
顔と名前が必要と分かってるなら、犯罪者の報道を規制すれば犠牲者を減らせるのでは？
そんなことしたら一般人が殺されます。
一般人が？なぜ？
キラーは幼稚で負けず嫌いだ。私も幼稚で負けず嫌い。だからわかる？
もう少し分かりやすく話してくれないか？
私がテレビを使ってキラに宣戦布告したとき、それまで犯罪者しか殺していなかったと思われるキラは、
But then he didn't.
Like that too.
Yeah.
Did not.
そして日本の関東に潜伏しているというと、だからどうしたと言わんばかりに日本の犯罪者を中心に殺し始めた。こちらの挑発にはひるむことなく強気に挑発し返してくる。
He's definitely the type to emote a lot.
どうする者に報道規制で悪人を隠したりした。
On ladder games.
それは
悪人を出さなければ罪の軽い者、罪のない者でも殺す。全世界の人間が人質だ。悪いのは私じゃない。私に
He knows what's in his head.
隠す。お前らが悪だ。どうせならマスコミを利用することを考え。
He understands him just about perfectly
I
though.
know.
こういうのはどうでしょう。FBI 殺しにアメリカ激怒。キラに全世界が憤り、先進各国から日本に1500人の捜査員導入。外にいる者すべてが敵に見え、精神的に追い詰められたキラは何らかの反応を起こす。
So trying to make like paranoid?
面白い。
ではキラ事件に関する私の考え。
They like that idea.
Yeah.
キラは単独犯。前の捜査本部の情報を得ていた。殺しに必要なのは顔と名前。そして死の時間、死の前の行動をある程度操れる。これから話すことを聞いてください。12月14日、FBI 捜査官12人が日本に入っています。12月19日、キラは明らかに刑務所の犯罪者で死の前の行動を操るテストをしています。つまり、このたった5日の間に、キラは FBI の存在に。
It's crazy because he's right that Kira was conducting tests, but it doesn't seem like he's making a big deal of the fact that, like, if Kira's conducting tests, that means that Kira doesn't know the extent of Kira's abilities.
Yeah.
Which would be really weird.
That'd be
if
really
you're in,
weird. If
wouldn't
you're
it?
thinking he's like a god. No, because he's using some sort of method. And he
Yeah.
even told him share a gun.
But I think it's interesting because there's a difference between someone using a method that they thoroughly understand and somebody
Yeah.
using a method that they aren't sure.
That
From
in
what
and of itself is a clue.
from what Elle understands, I feel like it's a big clue that Kira doesn't even understand the method that he's using
Yeah.
completely yet because he's conducting experiments.
Yeah, I agree.
そこで顔も名前もわからない FBI 全員を消すために死をどこまで操れるかテストする必要があったと考えられます。 FBI 捜査官全員に彼らの顔と名前の入ったファイルを持たせて殺すことに成功。これでキラが誰のファイルを見たのか推測することはほぼ不可能。あのレイ・ペンバーと接触したことは絶対に知られてはならない。
Yeah. But somebody knows.
あれ？今日はデスノートじゃないんだな。
12月19日から27日、僕が一番動いたのはここだ。この間に今分かっているだけで23人が心臓麻痺で亡くなっています。この23人は指名手配犯や前科者、 罪の疑いがかかっているだけのもので、明らかに今までのキラのターゲットとは異なっている。23人と多いのは誰を利用したか絞り込めなくするため。実際に利用したのは数人でしょう。テストから実行まで8日空いているのも FBI により多くのものを調べさせ自分を隠すためです。
We waited 8 days.
この14日から19日に FBI が調べていたと考えて。
Yeah.
That's why I still think that Light made a mistake.
I think he did too.
これに FBI からの情報
To jump to killing like that?
Yeah.
But what's that saying? If you only have a hammer, then every problem looks like a nail.
Yeah.
So whatever tool you're used to using to solve your problems, you're going to continue to try to use
that.
even if the situation doesn't warrant it.
Yeah, like the best thing he could do to throw suspicion off him is just stop.
Or
like,
just keep doing it, but there's really no reason for anybody to think Light would be killing people.
Yeah.
Just have the confidence that, like, if you're getting investigated, you're probably going to be...
Yeah, but when he acts and responds...
Yeah, it's just...
That's like what...
Oh, it narrows it down so much.
すごいですよ。ここまで分かっていれば我々だけでも十分で。FBI と
I would not want to interrupt L when he's on a roll like this.
本部の情報を得られたもので FBI が最初の5日で調べられた人間なんてかなり少ないですね。
あなたはさっき自分を負けず嫌いだと言っていたが、我々に顔を見せるのはあなたにとってキラに負けたことになっていないか。
そうです。顔を出してしまったことも FBI12 人を犠牲にしてしまったことも負けです。しかし最後は勝ちます。正義は必ず勝つということを。
そうだな。正義は勝ちますよ。頑張りましょう。よし。
I do like that they seem so unimpressed by him when they first met him.
They have new hope because of the information he provided.
And because he showed how
we didn't even see
competent
that
he is.
information. They're just like, this is great.
I'm sure L is aware of his physical appearance being a limiting factor in how people will, like, seriously they'll take him.
Yeah.
And so I think that that's even cool writing that he's intentionally, like, removed
care.
his physical appearance from being a factor when he's conducting these types of private
meetings,
detective works
he's
and
just
meetings.
like, I don't want people taking that into consideration.
Yeah.
最初に見た時は本物か疑ったが間違いないこの男がいる。
ではまずこの中にキラがいないことを確認するために一人ずつお話をさせていただきたいんですが。
信用してなかったのか。いや、もっともな話だ。キラが初めから本部内にいて情報を得ていたのならここに残っている可能性。
I would not want to play Among Us with L.
Nope. He figured out just like that.
見られたわけですしね。
あと一つ。何か決定的なものがあれば、何か一つでも穴があったら、何か一つ新事実が出てきたら、
That girl.
命取りになる。何か一つ。
That's what they both need.
How will Elle find out about her though?
She'll come
She's
to
got
him.
FBI ties.
She's got to come to him.
大丈夫だ。穴はない。一番リスクが大きかったのはバスジャックの一件だが。
It was a big gamble.
あれをキラと結びつけることはできない。警察のエルもキラが心臓麻痺以外で人を殺せることを知らないのだから。
今からお父さん着替えもなしに徹夜してるのよ。届けてあげなきゃ。友達と初詣の約束してるの。
僕が行くよ。
ラッキー。お兄ちゃん。
Now you can do all the work.
His family's so ordinary. It makes me sad. Like, I don't want them to find out that their son is a mass murderer.
I know. I like their family.
Or like, I
Just a
mean,
normal,
and he's
happy
nice to
family.
them too, which makes it even worse. So they're going to be so blindsided.
I know, especially the dad. So
Especially the
betrayed.
sister, I think.
Ugh. This whole booby trap thing is scary.
1ページ持っていくのか。
最近外に出るときはいつもこうしてるよ。念のためにね。
There she is.
レイは確かに新宿に行くと言っていた。その日に新宿駅周辺で4人もの心臓麻痺。
Could you pull surveillance footage from that mall, maybe?
偶然なんかじゃない。キラは心臓麻痺以外でも人を殺せ。
She knows.
It makes sense though, because the pieces that they know so far is that Kira can control their behavior to a certain degree before their death. So it's not that crazy to think like, okay, he can control their behavior, then he can control their means of death.
Yeah.
At least to a certain extent. They might not think that he can like make them get hit by a car, but they might think that he can make them run onto the highway, you know?
The dad's got to figure out that his son is one of those people that was being investigated.
Surely, right?
Did he not?
Surely.
Did he skim over that document?
お お願いします。どうしても捜査官の方に直接お話ししたいんです。
だから、
Oh
どうも
no.
キラ事件の捜査本部は今は誰もいないんです。
本部に誰もいない。携帯は留守でどうなってるんだ。
キラ事件に関する
This is all I was hoping
Oh
wouldn't
no,
happen.
this is exactly the wrong thing. What are the
もう一
odds?
度本部に電話してみますから。
刑事局八神総一郎の息子ライトです。父の着替えなんですがいないようですし預かってもらえますか。
ああ、ライト君久しぶり。ほら、去年ライト君の助言で解決した保険金殺人事件。あの時も僕ここで受付して。
そうでしたか。失礼しました。ここに名前を書けばいいんですよね。
やっぱりキラ事件もライト君なりに推理してるわけ？
ええ、うまくいけばエルを出し抜けるかも。
エルを出し抜く。
少しは信用してくださいよ。
Please don't confide in
ちゃん
Light.
と私から伝えますので。
ダメなんです。直接でなければ。
Please, girl, please.
僕の父はキラ事件の本部長ですから、もしよければ
No!
Damn it.
Please, please. Girls say no.
ここの本部で
Just come back
キラを
tomorrow.
埋めるものが続出し、ごたごたしてるんだと思います。
Don't trust the teenager.
そういうことは一般の人には。
もう世間では噂になってることですよ。
If he's talking about it that blatantly and somebody's coaching him, that means you don't tell him. Please, please don't tell him. Trust your gut.
事件で日本の警察内部にも問題があることが分かった。だから本部に直接話したい。そこまで考えてるんだ。
She's like, no, actually.
そうですよね。
Come on, girl. Come on. Listen to your instincts.
そのうち留守電を聞いて父から電話が出ると思います。その時でよければ直接お話しください。
いいんですか？
父の携帯番号を教えるわけにはいきませんが、僕の携帯を通して
Why not?
話す分にはもっとも父も僕も信用していただけないと無理ですけどね。
You're so weird.
It's so weird seeing
Come on,
you be
girl.
this cheery, yeah, and
Run.
friendly.
Just be like, no, I'll come back tomorrow. No!
うまく釣れたな、ライト。
Ryuk's probably so fascinated by this. Like, what the hell, Light? You can just turn on this fake personality? We've seen him do it before, too. It's nuts to me that this is
He's
not...
a psychopath.
It's crazy. It's like he just got a completely constructed persona that he just uses to interface with the world.
I'm
Like, he uses it with his
so
family, he uses it at
angry.
school, he uses it with this girl.
The odds of this happening?
あなたは勇気がありますね。キラ事件に関わろうとするなんて。
Please don't say
あな
anything.
たの考えではキラは一応お名前を聞かせてもらえますか。僕は八神ライト。夜の神に月と書いてライトと読ませるんです。変わってるでしょ。
牧翔子です。間、樹木の木にテラスに子供の子です。
マキさん。
I hope she gave a fake
僕が考
name.
えてるキラの力というのは、キラが人を殺す前に。
Do you think she gave a fake name?
I don't think so.
私も。キラは死の前の行動を操れる。
I thought she was smarter than
私の
that.
考えが正しければ、キラは心臓麻痺以外でも人を殺せる。
何なんだこの女。でもそうだとすれば、キラが本当に隠したい殺人は心臓麻痺以外で行う。
はい。私の知り合いが多分キラに会ってます。
キラに会ってるなんて、確かに警察に行っても信じてもらえないですよね。
だからこそ捜査本部の方に筋道を
I'm so angry. This is just infuriating to watch.
それなら会った本人が話した方がいいのでは。
その人はもうこの世にいません。日本に入った FBI 捜査官の一人でしたから。
キラに会った FBI 捜査官。
I hope it's not her real name.
彼は私のフィアンセでもあったんです。
I thought she was
偶然
smarter
バ
than
スジャックに
this.
巻き込まれたと言っていましたが、キラに会ったのはおそらくその。
Doesn't she? Oh, did he never tell her that Light was on the bus and that Light was who he was investigating? Oh, shoot.
レイ、電波。
彼はバスジャックに遭遇した8日後、他の FBI 捜査官と共に死にました。バスジャック犯はその2日前に銀行を襲った犯人でした。そして最後は
If he kills her, though,
That's gonna be really suspicious.
not if he doesn't kill her through.
Because they don't know that he can kill in
Yeah.
other ways other than a heart attack.
私はそのバスジャックはキラが日本に入った FBI の殺害を目的として FBI の情報を彼から盗むために行われたと
I don't know. I think Elle would listen to her. I don't think the task force would. It sounds too crazy, right?
つまりキラの殺しの方法は心臓麻痺だけではない。
Well, you're about to die in an accident too, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I had hope in
I was
you.
really hoping she would be the one to stop him, or at least help Elle to make the final
バス
connection.
ジャック犯の死に方が心臓麻痺でない。だからキラが心臓麻痺以外でも殺せると。少し話が飛躍しすぎているように思えます。
彼からバスジャックの話を聞いた時からずっと気になっていて、機嫌のいい時にそれとなく聞いたんです。彼は相手の名前
When he was relaxed, and then they cut, and he's like drinking and in a robe, and it's like, okay, so you guys smashed, and then you got him drunk,
You
and then
didn't tell me any names. So I didn't just say the name Light.
やむを得ずバスの中で FBI の ID を見せたと。日本警察には極秘の捜査でしたから ID は一切出さないことになっていました。だから日本に入った FBI の存在は彼から漏れたとしか思えない。
すげえ当たってる。ライトが心配してた穴ってこれのことか。
あなたしか知らない事実とフィアンセを奪われた執念からたどり着いた答えなわけですね。キラが心臓麻痺以外でも人を殺せると。
I'd be like, can I call your dad now?
市場が絡み強引になってしまっている感は否めない。この考えで操作する価値は十分あります。
Too bad you'll be
重大
dead.
な証言でもありますしね。もし正しければあなたの言った通りキラはもうすぐ捕まるでしょう。
oh, she's so done. It was probably her real name, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
この女が僕より先に警察に話していたら。しかしどうやら死神
Seriously, what are the odds of that happening? The odds. He's always in his room. He comes down once. He runs under at the exact same time.
Damn it.
The only way it's possible is if she didn't give him her real
It's
name.
possible. It's possible that she's using an alias because that's what standard procedure would be for an FBI agent operating in Japan, and that's the way she's going to keep operating. That's possible.
That's my only hope.
That's
at
my
this
only hope
point.
too. I don't think that would be super unlikely. I'm so pissed. I was hoping, but maybe she'll make it. I don't think she will though. Maybe she'll get to say something to the police at least. Maybe she'll get to pass on some amount of the information.
So frustrated. I'm so frustrated. This was the most frustrating, infuriating episode we've seen yet. Let's go. I need answers. This was a terrible cliffhanger.
Well, I think she's dead, guys. Let's be honest. We're just coping right now.
Yeah.
We're huffing all that copium.
Please.
She's gonna
Please.
die. She's dead, babe.
No.
She's dead.
I have hope.
I'm attending her morgue in my brain right now.
They set
Or-
us up and then they left us
Viewing?
on a cliffhanger. She's gotta live. They did that to us on purpose.
No, they just can't leave this family happy. She's going to die.
女が握っていることは真実。始末するしかない。
どうしました？
いえ、
He got very quiet.
Yeah.
あなたの話をもう一度よく検証してみたんですが、早くその線で調べてみるべきだと思えてきて。
Don't trust him.
本当ですか？
She's such a nice lady.
この話
You're a selfish bastard.
あなたに初めて。
よかったな。しかしどうやって消すんだ。お、堂々と。
そのバスジャックの事件があった日時を教えてもらえますか。
12月20日朝顔を構え11時2分発スペースランド行きです。
Why is he even bothering to cover it? Is he suspicious her name is not correct?
That nobody will be inconvenienced and her body will not,
Not
be
be discovered?
discovered.
すぐに遺体が見つからない。もし先に
So she'll probably like,
フィアンセの死と
will she jump
Can
in
he
the
do
ocean or
that?
something?
I mean, she can't guarantee that no one will ever
Well, she'll
find
try.
her
She'll
forever.
do her best, right? Like she'll do her best. Everything that's within her power to do with the resources she have and the ability she has, she will do her best to fulfill the instructions,
Look at
right?
those little red evil eyes. Yeah, she'll within her ability.
何がそんなに
I mean, she's a smart, competent former agent. I think she
She's
could
got
do it.
48 hours.
Unless, did he overplay it?
She's got 48 hours to tell him though.
尋問するようなことをして申し訳ありませんでした。
She's got 48 hours to tell him.
キラはいません。
龍崎、なぜいないと言い切れるんです。
Among Us. Among Us.
キラであるかどうか確かめるトリックを用意してたんですが、皆さんにはそのトリックを仕掛ける気すら起こりません
He
でし
just
た。
didn't feel it. He's going by feelings now.
Maybe he means like intuition. I don't know.
失礼。
I thought it was a beeper, like what my dad had.
携帯は切っておくように言っておいて。わかった。 こっちも終わったところだ。自分のキーで入ってきてくれ。渡りが来ます。
Oh, okay, cool.
わかりました。その件はもしよければ僕が伝えておきますよ。
いえ、できれば自分で話そうと思って
Good for you.
あなたの意見を聞いて早く伝えるべきだと思いましたし。
He said 48 hours. Can he go back and change it?
Is she protected now if he tries to write her name sooner? Like, what happens if you write somebody's name in the death note twice?
I don't
Which
know.
one takes precedent? Is it the one you wrote first, or is it the one that would happen the fastest?
この女がどんな死に方をするのか見てみたいな。
What?
He's turned
evil.
into a sicko, dude.
He has.
He's not even pretending that this one's justified.
No.
きっとキラは捕まりますよね。
She gave him a fake name. She gave him a fake name.
もう時間は過
I
ぎて
think
い
he
ます。
made a mistake in his request. I think she's still dead. But she just has some freedom in between?
なぜこの女は動かない？因に自殺と書くだけで有効なのは犯罪者でテスト済みだ。
Maybe she wouldn't. Maybe she can only make them kill themselves if they would have actually killed themselves. Like prisoners, maybe they're already thinking about killing
Suicidal
themselves
thoughts.
and
She's
suicidal
never
thoughts.
questioned it ever
And
since
she's never ever thought about committing suicide, so maybe he can't make her.
I don't know.
Do you think that's what it is? Because something's weird. He either did the genie thing where he phrased it badly,
時間通りに首をつって
or you're right,
死の状況もこの範囲なら操れることは
and it's a fake
何回も
name.
検証してきた。じゃあなぜ？
I was confused on the timing of it. He's laughing like he knows something.
Yeah, he knows something. Ryuk knows something.
そういえば
Oh, could he can see her real name.
Oh. Alias. No way.
時も異様に笑っていたの。名前を聞き出した時の笑い方にも違和感があった。どちらも名前に関わっていた時。
She gave him a fake name.
I can't believe it. Are you kidding me? I'm so happy.
Yeah.
That's the first time something good's ever happened, dude. Are you
Good for
kidding me?
her.
Oh, whoa.
皆様お疲れ様です。
Watari's a total gilf.
いつもの服装はあの格好だと渡りですと言わんばかりですし、こうして私の顔をお見せできるのも龍崎が皆さんを信用した証拠です。
なんだか余裕だな。
It's funny they fanboy for Watari but not L, isn't it?
Yeah.
お持ちしました。皆さんの新しい警察手帳です。新しい。
Good for her.
I'm so glad.
リュウクの目には女の本当の名前が見えている。
Thank goodness. I didn't notice he laughed.
I
At
didn't
her
either.
name.
I didn't either.
最初から妙に用心深かった。そうだ。レイが死んだのは ID を見せたためだと。この女を信じている。
This couple was so beautiful.
They were
so
they were a
good
beautiful
looking,
couple.
and they would have beautiful children. And I'm just sad that they're both gonna make beautiful corpses, and it bums me
Well,
out.
how's he gonna accuse her? You gave me a fake name.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. Because how would he know that? Maybe she's gonna get away.
I don't know.
No, wait. Do you think he'll actually? Well, he could always just kill her.
He could just be
He
friends.
could
with
just kill her. He doesn't have to use the death note. That would be crazy. Because if he had, that would be pushing him to a whole new level if he just kills her without the death note, wouldn't it?
そろそろ戻ってみます。もう誰かいるかもしれませんから。
ああ、そうですね。誰か戻ってると。
I like her. I'm sad she misjudged his character and told him.
I'm glad she was at least that cautious, though.
I'm scared about this fountain. It was kind of ominous.
Yeah, I think he's gonna kill her, babe. Just straight up, like with a knife or something.
しまった。父から電話がかかってきたの。何を考えてるんだ僕は。
You're panicking.
電源を切れ
You're being an idiot.
He's
You're
not super good in the moment, is what I'm learning.
No, he's premeditated only.
Like, as an operative, he's not super fluid.
No.
When he's actually interacting with other people, if something goes slightly off plan.
He's like,
He was immaculate planning the bus heist, but everything went according to plan and everything fit in the box and everything went as he expected. He's not super good when something deviates slightly from the given plan, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So I'm curious if they actually do start to get a read on him and start to get a beat on him and interact with him. Do you think he'll be... I don't know that he'll be able to hold it together. The pressure's seeming to get to him even now, and it's not that bad yet.
Oh. But it could be fake because she used to be FBI?
That's what I think. I think think he's gonna be forced to kill her. And that's not clean, because Death Note's kind of like poisoning. Where there's a layer between what's being doing the killing and yourself.
Is he like gonna make her his girlfriend?
He might have to do it. So he's gonna do that.
Good for you. Say bye. She's like, why are you following me?
Why? And he's making weird faces too.
Name and a face.
He's right.
Yep. Always.
You know what kind of sucks? I feel like Elle just set a trap that if these guys die now, he can assume that it's definitely someone that they know in their real life who already knows their alias. So I feel like he's dangling these guys as bait.
Oh, don't say that.
Don't you? Is he not? I mean, I think it's worth it. I don't get me wrong. I think
he's
already confirmed these guys are
protecting him.
But these guys are willing to put their lives on the line.
Yeah, they're already putting their lives on the line.
And he is respecting that, but he's setting a trap that I think that they're not aware of. Don't you think that?
But he's also protecting them at the same time.
Kind of, but it's like...
Yes, he is.
He's protecting them if Kira's somebody that they don't know, but if Kira's somebody they do know, I guess you're right, because like...
It doesn't matter.
He's protecting them from more people, and Kira could have killed them anyways, even if they didn't... Yeah, you're right.
In real life. You're right. Kira would have killed
if they
them
already
anytime.
knew it, if Kira already knew their faces and knew their identity, Kira could already have killed them.
Yeah.
All this does is protect them from other people.
It does give him more information in the event one of them dies, but there's nothing underhanded in what he's doing.
You're right. You're 100% right. You're so clever.
Sometimes.
You wrecked that, babe. Are they anti-Shinigami by chance? Holy belts?
Ooh, that sounds like it's gonna give you penis cancer.
Not testicular.
He seems like a badass. You are a special force chasing Kira.
Boss, come on, man. Let me have a little levity in my life. I'm on the death squad for the police. It would suck if you were like...
She's gained confidence in her theory.
Imagine that you get one of those belts and you like frequent, happy ending massage parlors or something.
And bump it.
And you're just like, oh, damn it. Now I have to knock my usual routine.
He's going to push her in front of a car.
I think... It's got to be ideals?
God Death has no obligation to completely explain how to use it. Well,
we've learned that one.
I bet there's more.
I think it would be a really big step if he kills somebody and it's not with the Death Note. That would be just another road down the path.
Yeah.
But it would be so much easier to solve that murder than it would be the Death Note kills.
He's still following her. Isn't she freaked out by that? Come on, don't tell him. He's lying. Why didn't you tell him this earlier, huh? Come on, be suspicious. Be suspicious.
I'm on the team.
この女案外鋭いぜ。
仕方ない。話しましょう。
Freaking hell, you called them. So
僕
mad.
も捜査本部の一員だからです。
You're a teenager.
あなたが捜査本部
Yeah, but the police said that he helped solve crimes, remember? When she was there?
はい、私もそう思っています。
僕はまだ高校生ですが、過去に2件の事件を警察に助言し、解決に導きました。
じゃあ、それを買われて。
好きな時に捜査本部に出入りし、自由に捜査することを認
Dude,
められています。
if you just give this kid a second to think, he's so good.
I know.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I'm so mad though.
つまり、今本部にいる者は信用ができ、
You called
そ
it.
の能力を認められた少数の選ばれた人間だけの捜査集団なんです。
How would anybody come forward with information then?
Is he gonna say that, like, okay, so you need to give me your name, I'll give it to L, he'll clear you, and if he thinks you're not Kira, you can come and give the information, and then she has to give the real name or something? What do you...
But
like, what do
the
you think
gap
he's
in
doing?
his theory is, I think that's what he's doing. But I think the gap in his theory is that
No one can ever give evidence.
No one can ever give evidence or come forward because they're so secretive. There needs to be a way to communicate it.
Yeah.
He
He doesn't even give up half his life? That would have been at least good.
I'm so annoyed.
So Kira couldn't reign for, like, a
Please.
little bit longer?
Please don't.
念のため。
Good.
I think she's suspicious, Steffi.
ありがとうございました。
I can't
I
believe
think
she did
she's
that.
suspicious. Do you think she's suspicious?
話はできないと今言ったじゃないですか。
できれば L に直接話したい。
Good for you. Good for you.
あ、そういえば今、警察庁の本部は
今は誰もいません。
それはまずい。交代で誰か一人はいるようにしてください。
わかりました。では今日は合図は君が頼む。はい。ここからならすぐ着きます。
That's what you said.
マイクさん、待ってください。L に会うなんて不可能です。無理ですよ。
もしかしたら会ってくれるかもしれません。パソコン越しにその声に従っただけですが、私も2年前にアメリカのある事件で L の下で働いたことがあるんです。
L の下で
That's a crazy connection.
つい3ヶ月前まで私も FBI の捜査官でしたから。
これだ。これを利用するんだ。そうだったんですか。
He's gonna go look and see her real name. He's gonna hack the FBI system?
違うと思っていました。確信に迫りながらも常に慎重で賢明だ。僕も見習いたいです。
警察も捜査本部の人すらも疑ってかかるべきだと判断しました。
And the guy you're talking to now.
信じられる。
なぜ L に話そうとしていたことを僕に。
本部の人に会わせてもらえず苛立っていた時に捜査本部長の息子さんと名乗る人が現れて、いいえ、そうじゃないわ。
What?
あなたには L に似たもの、近いものを感じたんです。
Come on, girl, get out of there.
一緒に捜査しませんか。
No!
Oh, dude.
あなたも捜査本部の一員になりませんか。
Girl.
誰でもいいわけじゃない。
Oh, I thought he was back. Damn
あ
it.
なたのような人が必要なんです。あなたは一般情報提供。
Why does I have to start the chant, Stephanie?
元 FBI 捜査官というキャリアがあり。
He's just a teenager.
現役の捜査官以上だ。捜査本部に入る条件はしっかりした身分証明と今捜査本部にいる者の推薦、そして L の許可だけです。
私が捜査本部。
No, Wesley. Why is it so stressful? She doesn't need it. There's a real task force member. He's gonna walk right by him. I'm so pissed. I'm livid. I want to punch the computer screen.
人には都合がありますからね。ましてアメリカにお住まいなのでは。
この春、彼と結婚した後、ずっとアメリカにいる予定でした。
They're drawing this out.
よし、ここまで来たらもう少し引いて。
Don't push anymore. Just leave it alone and walk
まだ
away.
若くてお綺麗な方だ。こんな危険な捜査には。
いえ、私には捨てるものは何もありません。キラを捕まえたい。
You're still very young and very beautiful. It would be a shame if you died. If you were neither of those two things, then I wouldn't care. But
He doesn't care anyway.
I thought the way he phrased it was very funny. You didn't think that was
I'm
funny?
too pissed off.
その気持ち以外は何もないんです。
Ugh.
させてください。
I think you guys like to torture me. This is horrible.
Why is Ryuk laughing now?
Because he's impressed that he got her. She's dead. This has been a freaking roller coaster. No! No!
本当の名前ではないんです。ごめんなさい。
大丈夫ですよ。そこまでしていたとは、あなたはやっぱりすごい人です。
Shouldn't she be more suspicious?
He's so creepy.
あなたの評価を高めます。
And she suspected a member of task force, but not him?
Oh, come on.
Knock it out of her hand. Come on.
How would this verify anything, though, if he doesn't have anything to scan it with?
Oh my
He's
goodness.
right there.
間に合った。
Oh. Right there. This poor girl.
なぜそんなに時計を気になさってるんですか?
Because you're an idiot.
ああ、これ。
And he played you.
これはですね。
You're about to die, and I'm Kira.
キラだから。
And she knows now, too. Ugh. This was the most torturous 2 episodes of my life.
That was sadistic,
That
like.
was really sadistic. He's not only killing an innocent person. She
You
knows.
let her know how badly she messed up.
And he's right there.
しなくてはいけないことが。
もう父と電話がつながりません。話さなくていいんです。
He's not even pretending it's about justice anymore.
さようなら、美空直美さん。
What a sicko. That was sick.
If they would have just left somebody in the task force there at the very beginning, they would have won.
Look at the scene.
If they had just left somebody at the police headquarters, they would have gotten Kira right there.
It was like the most idiotic timing of my life. I cannot believe he was there at the same time as her. He just happened to be by her.
And no task force member was there to take in any new information and evidence. To be fair, I get why. They were trying to prove their innocence and to be able to work with Elle, but still.
This was the most frustrating 2 episodes. You guys just want to torture me. I'm pissed off.
They said that
I'm
they were
angry.
sorry in advance.
I want to go punch Kira in the face. I know it's not that other girl's fault because, you know, he was very persuasive, but I'm really freaking annoyed at her,
I'm annoyed
too.
at her that
she
somebody-
wasn't the least bit
Yeah.
suspicious. I'm just sad.
I'm bummed too. I feel like he gave her the exact type of validation that she was looking for in the one scene that we saw with her and Ray, where Ray was like, "Don't think about things. This isn't
And
your
he's
job
like,
anymore."
No, you're amazing. He
Yeah.
like used her desires against
For
her.
like competence, maybe for being perceived as competent and being good at her job and stuff like that. I'm curious where the line is going to go now, because this has been the whole focus of like the narrative that could catch Light. I wonder if Elle's only option is going to be to try to set a trap to get Light to do something else that would expose himself. Because right now there's really no other threat aside from being on the same bus that Ray was on at the hijacking, right?
Unless they truly find her body afterward.
Yeah, that's true.
And then
Because
they
she can
connect
only
the
try.
dots.
She can only try.
If she dies too in a suspicious way and they are able to find the body, because he can't control that they
Never find it.
never
Yeah,
find
for
it.
sure.
If they do find it, or they at least all they have to know is she's gone missing.
If she goes missing and they know that
If
Light talked to her, that would be
They don't even need
weird.
to know that. They just know she's also gone missing right after her FBI agent fiance was killed. That'll be enough to point the arrow
at least focus on Ray specifically.
Who was he investigating?
Yeah, I think you're right, because that's too much
Just
going
missing.
wrong right
Who
there.
cares about the body? All that needs to be done is she needs
They'd
to
have
be
to
missing.
know that it wasn't just suicide because she said her fiance died, though, which is kind of a big step.
Yeah.
But if they have no other leads, maybe they'll look into it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's quickly becoming one of my favorite animes just because it's so interesting and I never know what's going to happen next. Also, pretty sure they left us on a cliffhanger with that lady. No body, no death, as far as I'm concerned.
They left her not on a cliffhanger. They left her, like,
Walking
hanging.
up to heaven?
Hanging.
Yeah.
That was heavily implied that she just walks
Heavily
off and
implied,
kills
but
herself.
we don't know that.
That's true. No body, no death.
No death.
I am curious if there was enough wiggle room with the instructions that Light had for her that she could maybe like send a message with what she knew before she killed herself.
I don't know.
That's the only thing I'm hoping on, that her death won't be completely in vain.
以上は日本で亡くなった FBI 捜査官を偶然監視カメラが捉えていた映像です。
Did he think about surveillance cameras?
改札のシーン、乗車のシーン、そして死のシーンだけをもう一度3つ並べて見せてください。
レイ・ペンバーは
15時11分、新宿西口の改札から入っています。15時13分、山手線に乗車。誰かを尾行していたとしても、この不鮮明な映像からはそれを。
Is that pistachio?
Oh, it's ice cream? I was like, some slop. Well, we know it's not mint chocolate chip because we were informed that the whole world except for USA hates mint chocolate chip apparently. Give him 3
He's like,
scoops.
please, I want one.
やはり変ですね。
What?
何が変なんだ、エル。
Murder and ice cream. This is white girl sleepover heaven right here.
レイペンバーは乗車して死ぬまで一周1時間の山手線に1時間半乗っていたことになる。そして何より封筒です。改札とホームでは封筒らしきものを手にしている。
死の直前の映像では消えてる。よくこんなのに気づきましたね、龍崎。
Crazy attention to detail.
封筒に見えるようなものはない。
では電車の中ということになる。私には必死に電車の中を見ようとしているように見えるのですが。
Somebody on the train.
もしそうならそこにヒントが。
キラだったら面白いじゃないですか。
まさか。
私もまさかとは思います。遠隔で死を操れるキラがわざわざ現場にいるはずがない。しかしそう考えるであろうことを逆手にとって大胆な行動に出たのかもしれません。
Did he make
I
it?
just think it's so weird
Or did he
watching people
order
eat
it in?
ice cream.
How do they have that big stash of ice cream? It's like a commercial scoop.
なんでそんな何週間も先まで死のスケジュールを組む必要があるんだ。
簡単に言えば僕が入院したりしたら八神局長の息子さんが入院した
Oh,
時
yeah, that makes
犯
sense.
罪者が死ななくなりましたねってことになるだろう。
警察庁の浮田さんが気になる一般情報の電話を
The
今
girl's
受けている
dead.
とのことですが。
ああ、では5番の番号を向こうに教え、その情報者にそこにかけ直すようにと伝えてもらってください。松田さん、携帯の電源入れていいですよ。はい、こちらキラ事件特別一般情報主任の鈴木です。レイペンバーの婚約者。
It's too weird. You're right. It's too weird.
Yep.
And the
There
connection.
you go. He used to work with her. He knows her.
彼女か。あの事件私の元で働いてくれた彼女が日本に。
See how he's holding the
Well, she
phone?
was in Japan.
フィアンセの死の翌日から彼女も消息がわからないそうで。フィアンセが死んだら誰だって落ち込む。まさか自殺。いや、私の知っている美空直美は芯の強い優秀な FBI 捜査官です。むしろキラを捕まえることを考えるはず。彼女はペンバーと一緒にいたそうです。何かを掴んだのかもしれない。だとしたらキラに先を越されたのか。
Yep.
That's exactly what you said, and they haven't even found the body yet.
これよりレイペンバーが日本で調べていたものだけに限って。
How do they know that though? How will they figure
Just
Oh.
関係者とその周辺。
Oh.
誰なんですその二人というのは。
Oh no.
北村次長とその家族、そして八神局長とその家族です。そしてその2つの家に盗聴器と監視カメラをつけさせていただきたい。
So he basically knows that it could be his son at this point.
Oh,
I had no
there's
idea.
no
Only
way.
2 people. He was only following and investigating 2
Two
people.
families. Two families.
しかし手先も器用だな。女にモテるだろうな。
Oh, that's such a weird thing to say.
器用より器量だ。もしかしてリュウクモテないのか。
監視カメラって龍崎。
We don't even know if there's female Shinigamis, do we?
人権問題になり、私たちも皆首に。
首どころか命までかけて私たちは捜査していたはずです。
その中にキラ。
Pretty high. Think about your family. There's only 3 of them. 4 including you.
いや、5% です。
そんな、たった 5% でそこまで。いや、今までの捜査では怪しいと思えるものすらいなかったんだ。
Why is he sweating?
1% でも可能性があるなら。
Because it's his own family.
いいでしょう。つけてください。
He was like, fine, do it.
その代わり家の隅々。
Whoa.
ルームからトイレまで見落としのないようにだ。
ありがとうございます。そのつもりです。
局長、何を言ってるん
That's
ですか。
so disturbing.
局長には奥さんや娘さんもいるんですよ。やるなら徹底的にやらなければ意味のないことも。
He's amazing. I would never agree to that. They don't even agree to it for him.
I get what he's saying though. Like, if we're gonna go through with this, I'd rather just remove all suspicion so we never have to go through.
He's
this
like,
again.
my life's already on the line. Like, let's just knock it out. Prove I'm innocent.
Funny? It's interesting though, is I feel like there are a lot of people who would more willingly risk like their life than they would risk their reputation. Like, some people would be way more willing to die sort of in a pursuit of justice than they would be to live with unemployment for an extended period of time. It's kind of a weird thing to think about, but I do get it. Like, in some ways it feels easier to die than live a miserable life.
盗聴器カメラモニターの設置にどれくらいかかる？
明日以降であれば、両家の不在時間が分かれ
They didn't even mention his sons. They just
I
said.
know. Oh, that poor man. He's having like a breakdown.
That would be such a struggle on their marriage.
They won't pick up the Shiogami on the wiretap, or maybe his presence like distorts it so it doesn't work.
I think it probably will just not see him at all.
Yeah, but then he'll be seen talking to himself.
Yeah.
なんだ、誰もいないのか。
They got him set up while he was gone so he doesn't know. I feel like this is it, but how are they gonna... What? Did you see he put a paper there in his door so he knows if anybody's been in his room?
But the paper was still there. But he still reacted. So that was really weird.
That was super weird.
We know he loved booby traps.
He's just not responding to him.
So something was triggered. He knows he's on... He knows something's been tapped.
まさかあんなことをしてるなんて部屋に何か見られたくないものでもあるのか。
17歳ということを考えたらそんなに怪しむことではありません。私も意味なくやったことがあります。
Because you're virtually the same person.
Yeah, El, there's nothing unusual about you at all.
事故は絶対話はしない。それに最近はろくに帰ってもいないし、帰っても疲れて眠るだけだ。
わかりました。
おいライト、さっきから無視しやがって怒るぞ。
この服に盗聴器は仕込まれていない。
How did he know so quickly?
家に監視カメラか盗聴器。いや、多分両方だ。仕掛けられている可能性がある。
俺、でもドアに紙切れ挟まってたじゃないか。
あの紙は僕が部屋に誰か入ったか確かめてると思わせるためのフェイクだ。実際はまずドアノブ。
What?
水平の位置に自然に上がり、それ以上は上がらない。しかし僕はいつもドアを閉めた後、わざと一番上まで上がった位置からまた5ミリほど下げている。つまりドアを開けるとき、ノブが上がりきっていたら、誰かが部屋に入った。
That's crazy. So he just has a malfunctioned doorknob.
人が入ったと決めつけられない。だからシャープペンの芯も仕掛けておいた。蝶つがいだよ。ドアを閉めた後、蝶つがいの上にドアを開けると折れる角度でシャープペンの芯を挟んで、ドアを開ければ必ず芯は折れる。
Isn't he overreacting? What if he just asked his mom, have you been in my room?
おお、あれか、やってたな。
誰かが入ったのはまず間違い。
Yeah, but the mom wouldn't put the paper back. So that's probably like, oh, was it my siblings?
Yeah.
Or was it my sibling? Was it my mom? Because they wouldn't be thorough enough to like
To think
check
of that.
professionally for booby traps, right?
親や妹なら紙にすら気づかない。紙をわざわざ元に戻してるから。
Yeah, you're right. You called it.
Because who would do that? Like, I wouldn't look for that if I was just messing with my imaginary
今から
sibling.
盗聴や盗撮の本買って勉強する気か。
ところでリュウク、リンゴはどうなる？
リンゴ？あ、監視カメラを。
That's a good question.
俺の口に入ってしまえばリンゴは見えないが、持ってる時は宙に浮いて見えるね。
死神は死なないから餓死もしない。
No more apples.
リンゴをあげなくても問題はないな。
That's hilarious.
Over you.
リンゴっていうのはそうだな。人間でいう酒やタバコみたいなもので。
What? He's addicted to apples?
体をむっちゃくちゃにひねったり逆立ちしたり。
Weird symptoms.
そうじゃなくても僕は死神はリンゴしか食べないとエルにヒントを与えてある。どうしてもリンゴが食べたかったら、まずすべてのカメラを
Ooh. That's so smart. So now he knows something he can hold over Ryuk.
Yeah.
And he can like, incentivize him and punish him. He can withhold apples and he can give apples if he cooperates and helps him.
He's so terrible. Damn it, I was so excited about the wires.
I was kind of hoping Light would be dumber, but he's really smart.
But also, but I want my apples. But also, though, like, if he's in the room, how's he ever going to get to the Death Note again without being seen? Is he going to have a blanket on and, like, you know what I mean?
He's
like,
got a little sleep of it in his, like, wallet.
Yeah, but he's
got he's got some. I don't know. Maybe
he can't access it without the cameras picking it up until he finds the camera.
To be fair, it doesn't matter for his whole, like, plot as Kira because he scheduled deaths months in advance already.
Oh.
So as long as he figures out how to deal with the cameras within months, he's good on that front. And he has the little pieces for emergency purposes. So I feel like he's okay.
So worried, though, that, like, they won't see anything suspicious, and so they'll clear him, but
Yeah.
he's not clear.
Yeah.
That would be the most disheartening, frustrating
That'd be the
thing.
worst, right?
Like, I can't think of him literally getting cleared. What? Because he can't be seen looking for the cameras.
I know Ryuk likes apples, but I think he might like peaches too. I'm just saying.
That's what he got at the bookstore.
He was just like,
So-
I can't believe my diligent son is looking at this sort of magazine.
I mean, at least you had a bathing suit on?
It's not, yeah. At least he's just looking at it, honestly, if he's 17.
部屋に誰か入っていないか確かめていたのはこういう本があるからですと言い訳しているように見える。
It does feel that way, doesn't it?
まさか龍崎、うちの息子を疑っているのか。
疑ってますよ。だからオタクと次長の家に盗聴器とカメラをつけたんですから。
エアコンの中にカメラ発見。
やはりカメラはついていたか。となると盗聴器もだろう。いくらキラ捜査のためとはいえ、日本警察がここまでやるとは思えない。
You mean your dad?
だとしたらどこまで絞られてい
He's
る
not even jacking off. Like, okay, if he was gonna do something in his room, he would be jacking off. If I was L, I'd be like, okay, this is clearly for show because of that.
But to be fair, I feel like, because I think this came out in like 2008 or something. I don't know if they would show that kind of stuff.
They could imply it.
Yeah, true.
レイペンバーが調べていたもののうちの誰かまで絞っていなければここまではしない。いや、こういう時は僕だけが疑われ監視されていると考えて行動すべきだ。大丈夫。こういう事態に備えて
He has?
いろいろ準備してきたんだ。
Oh, he's been doing it for a while. That does make it way less suspicious.
ライト。
He's so mad at him.
To be fair, that makes it way less suspicious if he has like a stockpile. But it's also weird because he's also kind of like flashing like, and look, I have this stockpile as
That's
well.
what L's saying, but the dad will be convinced.
Yeah. That just looks like
It
Light
looks
without a haircut.
Exactly like Light.
Yeah,
Not
'cause
your
he's
brother.
probably like 25 or 30. If it's anything like US dramas.
北村家は今テレビ見てますか。
はい、食事をしながら見てます。4チャンネルです。
渡り、各テレビ局に例のテロップを流すように指示してくれ。
わかりました。
What?
何 ?ICPO はキラ事件に対し先進各国から総勢1500人の捜査員を日本に派遣することに決定。
このリビングにもカメラはついているはず。このニュースが本当であろうとなかろうと。これを見せて反応を見ようということか。
Damn it!
最初の時と手口が同じだ。
I learned from my mistakes.
バカだな ICPO も。こんな発表したら意味がない。送り込むならこっそり入れ、こっそり操作させるべきだ。極秘で操作してた FBI でさえあんな目にあったのに。だからこれは大げさに報道してキラを動揺させようという警察の作戦さ。でもこれじゃキラにもバレバレじゃないのかな。
Yep.
Why
I
would he
feel like
say
that's the
that?
thing.
That is that.
I feel. Have you heard of Duper's Delight? That like psychopaths get off on feeling like they're getting one over on somebody else.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what Elle was saying when he said that Light can be childish with this type of gameplay. He
'Cause
can't
he
help but
wants
glow
to
a
win.
little bit.
Yeah.
It's like when they say that counterfeiters get caught because they sign their work.
Yeah.
It's just every time there's people who just get off on it and they can't help it. It's like an impulse. It's what makes them feel
Elle's
alive,
not-
right?
What do you think the dad thinks?
息子さん。
まあ。
お兄ちゃんご飯の後にポテチ？せっかくスタイルいいのに太るよ。
受験勉強の夜食だよ。
And he really will go study for exams because he's smart. How do you know he found all of them?
He didn't know that, even though he's like thousands of years old. That's so funny.
He talks to himself?
つけたやつは見つかるの覚悟でつけてるとしか思えない。全部で60。
64 in one room.
How do you find so many?
布告の時に死刑囚を椅子に平気で座らせたり、奴の限度ってものを知ら
How
ない。
you gonna get rid of all 64?
この状態で俺どこでリンゴ食うの
In the alley,
知って
G.
るだろ、リュウク。
家の中じゃ喋れないんだったな。
Ryuk's gonna get so
外
bored.
に出た時教えてくれ。
カメラの数と付け方から考えて、短期間で見極めるつもりだし。
So he just has to hold off.
普通の人間ならこれでボロを出すだろうが。そうはいかないよ、エル。
I'm not a person.
It ends here?
I'm a god. I have Messiah complex.
What?
3週間先まで犯罪者は死んでいくようにデスノートには記してあるが。
He's only gone 3 weeks out.
操れるということもエルには示している。だからこの場合、僕が何の情報も得ていないときに、新しく報道される犯罪者が死んでいけばいい。
禁断症状が。
やってやるよ、エル。リュウクの情報と前もっての仕込みで、どう見ても勉強している受験生を装いながら、僕はデスノートで今報道されている犯罪者を
What?
Whoa.
右手で方程式を解き続け、左手で名前を書き。
Is he looking at them?
That's
now?
whack.
Okay, but how the hell can he see it or hear it without it getting picked
That's
up?
whack.
How he can't see it or hear it without peering down to look in the bag for more chips. Like I'm serious. This is, I feel like, not legit. Like, come on. How's he gonna see in there? He can't.
食べる。
How he can't see in there. He can't hear it. What is he doing? Getting Morse code signals? Nah, I don't buy it. This is the one thing I don't buy.
テレビもパソコンもつけず、ずっと勉強ですね。
センター試験まで10日切りましたから。
Too bad the camera quality isn't better.
これで僕の知り得なかった犯罪者が40秒後には心臓麻痺。僕のアリバイの目撃者はエル本人だ。
He threw it away?
よし、もう一頑張り。
先ほど今日9時のニュースで初めて報道された横領容疑の銀行員が取り調べ
Just embezzlement?
そしてひったくり犯が留置場で
Suspected of
心
embezzlement.
臓麻痺で亡くなりましたキラだ
八神さん宅はその時間、奥さんと娘さんはドラマを見ていた。ドラマが終わるとテレビを消し、その後は一切見ていないまで勉強しかしていない。キラは殺人に顔と名前が必要。そのニュースを見ていなかった者はキラではないか。
うちの家族はこれで潔白ですね。
He'd be desperate for that.
キラが随分罪の軽い者を報道されてすぐに殺しましたね。そしてカメラをつけて初日だというのに、八神家は面白いほどすんなり白だ。
Too clean.
ああ、起きてるよ。
What's that little monitor thing anyway?
めんどくさいな。
それぐらい言われなくてもっていつも言ってるでしょ。
はいはい。今日もいい天気だ。
しかし自分のためなら手段を選ばないというか気前がいいというか、あの小型液晶テレビ3万9800円。
Dang.
It's just going in the trash? I feel like if this only happens once, though, that's weird. It's not enough to clear. I'm like, okay, so they start to monitor the Yagami household, right?
It would be for anybody else except for
L. But it's too clean if he like, okay, cool, now Kira's killed somebody that the news just learned about.
And it never happens again.
Yeah, right when Light suspected,
Might
like we
just
know
go buy
Light
another
suspected
one.
somebody was in the room.
I
They
can't-
know Light suspected somebody was in the room. And then Kira kills somebody one time that was just reported, and then they go back to killing like criminals who had been reported previously. Like Light has to keep doing this, otherwise it seems suspicious. I don't think he can afford to buy a new mini LCD TV.
Nobody else would have noticed that except for L. I can't believe he found one, put one in an unopened chip bag. How did he seal the chip bag back
Well,
up?
it's established that he's super good with that kind of stuff.
Oh my goodness.
Honestly, if he didn't have a Messiah complex, he could just be like the guy who makes the devices for James Bond.
I just want to say that chip bag, he couldn't see it and he can't hear it because of the wiretap. There's no way.
Just accept.
I'm not going to accept it. I'm pissed off about it.
Like if it was.
All right, we're going to test it. I'm going to put my cell phone in a chip bag as far back as he had it at the angle they had it, and we'll test it.
We'll just say it's a different angle. I've decided that I think last episode when they were playing the massively badass music with the ooh ah 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 that sounded like Darth Vader fighting Luke, remember? And he was eating a potato chip.
Oh, that I do remember.
That was peak anime. Ryuk looks like an Instagram girl posing. Trying to look cute.
Oh my goodness.
Hit those angles, Ryuk.
しかしニュースで1500人の捜査員を導入というのもあったしな。
脅しに決まってるだろう。お前だって本当ならこっそり入れるはずと言ってたじゃないか。
Looks like he's chiropractically adjusting himself.
I know. Oh my goodness. Why don't you just steal one from the grocery store?
Ryukin withdrawal is really fun.
Man, what if there was like a camera? That's such a weird addiction. Just call him Adam in the Garden of Eden, right?
Good luck getting more apples than
Yeah, how are you gonna get more apples? And aren't you entertained? I don't like that. One thing left.
おとといのひったくり犯と横領犯の心臓麻痺。あれは私の家族が情報を得てない間に起きた。疑いは晴れたのでは。
そうですね。いくらキラが死の時間を操れても、報道を見る前に死の時間を持ってこられるとは考えられます。また息子さんが帰ってきました。
まただんまりで勉強のふりか。
He gives bad vibes to L because L's used to observing normal people probably.
Yeah.
So he would know what a normal people. Even if he doesn't think that Light's Kira, he probably can tell that Light is basically a weirdo.
Yeah.
Which he is, because essentially Light has adopted a perfect son persona at all times, even before the Death Note.
Yeah.
Like he was obviously not acting with his real personality. It
Yeah,
was like,
he's acting all the time.
all the time. So I think maybe L is just picking up that fact that he's essentially like...
He's a crazy person.
Would that be a sociopath? I don't know. He's not a real human being. He's
Yeah.
a mask, you know? Like everything he does is manufactured and curated.
Oh, you see, they were minor.
テレビ見るの？
僕がテレビやネットを見ていない時に報道された犯罪者が死んでも、逆に僕が報道を得ていない時にだけ軽い罪の者が死んだということで疑うことも可能ではある。つまり僕がテレビを見ている時に報道された罪の軽い犯罪者も殺しておけば特別視されない。罪の重さにかかわらずニュース等で報道された者の名前を覚えておき、財布の中に仕込んでおいたデスノートで死の時間を適当に。
It would still be weird if the kills start a different pattern once he starts being observed.
Right?
Sure, this would technically clear him based on the rules that have been established, but the pattern still has changed. Now, Light's being observed, and what do we know? The killings are going to be happening at more random times and with less severity.
Yeah.
So this means the killings have changed, and you can only assume they've changed for a reason. What could that reason be?
Yeah.
Especially if it coincides with...
An investigation.
Am I crazy?
I agree.
この数日間の盗聴テープとカメラ映像のビデオを何度も再生し検証してみました。結論から言わせ
That's
て
like
も
a
らいます。
Buckeye.
北村家、八神家の中で怪しい者はいません。
See, they've all got stubble.
結局、
Poor
容疑
guys.
者はイズか。
勘違いしないでください。映像を見ている限りは怪しい者はいないという意味です。あの中にキラがいたとしてもボロは出しません。
He's so gross. Why do we have to get a zoom in on his feet?
では、龍崎はやはりキラはあの中にいると。
5% です。
That's pretty high considering all the people in the world.
Yeah.
ついている間にもキラによる殺人は行われていた。どんな方法で殺人を行った 演じるだけで人を殺せるとしても、普通の人間であれば殺しを行う際、挙動や表情に何らかの変化はあっていいはず。
Because he knows he's not normal. He's not normal.
普通だろう。しかし、もしキラがあの中にいるのなら、キラの精神はすでに神の域に達している。顔色一つ変えず悪人を裁いている。もはやキラなど存在しない。本当に神の裁きと考えたいほどだ。しかし、神が人を殺すのに顔と名前が必要なんてふざけている。これは神の裁きではなく。
He's like, could it really be God?
I think that's
He understands the personality so well.
That's why I think that's what it is. He's like, okay, if you had somebody with this personality type, how would they act? They would act like light.
Yeah.
I think that's why he's like, this kid is raising so many flags because with everything that we know,
And
he fits the personality
At
pattern.
the beginning, they thought he was a high schooler.
Yeah.
Smartest in the state, right? Already kind of a godlike, or
country.
country's godlike complex.
殺しの兆候や態度を見せるとは思えない。自分がキラですと言ってもらい、殺しを実際にやってみせてもらうのが一番いい。
You'd have to have wiretaps on him at all times. And like a camera.
おいライト、やっぱりカメラ撮れてるぞ。全部だ、全部。ライト、聞いてるのか？
He doesn't trust Ryuk.
お、そうか。まだ盗聴器はついているかもしれないのか。
He just went
これで僕は
on
捜
the
査対象
stairs.
から外れた。計算通りだ。しかしエルはキラを追い続けるだろう。だが、まだ日本警察を使っているのなら、その動かしているものの中に必ず父はいる。
Wow, that was
父を利用してエ
trusting.
ルの正体をつかみ、消すことも。
I think that's a good plan.
エルさえ消せば、キラは新世界の神にまた一歩近づく。
So all he needs to do is trace his father.
How can you do that without arising suspicion? Because if his son starts being delinquent at school, that would raise big red flags if he's already under suspicion, right?
True. I don't know, man.
I think
He already
that-
seems like he has so much free time.
まあ、試験前に一つのストレス要因がなくなってよかった。
I would say
Does
get
he-
really
he
bored
still
as
cares
Ryuk
about
if
his
he's not
test?
talking to you.
動く時間、エルを探る時間も取りやすく。
Because he won't be on such a tight schedule. Man, he's cutting it close, isn't he?
教室で待つの嫌だから3分前に入ろうと思ってたのに。
すげえ余裕。
Well, he's the smartest in the country. I think I'd have to be confident too. Man, I hated those tests. They're like 4 or 5 hour tests.
This one's probably way crazier.
Yeah, because it's
than what
not in
we
the
do in
US.
yeah.
そうか、受験番号162番。ちゃんと座りなさい。
He wore bare feet there? What? This is where they're encountering?
He knows, dude. He knows he's not normal.
His foot's up on the desk. Why is he sitting
He's got little
like
monkey
that?
toes.
I know. Why would he do that though? Why would he like not pretend to be a normal person?
He never says he's good at acting.
I guess.
Shinigami World? They need some apple trees.
They do.
人間界見てるやつ多いけど、なんだあれ。
龍儀が人間に飼われているらしい。
No.
何考えてんだい。
Man, they're all creepy.
死神のプライド丸つぶれだ。
ヘッドにした。
It's like, what is wrong with that human?
合ってる人間ってどんなや
A crazy one?
つ？これちょっと覗いてこ
Oh no.
やれやれ。
Another one's gonna show up?
That must be a really good card game to keep
So
essentially
that's
immortal
all they
beings
do?
entertained all the time.
It'd be
Must
like
the
playing
best
Magic
game
all the
ever.
time.
I like Magic. It's not good enough that I would want to play it for like several thousand years.
Who's this? Oh, it's Light.
So time jump.
Entrance ceremony. Cherry blossoms.
なんかこ
I can't believe that was the only encounter.
I wish we got a death count. I wish we knew how many people Kira had
Oh, that'd
killed
be good
total.
to know.
新入生挨拶
Because if it's been a substantial amount of time, if he averages killing 1 or 2 people every day, it's probably been, what, half a year at least?
So
if not
Al's
more.
going to college with him now? Have they been doing the investigation this whole time?
Imagine trying to give a speech with Ryuk just heckling you right next to you.
まさかあいつに東大入る学力あるかよ。ほんとアイドルの龍河とは似ても似つかないや。
At least he's wearing shoes this time. Right?
2人で挨拶するとは聞いていたが、こいつだったと。センター試験前期にってずっと僕の後ろで変な座り方をして
He's so not subtle. You're right, he's the exact opposite of Light. He's not
They did that
subtle.
on purpose.
He has no mask.
And he throws the pop idol's name. So Al's also his counterpart genius.
That's my type. Let me see those toes, boy. Toes out.
They did it on purpose, the writers. You see how he's holding it?
That's so funny.
How well hidden is L's true name? Because that's what's protecting him.
八神君、警察庁八神総一郎局長の息子さんであり、その父に負けないくらいの正義感の持ち主。なんだこいつ。そして自らも警察官僚を目指し、過去に数件の事件へ助言し解決に導き、今キラ事件にも興味を示している。その正義感と手腕を信じて、もしないと誓っていただければ、キラ事件に関する重大なことをお話ししたいと思っています。こいつ、相手にしない方がいいのか。誰にも言わないよ。何？
Even his voice. The voice actor does such a good job doing a fake voice.
私はエルです。
Oh, that is not what I thought he was gonna say.
He doesn't know how he kills.
何を言ってるんだこいつ。エルがエルだと言うはずがない。変なやつだと思っていたが。
Did you expect that? That's crazy.
I did not expect that.
That's crazy.
His reaction. How's he reacting?
もし本当にエルだったら、とにかくここは八神総一郎の息子。
I feel like
ライトとして自然な行動を取らなくては。
acting natural would be not how I would expect a normal person. That's what I'm saying. I feel like Light doesn't act normally.
No, he's like, I have to act like how the sun would act. How would the sun act? The sun would be like, no, I don't believe
They'd
you.
at least be like, what?
Prove it.
No way. Like, you would express surprise that L is sitting next to you of all people and he's at college.
1 mile, there's like a full 1 to 2 seconds there where he did not like react.
Yeah, but Light thinks faster. Remember, it's like anime.
もしあなたがそうなら、僕の尊敬する憧れの人です。名乗ったのは
His feet are out. When did he take his shoes off?
キラである可能性は 5% 未満。
Just under 5%.
その中では一番何かを感じさせた。お前は完璧すぎる。そしてもしお前がキラであれば、これ以上のプレッシャーはないだろう。
こいつがもし大したもんだな。
確かに、こいつがエルだとしたら、いや、実はエルじゃなくともだ。僕はこいつに何もできない。
Well, that gives...
こいつの話が本当なら、父にもエルとして顔を明かしているだろう。僕に対し、自分がエルだと言ったこいつが死んだら、
But you still don't know his name.
しかも、こいつ。
Well, now...
He's using an obvious alias.
At any time he could do the Shinigami eyes though.
Oh,
if he can look at L wouldn't know that obviously, but now we know at any time Light could do the deal if he gets desperate enough. So I feel like how is L gonna win? If Light just needs to commit. Oh. Bro. Sucks to be that guy. That's so brilliant. See his feet?
This is the craziest episode. I was not expecting this.
が直接僕の前に澄ました顔をしていなくても、こいつは絶対今僕が動揺していないか観察している。
Man, Ella's off-putting.
He is.
But if Light doesn't act like he's off-putting, then Elle would know that Light's acting too.
Yeah.
You know? But I guess to be fair, there's no guarantee that because there are a lot of people who are very cultivated and curated and just aren't that are being fake, right? Like that doesn't necessarily mean that he's Kira just because he's fake and he's putting on a pretense of being someone he's not. Because there's a lot of people who do that.
Why wouldn't he just followed him like physically in person to see if he does anything weird
You mean
outside
Elle
the home?
or Light?
Elle. Why wouldn't he just followed Light to see if there's anything weird he was doing like outside the home?
今日はどうも。いえ、こちらこそ。
Elle treats shoes like a college girl at 3 in the morning on a Friday.
He's got a limousine?
Oh, he's rich.
What a jerk. That was crazy. Now what are you gonna do?
I wonder how eccentric I would be if I was really wealthy enough that people would kind of let you get away with whatever you want.
Couldn't Elle have just planted a bug on him right then? His
I feel
sister's
so
like,
bad for his little sister and his mom.
I think I have a
And
bug
his
on me,
dad.
don't you?
Mask off.
Humiliated? Yeah, that's what you said.
取引をして殺せばいいじゃないか。そんなことをして、もしこれが罠だったらどうする？あいつが本当のエルじゃなかったら、エルに僕がキラだというようなものなんだよ。
Oh.
死神が人間を殺すのと、人間が人間を殺すのを同じ次元で考えるな。何としてもあいつを殺してやりたい。
He's gone crazy.
Full murder, bro.
He'll be traced back
Full
to him.
murder.
名前を書いたその人間一人しか殺せない。
Yeah, this is unusual.
He freaks out whenever he thinks he's lost.
Yeah,
Remember he
does
freaked
not
out
like losing.
when fake Elle appeared on the screen. He
Yeah.
freaked out at that point too.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 times we've actually seen him freak.
Yeah.
しかし、それはあいつが 100% エル本人だとわからなければダメだ。
Dude, that would be such a twist if he wasn't Elle.
I know.
If they tricked us too.
どんな死に方でも、エルが締めた金
Nah, it's Elle.
エルを舐めていた。エルが僕に私はエルだと名乗り出てくるなんてことは考えもしなかった。
I never
That
thought
was
so
crazy.
either.
可能性のあるものにはエルの分身でも構わない。エルだと名乗っておく。これはエルにとってキラに対するかなり有効な防御であるとともに
Oh man.
攻撃でも
Oh man.
やられたよ。いい手だ。
What? I don't like that evil
Dude.
chuckle. He's gone off the freaking deep end.
They did such a good job with his character.
They just left one camera.
He really does feel like a maniacal king or something
He
like that. He's
does.
calm almost always with just bursts
If
of
they had
emotion.
just bugged him, like when he like hit him or something, or like just
But-
bug him, like why would that be so hard to bug him to live? Because he's talking to himself all the time.
I don't know.
He's
I
talking
don't
to
know.
Ryuk all the time, right? They could easily, or if they had left one camera in the room,
Or one bug.
all they need is a microphone.
これは向こうも何も掴んでいない証拠だ。あいつも僕も直に接しての楽しい。知恵比べ。表面上は仲良しのキャンプ。
This cat and mouse is so fun.
裏ではエルなのかキラなのかを探る。
Ugh, it's so stressful.
面白いよ、リュウは。お前が僕に友情を求めてくるなら、心よく受け入れてやろう。そして全てを引き出し、お前を殺す。この手で必ず。
With his own hands?
I think he means writing it in the Death Note, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm curious if they'll ever make him kill somebody not with the Death Note.
Yeah.
That would be a really big leap to me.
can't
Because this
believe
is a
they-
relatively sanitized killing process that he's going through right now.
I can't believe how far we've progressed. And I'm like, I
At
would
episode
never
9.
have thought this would have happened in the first season.
If he's that
How
suspicious,
would there ever be a second season?
it makes sense that he would go after Light if he's that suspicious of him and try to put pressure on him, right? Because the only hope, if he's that manufactured and that perfect, is to try to like make him freak out like he just did, right? And he's got a read on him. He hates to lose. He's emotionally immature in that specific way. So it makes sense that he's trying to like poke at that specific vulnerability that they identified when they had the fake L on the screen.
Yeah, and I bet he's got a contingency in place where like if something does happen to him, then he can say, hey, I was investigating.
Kind of like Ray should have.
Yeah,
right?
should have done, right? That requires the people backing you up to be really smart and suspicious of everybody.
I've really been enjoying it. It's been one of my favorite because it's so different from everything else.
So different.
It's really
good,
interesting.
though.
The author's done a very good job writing.
I know, my mind is kind of blown every episode. I don't understand like where it could even go from here. Like they're just gonna run into each other on campus. Like they're just gonna keep pulling out crazy tricks to get the other person. Like Elle just has to figure out his name. That's all Elle has to figure out.
Well, Light has to figure out
his name.
And continue killings, not break the pattern.
Elle just has to catch him once.
Yeah.
But how do you catch it and prove it to other people enough to have him arrested?
I don't know. And he doesn't even have proof for himself. He just thinks that his kid is creepy. He just thinks he's like, I'm sorry, Constable. Your son's a psychopath.
I know.
I don't know if he's a psychopath.
Tendencies. I mean, I know I am too, but it takes one to know one.
Your exhibit? Oh, Elle? Yeah. I was like, you're a psychopath?
No. That's
Why did you tell me that before we got married? They did such a good job with the characterization, didn't they?
I told you the first time I saw him, I was like, he's the exact opposite of Light. Like they did that on purpose.
He's inwardly cold and outwardly weird. Light is outwardly cold and inwardly he's a freak. You know? Honestly, it might have been for the best that he found the Death Note. He might have actually been able to cause more harm in different ways if he hadn't found.
He's just like a government official or something. I
feel like
still become that.
I could see him becoming like
a super hard judge.
Or Light's the kind of person I could see who's working for Hitler, like administratively in the Holocaust, or something.
He is Hitler.
Yeah, or he is Hitler, right? Somebody who, for their own reasons that they think are justified, commits atrocities.
Right.
And he's charismatic and everybody likes him. He's really good at the cultivated personality too. So I feel like if he didn't have the Death Note and he was actually like cultivating a following,
eventually,
a cult,
over the course of his life,
yeah.
that would, be crazy.
Yeah, double digits.
It feels like we've been watching way longer than that. So much has happened.
I was thinking the same thing. I feel like we've watched 20 episodes.
I can't believe how fast it's progressing.
Which is wild because there's not actually been much that's really happened because it's mostly people thinking.
Yeah, but it's been a lot.
You know what's also thinking? Weirdly, the show that I think is most similar to Death Note out of every show we've reacted to so far is Kaguya-sama Love is War. Which is weird because I feel like these are not even close to the same genre of shows
but
whatsoever.
they're both trying to take the other down. It's a 1v1 mental battle.
Exactly.
Yeah, the stakes are just a little higher in this one. I don't want Light to win.
They're playing tennis? I didn't think Elle would like to play sports.
Me neither.
Look at that posture.
What? How old is he, you think?
Elle?
I think it's a natural question. How old are you? Such
This is so weird.
Is he wearing shoes for it?
So he's probably trying to figure out if Light is as childish as Kira. I know this is anime, but if this wasn't anime, there's no way that he would be good at tennis.
With that posture?
My guy looks like, I don't even know.
He's never left.
He looks like a horseshoe goal.
I feel like you should be in really good shape for tennis.
I don't know though, because some people can be super competitive.
Whoa.
And erotic, baby. I feel like you have to care about something to care about losing, you know?
エルの指示で捜査本部外の者にはたとえ次長でもなあヤナミこの事件が明るみになってからもう4ヶ月以上も経つ
Come to light.
世間の警察も無能エルも無能
Well, try it yourself, bud.
Oh, he's getting all kind of stubbly and stuff, right?
It's like, we're all risking our lives, and you're like saying we're doing a bad job?
How awful. If L had been Kira, this show would never even happen.
Right?
Like, the fact there's only works because there happens to be L.
Otherwise, they would have been like, we're done. We
Otherwise,
can't figure it
Kira
out.
would literally just take over the whole world.
Right?
You see the crowd?
Yeah, what the heck?
こいつらアマチュアか八神ライトと龍河秀樹ですよ今年成績トップで入学した2人です
They're just like both amazing.
I think that ball was out. Hold up. Yeah, that was out. That ball was out. They used the doubles court. That was out too.
I don't know. You don't know which white line it is.
Hit every ball.
This tennis match? There's no evidence at the end of it. It doesn't matter.
I feel like that is exactly what Kira would do.
He hasn't worked out in forever. Of course he's trying to win. I don't understand what this is supposed to prove.
いつの間にか審判やラインズマンまで先輩八神ライトってどこかで聞いたことあると思って調べたら2002年と3年の中学生チャンピオンです
Of course.
中3の時の表彰式で遊びは中学までと宣言してそれっきり何の大会にも出ていません
Of course, right?
I love that this girl loves him.
The girl next to her is just like, oh, stop your simping.
お前の気持ちがこれはお互いが深まったと了承し合うための儀式だこのテニスをしたことでお前は私がまた一歩前に踏み込む準備をしたと考えるそしてお前は僕にキラしか知らないことを言わせようとするだろうしかしお前は先にこっちの操作状況などを見せまず自分を信用させると言ってくるだろう
Hell's playing in pants, like normal ass pants.
少なくとも今キラ事件の指揮を取っているのがあいつであることの証明を僕が求めるのは必然だこれからお前が私に要求してくるのは
They both
お
know?
前をエルダと証明する有力な第三者との接見つまり捜査本部に連れて行くことどんなことでも守っているだけでは勝てない勝つには攻める
Oh, I hope that's not indicative. I can't believe he can like stay cooped up in his room in isolation, come out and be a beast at tennis.
I don't believe
that. That's the most unrealistic part of this whole thing.
He did really well in normal ass clothes too, not even athletic wear.
ゲームに負けたことですし、聞けることなら何でもお聞きします。しかし、その前に私も一つ言っておくことがあります。私は八神君をキラじゃないかと疑っているんです。それでも聞けることなら何でもお聞きします。
They are being so offensive to each other.
いえ、疑っていると言っても 1% ぐらいです。八神君がキラでないことと素晴らしい推理力を持つことを確信できたなら、ぜひ捜査に協力していただきたいと思っています。たとえほんの少しでも疑われているなら、僕が捜査本部の者に合わせろと言ってもダメだと言うだろう。釘を先に刺されたということだ。
Oh, he who makes the first move. I honestly, this is above my level of intellect at this point. It's like
I think the
Panera.
weirdest part is they both know that they're playing a game that isn't what they're talking about, but they're still playing the game, and they're not acknowledging the fact that both of them is aware that they're playing a game and not just having a conversation.
It's weird.
It's really weird. This is what I imagine like geopolitics is like at the top level.
Hey, he's like, I don't have to be embarrassed to say with you in public.
40% is a lot.
That is a lot. Nice. That's like me.
If he uses less creamer, his reasoning skills drop 20%. Such a nootropic in that weird not milk creamer. This is just gonna make us feel like idiots. I hope for our sake that the author gives a reasoning test that there's no way that we could have the potential to be able to solve. Like it's something off screen that solves it. Because otherwise we're probably just gonna end up feeling like morons.
Stupid? Yes.
キラが刑務所内の犯罪者を操って死ぬ前に書かせたと思われる文書の写真です。これについて八神君の意見を聞かせてください。
Do you think that he would be extra unusual in Japan? Because I know like the cultural norms are different.
Yeah,
around
I think
feet.
he would be.
Like and sort of proper body posture and stuff in public.
Yeah.
I feel like L would be even weirder in Japan than, and he's really weird for US too.
Right?
But like in Florida, he'd fit in, you know.
エル知っているか、死神はリンゴしか食べないという。キラが読ませた通りの文章を作ったら、キラ濃厚ってわけか。だがこの程度の暗号を解いたところで、僕がキラだという証明にはならない。それぞれの文章の一番上の文字だけ取って並べ替えると、また文章になる。違和感のない文というと、そうだな。エル知っているか。
That sentence making sense is a stretch, if we're honest.
It really is. Love apples, gods of death.
少し不自然で、キラがエルにこう読ませようとしたとは考えにくいけどね。不正解です。実は4枚目の写真があるんです。これを加えるとこうなります。エル知っているか？ リンゴしか食べない死神は手が赤い。フェイクだ。この4枚目は僕が犯罪者に書かせたものではない。しかし3枚だけなら僕の推理で完璧じゃないか。
Well, how would you know that there wasn't a fourth?
事実4枚あったのですから、そこまで推理して完璧です。ヤガミ君は文章が尻切れになるにも。
Ah, he's just trying to piss. I bet he's just trying to piss him off to see if Light's gonna be childish like Kira.
3枚しかないと決めつけ、4枚目を推理できなかった。これも事実です。 こいつなるほど、これは推理力ではなく反応を見ているんだ。これ以上食ってかかったらこいつの思うツボだ。そこまで推理できなかったな。まあどっちにしろキラに迫れる文章ではないし。
He's trying to get his like childish side debate.
That would piss me off too. Like, haha, there was actually information I was withholding.
You're like,
You
okay, how would
idiot.
I have known that?
Why didn't you think of that? I didn't give you the whole problem, you moron. That would piss me off so
I'd be
much.
like-
Then you should have asked me the problem
So the
differently. I
normal
tried
human
to.
reaction is to get pissed off, and he didn't get pissed off.
Yeah. To be fair, he doesn't present himself as a normal human. He presents himself as an exemplary human.
Yeah.
An exemplary, like, perfect, fake human, idealized human wouldn't get pissed off and would humbly accept the lesson or something, you know? I guess. I would make me mad. I would probably pretend that I wasn't mad, but I'd be actually very mad.
キラである可能性のあるものに相対したらどうやって確かめますか？
This is such a stupid trick to, like, show your superiority.
キラにしか知り得ないことを相手に喋らせる。今龍河がしていることだ。今と同じ質問を何人かの刑事にしたのですが、答えるまでに数分考えるものがほとんど。しかし八神君は瞬時に操作するものと話をする時のキラの立場で考えられた。すごいです。
It's crazy how you thought about Kira talking to the
あ
investigator.
まり卓越した考え方をすると疑いが濃くなるみたいじゃないか。はい、3%。
3%。
しかしその分、一緒に操作してほしいという気持ちも強くなりました。私はたとえ八神君がキラであっても、八神君に操作協力してもらえればいい立場で。
That's so weird.
僕が協力すれば操作も進むかもしれないと同時に。 もしキラならボロを出すかもしれない。つまり、捜査と取り調べを一度にできる。
It's easier to keep an eye on him if he's just there.
Yeah.
僕はキラじゃないから、キラに殺されるのはごめんだ。第一、龍河だってキラじゃない証拠は何もないんだ。片方が取り調べまがいなことをするのはおかしいだろう。どっちもキラじゃないなんて証明。
There we go. That's a good answer.
It's really fair.
龍河がエルだというのなら、その証明はできるはず。例えば、捜査本部の一員や父に。 エル本人など僕の目の前で証明してもらうこと。それが無理なら一緒に操作することは。
I feel like he's not giving up much if he just has his own dad tell him, like, yeah, this is L. Because he already knows his dad's face, he already knows his dad's name.
He doesn't really believe. He's like 95% sure, but he's not 100% sure. Remember, he thinks that this is like a face cover. That L is really somebody else behind this L.
よく喋るな、ヤガミライト。負けず嫌いの典型だ。7%。
7%.
7% pretty high out of all people in the whole world.
合わせないなんてそんなこと一度も言ってませんよ。え？今私は捜査本部で八神君のお父さんたちと共に捜査をしています。その捜査本部に八神君を連れて行けば捜査に協力していただける。そう解釈していいんですね。何考えてるんだこいつ。
That one scared him? Why did that scare him?
I think because he doesn't understand why.
龍崎、大変なことに。
ライト、お父さんが。
What?
八神君、父が心臓発
Does he actually care or is he pretending? His dad had a heart attack, but if he's alive, but if he's dead, but there's no way Light killed his dad. There's no way. I don't think Light would kill his dad. I think he does care about his
I
dad.
think his dad was overworked and stressed.
Yeah, I think that was like just a normal heart attack.
Did he die though from it? Because you can have a heart attack and live.
You can also just have a heart attack and die.
こちらまた明日必要な。
That would be really weird if a member of the investigation team. He's alive. It sounds like he's alive. Poor mama. She seems like a nice lady.
He is working too hard.
本当にただの過労なんだろうな。
正直倒れる瞬間。
Oh,
Bro, that has to be the most horrifying
that would
thing.
make your heart attack worse. You think you're dying. Yes, you had. You've got no sleep.
さらに息子さんがキラだと疑われていた
You're
ので
killing your dad.
Maybe not the best thing to talk about right now.
はい。すべて話してあります。
そうだ。彼がエルだ。第三者にわからぬよう。我々は龍崎と呼んでいるが。
こいつが本物のエル。父が言ってるんだ。少なくとも今まで警察を動かしてきたエルだ。こいつと本部の人間を
I
全て
feel
消
like
せば。
Elle actually likes Light
そ
a
んな
little
単
bit.
純ではないだろう。焦ることはない。ここからはじっくり探る。
I think there's a lot of like generals who end up liking the opposing general because they're kind of
They respect them.
They're
to a
both
level.
playing the same game and they like that they have a worthy opponent.
Yeah.
Because for L, I bet it gets kind of boring because he likes to play these information games. That's why he's an investigator. And if he's just way better at it than anybody else, and a lot of criminals aren't even playing an information game, they're just
No.
trying to commit crime.
Yeah.
It probably makes him somewhat happy to have a worthy opponent. That's like Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty or
Yeah.
Batman and Joker to a lesser degree, kind of.
You need somebody who's a good rival.
Yeah.
父を心配する八神ライトだ。
で、龍崎、息子と話をしてみて、疑いは晴れ
Nope.
疑いといっても本当にわずかなもの。
But it's more than when I started.
もう一度説明して。
6% increase.
キラは日本に入った FBI 捜査官12人を殺しています。彼らは日本警察関係者を尾行していました。その中の一人、レイ・ペンは彼の死に特に不審な点が多い。そして彼が調べていたものの中に僕がいた。これは疑われても仕方がない。他に疑う対象がいない。リュウが捜査には協力するよ。
I don't know that this conversation is helping his dad.
父が証明してくれる。
It's really funny if you look at this side of the screen and you just look over at his dad and his dad's just like,
Yeah,
can we
maybe-
not discuss if my son is a mass murdering
Well, I just had a
paranormal
heart
killer? Yeah.
attack.
そしてキラを捕まえて僕がキラじゃないことを証明してみせるよ。
ライト、お前はこれから勉強して警察庁に入るんだ。
Is that what he wants?
その後でも遅くないんじゃないか。
何言ってるんだよ父さん。それじゃ何年後になるかわからない。父さんにもしものことがあったら僕がキラを死刑台に送るって。
この息子がキラであるはずが。
Yeah, there's. I wouldn't believe it
で
either.
も演技だとは思えない。いや、演技だとしたら臭すぎる。
聞いてくれ、ライト。キラは悪だ。
I don't think I think that Light is too wimpy for how determined he actually is in his actions, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like the character of Light Yagami,
Yeah.
the way he plays him, he's too perfect,
Very like
wimpy.
I'm the perfect son.
Yeah, he doesn't have much vigor in the character he portrays, but then his goals and his way of actually like sticking to them are somebody who is really hardcore.
Right.
But then he doesn't act hardcore. He's
presents
almost
a totally
overly
different
polite.
face.
He almost seems kind of like
That's
flighty and
why
spacey and
Else
ditzy,
thinks
right?
he's crazy. But also, does it not bother Light that his own father thinks he's evil? It's your father you respect. You respect him enough that you want to join the police someday. Your dad is calling you evil. That would hurt me.
しかし、
Maybe he's just like, oh, my dad is an honorable man, but he's not willing to do what's necessary to fulfill what needs to be done, type of thing.
力だ。そんな力を持ってしまった人間は不幸だ。
I agree with that.
どんな使い方をしても、人を殺した上での幸せなど、真の幸せであるはずがない。
But I don't think Light cares about happiness.
Yeah, because he cares about the purpose, not happiness.
その力を手に入れたのなら全く不幸な人間です。
龍崎、迷惑をかけたが、できるだけ早く私も復帰する。
Sorry for causing you trouble?
面会時間終わりですよ。
From his stated goals and his performance is incredibly obviously self-motivated and driven, but the way he actually like interfaces with the world.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly. He's basically a pushover.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen. That's not
People are that self-intrinsically motivated and then are just like, whatever, I don't care. I'm just floating through life wherever people tell me to go.
They're not that laid back and that hardcore at the same time. All the time.
Yeah.
Like, he's all the time laid back and all the time hardcore. If he was
never volatile.
Yeah, never. He never shows, like, backbone. Like, hey, man, I'm not okay with that. He's not confrontational at all. And somebody who was this dedicated to becoming a police officer and justice and all these things would have backbone, I think.
He's just a psychopath.
I know, but I think I'm trying to understand why L thinks Light is so incongruous. Does that make sense?
That's
actually a really good point. There we go. This is backbone.
There we go.
普通そこまでして疑いを晴らしたいと思うだろうか。
He would have a plan.
ダメです。そんな人権を無視したことはできませんし、何よりも疑いのかかっているものからの案を取るのは。
That's fair. Isn't there anything like this super specific scenario that I just came up with on the spot, I promise, and couldn't have prepared for?
That's a good point. That was a good answer.
I like Watabi.
それに今日の八神君とお父さんのやりとりでキラでないとも考えました。
捜査協力するとは言ったけど、父が元気になるまではしばらく何もできないと思う。
分かってます。でも僕が戦ってきたエルはあいつだ。本当の名前は。
I don't know. Get your eyes and you'll be able to find out, I guess.
キラではないのか。
That felt more like the light. That felt like a better, more convincing character to me.
僕はノートを拾ってこの力を得たことを不幸だなんて一度も思って。
That's really bothering him.
この力を得た僕は最高に幸せだよ。そして最高の世界を作る。
I think it makes people happy to have a purpose, even if the purpose is misguided. until the reason it's misguided becomes so apparent and obvious that like they can't help but deal with the hell and the problem that they've created for themselves.
Yeah,
like I don't think it's unusual for somebody who's in the middle of it, a tragedy like this. Like Oedipus Rex doesn't consider himself unlucky until the end of the story. Like a tragic hero, and by hero I just mean the main character, won't consider themselves unlucky until the end of the story. That's the whole point of like that model of story. It's just like, hey, you got everything you wished for.
And then it was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad for you.
普通は死神に疲れた人間は不幸になるらしい。
Oh.
I don't think that I would say that I think he's experienced misfortune.
His dad just had a heart attack.
That's true. That's a good point. That's what everybody says, right?
こんな企画しか出せないのかよ。お前らキラの特番やってれば何でも視聴率取れると思ってんじゃないの？今まで俺の番組が視聴率取ってきたのは他の局じゃやらないネタをやってきたからなんだよ。問題はネタなんだよ、ネタ。
ファンタ。
何がいいネタ持ってこいよ。
そんなこと言われても警察はだんまりだし無理っすよ。
バカ！ネタがなきゃガセでもいいから自分で作れっつうの。
Do you think Light would kill somebody for making stuff up about Kira?
Probably.
Because it messes with the vision. What the heck?
What? Pretty good handwriting.
Beautiful handwriting.
What? This isn't. I don't think this is from Light. What?
That doesn't feel like it would be real.
That doesn't.
I have no. Obviously, we don't know. This could be something because they do like doing flashbacks. Like they'll reveal something to us, then they'll flashback and they'll show us like doing
pretending
it.
to be Kira, who's like a psycho,
like or a
person.
copycat killer.
Yeah.
Oh, because like somebody could believe in what Kira's doing, or just be in like the idea of killers. Like there's a lot of people who get weirdly attached to just serial killers in general. Even
so, they could be like, I want to be a part of this story. I'm going to add to the chaos.
Or it could just be a hoax. I know that's something that I've read about. Sometimes it's like FBI's will open hotlines and they'll get like thousands of tips, and most of them are nonsense.
I don't understand why people would do that. Like,
well, I think some people legitimately want to be involved and they think that they are helping. Like they see something and they're like, oh, this could be helpful. I might as well call in. Other people are just trolling. Other people
Screw you if you are. Screw that person.
I mean, there's also a lot of mentally unwell people.
That's true.
Like, proportionately, there aren't that many. But when you have millions of people
And
and
you
like
give them all a hotline, there's going to be a percentage that can call in.
people who might believe in the ideologies of Kira
You're
and
like,
think
my
they're
life's
helping.
gotten better because of it.
Honestly, that would be hard to deal with. Because
Really?
they did say crime has gone down.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to look at something that's actually making your life better, at least in the short term, and want to condemn it.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. We can never predict what's going to happen.
Maybe it's something else doing to try to like
Assault.
piss off Light. But assault doesn't make it sound like it's either. I don't know what it makes it sound like. It sounds more violent than anything that's happened thus far, to be honest, except the bus
You
being
mean,
robbed.
except him killing people?
That's not really like violent though. It's very.
空直美の件ですが、もう公開捜
It's
査
like academic death.
キラ事件とは関係とし、
しかし行方不明になってもう4ヶ月。
もし死んでいるとしても遺体が出てこないのはおかしい。
Man, Light's been getting away with it for a long
I know.
time.
4 months?
掴めるかもしれませ
I
ん。
want to see a kill count.
龍崎、桜テレビを。
つまり私たちはキラの人質であるとともに報道陣の使命としてこの報道をするものであり、決して嘘や興味本位で
Oh, that's right.
ないということをご理解ください。
Yeah, sure you're not.
Well, I believe the anchors aren't, but the executives are probably so stoked.
当番組ディレクターに送られてきた4本のテープ。
I dislike this guy a lot.
キラから送られてきたもの
I don't think you're supposed to like
勝
him.
率 60%。いや、70%はいくぞ。これ
See, that's what he's thinking about. Like a true businessman.
先日逮捕された2人の容疑者の死亡時刻が予告されていました。2人の容疑者がその予告通り心臓麻痺で亡くなったのです。
それが
So it is Light.
確かにキラでなければできないことだ。
そしてキラは今日の午後5時59分ちょうどから
5:59.
防衛するよう指示して
What a specific time.
自分が本物のキラであると証明する予告殺人。
If you're the person that has to press play, you better
Like,
hope. If I'm the anchor, I'm like, man, I really hope I haven't pissed production off recently. It's so easy to fake, like, oh, sorry, I hit it at 6.
What if it's a news anchor who does it? Because they're on camera. What if he kills one of them?
Oh,
またやらせじゃないのか。まさか。
I think if Kira kills random people, he'll lose public support, though.
ではご覧ください。
I don't know how much Light cares about that.
私はキラです。今は5時59分、47、48、49。チャンネルを太陽テレビに変えてください。メインキャスターの日比野和彦氏が6時ちょうどに心臓麻
The
痺。
That's
anchor?
not. Is he a criminal? Is that just a kid's show? What the hell?
On
There's like
Dog
dogs.
Expo?
Was he a criminal? There's no way he was a criminal. Light doesn't do any investigations. Like, Light doesn't do any work to uncover other criminals who aren't officially being charged.
I don't
So
know.
is he just going crazy?
いや、2台。はい。
If he's killing innocent people, he's
This was his
jumped the shark.
punishment. This was his punishment.
NHN テレビに生出演予定の
TV commentators.
コメンテーター熊泉誠司氏。
龍崎、チャンネル24に。
He's
So
just
the-
killing people who are speaking out against him? That feels like a next
That
level.
is not that is a different level.
That because Light's killed people who were acting against him, but only not police officers. Only
Holy
tried to kill
crap.
L specifically.
This is like truly evil.
To be fair, he did try to kill L when the L he thought was L said, "What you're doing is wrong." So I guess this wouldn't be that crazily different, but it does feel like it's a next level when he's talking.
Just
taking
random people on the
well,
news.
like the media personalities, rather than detectives actually working to solve them. Because you can make an argument like, "Well, they're actively trying to stop me."
But no, I don't think this is helping your message
キラが世界の人々に向けメッセージを流すと言っていた。
that you're evil.
この放送はやめさせないとまずいことになる。
桜テレビでも局内の知り合いの携帯は電源が入っている。
Is that
局からどこにかけても通話中。さ浮田さん、俺が直接局に行ってやめさせてやる。
How far away is it?
皆さんよく聞いてください。私は罪のない人
Then why are you?
警察も私の敵ではなく味方だと考えています
So you could kill some dad?
キラめ。
私の願いは悪のない世界を作ることです皆さんがその気になれば簡単にできることです
everyone cooperates, this will be simple. Hashtag things dictators say.
The innocent will not die if you don't try
If
to
you
capture
only
me?
if you comply. Only if you comply.
メディアに載せ公にしたりしなければ殺したりはしません
Hashtag again, things dictators say.
誰もが認める世界になります
This is like the biggest leap yet.
This is just straight up like
This
Stalin
is just
shit,
murder.
man.
This is just
crazy.
He's basically just become the dictator.
Yeah.
Like if you speak out against me,
I'll
you're
kill
dead.
you. Yeah.
Oh, you speak out on this topic that I disagree with your policy and take
You're
on.
dead.
You're dead. When does that end?
Ostensibly never. Especially if we're accelerating like this.
新しい世界に変えてみせます。想像してください。
That's gonna give him another heart attack.
Yeah, man. Turn the news off, Pops. Thank you.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
Good for her.
I feel like it's more stressful to let it run that long and then cut it off, though, to be fair. Like,
If
it
he-
should have never been on in the first
Do you
place.
think he'll kill his own dad?
I already feel like he's kind of skipped the shark. I feel like he would kill his dad.
He would.
I think he would already. Before I thought he would need to, like, progress several steps further.
What?
What?
He's the one who's got a heart attack? What?
Did Light target him randomly? Did Light target him randomly, or is he watching? There's no way that was not random.
Why would the
There
guard
was
not let him
random.
in?
Probably because they're scared that Kira will kill them. That's the first cop that he's killed.
How did...
He has to be watching the station.
Don't go there, he's watching. He's watching.
キラは名前がわからなければ殺せないはずだ。なのになぜあんなことに。
例の警察手帳も無駄だった。まさか我々の名前はすでにキラにバレて
Yeah,
いるの
Well,
probably.
Light would, because Light already
Light
already knows who all the police
Light knew that
officers
from
are.
the beginning.
Yeah, even before this.
そうかもしれません。しかしそれならキラは操作する人間を全員殺してから動く方が楽なはず。私の推理では顔と名前が必要でしたが、これを見ている限りゼロではないとしか。
What?
But that, no, because
No, 'cause
he
you
would have
would be
killed L.
dead.
He would have killed L.
キラはあのテレビ局内。もしくは局に入るものを監視できる。
Unless Light did the deal off camera for the eyes.
I understand what he's saying though. Like, let's go capture him. He's there right now. No, he'll just see you and kill you.
But either he knows them already, which we know they did. He does.
does.
So he wouldn't have done
I'm
the
confused at
like,
his reasoning.
Do you think that he's trying to trick them that he can kill with just a face? Is that all that this is? To trick
Maybe.
L that he can kill with only a face?
I don't know.
Like it's a big bluff just for that?
監視カメラを設置しているだけということも
Oh,
ありえま
that's
す。
true.
今のこのこ出ていけば。
Honestly, it's probably more likely.
キラの逮捕に命かけてんだろ。
命をかけることと命をやすやす奪われる可能性のあることをするのは正反対のことです。
何？
Odds. What?
こらえてください。浮田さんがやられ、これでもし相沢さんの命まで奪われてしまったら。
警察が私と協力し、新しい世界を作っていくことにイエスかノーか、4日後の午後6時のニュースで発表してください。イエスの場合とノーの場合に流す異なるビデオを用意してあります。
Yeah,
He is gone.
of course. Pops is a workaholic.
Did you just hop in
bro.
an ambulance? He just drove through?
Bro, it's like GTA. Pops, what are you doing?
What the hell is going on? You're just
Well,
like...
just got. Oh, he. Okay, so
Whoa.
he's,
He's hiding his face. You see that?
yeah.
How did he know they needed to stop the program? He figured it out?
これやめちゃうと私たち
Too bad.
Shut up, I'll kill you right now. Dude.
None of this is what I saw coming. Not a single damn thing. I didn't see him killing pretty much innocent news anchors.
I
didn't expect him to start a dictatorship. I didn't expect his dad to drive an ambulance through a building.
He's way more
I didn't
of a...
expect him to draw a gun on somebody.
I didn't expect him to be a hard-nosed cop that didn't play by the rules. I thought he was like a very by-the-books
I thought he was
police
a very
chief,
by-the-books person.
Wowzers. He basically just like...
What the
That's
heck?
that, yo, Kira will kill you. That sucks. I'll blow your brains out right here, G. Like,
Guys, I still can't believe you asked us to react to this because I'm like, what the hell every episode?
that was like the most intense thing that we've watched by far. There's actually, weirdly, for how many people have died, there's been very little violence in this show.
Very little conflict. It's
Yeah.
all mine, like, whoa. Yeah, he does.
I think they're probably with Kira.
That's who he thinks there. Because he's like, there's an ambulance.
この報道を見て事故の正義感で動く警察関係者が出てきます。上に統制を取っていただかないと惨事になりかねません。
What?
しかし私たちはこの事件には
Oh no, so they are trying to... Oh.
Yeah, you're videotaping it for everybody. He's just killing people left and right.
And those cops, like, what if they were just there to investigate the cop that had crashed? They weren't even, or the car that crashed into the studio. They weren't even necessarily there to stop
Those
Kira.
poor cops.
This seems really indiscriminate.
He's just being... How did he know which cops
Did
were
Light go
dispatched?
crazy?
How did he know which cops to dispatch?
That's true. Light doesn't know every
How would
police
he
officer,
know?
surely.
Yeah, how would he know which cops they were? Did he see their faces?
And even if there's no way, I mean, Light's crazy. Unless he committed to memorizing the entire roster of police, which I think he could get that information, but it seems like that would be nuts to
How
do.
would he know? Did he see their driver badge? Like, how? That's
This seems crazy. I don't know what.
That seems
It seems like he's gone wild.
私です。八神さん。やはりあなたが暴走車で。
そうだ。我慢できなかった。テープはすべて押収した。そっちへ持っていく。
体の方は大丈夫なんですか？
Yeah. How's your health?
こんな元気な自分は生まれて
That I believe. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug.
I'm worried about him.
北村次長。突っ込んだのは八神局長でした。そちらの準備は？
言われた通りにした。
八神さん。正面玄関から堂々と出てきてください。
That was like the most anime way to switch phones. You'd say like, switch the camera.
Okay, wait a second. He's telling him to just walk out through the front door.
Well,
Why?
Well, they prepared something with the higher up.
That means he's risking his life.
Why aren't they
Light
showing
kill
Light?
his dad?
Why aren't they showing Light though? Because this is
What if
really
none of
weird
this
behavior
was
from
Light?
him. How could it not be? These are heart attacks. Oh, they blocked it off with bus? And they're hiding their faces?
Who's that guy?
He's one of the officers who left the
I'd
team,
be
didn't
scared
he?
to show my face.
Dude, me too. I'd wear like those bank robber masks.
Oh.
Why aren't they showing Light? Brother.
He's
oh
dead.
no.
He's
That's
gonna
so
die.
brave.
Oh. He's dead.
That's so brave.
Oh. That was
That's
incredibly
so
brave, but
brave.
he's dead.
勝手な真似をしてすまなかった。感情的になりすぎたようだ。いいえ、これにキラが送ってきた封筒テープ全部。
I don't trust that skeezy anchor though. Or not the anchor. I don't trust the skeezy news producer. I feel like he probably still has something. Honestly, I was wondering if he faked it until people started dying.
無駄にはしません。決心は大阪か。しかしキラは死の前の行動を操れる。自分で大阪まで来投函しなくても出せる。
愛沢さん、
これの鑑識お願いできますか？徹底的に調べさせます。お願いします。
Unless this is part of a plot, it seems weird that Light would give him physical things, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because physical things seem like they'd be the most plausible way to get him tracked. And Light has to know that. He knows a lot about investigative work.
警察がキラの協力にイエスと答えたら、3のビデオの放映を指示してあり、ノーなら4を放映です。3には協力の細かい条件。簡単に言うと、犯罪者をより多く報道すること。特に軽犯罪でも人を傷つけた者、弱い者への虐待はできる限り取り上げろということです。そして裁くかどうか決めるのは
What?
すると、警察が協力することの証として、警察幹部とエルがテレビに出演し、キラに協力すると発表しろと言っています。
The top brass.
幹部と共に私の顔をさらさせ、
Why would he give a single shit about Elle showing his face?
I don't know. Maybe does he still not fully
Well,
trust that he's Elle?
Light has seen... This
Light-
doesn't... Why... Okay.
I thought Light was like very confident that this really was him.
Unless there's something crazy that happened off camera in the interim between this episode and last episode, or the scene with the news producer and like the tennis match, this doesn't even feel like Light.
It doesn't.
This feels really weird.
I feel like it's an imposter.
Do you think he's trying to like make a false profile by acting just really
I
randomly?
have no idea.
Like, is all this just to mislead?
それでノーと答えた場合の4のビデオの内容は
言い方が違うだけでほとんど同じです。八神さん、返事は当然ノーでしょうし、4のビデオを桜テレビに放映することを許可してあげてください。
答えはノーということを大変残念に思います。日本警察庁長官の命、もしくは捜査の指揮を執っているとされるエルなる人物の命を取ります。平和な世界への協
It's
力
gonna be the director general because he doesn't know Elle.
どちらを差し出すか4日間で決めてください。
Oh, they have to decide.
He let it play? You're a sicko psycho.
やはり神は僕の味方をしている。神といっても今回は死神だけどね。みたいだな。人間界にもう一匹の死神が舞い。
What?
そしてその死神のデスノートはキラに賛同する人間の手にある。おそらくこいつは死神の目を持っている。
This is like the worst case scenario.
There's another one. Because that's what we said. None of this matches
It doesn't
up.
make sense at all.
None of this matches up with Light.
This is so much worse.
There's another freaking
How the
one.
hell are they gonna figure
And that's
out?
why Elle was like, well, I guess he doesn't. And that's why we were like, how does he know who they are?
Yeah, and we were like, well, Light would know who the first police officer was on the team. Like, that one fell, but it was weird that he would kill him.
And he killed innocent police anchors.
Whoever this is way
This is
more.
not the same one.
They're like run and
So are
gun.
now Light and Elle gonna have to team up to find the other one?
But Light seemed happy.
Well,
Light's probably mostly happy because this is obviously like a completely different pattern that throws so many spanners in the
Holy
works.
shit.
Like, it changes the rules because this dude's killing people with the Shinigami eyes. But L's so smart. He's gonna have to know that like Kira was not killing with faces before. Kira was killing with names and faces. And then he switched to killing
And
with
also
just faces.
And switched from bad people to innocent people.
Yeah, or at least like expanded the scope of who he
Remember
was killing.
they did say another Shinigami was gonna come and see what he was up to?
They did. They cut. So that's why that was included. I thought he was just gonna like show up as a sidekick. Oh, I guess this is just, but not like this.
Well, you know what? I'm against this guy even more.
Yeah, this guy's way worse than
This
Light.
guy's so much worse. I think I like Light in comparison to him.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll even get along though.
I don't think so.
しかし、こんな卑劣なやり方でキラの品位を落としたのは。
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. Aren't you mad?
デスノートの存在を知られてもまずい。あまり長く伸ばな
Oh, this could be a really good information gathering opportunity for Elle though. They do not seem as good unless all of this is like a plant, like a Light style setup to frame something else. They gave physical evidence with the tape, the envelopes. Unless they set all of that up as like red herrings, which I guess is possible.
僕が一番理想とするのは、捜査本部に協力し、Lの動きと偽キラの動きを
This feels like it could be good for either Light or Elle.
龍崎、思っていた通りだ。各国首脳が勝手に話し合い、 本物のエルをテレビに出演させろと言ってきた。
Can you? The Shinigami eyes work on TV?
それが一番正しい選択です。
He was killing news anchors, so well, I guess news.
No, they
you
know-
know their
they say their
names. Yeah,
names.
I don't know.
まあ、まだ3日ありますから。
Or do you have to see him in real life? That's a good question.
私も不愉快ですから。キラに便乗した者に殺されるのは。
He knows. He figured it out.
どういう意味だ、龍崎。
If I'm killed by someone who's jumped on Kira's bandwagon.
このキラはキラの偽物の可能性
But
が高
they're-
い。いや、第二のキラ
There
と
you
いう
go.
べきでしょう。
He figured it out.
Because I guess the profile was different enough that he still.
第二のキラがいると思う。
Yep.
まず
I'm glad he figured out.
自分
Phew.
がキラだとテレビ局員に信じさせるために。この二人の事件は女性週刊誌とワイドショーでしか報道されていなかった。
Women's
本物
magazines?
のキラならそんな雑魚でやってみせる必要はない。しかし第二のキラにしてみれば、本物のキラが殺す可能性のある犯罪者を予告にはしていなかった。
Oh.
今回は 70% 以上です。大体やり方が気に入らない。キラらしくない。今までキラは追うものは別として。
That's what we said.
犠牲は避けていた。片方のキラが捕まれば、もう片方を捕まえるヒントは少なからず生まれると思うんです。
At least to the killing method.
八神さん、息子さんに捜査協力を願ってもよろしいでしょうか。
それは息子の疑いは完全に。
Nope. It just means that he knows the Kira the best.
疑いは晴れたとは言えませんが、息子さんの推理力が期待できる。
Weird.
そういう意味か。息子が協力するといえば止める理由
What
はな
a
い。
weird twist.
That is a very weird
So now
twist.
Leia and Elle are gonna team up to try to catch the second
This
Kira.
is not what I thought was gonna happen.
今回のキラが偽物かもしれないということは
What?
伏せておいてください。
So Elle has, or Light has to figure it out.
という形でお願いします。
He's like, I'm lying to my own son? I don't know how this dad is handling it. I couldn't do any
Whoa,
of this.
whoa, 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 whoa.
もっと自分のために利用しなくていいのか。
自分のために使ってるよ。だってキラに賛成だし、会ってお話ししたいとも思ってるよ。そのため
This is
に
not who I thought.
テレビにあんなの送ってキラに気づいてもらえるようにしたんだから。
She did all this to get Kira's
That's
attention?
all she wanted. What the heck?
危ない遊びだね。殺されるかもしれない。
I don't like you as much.
大丈夫だよ。キラはきっと純粋な子には優しいし。
You think you have a pure heart?
持ってるミサの方が。それよりも
Whoa, they do
That's
turn red.
freaky. I did not expect her to be a little girl, did you?
I did not either.
That's
a little
freaky.
fangirl. Just a fangirl.
Just a fangirl.
Who didn't even see what she did as right or wrong whatsoever.
Didn't even really, like, seem concerned with what Kira was even after.
She's just like,
I like Kira. Kira's cool.
I'm gonna be like Kira. I want his attention.
It didn't even seem like, oh, I really love the world Kira's trying to create, so I'm gonna try to contribute to that.
No, it's just, you know how those people will like fall in love with people in prison or
Yeah,
serial
it felt like
killers?
that.
It feels
It
like
feels
that.
exactly like that. Like she sent a love letter to a serial killer.
Yeah. I'm as cool as you. Come pay me attention.
It doesn't mean that she's dumb just because her motivation's dumb.
No. What it means is that she's psychotic.
Yeah. But I'm saying it doesn't mean that she's dumb. So when she
I don't
said, like,
think she's
I
dumb.
sent the tapes, it doesn't necessarily mean that she physically sent the tapes. Because if she physically sent the tapes, it seems like they would be able to catch her relatively easily.
She wore gloves. Wasn't she wearing gloves?
Unless she's, like, misleadingly intelligent, she has seemed dumb.
I think
So
she's smart.
If she is smart, then this will be
I don't
really
think she's smart as
interesting.
either of them, but I think she's smart.
I don't know, because that was...
She's got a god complex. Only smart people get god
I
complexes.
feel like she doesn't have a god complex. She just has a weird crush.
No, she said she was like God.
Oh, she said she was pure of heart.
Weird.
How can you be pure of heart while killing random people? Oh, because they were getting in the way of the greater good. Their deaths weren't nothing compared to the greater good.
There you go.
Of meeting
Something.
Kira so that you can help him, I guess. I don't know. All I'm getting out of this show is beware of people with good intentions.
Kira could be a 60-year-old creepy dude.
Maybe
What
she
do you-
just doesn't care. This is a different direction entirely than I thought the show was gonna do. I think this was the craziest episode we've had yet.
Oh, it's for sure the craziest episode.
Papa Yagami just goes full GTA and slams into the TV
I feel like
station.
it's gonna get worse. I
There's-
don't even know how it can. I couldn't have not predicted this.
Pixie goth girl with second Shinigami. Like, this is crazy.
And she's like, I'll give it my life. That's fine.
Light's gonna be playing a detective with Elle now. The title is Love, and I can only think that it is talking about this crazy-ass girl's love for Kira. That's how I'm interpreting it.
Oh, you're right.
I don't think it's
I
real
don't like
love.
her
It's
at
not
all.
good love. She scares me.
She's terrifying. She's crazy.
She's the most terrifying character in the story thus far.
Because she just doesn't care. She's like, I'll kill you.
She's way more unhinged than Light.
まさか向こうから来てくれると。これで捜査本部の内情と同時にニセキラのことも堂々と調べていける。なんとしてもニセキラのことは本部の人間より一歩先を知る必要がある。
If I was a Shinigami, I would want to lose my death note just so I could eat stuff.
いや、キラを捕まえて気持ちは一緒だよ。リュウが。ここでは龍崎。
So is he finally convinced he's real?
Looking at them together makes me think of that quote where it's one of the hobbits talking about Aragorn, and they're like, oh, should we trust him? And one of the hobbits goes like, oh, well, I think if he was a servant of the enemy, he would look fair and feel foul, where Aragorn looks foul and feels fair.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't that kind of feel like Light and Elle?
今までのキラに関する捜査資料とこのテレビ局に送られてきた一般には未公開のビデオを見てください。
If I'm the dad, I'm like, is my son that smart that you bring him in?
Surely he knows.
では、
It's interesting.
第二のキラの可能性は伏せ。
He did mention that.
君に捜査協力してもらうという方向でいきます。
しかし、それでは一緒に捜査しにくいのでは？
そうだ。大体何のための捜査協力
His dad's gotta have such moral dilemmas.
彼にこのビデオを一本見てもらい感想。
His dad doesn't seem that close to him, though.
ライト君の推理力には素晴らしいものがあります。
しかし、第二のキラの根拠は、予告殺人された者はキラが裁くはずのない罪の軽いものだったという龍崎の推理でしかないですよね。
それだけではありません。今まで私たちが想定してきたキラは殺人に顔と名前が必要でした。
And this one didn't.
しかしあの時、テレビ局にたまたま駆けつけた浮田さんが殺されたこと、エルをテレビ出演させれば殺せるような言い方をしていることから、第二のキラは顔だけで殺せる。
That's a lot of information to give up.
That is
Light
a
would never
lot.
give up that much information.
I know.
ビデオを見てもらい、キラなら捜査本部の指揮を取っているエルは絶対殺したいと思っているはずです。今のままなら私は第二のキラの要求通り3日後にテレビ出演し死ぬことになります。キラならこんな絶好の機会を棒に振ることはしない。
Oh.
But I feel like Light's gonna figure out that that would be what Elle would think that Kira would do. You know what I mean?
そこが第二のキラの推理をしなければ疑いが深まるというのか。
いえ、その場合は 5% のものですし。
This just be 5% chance.
Poor Pops, man.
キラの線で操作していると打ち明けて協力してもらいます。
I wonder if he doubts
This
it,
is an
though.
opportunity to clear him.
I wonder if a part of him does doubt it, because he doesn't seem very close to Light to me. Like, I don't think that he knows his son particularly
I
well.
don't know.
Like,
Yeah, like my parents would be like, no, you're crazy. He maybe is like, my son does have a really strong sense of justice and wants to join the police academy.
My son seems like a model student, but at the same time, like, surely he knows he doesn't know him
He's a
that well.
workaholic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how can you know for sure that it's not your kid when you don't know your kid that
I
well?
know.
Like, he's not home very often, it doesn't seem.
出来の悪さに吐き気がするのは僕が本物のキラだからか。しかしなぜこのビデオに関しての説明を誰もしてこない。何か変だ。まあどちらにしろ僕もこのビデオに関しては下手なことは何も言わないことだ。放っておけばエルは死ぬんだ。どうですかライト君、何かわかりましたか？こいつキラの力を持った人間は一人
Nah.
キラの力？どういうことだライト？
少なくともこいつは今までのキラじゃない可能性が。
If he hadn't said anything, he was gonna, and then he.
But he knew, he could tell.
Ah.
And Elle, I bet Elle knew he would,
殺
you
人
know?
予告にこんな容疑者を使ったりはしない。それにキラの殺人に顔と名前が必要とするなら、テレビ局に偶然駆けつけた刑事や警官を殺せたのもおかしいじゃないか。
エル、いや、龍崎の推理と全く同じ。
よくやったライト。
He's like, yay!
お前の疑いは晴れたはずだ。
私たちも第二のキラだと見ています。やはり分かっていたのか、龍が。いや、龍崎。分かっていて僕を試したのか。試したのではありません。 私一人が第二のキラ説を考えても説得力がない。ライト君が同じ推理をしたことでより有力な説となります。
That does make sense.
まず第二のキラを止めなければなりません。
What a weird twist this
This is
is.
so weird.
That's what I said. I told you, I don't think
Very
she's
bright.
nearly as smart as the other two.
本物のキラには従うかもしれません。ならばこちらで本物のメッセージを偽造すれば止められる可能性は高い。
You see, they see saying him.
Yeah.
龍崎、僕もそれが一番いい手だと思っていた。本物のキラを演じてほしいんです。僕が？はい。ライト君くらいの才能があればこなせるはずです。夜のニュースで流せるようキラからの呼び
Why do you want Light to do it?
もらえますか？こいつ最初からこの役をやらせるために僕をここへ。
What a weird little trap.
That was a weird twist. But I don't understand what he's trying to do though.
すごくよくできていますが、エルは殺していいがという部分を取らないと私が死にます。今の状況なら絶対エルだけは殺せと指示すると思ってね。軽いジョークだ。その部分は適当に直してくれ。はい。
His laugh sounds so fake.
I know, man.
できました。お願いします。
The voice actor did such a good job portraying somebody
I know.
who's like charmingly not convincing
Yeah.
entirely, right?
How does anybody else like him?
Because it's just because we know.
先日桜テレビにビデオを放映させたキラに対して自分が本物だという
Sakura means cherry blossom.
She's psycho.
She's just like Hot Topic girl.
I know.
現時点では私を名乗った者に対し私に協力し私の代弁をしようとしたと寛大に受け止めています。
Creepy ass dolls.
しかし罪のない者の命
Obsession with death?
ことを私の意志と反する勝手な行動は慎みまず私の意志を理解することです。
That did not fit with the other stuff.
I know.
Why would she have the Virgin Mary?
何する気だ？
She didn't even finish listening to the whole message.
第2のキラから返事です。
何？来たか？
キラさん、お返事ありがとうございます。私はキラさんの言う通りにします。
本当にキラの気持ちがわかるやつなら、エルのテレビ出演だけは強行してエルを殺す。こんなのに引っかかるな。
She's stupid.
私はキラさんに会いたい。キラさんも目を持ってないと思いますが、私は
Maybe she's not dumb. Okay, she's not dumb. She's not dumb.
The eyes.
No, she is dumb. They're gonna be like, the eyes? What the hell are the eyes, right?
Yeah.
And they're gonna be like, wait, we know that this Kira can kill and has an ability that the other Kira doesn't have.
Yeah,
And
this is like ability.
oh,
何か警察の人には分からないいい方法を考えてください。
He's freaking out.
会った時はお互いの死神を見せ合えば確認できます。
what?
死神？ダメだこいつ。早くなんとかしないと。
What?
大丈夫ですか？そんなものの存在を認めろとでも言うのか。
Oh, he's faking. He's pretending.
You think he's pretending? I think he was freaked out.
They knew from the beginning that there was something existential going on.
But maybe it just feels so weird to actually have a name to it instead of it just being like this vague idea of there being a supernatural method of killing. I think most people generally are relatively comfortable with the idea
Elle's
of
not
like
most people.
a more general vacuous like supernatural force, but when you start to get more specific, I think it would freak people out.
But Ella's not most people.
That is true.
I think he's acting. I think Light is freaking out because Light's like, you just gave away so much information. He's sitting right there.
死神が存在するなんてありえない。キラも刑務所内の犯罪者に死神が存在するような文章を書かせていた。
The more information that he gets, the grandstanding little like games that Light likes to put into his stuff, putting the Shinigami in, even the apples, like things that he's teasing him with because of his ego.
Because it's real.
Yeah, they're liabilities if L gets any information, right?
Yeah.
本物がこんな作戦にわざと乗ってエルをテレビ出演させ殺すのをやめさせるはずもない。ライト君の言う通り、キラが繋がっているのなら私を殺すことを中止するとは思えません。第二のキラはキラの思想とは関係なく
Dang, the logic is so good.
つまり キラに会いたいという思いです。その通りだ。キラへの興味で動いている。死神というのは殺人の力を示しているんじゃないかな。
They're
お
Shinigami
互
to
いの
meet.
死神を見せ合えば確認できますというのは、殺しの力を見せ合い確認すると考えればいい。
That's a good way to get out of it.
Yeah.
Kind
少
of.
なくとも死神という言葉はキラと第二のキラの間では共通し、意味の通る何かと考えられる。
I can't figure out how much L knows and how much of a game he's playing.
I don't think he's faking. I think this is his real thoughts right now.
じゃあまた返事をして誘導するのか。下手に探りを入れるとこっちが何も分かっていないのを気づかれてキラじゃないことがバレる。いえ、ここから先はキラと第二のキラに任せるんです。
Real hero?
任せる。
Let me on their
キ
own.
ラはキラから返事が来たことで今の状態に満足していると考えられます。そして両者間でしかわからない言葉を使っています。この返事を
And the eyes.
桜テレビの6時のニュースで流します。当然キラも我々の作ったキラと第二のキラのやりとりは気にして見ているはずです。キラの立場からすれば第二のキラと警察の直接の接触などは避けたいはず。もしかすると今度は本物のキラが返事をしてくるかもしれません。もっと警察や世間にキラがバラされたくないこと。
More
キラ
information.
を焦らせ焚きつけ自分に合わせようとする。こうなれば面白い。それを恐れてキラが
It's true because they basically got a bleeding
It sends a reply in order to avoid it.
キラの物的証拠を得られる可能性も高くなります。ではしばらくは第二のキラの身から追っていきましょう。
There we go.
There. Oh. She's not a model.
I think she is a model.
But her hair's different. That's not her.
Misa. So her name's Misa.
You're a psycho.
Rem and Misa.
死神はデスノートを持ってないとダメ。人間にデスノートを持たせて遊ぶには2冊必要。キラにノートを持たせたリュウクは死神大王を騙して2冊目を手に入れたってことね。
What?
そう。
じゃあレモも？
違うよ。死神大王なんてそう簡単に騙せる。
He tricked the Shinigami King?
じゃあどうやって？
私は死神界でも数少ない。死神を殺す方法。
What? That's possible?
とでも言っておこう。
じゃあ死神殺してね。
What?
それをミサにくれた。
So the other Shinigami, the one who likes apples that we're friends with, he tricked the king into getting a second death
So
note.
Rem killed the Shinigami and took their death
違
note.
うな。
Oh, what?
殺したわけではない。たまたま死ぬ死神がいて、そこに私
I don't believe that.
She was to kill a Shinigami?
誰にも言うなよ。死神を殺す方法は人間に恋させることだ。
What?
Well, that's foreshadowing if I've ever heard it.
素敵な殺し方。
You're a crazy girl.
I mean, it is romantic.
死神界からずっと一人の少女を眺めていたジェラスって死神がいてね。ジェラスは死神界からいつもその子を見ていた。
Jealous. Gelus. Pronounce
Oh. What the heck?
it. I mean, poor guy, but also poor girl.
Oh, she was gonna die? Oh, that's really sad.
なんで今日なんだろう。
Because he knew when she was gonna die.
Being a Shinigami just looks miserable.
Yeah, it sounds like the worst possible
そ
thing.
の子は夜道を一人で歩いていた。
Imagine a Shinigami falls in love with
Oh,
you.
she's getting killed?
Oh. That's not a good way to
突然
die.
路地から一人の男が現れ。
Oh,
With a
man.
knife?
She's just making everybody fall in love with her. Oh my.
見ず知らずの男。当然娘は断った。
He had a knife!
Honestly, that Shinigami and him are kind of the one and the same. Could the Shinigami not prevent it?
So he's saving her?
ジェラスは死神としてやってはならないことをした。
Oh, he wrote down the name of... He interfered.
They're not the same.
Oh.
ジェラスはその娘を助けるためにノートを使ってしまう。
You're not allowed to do that, so there are rules.
でもダメなんだよ。死神は人間の寿命を短くする。いただくためだけに。
So if you extend a human life, you die?
He gave the rest of his life for her.
Poor jealous.
Aww. That's really
That
sad.
is really sad.
That's a sad story. I didn't think I'd feel bad for Shinigami.
ジェラスは砂とも錆ともわからぬものに変わり死んだ。
And left his death note
後には
behind.
デスノートだけが残された。
Poor Gallus.
What a weird way to
ジェラ
die.
スの命が助けられた娘に見合った寿命
There you
として
go.
与えられたんだ。
So that chick could live to like 600. Because Shinigamis can extend their death, remember? That's why
Yeah.
everyone's just screwing around in the Shinigami
How long
world.
has she been alive
She's
for?
gonna be like
I have
700.
no idea.
その子に恋してなければ死神は死ななかったってこと？
その通りだ。
Or does it mean no?
I feel like this is...
That's
Rim is for sure gonna
inference.
fall in love with her.
Yeah.
Well, it's not love, it's that he saved her life.
Yeah, he saves her life.
It's
That's
not
what's
love.
different. Love makes you weak. To
Love made him do it.
Yeah.
But love didn't kill
love
him.
in and of itself
Yeah.
didn't do it. I feel like it's a little misleading.
Yeah,
how
a
to say
little
it.
bit. Sounds prettier though.
It does sound prettier.
じゃああの時私を助けてくれたのはジェラスって死神。
It's her?
そう。ジェラスはお前に
What?
恋をした。
That was her?
だからそのノートはお前のものだ。
What? How long is her lifespan then?
Well, okay, I kind of understand her fascination with death now. If some random dude jumps out of nowhere, tries to stab her ass, and then dies of a heart attack.
Jealous fell in love with her?
No wonder she's screwed up with this experience.
Rim
Death.
sought her out.
And this is probably why she's so obsessed with Kira, because she probably put together that this dude died of a heart attack the same way that people who are trying...
So she thinks maybe Kira
saved her. So that makes sense why, like, okay, I will say I still have negative opinions towards her in general, but I really understand way more of where she's coming from. I feel like this is a really well-constructed character.
crazy.
I did not expect this. I thought she was just going to be a fangirl.
rando.
And this makes so much sense.
My mind is blown. And she took the eye, so she halved her life. Because she had extra life to give.
殺すには人間に恋させて助けさせないとダメなんだ。レムはどう？私に恋し
Not yet.
諦めな。お前に私は殺せない。
バレてた？
You weren't exactly subtle.
でもこれでキラに教えてあげられる話がまたできたよ。知ってるのかな？死神の
Rim's just...
Yeah, Rim, why did you tell her that?
まずい。
Dude, no.
What's he gonna do? It's his favorite booth now.
第二のキラが致命的なヘマを犯し、警察に捕まったりすれば、デスノートのことがバレる可能性がある。
Yep.
いらっしゃいませ。
She's right there.
だが、
Ah!
エルに気づかれることなく第二のキラに
There's no way.
This has to be...
お待たせしました。
That looks amazing.
It does look amazing. But there's no way this is a coincidence.
一体どんなやつなんだ、ニセキラ。
There's no way he's imagining the right version of a person. She is probably imagining the right
She
version.
is probably imagining the right person.
That was
What the
amazing.
heck?
That was so well done. I did not expect that at all. Did you?
No.
Like, no wonder she's obsessed with Kira. Like,
How did Jealous fall in love with her in the first place?
I don't know. Well, it says she's a model. I know it's always really
Just
hard to tell
looks?
who's good looking and who's not good looking.
Just because she was beautiful
She's kind of bubbly too, beautiful and bubbly.
and obsessed with death
Maybe
now.
maybe it was that mixed with the aspect of like he was supposed to kill her and he was like, why do I have to take her life? She's young, she's
Yeah.
beautiful, she's happy. Why do I have to take her life? Maybe it was kind of all of those things together. That would suck to be a Shinigami. That would be the worst part of the job.
But she says something like, you know how to kill a Shinigami, have it fall in love with you, then Elle will know that Shinigami isn't just a power, it's a...
Oh, if she says it in
another
the video.
being, yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, that's crazy.
But
Knowing
I don't
it's
think
a
we'll get that far
different
because they're at the same
being,
restaurant.
They've got to meet each other.
And they're
right?
fine doing
Because
coincidences.
they can they see each other's Shinagamis if they've touched the
The
death
two
note?
Shinigami should be able to see each other just standing right there.
They'll probably see each other and they're both... Ryuk will be like, ha 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 ha, and the other guy, Rim, will just be like,
They're right there next to each other. The Shinigamis are right there
But
next
here's
to each
the
other. We didn't
question.
even think about that.
If they haven't touched each other's death notes, can they see each other's Shinigamis? Because that's what they said. A human can see a Shinigami when the human touches a death note.
You.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So would that mean that they have to touch each other's death notes? Or can they already see each other's Shinigamis? Because if they can see each other's Shinigamis already, then obviously they're going to, like, see each other's floating Shinigamis and be like, oh, yo, you're Kira.
I just want to say, if their fate is a thing in this world, Light is probably the luckiest freaking person that's ever lived, and just the sheer coincidences of being in the same cafe at the same time as this girl.
Or he's cursed from a, like, esoteric karma standpoint because everything keeps on happening to facilitate him doing more evil, which he's going to have to pay for eventually.
Because he's not going to, like, heaven or hell or anything. He's already skipping out on that.
That feels like you're giving up nothing, but if the afterlife did exist, you're giving up eternity for a few decades.
So short-sighted. Then what are you going to do? Go to the Shinigami realm? That place sucked.
Dude, that place did suck. I think that's the biggest mistake. That's such a miscalculation. It's so short-sighted, and I probably would do the same thing, because you can't think in those terms as a human. I feel like I don't know if they always do this, but whenever someone is a girl and they don't know their identity, I feel like they go out of their way to make every character say he.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Like he.
He.
Or maybe we're just noticing it. Also, the Shinigamis didn't say anything because they are not at the cafe.
So they can't see each other's Shinigamis.
Or they chose not to say anything.
Or they thought there was just a Hot Topic convention in town.
東京ドームで死神を確認する。5月30日にそうしようと言ってるようにしか見えない。だいたいノートに触れなければ死神は見えない。
Boom. So they can't see each other's Shinigami. My friends and I showed off our notebooks.
なんで死神の目を持ってても自分の寿命は見えないのか。もう一度よく教えて。
Especially because hers has gotten jacked
ノ
up.
ートを持った人間は殺す人間の寿命だけが見えればいい。そして死神同士が相手の寿命を見られないのと
Just staring at her boobs.
ノートを持った人間同士も寿命を
I think that was just hypothetical cameraman.
ノートという言葉がデスノートであるとすれば、キラである僕にしか伝わらない。それに警察は、まず5月30日の東京ドームの巨人戦にて死神を確認するの方に注目する。青山の方が本当のメッセージと考えてほぼ間違いないだろう。ここは下手なことは言わず、奴の出方を見て。
What does L know?
今のところバカだとしか言えない
ですよね。巨人戦でキラに会おうというのは見え見えだし、こんなものを放映したらパニックになり試合が中止になるのもわからないってことか。
正直バカっぽいだけにどう対処すればいいのかわからなくなりました。
I love smart people. They're just like, it's so stupid. I don't even know how to respond to this.
それに中止した場合怒って何をするか。
第二のキラはキラを崇拝しているようですし、我々の作ったキラに余計な犠牲は出さないと誓ったことを、とりあえず日記を放映し、試合中止を発表するとともに、30日、東京ドーム周辺の道路を封鎖し、検問をすると流しましょう。
Why would they still go?
また我々の作ったキラから、了解した会おうという内容の返事をする。キラの方は来ると思ってませんが、第二のキラはわかりません。どこまでバカなのか見えます。
Well, I guess the other thing is, why would they care? If they have a supernatural means of killing somebody, well, how would you find it from a car search? I guess you would just know who's there. So then you're limiting your suspect pool down by whoever went into the area, just at all, if you're like taking IDs, right?
この日記に他のメッセージが隠されてないか考えてみます。
Oh.
もし死神という力を持った者同士にしかわからない暗号が隠されていたら、私には解読できません。だが、この日記に記されている場所は徹底的にマークしておくべきです。22日
What a weird angle. That looks cool. Aoyama.
24日、友人と渋谷で待ち合わせ。現状では無駄を覚悟で、青山ではノートを持つ者に。
Notebooks.
I mean, honestly, yeah.
もし偽キャラが捕まった場合、ノートだけでも僕が抑えなければ、最悪そこにいた者を含め殺すしかない。
Even your dad?
No, in those areas.
今からできる限りの監視カメラを増設し、 できる限り私服警官を配備してもらいます。
じゃあ青山渋谷の街に似合いそうな僕が行きますよ。
He's so happy. I'm nervous for him.
青山渋谷はたまに行ってるところだし、松井さんと一緒にうろうろしてても一番不自然じゃないのは僕だ。
Oh, because they're both young.
Yeah.
Mr. Yagami's just like, hello, fellow kids, with his mustache and a baseball cap.
Look at L.
Hell's like, I don't believe you at all, man.
This girl's crazy. He could be an old, ugly dude.
She doesn't care because he saved her life.
外に出て電源を入れるとすぐこれだ。はい、龍崎です。当日はライト君のことも注意深く観察してください。これは内密にお願いします。
Because that means Light's probably gonna kill him, which is gonna bum me out.
Oh, I really like
No,
him.
second Kira probably will. Shit.
あくまでも疑っているということか。
I would want to go. He volunteered so happily.
遅かったのね。
捜査協力していることは秘密にするんだったな。大学でガールフレンドができたから。あら。
I don't think that was gonna help your case.
僕も18の大学生。
I forgot he's in college.
当たり前だろ。
I'd be like, excuse me, I want to know more.
ホテルのルームサービスで済ませた。
At the hotel?
Drama.
Light! You're torturing your poor mother.
Mom didn't seem to even be worried about it. Maybe it's more socially acceptable.
俺は人間についた時点でついた人間の許可なくそういうことするのはルール違反だと思うが、別にそんな掟はないから相手の死神は話しかけてくるかもな。
He should have already at that cafe.
リュウクを見たら僕がキラだと教える可能性もあるってことか。
普通はしないはずだが性格次第だ。
で、リュウクの性格は僕の考えている。
How often does this happen that there are social conventions around talking to a Shinigami attached to a different human? Like, how often in the history of the world? Ryuk dropping the Death Note? They acted like that was a one-time thing that hasn't happened before. How are there norms about this?
If it happened 200 years previously, there wouldn't have been internet, so it wouldn't have been nearly as widespread.
I'm saying in the Shinigami world, they acted like it was a really weird thing. I think they must think in centuries, if not millenniums,
They
right?
probably do. You know, happened 5 or 6
俺は
times.
死神のついてる人間を見てもライトには教えない。
ま、リュウクが正しいと思うよ。
But I'll give you an apple if you break your rule.
ニセキラ、ここまで考えているのか。青山といっても広い。どうやってお互いを見つけ出すのかと思って調べてみたんだが、22日、青山のノートブルーというクラブでイベントが。
Note blue.
青山、ブルー、それにノート。思ってたより知恵があるのかも。だとすれば、それだけこっちも気をつけなくてはいけないが、現状ではこのノートブルーにかけてみる。
I'm glad the characters can't figure out how smart Second Kira is along with us.
知られたくないんだろ。
But she's pretty. I feel like Light is asexual though. Like he does not care.
ライト君、これは一体。
僕の大学の友達です。
That's a lot of
僕の
friends.
いとこの太郎さん。東京は初めてで、青山とか六本木とかで楽しく過ごしてみたいんだって。みんなよろしく。
When does he have time to cultivate these friendships and hang out with
Looking for a
people?
girlfriend.
誰か立候補してくれない？
ライト君。
That was actually funny.
さすがライト君。この若者の集団に刑事がいるなんてまず誰も考えない。
これだけの人数で動けば、もしリュウクを見られても誰
Ooh,
についてい
clever.
るかはわからない。
And a single person would have a really hard time because the FBI can take 7 suspects and trail them all, right?
Yeah.
And they'd be like, okay, cool, we're tracking all of them, we're eliminating it because we have 24-hour surveillance on 7 people. A single operator would never be able to do that.
No, it's also defense against L surveillance cameras. That was clever. I don't like that he's so smart.
I feel like he's getting smarter as far as the show happens, or I'm just understanding it more and more. Boom. Wait, she's in a disguise?
How does she know?
月婚かな。一人だけ寿命見えてないよ。
Oh. Damn.
こんな簡単に会えるなんて思ってなかったよ。
That was really clever.
Why didn't his Shinigami warn him?
Because Ryuk doesn't care about helping Light. He just cares about it being interesting. And he doesn't always even think this deeply about stuff.
Damn it, Ryuk, why didn't you warn him?
Why would Ryuk help? And why are you rooting for Light?
Over this crazy chick?
But if Crazy Chick helps L stop Light, wouldn't it be good?
せっかく会えたのにもういいのか？
名前分かったし、あとは簡単に調べられるわよ。変わった名前だしね。
Why? I thought her eyes were supposed to be red. They just flip back and forth. Under 780 days old. So it won't affect kids.
2-year-olds. But 3-year-olds, you're screwed. That's a weird
That
line.
was a very...
Hold up, that's a very weird line to draw. A 3-year-old can help do the Death Note, but a 2-year-old can't? That's weird. Isn't that weird? The Death Note?
4 times. That's
the whole Death Note will be rendered useless. That's a big
one.
That's a big exploit. Dude, could you imagine someone like Technoblade with this? Technoblade would find all kinds of weird ass exploits.
Oh my goodness.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
それにしてもすごいな、八神ライト。中学2年3年とテニスの全国大会で優勝。
So she's just gonna become more obsessed?
大学の入学式で新入生代表の挨拶。
He's
Yes.
also only 18. How old are you?
こんな名前他にいるわけないし、何もかも想像以上。平気で名簿売ってるところあるし、世の中狂ってるね。住所も分かっちゃった。
What?
That is creepy.
結局今のところ22日青山、24
She just doxed him.
どちらも何も起きた形跡はなし。あとはもう30日のドームしか。
ノートブルーにもそれらしきものは一人も現れなかった。
What a waste of time.
龍崎、桜テレビ宛てに第2のキラからのメッセージ。
Uh-oh.
消印は23日です。
キラを見つけることができました。テレビ局の皆さん、警察の皆さん、ありがとうございました。
How polite. I'm glad that second Kira, although a murderer, is not an impolite person.
相手の死神がリュウクを見つけて教えたのか。いや、誰についていたかは判断できないはず。尾行にも最新。
Considering how technically like the technicalities of how all this stuff interacts is what ends up mattering.
該当するのは22日の青山だけ。やはり八神ライトがキラか。
No, did the odds just increase?
Oh, it has to be.
第二のキラは見つけたと言っているだけです。接触はまだかもしれない。第二のキラに今度は警察が呼びかけてみるしかありませんね。だが誰なのか教えるよう呼びかけるんです。
最悪の展開じゃないのかこれ。
No, he's gonna use it.
相手側の偽キラだけにどう
Fake
No,
Kira
it's
will
bad.
protect him.
Because what is that saying? Like two can keep a secret when one of them is dead?
Yeah.
Because the fact that there's even somebody else in the whole world who knows that he's Kira makes his chances of being caught uncalculably
so
higher. It doesn't matter that she is in love with Kira, or he doesn't even know exactly. He just knows that like second Kira is obsessed with Kira and agrees with some of the values. Second Kira agrees with some of the values that they think Kira has. They might not actually. That happens all the time where there's radical people think that they are working in agreement and then they work together for a while and then they find points where they and they dramatically disagree, right?
Yeah. Oh man.
And crazy people don't stop being crazy.
キラの情報を我々に教えることで罪を償い、キラの恐怖から世界の人々を救うことです。
どこ行くんだ？
Right now?
Like this?
Right now? Dressed
this
like this?
directly? I don't know if she's gonna be the type of girl that your mama approves of.
Look at her.
ノート、まさか。
Oh my goodness.
This
He's
is
like,
way
"Bye,
easier than
Mom."
I thought. That's her real name too, isn't it? Holy crap, she is like full-on devoted culty. She's not even like, here's a fake name so you can't kill me in a death note. I'm assuming it's her real name. That's what Rim called her, I think. Whoa.
死神偽キラだ。上がっていけよ。母さん、わざわざ届けてくれたんだ。お茶か何か。
そうね。
こないだ言ったろ。
Oh. That he spent the night at the hotel with?
Or at least had dinner at the hotel with. Room service, not even at the restaurant. No plausible deniability.
なぜわかった？
やっぱり目の取引はしてないんですね。死神の目を持つと人間の寿命と名前を見ることができる。
Why'd you take the damn cameras out of the house, Al?
I know.
Why'd you take the damn cameras out of the house?
One.
脳と持っている人間の寿命は見えないんです。
Nah, Ryuk.
そこまで詳しく
He didn't know it? Uh-huh.
まあ、それはわかったが、君がもし警察に捕まっていたら、キラの秘密がバレていた。
私は捕まってないし、これからはあなたの言う通りに動けば捕まらない。そして私がエルの名前を見る。私はあなたの目になる。だから彼女にしてください。
彼女
Ryuk's like, this is funny.
Yes.
しかし、
What is that? Like nothing in the world is as scary as a woman spurned or something? What's that saying? Oh, I want to go in Proverbs on everything today. I don't
Proverbs.
know.
I
They
think
feel
it's
appropriate
Shakespeare.
here.
I'm pretty sure it's just Shakespeare.
Well-
It's like, hell hath no fury like
Like
a woman
scorned.
scorned.
There we go. I'm worried though because this gives Light everything he needs to beat L. If he can get L and figure out any way to get him outside of the hotel into a place where Misa can see him, then Light wins.
He's got
If he gets the communication from Misa of the name.
He's got an obsessive stalker.
Or Misa could, yeah, but it's an obsessive, who cares? It's an obsessive stalker who could help him kill L. And L's the only one who we think could conceivably stop Kira. And then
marry
he knows
her?
Misa's name. All he has to do is just get Misa to see L somehow. Misa gets the name, Misa kills L, and then Light knows Misa's name, Light kills Misa.
Misa, he doesn't know how to spell it.
だいたいあの日の青山はいつもの3倍の監視カメラがついていた。あの日青山に行ったのなら必ず君はどこかに映っている。僕もだ。今ここでこうしてることすらまずいんだ。
青山に行った日の私の写真です。
No one's gonna recognize her there.
これなら確かにわかる。
Thank you, Ryuk.
You and Ryuk always, right?
君がテレビ局に送ったものには
I was wondering this too.
あれは私の指紋じゃない。最近まで私は関西にいて、オカルト好きな友達がいたんです。私が作ったインチキな心霊映像をいろんなテレビ番組に送ろうって持ちかけたら、彼女が持ってきた私の指紋がつかないよう、そのビデオテープの上からあのキラの映像を重ね撮りして音を入れたんです。
その友達は今どうしている？
あなたが殺せと言うなら今すぐにでも
Poor girl.
You're a
Yeah,
psychopath.
don't mess with this shit, dude.
どうしても信じられないならこのノートあなたが預かってください。これなら私はあなたを殺せないし、私が不要になったらあなたが私を殺せばいい。
なんでこいつここ
This is
Because
way
she's an
scarier.
obsessive, crazy person.
何ページか切り取って隠し持っているかもしれないじゃないか。
なんでそこまで疑うの？私はあなたに利用されるだけでもいいの。信じて。
なぜそこまで言えるんだ？
He's like, because she's not rational. He doesn't understand.
ちょうど1年前。
Her parents were killed? This girl has horrible luck.
She
Her
has
parents
really
were
bad
killed?
luck.
So she thinks Kira did kill her parents' murderer.
Yeah.
On top of she thought that Kira saved her in the alley, even when she found out that that wasn't actually Kira, it was a different Shinigami. I would still expect her to feel positively towards people who kill
Bad
violent
people.
offenders, right? But this makes sense why
At
she's
least she's
so
got
passionate.
some sort of reason, because I was like, she's a psycho.
Dude, she's still insane though. She's a true, like, full-on devoted cult believer.
Yeah. He's like her opposite. This is gonna reinforce what he's doing, though, make him feel good about it.
今までの無理なやり方はキラに会いたいという。
I don't know how he's gonna view it, because I feel like this kind of
監視カメラ
emotionality is still a liability.
最低限はできている。
Just kill her
She's
after.
literally bowing to him.
Is this where Light starts cult leader Kira?
彼氏にはなれないが、ふりはしてあげられる。僕に会うため、僕の力になるために、残りの寿命を半分にした君の目は武器になる。
He can't be her boyfriend?
That was way more honest than I expected. How creepy. Just two Shinigami watching over. Yep,
Ugh.
there we go. That's real face Light. For some reason, it puts me more at ease when I see his real killer face.
He was smart to draw a boundary line on that boyfriend thing, because that was just a slippery slope that would lead to death. Here he's like, oh, I draw a line. Now you're always going to be working to become my boyfriend and making me happy. There's always a chance you could.
Yeah.
Versus, oh, I'm your boyfriend now. I have to serve you and like...
I have no obligations.
Yeah.
But there's a window of opportunity that I could serve those obligations. I mean, I think this is smart. I think this is really smart of Light. Because there's no guarantee he'll... if anything, it's not just there's no guarantee. I would expect that there will never be another opportunity to get access to Shinigami eyes without giving up half of his own lifespan. How can you conceivably find out L's identity if you don't have that?
I don't know what L's gonna do.
What if he has a... Can Misa use the Shinigami's eyes through video surveillance?
I was trying to figure that out. Like, if she watches somebody on TV, she can kill him, right?
I think so. So then couldn't Light wear like a little button camera? Or at the most ghetto, he could like have FaceTime call that he somehow shows.
No, they're not allowed to have their phones.
That's
I
true.
don't know.
There's gotta be something he can do. It seems like this becomes very easy theoretically for Light to be able to kill L now, doesn't
I
it?
don't see a way out of it. This story is freaking bonkers. Oh my goodness.
Yo, he's so crazy. I wonder if Light's gonna recruit other cult members.
Probably.
I feels like he will, doesn't
For
it?
sure. And
Oh
this-
no, because they won't want people to know his identity. That's the thing, is I feel like what if Misa reveals his identity without meaning to?
Yeah. The only thing we can hope now is that she's stupid, but she's not.
She's not stupid, but she is
She could still make
she's
a
a
mistake.
wild card, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe someone will talk bad about Kira and she'll kill them or something like that, right? Like something that would piss her off that Light wouldn't do. The title is Friend, which in another show would be really, really,
Not in this
uplifting.
show.
But this just makes me feel ominous. Let's go.
Oh, I don't like that.
I mean, what else was he gonna do? To your point.
Yeah.
You can't have a scorned woman who knows his identity running around. He either kills her now or he uses her then kills her.
Oh, so creepy.
I mean, is he any more creepy? She's creepy. They're both creepy.
Then I'll kill her?
こいつはキラの正体を知ってしまった唯一の人間。
She's stupid.
信用させるのに必要か。
Was there a downside?
Yeah, I don't know.
後ろ向いてくれるか。
That is a very small slit.
こっち向いていいよ。
I wonder if it feels like anything.
They really don't look that much
We haven't
alike.
seen any of them that look at all similar.
はいよろしく
もうライトって呼び捨て。
Why not?
Night?
I'm punny.
ライトでいいよ。
Good luck, dude.
その22日の青山関連のビデオ一人で全部チェックする気ですか？
はい。キラと第二のキラはここで接触した可能性が高いですから。
I feel like this will mislead him, if anything, don't you?
茂木さんにライト君の行動を監視してもらってください。
ライトの行動を？
万一ライト君がキラだった場合、第二のキラが何らかの形で接触してくるかもしれません。
わかった。しかし、
That's pretty chill.
Good question.
あの姿勢のまま寝てるの
He sleeps gargoyle mode?
じゃあ、特定の人間に好意を持ち、その人間の寿命を伸ばす目的で他の人間を殺すと、死神は死ぬ。
Yeah, he made it a little bit more precise.
そんなことをする死神がいるとは思えないけどな。
But dude, it just happened. What are you talking
I
about?
know.
少なくともリュウコは絶対なさそうだ。今までテレビ局にテープを送ったのはどこからだ？
最初は大阪、次は東京、この前は長野、新幹
She
線
travels a lot.
Oh wow, that's a lot of places.
で、 まだ友達の指紋付きビデオテープや封筒は残ってるんだな。
That poor
じ
girl.
ゃあそれらビデオ作成に使ったものも全て処分すべき。だがそれは明日また別の場所から局に最後のビデオを送ってからだ。
Won't they be like, okay, well, this girl's fingerprints were on it, so somebody connected to her?
I guess, but how would they narrow that down? That's still a lot of people.
I feel like Al could do it.
キラに名乗り出るのはやめます。警察の皆様、ご忠告ありがとうございました。しかし、私はキラと共に世の中の悪を消していき、キラに協力して認めてもらいます。まずはキラがまだ裁けていない犯罪者を裁きます。そして、この力を与えるにふさわしい人間にはどんどん力を分け、世の中を良くしていきたいと。
Is that just to mislead Ella
Yeah.
entirely? It must be, right?
操作を混乱させるための。
Yeah.
Yeah.
すでに2人も力を持った者がいるんだ。何人になっても不思議ではないし。
What if there are more?
私はライトの言いなりになるから。
それともう一つ大事なこと。
She has so much faith in him.
ノートを押さえ検証しない限り証拠はないんだから。これを守れると誓えるか。
No.
Transactional relationship.
I guess so.
やっぱり分かってないこいつ。無理だよ。言っておかないと分かってもらえそうにないな。エルはすでに僕のことをキラーではないかと疑っている。
Now you're gonna go off about him?
何も分かってない。エルはバカみたいに言われてるのに、本当はもうそこまで。
しかしそのおかげとは言わないが、僕もエルと接触を持てるところまで来ている。
なんかすごいどっちも。
She's getting
She's
off
just a
on this.
self-insert from us.
僕がキラであろうと名前を隠せば危険ではないと考え、僕を直接探るためにエルだと名乗り出た。しかしキラの可能性がある人間が他にいないから、その程度の確証だ。それどころかこっちがうまく振る舞えば僕を信じ一緒に操作するつもりだ。
じゃあライトがミサをエルのところに連れて行ってくれればいいだけね。
そんな簡単にはいかないよ。エルに自分から近づくのは僕だけでも難しかった。それよりも
Yeah, Light didn't get close to Ella. Ella got close to Light.
社会に対するキラと第二のキラの態度に変化があれば、そのものが第二のキラであり、
Man, he has to explain everything. He hates doing that. He likes just acting.
Maybe the author got tired of writing brooding scenes and he's like, cool, we'll do some talking scenes. Introduce a girl.
なんとなくわかるけど、だからデ
Yes.
ートできないってこと？
いや、まずは君の存在をエルに知られずに、君がエルを見る策をじっくり考えるべき。君とはなるべく直接会って連絡していきたい。君に会うことが目立たないよう、他の女の子ともたくさん。
Oh.
他の女の子ともって。
That.
まあそういうことに。
Do you hear him? He's like, I have to date other girls. But here's that emotional volatility.
そんなの見たら、その子殺しちゃうよ。
She means it.
ミサちゃん。
ちゃうんかよ。
Ryuk.
二人で命がけで世の中を変えていくんだろ。
No, she's just gonna like to be with you.
ミサは世の中より
There you go.
No, pathological.
君の僕への思いはキラへの賛同者としてのはず。
一目惚れってしたことない？
ないよ。
ミサがキラに会いたかったのは確かに感謝と共感で愛じゃなかったけど、ライトを一目見た時から私。
なんなんだこの女。
相変わらずモテモテだな。
Ryuk. I just love him. Just chilling on the bed.
If you love me, you'll obey me. Hashtag abusive relationships 101.
でも他の女の子とデートするのは許せない。それとこれとは別の話でしょ。
ノートは今2冊とも僕の手にある。従えないなら僕は君を殺す。
そうはさせないよ。嫌がみライト。もしこの娘を殺すようなことをすれば、私が私のノートにお前の名前を書き、お前を殺す。
Why is he so protective?
この娘の寿命は私には見えている。もしこの寿命の前に死んだら、
Whoa.
お前が殺したとしか思わない。
その子を助けるためにノートを使えばお前が死ぬんじゃなかったのか。
確かにそうだ。
What?
だが私はそれでも構わない。
何なんだこの死神。本気か。
What? So he loves her too. This girl just is like Shinigami crack.
Why do they like her so much? It's because of how she dresses?
They're just really into goth girls. Shinigamis just love
Can you
Hot
believe
Topic.
that? He just basically is like, I will die to protect her. I can't believe that just happened.
Would he die though? Because I thought
Was he bluffing?
The thing I'm curious about is I thought a Shinigami only died if they saved a human who had run out of time. Would he die if he's just saving a human who hadn't run out of time?
Yeah, that's weird. 'Cause
That doesn't
it's
seem
different.
like it would be the same, right?
I think it's the falling in love and interfering based on that love.
I don't know. I don't feel like the rule is precise for us yet.
No, she hadn't run out of time yet.
もう11時半よ。女の子こんなに遅くまで。
ああ、そうだね。つい話し込んじゃって。
夜遅くにお邪魔してすみませんでした。
His sister's in PJs.
あ、
He's not gonna walk her home? Yeah, I was about to say.
今この子と外を歩くのは。
大丈夫です。おやすみなさい。
If I'm the mom, I'm whacking my son.
うんうん。最初はちょっとって思ったけど。
I know, I'd be like, what the hell? That's not how you treat dates.
Cute? I don't know if that's the right word.
あいつが死ぬまでうまく付き合い続けなければならないのか。警察に捕まらないように彼女の一生を。
That sucks, dude.
The story got way more interesting,
That
though.
super sucks. But he's in love with her, but she's in love with that other guy.
Yeah, but he's a Shinigami. Like, he might love her, but not in a sexual way. You know what I mean? He
Yeah.
might love her like a brother or a parent or a puppy or something. Suicide is a valid cause of death. Basically, all humans are thought to possess the possibility to commit suicide. It is therefore not something unbelievable to think of.
Oh.
レモン先に殺そうと思い、僕がデスノートで誰かを操ってミサを襲わせるなどはできない。ミサが危険な目に遭えば、真っ先に僕が疑われ、僕が殺される。こうなると、現時点で
Misa showed up
At
and
least he
messed
likes
everything
and
up.
respects Al.
Yeah.
こんなに目立つことしてたのか。こうなると僕が合ってると分かったらどうなるんだ。
It's weird seeing her not in goth clothes, isn't
I
it?
know.
考えても邪魔だ。いや、それよりもミサの目を利用し、エルを殺すことを考
And
え
then figure out the next step.
エルさえ消せ。
Dude, Light doesn't even care that he's got super hot girls simping for him. He doesn't even
I told him
care.
he's totally asexual.
I think you're right.
ミサちゃんのこと。
Which is weird. You would think that he would have some weird, like, sadistic impulse or something, right? I feel like if it was a Western writer, they would have for sure given him some kind of, like, sexually deviant kink.
No.
But he's not even interested in women.
Not
He was
even.
like, oh, I'll have to date other women to not arouse suspicion. Ugh.
And he meant it.
はいはい。
I can't believe that they just agreed to keep a secret.
誰にも言わないでほしいんだ。彼女、
She wants
一応出てきて
grandkids.
るモデルだから、彼氏とかまずいんだ。
通りで可愛いと思った。さすがお兄ちゃんの彼女だ。秘密にして
I can't believe they agreed to keep the secret from Dad. Well, she didn't just agree. Smart girl.
She's extorting him.
今日もミサから最後のメッセージがつく。しかしそのビデオはテレビ局には行かず、捜査本部に回されるはずだ。エルの反応を見るために今日は本部に行かなくては。
八神くん、これからお付き合いしてくださるって言いましたよね。
ああ、言った。
そして早速、こうして肩を並べて講義を受けてい
That's
ます。
bold.
なのに八神くんは少しも楽しそうじゃなく、ずっと上の空です。
Well, it's a lecture. That's not a date.
東大の呼び声高い高田さんと付き合うのって、周りからいろいろ言われるんだろうなって考えてたんだ。事実、高田さんすごい美人だし。
He's just like AI chatbot. He's like AI chatbot
He
of like the
literally
right
just
thing to
spews
say in
out
situation.
like romance novel bullshit.
私はミスなんとかだとか、浮ついたものは嫌いです。
ああ、そうだね。なんだ
Do people even gossip that much in college? There are too many people at my college to gossip about. It was like 20,000 people. It's like, I don't know who anybody is.
さっき第二のキラからメッセージビデオが届いた。
He's very disciplined. He has no real vices.
I know.
早いな。はい。これが最後だと言ってます。
キラに名乗り出るのはやめます。警察の方、ご忠告ありがとうござ
Do
い
you
ま
think
し
it's
た。
exactly the same? Or do you think she added something?
I'm trying to listen.
協力し、世の中の悪を裁
You
い
mean
て
read?
キラに認めてもらいます。
No, babe, I learned Japanese since last week.
犯罪者を裁きます。そしてこの力を与えるにふさわしい人には分け、世界を変えていきたいと思います。
That seemed 1 for 1 to me. Did it seem 1 for 1 to you?
Yeah, I didn't see anything that she missed.
キラが繋がってしまったと感じましたなぜ繋がったと感じませんでしたか
Sense it?
ライト君なら私と同じ印象を受けると思っていたんですが
I don't usually like donuts, but those donuts look good.
キラに会うことにこだわっていた態度が一変したこと
It's probably all Elle eats for like a week.
Yeah, which is in line with what Kira thinks. I was really surprised why Light said what he did, or told her to write what she did, because I was like, it seemed very obvious to me that it was like total shift in second Kira's behavior.
Oh, like in the voice? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, this is a different writer.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Like he should have just had Misa write something.
Yeah.
これを今までなぜやらなかったかそれはそこまで考えが及んでいなかったからおそらくキラとつながりを持ちさばけと言われたんです
I mean, that's nailed it.
そしてキラはつなが
Yeah,
り
you're still right. That's a good point.
それだとキラも大して考えずに行動しているはい
So did Kira just call himself stupid then?
Light's just like, damn it, idiot. Oh, or that's...
Oh.
しかしこれでライト君がキラである疑いはまた減りましたライト君がキラなら第二のキラには
If Light were here, he'd never be such a moron.
私をテレビ出演させる脅迫をさせると思うんです
Oh, dang it.
している以上第二のキラの責任になりますし
So was the one time that Light was not smart, or did Light do that on purpose?
Yeah, did Light do this in order like, oh, I'll do something dumb because then at the second level it'll throw Elle off me being Kira?
I don't think so. I didn't
know.
get
Do you
the
think he was
impression
flustered because Misa was such a
I
variable?
got the impression he was flustered.
そしてこう寄せればいい
And that's just working out in his favor.
一度はキラに言われてやめたがその忠告はキラ本人のものとは思えなくなったエルが死ねばキラは喜ぶはず止めるわけがないともし僕が
So
キラだ
gross.
そんなことはしないよなぜ龍崎がエルであるのなら僕はエルの性格を知っているエルはどんな脅迫をされようとテレビに出たりはしない人の身代わりになる気などはさらさらない何か逃れる手段は必ず考えるバレてましたか
ライト例え話自分がキラならなんて話すのはやめろ
Poor Mr. Yagami.
でも龍崎には自分の考えをちゃんと言いたいんだこの事件を早く解決するためにも自分の疑いを晴らすためにもそれにもし僕がキラならなんて話せるのは僕がキラじゃないからだよ
You think his dad's starting to be
His
like...
dad looks so sus. Look at him.
That's the face of somebody who's about to hit the report button in Among Us.
ライト君がキラでは困りますライト君は私の初めての
Oh.
Oh. That's not what I thought he was gonna say.
I think Elle and Light...
僕にとっても
I think he kind of does, weirdly.
Yeah.
I think he'd still kill him the second he could, but... I think especially Misa showing up made him realize how much he actually likes Elle.
They're really the only ones that, like, nobody else can relate to either of them because
Yeah.
they're on such a different level.
They speak Japanese, but they don't speak the same language as everybody else.
No.
Or no one speaks the language that they speak, and they get each other. No one else sees them. Especially Light. No one else sees Light at all.
I know.
They just see his mask.
Well, that was weirdly wholesome. That was super weird. I think that really bothered him. Yeah, Light doesn't seem happy about it.
龍崎のやつあっさりとキラと第二のキラのつながりに感づいているやはりできるだけ早く消さなければ
Maybe he doesn't like him, but he respects him.
I know.
これではますますミサに会うことは危険だ
Bro.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's funny how much he hates her and how much he's like, oh man, Elle is a little bit of an inconvenience. We're locked in this cat and mouse struggle. Like, really, that should be what makes him mad.
But he's
hates
kind of, her.
But I think he kind of likes it. But with her, he's just like, I hate this chick. She doesn't make decisions
she's a
that
wild
make sense.
card.
Like, she's dumb. He doesn't dislike Elle because Elle's smart. And it's like, okay, we're playing this game.
Yeah.
He hates her because she's not playing the game.
She's just psycho.
It's like being random makes it way bigger threat.
Another girl? Not 17, 18.
No light? That's not weird.
お前ミサの味方してるよな。
ああ、この子のことは死神界から何度か見ていたし。
Shinigami are too honest.
I know.
少し情が移ってね。
死神のくせに情か。
He's like, what the heck? Ryuk's like, I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
お前を殺すと言ったのが気に入らないようだな。
ミサが幸せになればレムも気分がいいってことか。
この子の不幸は見たくない。
ミサはこんなに。
Psycho.
僕の幸せは君の幸せになるか。レムに頼んでくれるか。エルを殺せって。レムは君の幸せを願っているし、どちらかがエルに捕まりでもすれば二人の幸せ。
That's a really good. I mean, that makes.
確かに死神は人間に人の名前を教えてはいけない。レムが誰かを殺そうと制約はないもんな。
Why would Ryuk have done it? Ryuk's just here for a good time.
僕はよりミサを愛しい。
Oh, you little light.
ライトに愛されたい。ライトも私も喜ぶし、それが私の幸せ。
But why would Rem agree to that? Wouldn't he be jealous?
I don't think he loves her like that, though.
Like a parental love?
Or something. I think it might be more like a dog. Like, you love your pet, you know what I mean?
いいだろう、ヤガミライト。
Yeah, I don't like him
私は
either.
お前が嫌いだ。お前の寿命を伸ばす結果になっても私は死なない。
Lengthening?
エルを殺してやる。
Yeah, because
It'll lengthen his lifespan?
if it lengthens lifespan, he won't die because he doesn't like L. Or sorry, he doesn't like light. Ryuk's probably like, damn it, bro, don't ruin the fun.
He's like my friend.
He's like, this wasn't supposed to be how it works. I think that his purpose had started to become just winning the cat and mouse battle rather
I think
than...
it bothers him.
I think so too. I don't think he wants to win this way.
No, I don't think it's gonna happen. I have faith that it won't.
I don't... Well, how can you stop it? Because the Shinigami, he can just rock up, fly to where L is. Light can tell him, yeah, he's in this hotel. He just flies over there.
You know what I have solace
L
in?
can't see
if he
him.
does win this day, he's stuck with Misa for the rest of his
Yeah,
life.
if he beats L like this, he'll always feel unsatisfied because he didn't actually win.
And
I think he cares so much more. That's why they showed us the tennis match. That's why they showed us the tennis match, right? Because it was a symbol for this game that they're having between them. I think he cares
and that's why
way
he's coming
more.
in, he's throwing extra balls on the court, and he's like, yada.
I don't think he cares nearly as much about being Kira and the purpose as much as he cares about beating L.
Now, his purpose has changed.
But he won't have outfoxed L in this situation.
Kinda.
Kind of, but not really. It's very much like Deus Ex Machina. It's not fulfilling.
Yeah.
Like, I really wanted to beat him in tennis, but then I paid somebody to go break his leg the day before, so they forfeited the match.
Won.
And I won. It's like, not really. I don't feel good winning by forfeit, you know?
I don't know how
he's cursed too. He has to, like, he's forced to live with Misa the rest of his life now. And he has no excuses if L's not around anymore.
Oh my goodness.
He's done so. Imagine getting shotgun wedding by a mortal Shinigami. Here's a question. If they think that it's supernatural, right? Could he have brought in a bunch of priests and exorcists and stuff to, like, put salt around the hotel or do all these different things? Because they don't know how it's working, but could he have done some type of supernatural, like, game plan to keep himself safe?
We don't know. We don't have that information
Yeah,
yet.
but I'm, like, could he have? Like, theoretically, he knows it's supernatural. Hey, yo, get the
like
Vatican.
Vampire, you can't come in unless
Something.
you...
He's just like wearing garlic. I don't know. I'm just saying, I would do everything. I'd be like, hey, call it the Vatican, and like we're sending a whole
every
team of exorcists.
religion
Yeah.
ever to defend me right
Yeah,
now.
like calling a Buddhist, like calling everybody. We're gonna make this hotel impregnable. I feel like there has to be a catch.
He's
that
gonna
Rim-
get out of it somehow, and I don't know how.
There's no way Rim actually is just gonna follow through with this.
No.
With no benefit. Although Rim's acting very strangely.
He's been acting strangely from the beginning. He literally told her how he could die.
The fact that he showed up in the first place is very weird.
I know.
There's something about Rim that we don't know.
I think he's in love with her too.
Maybe the Shinigami are just wild cards because they're so bored.
で、いつ殺す？そいつの居場所に連れて行ってもらえればすぐに殺せる。
早い方がいい。明日にも。
Then you're gonna be stuck with that girl for the rest of your life.
That's good for Rim. He wants it. Well, for the rest of her life.
合わせてよく考えてから返事する。いかなる場合でも僕が指示するまでは殺すな。
ああ、それは
は約束してやるよ。
Do Shinigami have to keep promises like Jin?
I don't think so.
I doubt it, right?
携帯の番号
That's what I'm saying. Could Rim be messing with Light right now?
いや僕の番号は教えられない。
Well, if you text her, you'll give it to her.
They're lovers
警
now.
察にマークされてると言っただろう。今の警察は特定した電話の会話を聞くことができるんだ。
What? They just all gave you cell phones?
ミサなら多分大丈夫だろう。いや電源は切っておく。電話するときは最低限必要なことをこっちからなんだ。多分明日。
I don't like Light, but I do think it's hilarious how much he's just like, no.
Can't handle.
No, can handle. Like, he can, I think he's
doing a pretty
handling her
good job.
very well. She's like, oh, we'll do this. Oh, we'll do that. And don't forget, she's like a really famous, pretty model and stuff. If Light was any type of normal person, he would at least have some investment. And she's throwing herself at him. He's like, no, I do not care about you literally at all, except for how you help me further my own goals and ambitions. What a true, absolute Sigma icon.
She could still kill him at any point if she gets pissed off enough.
一度連絡を入れるよ。 じゃあミサ、今日はもう帰るんだ。
She's driving me nuts.
I think you're right. He's just asexual.
ミサ、
What?
Yeah, he just wants her to shut up.
今日は帰るんだ。
How long is that gonna work
し
for?
かし、いきなりキスと。
Ryuk's like, what the heck?
僕に心底惚れさせておく必要がある。
This would be really funny if it wasn't two serial killers.
Yeah.
And my brain keeps on forgetting it.
Oh, I don't.
Weirdly.
そんなことよりも、エルを明日殺すかどうかだ。エルとして公になっていない今、龍河が死ねば、僕がキラだという疑いが濃厚になることは覚悟しなければならない。
I don't think anyone else is smart enough to do that though.
話を合わせただけだ。
No, I think he actually. That's the only actual positive bond I've sensed from Light at all. I do think he feels something.
I think he feels something more than he's
Something.
admitting.
I don't think that he will care about it more than his overarching goal is Kira.
Yeah.
ここでエルに自己死を使えば僕をキラだと疑える者はほとんどいない。いたとしても証拠などない。エルが死んだ後の動きは想像しかできない。明日がエル。いや、少なくとも龍崎龍河の命日だ。
Why say at least?
Yeah, I don't get it. Obviously, it would be Elle's last day.
Is it taking this long to get the evidence back?
中見さん、近日中私が死んだら息子さんがキラ。
Oh.
How can you just say stuff like that? How does he know?
何を言い出すんです。渡りを自由に使えるようにしておきますから、あとはお願いします。
ほとんどお互いは晴れたと言っておいて、一体本心ではどこまで息子を。
私にも私の本心がわかりません。こんなこと今までなかった。キラと第二のキラが繋がったとすれば、私は大ピンチです。冷静に分析できなくなっているのかもしれません。
Elle's like, yeah, I'm really upset right now.
But I'm pretty calm.
I'm so upset right now. It's really messing with my
Explain.
analytical focus and abilities.
I want to know his explanation.
他に疑える者がいないから固執しているだけかもしれない。今私が殺されたら、息子さんがキラだと断定してください。
Assume?
There's just no way they'd be able to beat. They can't outplay Light without Elle. There's no way.
Surprise attack. He's making a wager too? But he's withholding information we don't have. He's not sharing.
Dude, maybe he has like a shaman or a priest or something. There's got to be something you can do to counteract his Shinigami.
Right?
And he knows the word Shinigami. I think he's gonna get an exorcist. Like, I said that as a joke, but there's no way. They know that it's a supernatural killer. He's heard the word Shinigami. If you know those two pieces of information, there's no way that you're not going to, like, everybody to try to get any type of occult information on how Shinigamis operate,
Yeah,
right?
but he's so
logical. Just to...
ちょっと容量がいいだけだ。
Even if it would help you just get the code.
Uh-oh.
Oh, she dead.
どうしたの？
あ、八神くん。
高田さん、ちょっと彼と二人で話がしたいんで、また後で。
え、はい。
Is she gonna see? Oh, sorry, his feet are out?
そんなことより、
Yes, he
人
doesn't
前
like
に顔を
shoes.
出すのは怖いと言っていたのに、大丈夫なのか？八神くんがキラでなければ大丈夫だと気づきました。外で私がエルだと知っているのは八神くんだけですから。なのでもし私が近日殺されたら、やだと本部の皆さんに言っておきました。こいつ。
That's a huge gamble.
I mean, it's a good play.
もう私の休学を寂しいと言ってくれましたし、少しは気分転換に来ることに。死ななきゃ大学は楽しいところです。ああ、龍河がいないと話の
What a sentence.
つまらないよ。それで最初の高田さんですか。
Takada's brilliant?
本当に今日こいつを殺して大丈夫なのか。いや、こいつ殺そうと思ったところにのこのこ出てきて僕の決心を鈍らせている。おそらく釘を刺しておくために。
To distract me from my resolution. That's not an analytical statement. That's an
No.
emotional statement.
Why would he be distracted by that?
That's like, oh, I had conviction to kill him. My conviction is wavering.
He's not even freaked out that like he told everybody to assume it would be him. He's not even thinking about that.
学食でケーキ食べませんか？ああ、僕も次が休校なんだ。ショートケーキあります
What
ね。
about Takeda? She's bye.
Not important.
Oh, Misa's here?
Misa?
She would like him.
いや、勝った。ミサには龍河の本名が見えている。
ライトの彼女のアマネミサ、よろしくね。
龍河秀樹です。
龍河秀樹。
なあ、こいつ、あのアイドルと同姓同名なんだ。
でも、見えてる名前と違う。
She's thinking it, not saying it.
今回は出てきたことが裏目に。
She knows his name?
Oh no, he knows. He knows. He knows how. How? Girlfriend. No, because he knows.
しかし、第二のキラの可能性を考えたら、笑っていられるはずか。
He knows. You think he has a, do you think he has a camera?
羨ましいです。18、8月号からのミサさんファンです。
Misa Misa?
So she's not gonna want to kill him now because he likes her? Did he touch her
What?
butt?
なんて不謹慎な。どさくさに紛れて許せないですね。犯人は私が見つけます。
Why are they playing this music in the background?
This is the
You hear this
weirdest
campy
shot
ass
I've
Animal
ever
Crossing
heard.
theme in the background? What is happening?
What the heck? So now she knows. But maybe she'll like him.
聞き出したいが、この取り巻きが邪魔だ。
ミサ、もう時間よ。まだ遅刻する気？あ、ごめんよし。
いいぞ。ミサがここから出ていけば、あとは電話一本で名前を聞き出せる。悪いが先に行っててくれ。トイレ寄っていくから。そうですか。じゃあ。
Why does light always favor... Luck always seems like it favors light.
Some people are born lucky.
Or cursed, depending on how you look at it. Lucky in the micro, cursed in the macro.
Yeah.
I don't think Elle's gonna die here, though, do you? Like, no way.
How many more episodes are left? How's he gonna get out of it? He's withholding information now. Elle has not told us everything.
He's gotta have, like, a crucifix or a thing of garlic around his neck or something.
That's awful confidence that that's gonna work.
It would be really funny if Misa just doesn't answer.
He pickpocketed her phone.
That's why he touched her butt.
はい。もしもし。何がもしもしだ。ああ、この携帯、さっきの騒ぎの時誰かが落としたみたいです。あいつ、あの時。
I was curious why was the perving out over
I
her.
did think that was really
That was
weird.
super weird.
それはミサの携帯だから僕が返しておくよ。あ、そうですか。わかりました。龍が
Okay, so no, he obviously like why he wasn't fangirling over Misa. He definitely knows that that's second Kira.
Yeah.
Light's not, or Elle's not stupid. Elle's probably also like relatively asexual when it comes to this type of stuff.
ミサはもう一つ携帯を持っている。そっちにかければ。あ、今度は私の携帯です。はい。はい、そうですか。やりましたね。八神くんにとっては嬉しかったり悲しかったりだと思いますが、天音ミサを第二のキラ容疑で確保しました。
What?
一体いつからミサのことを
What?
こんなに早く捕まるとは。天音の部屋から第二のキラがビデオテープを送った時、封をしていたガムテープに付着していたケア洋服の繊維など多数の証拠が出ました。第二のキラ容疑ということでは世間の混乱が予想されるので、マネージャーの麻薬所持容疑への任意同行にしていますが、世間に出ることはないでしょう。結局龍が隠れることよりも僕と一緒にいることで身を守り、確信に迫った。
When he found out.
私の僕の
I don't think they've got enough to get him yet, though.
No, because now if Rim kills Elle, would that prolong Misa's life? So that would kill Rim, wouldn't it? Because he loves... Before he was like, oh, I can kill Elle because even if it prolongs Light's life, I dislike Light, so it doesn't matter. But now if he kills Elle, if it prolongs Misa's life, he loves Misa, so Rim would die. But Elle would still be dead.
Because that assumes that she's gonna die.
But they took her into custody and they know she's second Kira.
That doesn't mean she's gonna die.
What else are they gonna do with her? Just keep her around?
まだ勝負はこれからだ。エル、渡り。
How they...
They really did take her to custody right then?
I just don't get how they locked in on Misa though.
That because her
They
DNA.
said that there were samples that matched the stuff in her room, but how did they even know to look in her room in the first place?
Probably have a
That's what I'm
database
saying.
of DNA that they can.
But how did they get Misa's?
It was on the.
I'm
the
saying how was her
packaging.
DNA in the database?
Maybe
That's
they just
what I'm
have a
saying. I'm
database in
confused.
Japan. What? Why do they strap her in so weird?
Probably because they don't know how Kira kills, right? Why is her skirt like that though? That's weirder.
確かに天音の部屋には第二のキラと確信できるだけの証拠はあったが、
あとはどう殺したのか、キラを知っているのか、知っているなら誰
Does she have a gag of some sort?
She's a straight jacket?
十分に注意しながら多少理不尽なやり方でも構いません。
What?
任せてください。
What? I didn't think they did this in Japan.
ライト君をキラとしての重要参考人に
Yeah.
呼ぶことになると
He was already suspicious.
覚悟しておいて。
And now his GF is second Kira. That's too many coincidences. Oh, that's horrifying. Is Rim gonna kill Watari? Not Elle?
I don't. What are they torturing her?
Yeah, for sure.
3 days of
3 days?
torture?
Oh, she looks okay.
殺して殺して早く殺して
やはり私そこそこの女の子には厳しすぎる。
お願い早く殺して。
それは自分が第二のキラであると認めるということか。
違う、第二のキラなんて知らない。こんなのも我慢できない。死んだ方がいい。あなたなら私をすぐ殺せるでしょ。
ミサ、まさか。
そう、殺して。
He wants.
私に殺してくれと。
She wants Rim to kill her?
殺してよ。我慢できない。殺して。
I didn't think they were gonna torture her.
殺すなら八神ライトを殺す。こんなことになったのも。
ダメ。私を殺して。
ミサ、そんなにあいつのために死ぬなんて。
殺してくれないから。
まずい、渡り舌を噛ませるな。
Bite her tongue.
Like bite her tongue off. So she can't
ま
talk.
さかもうキラに操
釣られても死ぬ前の行動じゃないでしょうね。
お、レム、なんだいきなり。
ミサは私が逃がしてやると言っても拒絶した。自分に特別な力が備わっていると思われて、お前に迷惑がかかると思ったからだろう。私に殺してくれと頼み
I didn't know you could bite off your own tongue, Wesley. What the hell?
You didn't know you could bite off your own tongue?
No.
全部お前に愛されたいがためだ。いくら頼まれてもそんなミサを殺せない。この苦しみから救い出す方法は一つ。デスノートの所有権の放棄。そうだ。デスノートの所有権を放棄すれば、デスノートに関する記憶。
Wait, what? They can wipe her memory?
自分のノートによる殺人も、八神ライトがキラであるという記憶もなくなり、秘密がミサから漏れることはなくなる。
If anything, she becomes more confusing.
そしてミサにはもう私も僕も見えない。
So you can, I guess, get redemption from.
But do you get cosmic redemption? Like, will she now go to heaven?
That sounds like an easy out. Like,
Yeah, I
go
bet
to
she
damage.
still goes to whatever the in-between place is that the Shinigami's are.
ミサ、お前は死神のことは一切忘れることになる。ミサの好きな人間は八神ライト。その感情だけは残る。ノートの所有権を放棄して、すべて八神ライトに託せ。
She's just gonna be such a red herring now. They're not gonna get anything out of
So
her.
they're just gonna think they tortured an innocent girl. I don't like that. That seems like an easy out. So she's gonna forget about L too. She won't remember
Wait,
his name.
there. Boom. Something. They know something. He saw something. There's not wind. There's not air conditioning. Right? Probably. Something.
今もうミサはデスノートの所有者じゃない。よくやってくれた、レム。
How is that gonna get her out of it
僕は
though?
その方法しかないと思っていたところだ。デスノートの記憶が飛べば、ミサを釈放させることも不可能じゃない。今のお前にとってはこれが一番望ましい方法だと分かっていて、私はミサに提案した。ミサを助け出さなければお前を殺す。
How's he gonna save her?
Well, now
He's
he
gonna
has
just
to.
have to do
He has to
some
try to
logic
convince
thing.
Elle that she needs to be released.
大体分かっている。僕に考えがある。
That just felt like. This is
Is
goodbye,
goodbye,
Ryuk? Was Rem become his the only death note?
I guess, is he gonna give up his Is he gonna give up his memory?
No.
But then how would it not be goodbye?
Because he only needs one death
Okay,
note.
here's
Doesn't
a
need
question.
two.
Can you get the memories back?
You probably
if you
can.
retain ownership of the Death Note, then you must get the memories back.
I'm annoyed.
Why are you annoyed?
Because that felt like an easy out when they had it. And now it's going to be even more confusing because it's like you play the game, they win the game, and then it's like, oh, just kidding.
Well, I think they had told us this before in an earlier
probably
episode.
have,
think
but
that
I
they had.
probably didn't read it carefully.
I think Light's gonna give up his memories.
I don't think so. I think he only needs one notebook. Why does he need two?
I bet he's gonna write some type of manifesto to himself, hide it, put the Death Note somewhere, forfeit his ownership of it, so then he, as Light, can go in and try to free Misa without being worried that he's somehow gonna give something away, because he can't know it.
I don't think so.
So he's going to be the perfect murderer because he's truly not going to believe he's the murderer.
No, because he needs all that information to use his strong, powerful brain to figure out how to deceive Elle.
What if he gives up the memory of it, doesn't remember he's the killer, and then it becomes he's sincerely trying to catch Kira alongside Elle? He figures it out that it's himself. What if he figures out that it's himself?
No way. I don't know.
That would be wild.
That'd be a wild story.
That'd be wild.
No.
There's no way, right?
I think he just is going to choose the other Death Note with Rem. I cannot predict this show. It's too confusing. There's too many variables.
What the hell's going to happen to Misa?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, her DNA's all over it. How is she going to get out of it?
I'm telling you.
The memories don't really matter when your DNA's all over and they've got evidence against you. I mean, just because you have amnesia after you commit murder doesn't mean that
you're safe.
She has to admit to it in order to be guilty? That's not
Well, it's
how...
more so they want to know how it's working.
Yeah, I mean, that part, yeah, but her innocence... They have DNA evidence.
Oh, you're saying as far as Light securing her release?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have DNA evidence. It doesn't matter what she thinks.
I thought Misa was gonna die. Didn't you?
I am not convinced she's not gonna die.
Oh.
このノートの所有権を放棄する。頼んだぞ、ミサのこと。
Which
I don't
notebook?
really
Was that
like
Ryuk's?
Misa. I don't think I'd mind if she died.
I mean, it would be better for the world. Because she's... I mean, she's also a serial killer. She's just not as prolific as Kira.
I'm still annoyed that they're...
ストーカーどういうことだ
Do you think that Light gave up Ryuk's notebook or Rim's notebook?
Oh, her memory's wiped. She's not gonna know. Her attitude completely
He's gonna know
changed.
that her pattern doesn't match, though.
I don't-
Elle's gonna know her pattern doesn't match. Whose notebook do you think Light gave up, though?
Misa's.
Why aren't either of them disappearing if he gave up the ownership?
やはりリュウクのデスノートを持っていればレムのノートを捨てても僕の記憶からレムが消えるわけではない。それにしてもレム、お前が人間
So Rim's a free agent now.
Yeah, that's Rem's fault. You're letting him loose. That could be
I don't know if
dangerous.
that's good.
No.
まさか俺の渡した
Are they in the Shinigami realm?
土の中に捨てられるとはな。
I think it's just a foggy forest, babe.
まだ土の中に隠してあるのであって捨てるのは次に僕が捨てるという言葉を口にした時だ。その時は文脈に関わらずその言葉をノートを捨てるという意味で口に
Regardless of the context.
So okay. So we can extrapolate that he is planning to at some point,
Give it
at
up.
least as a contingency measure, possibly,
Yeah.
give up the other notebook.
And he's like, you have to believe me no matter what.
No matter what, I am giving it up. So that means that he would forget about Rim and he would forget about Ryuk because he would have no notebooks in his possession.
Yeah.
So he's planning to strategically wipe his own memory?
That's what it sounds like.
This is illegal.
一度気を失って気づいてからずっとこのパターンだ。
じゃあ分かった。とりあえず目隠しだけでも取ってストーカーさんの顔見たいな。
茂木さん、天音ミサを確保するとき第二のキラ容疑でと言いましたよね。
はい、言われた通り後ろから目と口を押さえ第二のキラ容疑で連行すると彼女には聞こえるように。
サインもしてあげるし握手も。そうだ、ほっぺにチューしてあげるからね。ミサ逃げないから。
なぜ今さらストーカーなどと。
天音さん、ストーカーさん何返す気になった？
寝る前はほとんど目視し殺せとまで言っておきながら今さら笑うだけか。
何言ってるの？ミサを眠らせて連れてきたのストーカーさんでしょ？何？天音ミサ取り調べしちゃうぞとかそういうのがしたいの？
君は今はなぜそこに縛られている？
The bags under Elle's eyes look darker.
Yeah.
でもここまでしてくれたストーカーさんはあなたが初めてだよ。
こら、あまね、避けるのもいい加減にしろ。
なんなの？もうこんなの嫌だ。離してもうトイレ行きたい。
さっきトイレに行ってから4分しか経っていません。我慢してください。
何よ、そう言わなきゃずっとこのままじゃない。またミサのおしっこしてるところ見られるよ。楽しくない？この変態。
私が変態。あまね、眠ってしまう前の話の続きを真面目にしよう。八神ライトを知っているか？
自分の彼知らないわけないでしょ。
あれだけ
She remembers him though.
今度はあっさり彼しか。
どうなってるんだ
She remembers more than I thought she
I
would.
know.
ライト君からです。はい。はい、わかりました。ここは K の2801号室です。
息子がここへ来るのか
And if Light's memories get wiped, will he actually be Misa's boyfriend? Like, sincerely? Congratulations, Light, you played yourself. Maybe Misa's the one that's playing 4D chess.
僕がキラかもしれない。
バカな何を言ってるんだライトどうしたというんだ
八神ライトがキラだという証拠もないが、ここで僕がキラかもしれない。演技だ。お前はキラかもではなくキラだ。父さん、龍崎がエルなら世界一と言っても過言ではない探偵だ。そのエルが僕をキラだと決めつけている。
きっと僕がキラなんだ。
何を言ってんだライト。
FBI 捜査官レイ・ペンバーグ、日本に来てから死ぬまでに調べていたもの、5月22日に青山に行ったもの、そして第二のキラ容疑のミサが関東に出てきて真っ先に口説いた人間、全て僕だ。これは僕に自覚がないだけで僕がキラなのかもしれないってことだな。
ライト。
なるほど。
I just feel bad for
Do you
Mr.
think he believes
Yagami.
them?
もう自分でも自分が分からなくなる。僕に自覚がなくても、例えば寝ている間にもう一人の僕が殺人を犯しているのかもしれない。
それはありませんでした。
どういう意味だ龍崎。
実はライト君の部屋に5日間ほど監視カメラをつけていた時があったんです。
カメラ。
はい。ライト君は夜。
Did he wipe his memory? I don't remember Light being this good at acting.
I don't remember his Light being this good at acting.
Like, he always kind of had, like,
He saw
Duper's
the dark.
Delight, or he would always be like, it would cut away and it would show Light's inner, like, Do you think he wiped his memory?
No, I don't think
He's, like, too convincing.
I don't think he wiped it.
He always felt like a mask before.
犯罪者が死んでいったことからキラではないではなく、カメラはつけていてもキラとしてのボロは出さないと判断しました。
実際そうなのかもしれない。
I just feel bad for Mr. Yagami. I just don't want him
feel
to
bad
ever
for his
know.
dad.
I know this sounds really bad. I kind of hope his dad dies before he finds out.
Don't say that.
But
Oh,
I
no,
don't know.
want
What
his
would be
dad to
worse,
die.
though? He would find out his only son, who he loves so dearly, is the mass murder he's been trying to catch this whole time.
Maybe it'll help him raise a better child next time. Or grandchildren.
ライト君、それは僕だって同じだ。こんなやつ死んだ方がいいと思うことなんてしょっちゅうある。でもだからって本当に人を殺したりしない。そうだろ。それにライト君が情報を得てない犯罪者が死んでいったんだ。
あの時は捜査員不足もあり、在宅時しか見ていない。5日間24時間監視していたわけじゃない。家にいない時に殺人をする方法があったのかもしれない。
こうなることを予想していたのか、やがて。
Yes.
しかし天音のようにこれから長期にわたり拘束したとして、今後世に出る犯罪者が死んでいったら、八神ライトはキラではないか。それを狙っているのか。何か私には少し話の展開が気に入りませんが、いいでしょう。八神ライトの手足を縛り、長期間牢に監禁。
If he has wiped his memory, if he wipes his memory, would the deaths that he already wrote in the death note be carried out still?
I don't know.
その代わり、やるなら今からです。一度も私の目の届かぬ場所に行くこともなく。
バカな。息子がキラであるはずが。
僕もこのまま自分がキラではないのかと心のどこかで悩みながらキラを追っていくことはできない。その代わり龍崎が僕がキラだとわかるか、キラじゃないと納得するまで僕が何を言おうとどんな状態になろうと絶対自由にしないでくれ。
わかりました。八神さん、家族の方にライト君がいなくなる理由、今から作れますか？
Poor dad.
そんなこと急に言われても。
He's like, I'm not okay with this.
息子が牢なんかに。
しつこいよ父さん。そうしないと僕自身が納得できないんだ。
This is... Life feels way too sincere.
なあ、僕は自分の自由を封じることで自分の中に潜むキラの恐怖に勝つ。
Where are they taking him to?
Probably just another room like they have Misa in.
They should just have Elle in it.
The time and condition of death can be changed, but once the victim's name has been written, the individual's death can never be avoided, even if you give up, I guess, ownership of the death note. Oh, that was acting? Why is Light suddenly so good at acting? That's not
He's
good.
always good at acting.
He felt so fake, though, the way that they shot it before. That was dirty.
I knew he didn't give it up.
龍崎、私をこの捜査本部から外してくれ。
局長、
今キラとして疑われ監禁されているのは私の息子。私はここにいる資格はない。一人市場で息子を監禁させまいとしていた。
This guy is a hero.
これでもし息子がキラだということにでもなったら、私はどんな行動を取るか。
はい。八神さんなら息子さんを殺し自分も死ぬ
What is that? It's like
Are you so
cantaloupe?
distracted by the cantaloupe with meat on it that you didn't read what he just said?
Yeah, I was. I'm sorry. What did he read? Kill your son? Oh.
I mean, this sounds bad, but
That
I feel like
sounds
that is.
awful.
I feel like that's a relatively rational response. Or not rational, but understandable.
ただし、八神さんは監禁といっても、今まで通り携帯の電源をたまに入れ、家族や外部との交信を普通に行う。
So Mr. Yagami's going into his cell too?
ライト君が話しかけてきたら、この本部にいるように思わせ会話する。そして八神さんには、監禁された中でも全ての捜査状況を随時報告する。
This is crazy. He's giving up his own personal freedom.
He doesn't want to interfere with the investigation because of his emotions.
He's so noble. Wow, those flowers are beautiful.
Why does he have to have a psychopathic son? It makes me so sad.
A nicer room? He doesn't need to be in a jail cell. Of course not, Light. Man, imagine mixing up those buttons.
それなりの犯罪者が何人か報道されましたが、ライト君を監禁してから誰一人犯罪者を。
I thought he at least would have had a plan, didn't you?
殺されなくなった本当かそうかいよいよ僕がキラってことになりそうだなリンゴ食いてえな
I was gonna say Ryuk must be having an absolute blast, but I guess he's gonna
No,
go through...
he just wants apples.
He's gonna get withdrawals.
He's gonna start doing handstands.
Honestly, that's probably when Light's gonna give up the notebook. She's like, I don't want to deal with your shit, Ryuk. That's what I thought. Isn't that what you thought? Like, I thought he must have written a ton of names.
八神ライトは自分から監禁を望んだように見えたが、これでは八神ライトはキラだったということになる。こうなると問題はキラの自覚があったかなかったか。自分がキラであったとしても自覚がなかったと押し通しさえすれば済むと考えているのか。八神ライトらしくない。いや、キラらしくない。
So he must have some sort of plan. Fifth day.
This is so weird.
I can't believe this.
とにかく我慢するしかない。暇でも。
They could have given them nicer rooms.
Yeah.
I know Mr. Yagami looks the worst.
Yeah, because he's stressed out about Light more than himself. Like, he changed his diapers. He played with him as a baby.
あまり思い詰めないようにと。八神さんがそこで深刻に考え込んでいても結果は同じです。どうでしょう。そんなところでなく、もっと気の休まるところで休養して。
Yeah.
だからこんな状況で気の休まるところなどない。私にはここが一番落ち着く。どんな結果になろうと、ここから出るときは息子と一緒だ。
Whole week?
How long are they gonna do this for?
ライト君、まだ1週間ですがさすがにやつれてきてます。
Man, Light has indomitable will. He just doesn't even...
I couldn't
not
sit for an
moving.
hour by
Yeah.
myself.
I respect how internally motivated and disciplined he is.
Do they not
even
have
though
like
he's horrible.
TVs or something? Any entertainment? An audiobook?
Mr. Yagami, at least.
Yeah.
大丈夫ですか
I'm sure they offered Mr. Yagami.
そろそろいいだろう。ここまで。
How come he doesn't have a beard growing?
ああ、自分でも格好のいい状態とはとても思えないが、そんなくだらないプライドは捨てる。はいよ。
Ryuk's like, say less, I just want my apples.
なんで僕はこんなことをしているんだ。龍崎、確かに僕は監禁されることを承諾し、こうすることを選んだ。しかし今はっきりと気づいた。こんなことをしていても無駄だ。なぜなら僕はキラじゃない。早くここから出してくれ。ダメです。
His voice even sounds different.
ライト君が何を言おうと出さない約束です。
あの時僕はどうかし
You
て
see how differently they even draw him?
Yeah.
キラがやってきたこと自覚なしでやっていたなんて思えるか。キラとしての自覚がない僕はキラじゃない。
私もキラが自分をキラだと自覚してないなどとは考えていません。しかしライト君がキラだとしたら全ての辻褄は合います。ライト君を監禁した途端キラによる殺人が止まったのですから。
僕は絶対に嘘など言っていない。僕はキラじゃない。殺していることもはめられたとしか思えない。
By who?
どうしてんだヤガミライト。言っていることがめちゃくちゃだ。
And wouldn't he?
なぜか真に迫る感じだ。
Because he doesn't remember.
Does he have a patsy that he set up this whole time?
出すことができません。
どうなってるんだ。ライト君らしくないな。宣言を撤回しているし、全然論理的でもない。
Something happened.
犯罪者が殺されなくなった以上
I mean, we know what happened.
解くわけにはいかない。
このままなら、ヤガミライトはキラで事件解決ってことでいいんじゃないか。
15?
どうなってるんですか。 2週間以上裁かれて
What?
一気に。
ああ、キラ復活だ。
What?
伝えたんですか。
Stephanie, how?
キラが飛び出しました。
何
Man, she looks rough.
また犯罪者への裁きが始まりました。
This isn't happy music.
じゃあ息子は殺人が起きて喜んではならぬが、これで息子の疑いは。
では灰色で。
聞こえましたか局長。
But if the criminals weren't caught being criminals until after he was in prison, I don't understand how they would show up.
Is there a third Kira?
Unless Ryuk is helping.
There's no way Ryuk. So why would Ryuk help though?
I don't know.
Unless there's a way to make deals with Shinigami that we haven't seen on camera yet. Or like the only other thing I can think of is that there's somehow like somebody else has to be doing the killings, right?
I don't understand.
Why would there's no way there would be a third
2
Kira.
weeks all in one go. That's impossible.
There's no way there'd be a third Kira.
If they truly had not committed crimes yet, there's no way for Light to know.
And he wouldn't have been able to write them out if it's the people who were just released into the media over the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Which is what it sounds like.
Unless he could see the future?
じゃあライト君にも初だ。
いや松田さんやめてください。ライト君には教えないでください。ライト君。なんだ龍崎。もう2週間以上新たな犯罪者が裁かれていません。いい加減キラであることを自白してもらえませんか。
バカ言うな龍崎。お前は間違っている。今までの捜査状況から僕をキラだと推理するのはわかるが、これは罠だ。僕はキラじゃない。ズームにでも何でもして僕の目を見てくれ。これが嘘をついている人間の目か。
No, they look nothing like your eyes the rest of the time.
あのね、本当にキラが誰なのか知らないんだな。
またそれミサも知りたいよ。キラはミサの親を殺した強盗をさばいてくれた正義の味方だもん。
Me too, L. Me too. I know way more than you and I'm confused, man.
I'm so confused. That's it. We don't get to understand how he did the 2-week thing.
There has to be another. Somebody else has to be using a death note. So there's 2 death notes in this world. Either a third death note has come down with another Shinigami, or somebody has gotten one of the other 2 death notes and has decided to continue Kira's work. That's the only possible.
But can Kira
Right?
can
Or
Kira
Light
get his
did
memory
something?
back? Can Kira get his memory back?
So like, if they touch a death note again, do they get their memory
Yeah,
back?
but
I don't know.
he forsook it. So, okay, let me forsake the death note, wipe my memory. Oh, let me go get it again. I wrote a note to myself to remind myself to go get this thing.
Can Ryuk unbury the death note by himself?
I don't know.
Like, can he interact with our world to that degree? Because he can eat apples.
More questions than answers.
Okay, so Light gave up ownership of the death note. Could Ryuk go to the forest, dig it up, and then go give it to somebody else? You know what I'm saying?
Presumably, Ryuk could kill whoever he wants. And he gave up the death note. It is Ryuk's death
Yeah,
note now.
maybe you're absolutely right. Maybe it's just as simple as like Light figured out a way to make a deal with Ryuk.
That they hid from us.
And maybe it could be something stupid. It could be just like, hey man, here's a bushel of apples. You know what I mean? You're right. It could be something very simple. But I feel like how long would that buy Ryuk doing the killings for? Because I'm assuming they have to continue. It can't just be like one time and then it goes away, right?
I got nothing.
Well, it has to be
the
one.
author of the show is too smart for us.
Well, I mean, we came up with some options that I think would make sense. It seems really unlikely a third Shinigami decided to figure out a way to get another Death Note and come to this world, doesn't it?
The other thing I can think is that he bribed Ryuk.
Or maybe Rim?
Or
Could he
Rim.
have bribed Rim or told him like, oh, it's for the sake of Misa that we're doing this.
This is the way to free Misa.
This is the way to free Misa. Like that's one. Maybe that's the way because Rim had his notebook physically.
Yeah.
Whereas Ryuk's was buried, so maybe that's the way.
That's gotta be the way.
That seems the most likely, right?
There are 4 parties involved.
I don't think it's something that Light did with the Death Note before he went in, though. I can't see a possible way.
I'm mostly just like, it doesn't seem fair if he could just get his memories back afterward. It's like, you forsake it, you forsake it.
Well, Light would still be Light, right? So then, if he got the Death Note again, even if he didn't get his memories back, would he need his memories back? Because he would still agree with all the ideologies of Kira. Like, he would still be the person that he was when he first got the Death Note.
He would just start all over
again. Wouldn't he just start all over? Even
he
if
would
doesn't-
probably just deduce that he was Kira before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he would, I'm assuming that, like, he is sympathetic to Kira's cause. He even said he was when he was talking
There's
to Ryu.
so many twists and turns. I don't understand how L has hung on for as long as he has.
Honestly, I think if Light gets the notebook back, he would just do the same thing, because why would he have changed? The title is Execution. That is just giving me warm, happy, butterfly feelings, especially given this nature of this show. Nothing bad ever happens.
I don't know. I cannot predict this show. This is the least predictable show I've ever watched.
It's just so wild to me that Light just deleted his memory.
こうして報道された犯罪者を消していってもらう。あとはこのノートをお前の好きに使っていい。そういう条件だ。
There is a new one.
これでミサは助かるはず。
This was the worst case scenario.
Third one. So Rem's doing all the identifying. This guy seems evil. So now Elle and Light are gonna team up to take down this dude.
Guy?
They've got to.
Oh, dude, but Light has to figure it out, right? Like, Light's 50 days?
八神さんはそうしている必要はないんですよ。
犯罪者がキラにまた殺され始めてからもう1ヶ月以上。あとは龍崎、あなたが
50 days is a long ass time.
息子と一緒にだ。
ライト君、大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫だが、龍崎、僕が監禁されてから犯罪者が死ななくなった。ここからキラは僕のこの現状を知っているものの可能性が高いと思うんだ。その線でもう一度。
犯罪者が死ななくなったのはライト君がキラだからです。
違う、僕はキラじゃない。何度言ったらわかるんだ。
I hate how they draw Light and he looks like such a good guy now.
Yeah. 50 days.
元気なのが大丈夫か？あんたバカでしょ。何十日もこれで元気があったらミサが非常に。
I would be alright. Man, Sheila was left with her obsession though. That sucks.
もう3人とも限界って感じです。
Yeah, they're miserable.
なぜライト君を監禁し続ける？もう出すべきだ。そうすれば局長も出てこられる。
Elle is being a little crazy. What does he know that's going to take 50 days instead of
Like, what would
12
51 days versus 50 days
Yeah.
versus 12 days? Yeah.
龍崎、悪いが私にはライト君がキラという自分の推理が外れたのを認めたくないからこうしているとしか思えない。
やはりそう思いますか？
ライト君の言ったようにキラはリンドエル・テイラーや FBI を殺している。監視され情報を得なくても人を殺せるならテイラーや FBI を殺す必要はない。
この状況で人が殺せるなら FBI なんて放っておいても困らなかったはずですよね。
それより真のキラを捕まえることを考えるべきだ。
50 days is a long time.
It's so long.
I get like what more information would one more day give you?
But Al knows that this doesn't make sense. He knows people, and Light's not acting like the same person.
わかりました。
Ice cream is gross.
八神さん。
なんだ。
一度本部に戻ってきてもらえませんか？この件に関する私の結論を聞いていただきたい。まず、ライト君の父親である八神さんにです。
You have a lot more facial hair after 50 days, right?
Yeah, way more. Well, let us hear what the theory is. What the hell, Light? L?
Why don't we get to hear it?
That means they're gonna do something weird to us if we don't get to hear it. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Keisuke looks pissed.
He
Like
does
he's
not
gonna
look
kill him.
happy. That doesn't look like a face of relief. So we're L? Okay.
Mr. Stalker.
ストーカーではない。私は刑事だ。
刑事思い出した。最初第二の嫌いを受けてなんとかってマジだったってこと？あんなマニアックな縛り方警察がするわけ。
Normally I'd be so annoyed at Misa for forgetting that, but I can't even blame her.
That was a pretty traumatic
Yeah,
experience.
that was so traumatic. You'd probably start to doubt literally everything that you
I would
remember.
doubt anything.
After just like 2
2
days.
days.
Yeah.
どっちにしろ解放してくれるのにまだ手足に手錠っておかしくない？
黙ってなさい。
Execution. No way, he's not gonna kill Misa, right?
父さん、これはどういうことだ？
お願いします。局長。どうした？早く乗れ。
These two have been through hell.
These
Like,
3.
やっと疑いが晴れて自由になれるといったところか。
いや、これからお前たち二人を
What?
死刑台に連れて行く。
How could you say that to your own son?
確かに極秘に設けられたその処刑場まで護送する役目を私が買って出た。
死刑台？何を言ってるんだ父さん。
エルは八神ライトをキラ、天音ミサを第二のキラと断定し、お前たち二人を抹殺すればキラによる殺人は止まると断言した。
キラによる殺
Well,
人
I mean,
止まったはずじゃん。
いや、まだ続いている。
続いている？僕に言っていたことと違うじゃないか。
それはお前の自白を取るためのエルの情報。
no way, no way, right?
ことは問題ではない。キラは世間から隠され、抹殺される。
バカな、待ってくれ父さん。僕はキラじゃない。
そうよお父様、何考えてるんですか？自分の息子じゃない。
私が決めたのではない。エル
How could he be acting like this after 50 days of torture? I mean, he's bluffing.
You think he's bluffing?
僕よりもエルを信じるのか。
エルはもしこれで殺人が止まらなければ自分の死をもって責任を取るとまで言っている。
確かに今までの材料だけではそう推理しても仕方ないかもしれない。しかしこれは間違いだ。
He's gotta be
There's gotta be
bluffing.
something.
エルらしくないじゃないか。今までのエルは全ての事件で確たる証拠を挙げてきた。
さあ、もう着くぞ。
How is a dad?
So chill. Whoa, what?
How is he doing this after being like tortured for 50
Where
days?
the hell is he taking them? Off-road? Under here? This is where they're gonna execute them?
In Date Public?
I thought
that'd
they
be
were
like
gonna
a
go
tunnel.
underground, yeah.
こんな人気のないところに連れてきて。
お父様もしかして逃がしてくれるの？
ああ、ここなら何をしても人目につかない。
He said he would kill
私が勝手に処刑場ではなくここへお前たちを連れてきた。
Light if he was Kira himself, remember?
ライト。ここでお前を殺し渡しまし。
何を言ってるんだ父さん。そんなバカな。
いや、キラとは違う。私には親としての責任、刑事局長としての責任がある。
This guy takes his job too seriously.
死んでも真相は何もわからないままだ。だったらまだ逃げた方がいい。
遅いライト。
It's like taking responsibility as a family.
処刑される。あのはせめて私の手で。
What?
I mean, there's no way.
アマネ、息子と私はここで死ぬが、私がお前を殺す道理はない。
If she's second Kira.
この車にはそのうち警察が駆けつけるだろう。お前は正規の処刑場で抹殺されてくれ。
What the bloody hell?
I mean, she is second Kira, so I shouldn't feel bad, but it's gonna be really...
地獄で会おう。
What? Dad? What?
I don't want to even read this right now. What? What the hell is happening? There's no way. Like, are we just moving on and now Elle's gonna try to have to figure out who this other third Kira is?
Holy shit.
If you've traded the eye power of a god of death, you will lose the eye power as well as the memory of the death note once you lose its ownership.
Yeah.
At the same time, the remaining half of your life will not be restored. Well, that's not a good deal. Do you get the Shinigami eye back if you get the death note again? Or do you lose it?
I don't have words.
You may lend the death note to another person while maintaining the ownership ownership. Subletting it to yet another person is possible too.
You
Damn,
know
it's
how
like an
I
apartment in
said
California.
This show is impossible to predict. I've never meant it more than I mean it right now in this minute. What the hell is happening?
Papa Yagami did say he was going to kill Light if he was Kira and then kill himself. But I don't understand what Elle told him that would have convinced him of that fact.
him?
Yeah, what convinced him?
And
When
then
the killings are
won't
still
Elle
going
have
on.
to kill himself? Oh, because he thinks Rem will
Stop. How does he know that
How
Rim
does
will
he know
stop?
anything about Rem?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
How does he understand Rim's motivations?
I don't understand. Is this the last episode?
No.
Then what the hell
I
is
don't know.
happening?
I don't see blood.
Is that a blank?
Oh.
許してくれ二人とも。お前たちを監禁から解くためにはこうするしかなかった。
What the fuck?
お前がキラでないと信じているからこそ。
So what? Was he saying like if they were Kira they would have killed him?
I guess.
見ていたか龍崎。
Yeah, convinced us.
あれならばマネが姿を見れば殺せる第二のキラだとした場合、ライト君が撃たれる前に八神さんを殺したと考えていいでしょう。私の中のキラはいざとなれば親でも殺したはずです。
Facts.
ライト君の場合、途中から演技を見破っていた可能性も否めませんが、しかし約束通り、二人の監禁は終わりにします。
We didn't have the notebook.
そしてこれも約
Yeah, that's
束
a... Elle made a wrong assumption.
オカルトビデオと言い張っていますが、ビデオを送った自白と数点の証拠がありますので、キラが捕まり全てが解明されるまでは監視下に。
まあそれでも日常には戻れる。それでいいじゃないか。監視というのは自分に非がなければ逆に警察に守られることにもなる。
Yeah, that's
Just
how I
reframe
tell
it.
myself. Whatever you want, Misa.
私と24時間行動を共にし、捜査協力をしてもらう。
Slumber party? Because we're friends in a weird
After I
demented
just
way.
tortured you and you thought you were gonna die from your dad's own hand.
一緒に捕まえよう。
Dude,
After 50
Light
days,
is just a whack person. Even Light, when he's not Kira, is still a whack
they're
person.
both whack.
They're so whack.
They're both stupid.
They're not
They're
stupid.
both
They're
too
not
brilliant
stupid.
to live
They're
in
not
this world.
stupid.
They're both too brilliant to live in this world, so much so that they circle back around to
To
the
being like broken. It's like
Broken.
they work so well that they're actually broken. Like my guy just thought his dad was gonna kill him after being in prison for 50
he's like,
days.
"Oh, and let's
he's
just
like,
work
oh
together."
cool, sleepovers with Elle? Great. Like let's work on this investigation. Dog, he is stone cold.
Light's gonna figure out that it's him.
That's what I think. Like I think Light is so smart.
Light
He's
gonna
gonna
figure-
figure out that it's him.
Unless he left stuff for himself to become the murderer. But then what if he finds it and doesn't want to become the murderer anymore?
But why would he have changed psychologically? Like nothing. He's still the same
This
person.
is a new life experience. Your dad
Oh,
almost
since
killed you.
then, like being in prison, your dad almost. That's a really good point.
Like your life experience does.
now it's diverged.
It changes. You're not the same
Yeah.
person you were 50 days ago.
And even when he got the death note, initially he didn't use it the same way. Like he had to walk down the path. Remember
yeah,
with
he
the
started
first
all
few
over again.
episodes?
And so now if he's like, this is what Kira's done. I am Kira.
He might not be happy about that.
Because he might now he's like restarted his
Yeah.
all the memories. He's gone
Yeah.
back to point A when innocent Light picked up the notebook and thought,
I want to make the world a
I
better
want to
place.
make the world a better place.
And then he gradually started killing.
So now he's basically gone back to that point in time. He has new experiences of like being almost tortured, seeing the
Victimized,
severity,
maybe,
victimized
kind
of
of.
his dad,
Weak
almost killing
feeling.
him. And now he's going to be like, I want to make the world a better place.
And he's
then-
going to be spending time with Elle like 24/7.
And you have a whole history of
Yeah.
like what happened. What the hell? So now they got to figure it out together.
Third Kira seemed more evil from how they edited him.
私だってしたくてしてるわけじゃありません。
Handcuff challenge, 24 hours.
24時間行動を共にするってこういうこと不動詞でキモいよ龍崎さんってこっち系
私だってしたくてしてるわけではありません。
Who knew Death Note started the handcuff for 24 hours challenge that was hot on YouTube a few years ago?
ミサのライトだしだいたい24時間一緒ってミサはいつ
Here's a question. What does Light remember of his and Misa's relationship?
Yeah, what or
He
how
never
did they
had
met?
feelings for her.
How
is-
did they meet? What does he feel about her now?
Wouldn't Light be like, I know this girl, but I'm not into her?
デートするときは必然的に彼女に
Chaperone.
あなたの前でキスとかしろって言うの
しろなんて言ってませんよ。しかし監視することに
He's like, no.
はい、 イト君、ミサさんを黙らせて。
Man, they have so much
Please
trust.
silence Misa.
ビデオを送ったのが君だというのは確定的なのに、こうして自由にしてもらえただけでもありがたいと思うべきだ。
ミサは彼女でしょ。恋人を信用してないの？
彼女と言っても君が一目惚れした。
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think he actually.
仕掛けてきているだけで。
His dad's right
そ
there.
の一目惚れですが、5月22日の青山なんですよね、ミサさん。その日なぜ青山に行ったんですか？
だからなんとなく言ったんだって何度言わせるの？あの日の気持ちとか着てた服なんて本当に覚えてないの？
そして青山に行って帰ってきたら一目惚れしたライト君の名前を。
So there are like holes in their story because
Yeah.
of their memory loss.
Yeah.
So that's how Elle can still kind of piece this
You
together.
already knew Light.
Elle's not stupid enough to think that second Kira only has to see somebody to kill them. Like Elle's not stupid like that. He wouldn't infer that. I feel like he said it that way, but he wouldn't infer that. He would think like, okay, so now there's not sufficient criteria for second Kira to kill, possibly. Just seems not enough, you know?
どうやって名前を知ったのかは自分でもわからない。
はい、そうです。
ではもしライト君がキラだったらどう思いますか？
Their faces are so close together.
ミサは両親を殺したゴン
ミサ
下してくれたキラにずっと感謝してたもん。ライトがキラだったらライトもっと
She's too honest.
キラですよ。キラをもっと好きになるって怖いとは全然。
Are you sure you want to tell that to the lead investigator on the Kira case?
全然怖くないじゃない。ミサキラ肯定派だし、怖いどころかきっと何かお役に立てないか考えるよ。
She is too honest.
お邪魔にとなってもお役に立てない。
These guys are like, what the hell are you saying?
キラがミサさんであることは間違いないんですが、あまりに間違いなさすぎてそう思いたくない。
思わなくて正解です。ミサはキラじゃありませんから。
とにかくミサさんは監視下に置きます。外出するときは内線でこちらの部屋に連絡してください。
Even if you lost your memory, wouldn't you know, hey, if I say something here about my love for the bad person they're trying to capture, that they would
Suspect me.
suspect me? But maybe she's just like, no, I'm gonna be honest and they're gonna believe my
I
honesty.
think you're thinking Misa thinks about situations more than Misa actually thinks about situations. I think she's a very simple like input-output machine where it's like input, Misa does an output. I don't think there's a lot of like...
これからは松田さんが松井マネージャーとして常に変更する
Misa lives in the moment.
He's like, hi!
警察とは言ってませんので。
Papa Yagami's so mad.
Oh man!
どこが不服なんだミサミサ。そうだとかデートだとかキスだとかミサミサだとか。
ミサミサ。
これはキラ事件なんだ。もっと真面目にやってくれよ。
すみません。
真面目にやってるな。分かってるんだ。さあもね、君は自分の部屋へ。
Go to your room.
部屋じゃないわ。
He's so over her.
Can you blame him?
いや。
We get an edited version of Misa. He has to actually be around her this whole time. She is crazy, dude.
She is crazy.
She definitely trips over that hot crazy line for sure. Like she's crazy.
さっきも言ったように彼女が一方的に。じゃあライト君も本気であるように振る舞ってもらえませんか？アマネが第二のキラと関係あるのはビデオの件から確かです。そしてライト君を愛していることも。彼女と親密になり第二のキラのことを探れっていうのか？はい。ライト君ならできると思いますし、そうしてアマネから解明の糸口をつかもうというのも二人を解放した大きな理由です。いくらキラ事件解決のためとはいえ、女性のそういう気持ちを利用するなんて僕にはできない。人の行為を踏みにじるようなことは僕の中で一
So
番。
why did you kiss her when it was a one-sided relationship?
You're right though, he's not the same person because Kira Light would kiss and mess with Misa unless he's running a secondary.
See?
性格が変わったとしか。こうなるとアマネはキラに操られていたという考えだけでなく、八神ライトも。 しかし捜査上の秘密等が彼女から漏
It
れ
is weird though, because remember how Light was such a mask before?
Yeah, now he's being very. That's because he has nothing to hide.
But it's weird because, like, before, even when he was getting the Death Note at first, it still very much felt like Light was a mask that he put on to be socially acceptable around other people, and it wasn't who he actually was. And now it's weird. It's like when Kira got deleted, Light's actual personality got deleted, and now it's just the mask that he was running.
Yeah.
Unless we're just not getting stuff from his perspective anymore since the memory deletion. You know
Maybe,
what I mean?
yeah. When are we gonna get his perspective?
龍崎、何日かおきにホテルを転々とするこの今の体制、なんとか変えられないのか。ですから八神さんたちと顔を合わせ
Construction
すると決めた時から
Construction
取り掛かってはいたんです。あと数日で完成します。
A whole building?
地下2階。屋上には外部から見えないようになっていますが、2台のヘリが確認されています。
How's he so much money?
限りここで生活していただきます。捜査員を増やすことになっても60人くらいまでは大丈夫です。
60 people?
How can they only accommodate 60 people?
それにしてもすごいな。
Why?
There's 26 floors. How can they only accommodate 60 people?
How does that help? Like, why wouldn't you just get an existing apartment building? Why do you have to construct one?
So it's not on any records, I guess?
どんなことをしても解決
His own money?
そういうことです。いや、答えになってない。ああ、そうだな。僕も大量殺人はもちろん、父や僕をこんな目に遭わせたキラは絶対許せない。どんなことをしても解決したい。どんなことをしてもというのなら、ミサさんとより親密になり、それはできない。人道に反する。そうですか。残念です。
Whoa, what? Third Kira? Yotsuba.
揃ったようだな。では定例会議を始め、我が四つ葉グループのさらなる飛躍、世界最大の企業にするために誰を殺すか。毎週誰かを殺すのも大変だな。高橋、お前はまだ気づいていないのか。え？キラにとってこれが得になるからに決まってるだろう。キラの得にキラが殺し屋を始めたってことが樋口。お前もう黙ってた方がいいと思うよ。あんまりバカだと殺されるから。ここにいる8人はまだ皆若いが、一応将来社長の椅子も狙えると言われているメンバーだ。そして現にこの集まりが始まった時
I wouldn't trust any of these people in this room.
キラが一企業に肩入れするなんて変な話だ。この8人の誰かがキラってことじゃないか。
What? Corporate time.
So back to business. What the hell? What in the late stage capitalism is this? Oh, who's he behind? He's like the opposite of Ryuk. How can he like Misa if he hates other humans? Well, these guys were pretty nasty.
I don't know why you would like Misa. I mean, they're nasty, but Misa's a different kind of nasty.
Misa's different kind of nasty, yeah. They're greedy. Misa's not greedy.
She's psycho.
She's psycho. She's not greedy. There is a difference. Maybe the Shinigamis are not greedy, but they are psycho. So that's why
they like the psycho.
He likes Misa, maybe.
That was the wildest episode I've ever seen.
So one of those 8 is third Kira. But they're not acting in accordance with first Kira's principles. Surely L will figure that out. If they're like choosing people to kill,
he's gonna have to see a pattern of several kills of random heart attacks.
Well, surely like they're not. How would killing criminals help them? That's what I'm saying. Like if they're killing people that would help them and help their businesses, well, I guess you have to figure out that there are people who are dying from heart attacks that aren't criminals.
Yeah.
There have to be enough of them that just happen to coincide without this pattern to notice that other people are dying from heart attacks.
Sucks to be one of the first 10.
Yeah, this is good because at least they are killing with a different pattern. So this is obviously third Kira.
We don't know that this Kira's only gone to one company. He could have gone to a whole bunch of companies.
Oh, because Rim has 2 death notes.
The person could be out for hire, hiring themselves out to anybody.
Oh, but you're saying one of the people in this room of 8 could be going around to a lot of companies and working for them?
Yeah, but I'm also thinking that all those people in the room are really stupid, because if Kira is in that room, why would he, number one, get your permission to kill anybody?
If you know you're not Kira.
Why would you work with Kira? He's just going to kill you if you get in the way of them becoming the CEO. Like, piss off the wrong person in that room.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That feels weird. Well, you better toady up to the right one of those 8.
You know in a room like this, they're not going to get along.
No.
There's no way all of them...
No. They all hate each other. each other.
Yeah, they all hate each other. The author definitely keeps us on our toes in this one.
Where did Ryuki go? He just disappeared.
I feel like third Kira is going to get whacked faster than second Kira got whacked. This seems
so.
like a very obvious pattern, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Like, oh no, the person who was blocking the deal for the
Yokomata
or whatever
something
syndicate, he just happened to have a heart attack. Oh no, this other guy who happened to be an enemy happened to have a heart attack. This seems very obvious, doesn't it?
I don't know.
There's got to be another wrinkle. I, for one, am very excited for Light and L Handcuff Challenge Part 2.
Ally. So now they're allies because Light doesn't know he's the bad guy.
Yeah, he wiped his own memory.
I thought he was going to give it back to him with Ryuki. He gave Ryuki instructions.
Well, we don't know where the hell Ryuk is. And I don't trust that. Why would Ryuk even obey the instructions?
I don't know.
Rim has an actual motivation that's somewhat reliable. Ryuk just likes to be entertained and
Entertainment
apples.
is kind of reliable.
He's kind of a wild card.
This is true. But Light is smarter than we are.
This is also true. I'm thankful. I don't think I'd want to be as smart as Light. It has not served him well.
Or L. I mean, I guess it's kind of served L well, but he's alone. Holy crap.
He's a bit eccentric. But he seems happy in his eccentricity.
What if you had other people in the car with you and you had a gun to your head? That wouldn't work.
I'm sure they have security cameras.
ここの警備に慣れてもらうしかありませんね。
Man, if you're in... Is he just naked?
そのおでこ。そっち来ましたか。いや、女房と喧嘩になりました。
What?
まだ子供も小さいし、私は通いってことになりそうです。家には帰った方がいい。
He should live at home.
すごいですよ、ここの部屋は。
Well, I don't want my family living here. No, no, thank you. I can't believe he has a young wife and child and he's
still doing this. They should have cut him from the team. They should have said anybody with young kids should just get cut. They shouldn't have them here. I think that's kind of irresponsible.
I can't believe he is that firm.
ライト君と3人で。
しかし松田、ミサミサと呼ぶな。
ねえ、俺デート的になれないんだけど。
私のことは気にしないでください。それよりケーキ食べないんですか？
甘いものは太るんで控えてます。じゃあケーキあげるからライトと二人きりにしてもらえない？
二人きりになったところで私は監視カメラで見ます。同じ。
Did he undo the handcuffs? Oh no, it's still there.
なんとでも言っていいですか？ケーキを。
Poor Light. I almost feel bad for him.
Yeah. L will be enough to deal with, but imagine dealing with how weird L is along with Misa.
Misa going back and forth.
He has to hang out with Misa all the time.
Light looks different. He doesn't even look the same.
He has different eye shape.
Yeah.
私はずっとライト君がキラじゃないのかと考えちゃいましたから。その推理が外れたとしたらもうショックで。いえ、まだ疑ってない。
I'm still suspicious too.
だからこうして。しかし、キラは人の行動を操れた。つまり私がライト君をキラと疑うようにライト君を操っていた。
Oh, Kira's that smart.
ライト君もミサさんもキラに操られていた。
Do you think he's telling the truth?
I don't think so. But I can't tell without.
キラだったってことじゃないか。はい。それは間違いないと思ってます。二人ともキラです。私の考えでは監禁した時のライト君がキラでした。そして監禁したその時から犯罪者は死ななくなった。そこまではライト君がキラだったで通ります。しかし2週間したら
I
It
feel
took
like
2 whole weeks before criminals started to actually die again.
You know what I would think would happen though? Because you know you're dealing with something supernatural. I would think that they're being haunted. Possessed. Yeah, that's what I would think.
That's what I think I would assume too.
Possession.
It's actually maybe that's what Light was trying. Like he's trying to misdirect the supernatural suspicion maybe. That would be so smart.
I just want that cake.
He's right. Well, he's right.
Nope.
Can you even call Kira a person?
力を他のものに
Look
It's
how
more like
good
an
that
entity.
cake looks, Wesley.
An entity or a being.
やる気出せよ。やる気あんまり出ませんね。
You
Light
said-
is telling him to show energy.
That's called a sugar crash, L. That's what happens when you eat cake all day and nothing else.
必死になって追いかけてもこっちの命が危なくなるだけ。龍崎。
Oh,
Whoa. He knocks himself.
I was
too.
not expecting
That's
that.
very dramatic.
Oh.
What is the show? This is not Death Note anymore.
What is happening?
What are we watching? Are we watching like fucking Konosuba now? What is this? Is not Death Note. This is turned into like a sitcom.
僕がキラじゃなかったから、自分の推理が外れたからやる気がなくなっただと。こっちから動いても損かもしれないのでやめましょうと。
A waste?
詰めないで捕まえられるはずがないだろう。すでに詰めのない人を
How do they go to the bathroom?
それにミサや僕を監禁したのはお前だろう。
Yeah, have some resolve. They
Yeah.
just rotted for 50 days.
しかし、どんな理由があろうとも。
And your dad.
Oh.
一回は一回です。
They're both being stupid right now.
How is Misa drawn? They drew it so badly there.
外れたというより、ライトイコールキラ。アマネミサイコール第二のキラでは事件は解決しない。
It could be.
ちょっとがっくりきた。
Figure it out.
お前の言い方は、僕がキラでないと気が済まないって言い方だ。確かにそうかもしれません。今気づきました。ライト君がキラであって欲しかった。
What?
一回は一回ですよ。私結構強いですよ。
How? You don't do anything other than eat junk
部
food.
屋に連絡して止めましょう。
You're on surveillance.
See Misa hiding behind the table.
ミサミサが18の読者人気投票で1位になりました。
つまり白田監督の次回作のヒロインに決まったってことですよ。
どうした？松田のいつものボケです。
松田さんは天然だからか。
Oh,
聞こえてますよ。
poor Matsuda. What is this? Like these episodes have gotten chaotic and crazy.
Well, this one's really
This one's
this
crazy.
is the different one. It's weird without Light being Kira and always cutting to his psychotic like thoughts
It's
and
gotten
everything.
so much more lighthearted.
Yeah, but it's weirdly not like it's not.
Are they not-
lighthearted?
Lighthearted. I didn't mean that one.
The tone of the show has changed so dramatically.
I don't
it
think
feels more like a plucky, real detective show now,
I think they're
doesn't
giving us
it?
a quick little break. Well, yeah, that's because you don't know who the bad guy is.
Well, we do. Well, we don't know. I guess yeah, you're right. This is the first time in the whole show.
We don't know who the bad guy
Well,
is.
there was like 15 minutes when we didn't know that Misa was second Kira. But this is
Light was still the bad
yeah, we
guy.
knew Light was still main Kira. But this, you're right. This is the only time that it's actually a
Who are we gonna
detective
go
show.
after?
これをよく見てみろよ。偏ってるだろ。
That's so weird.
3人とも日本を代表する企業に重要な位置で関わっていた人物。その3人が心臓麻痺で死んでいる。
Dun dun dun.
その結果、四つ葉の株価は上がり。
See, that's what I'm saying. This is so obvious.
四つ葉にとって都合のいい死。
He figured it out.
調べるとそれはこの3ヶ月で13件にも上っている。どうも
That's what I'm saying. Doesn't it just seem like they're painting a target on their back?
許しているとしか思えないが。しかしもしそうな
It
ら。
only took 3. I was thinking like 10.
本当の目的ではない。
This
Kira's.
Yeah.
さばいているのはカムフラージュに会社の利益のために人を殺しているとも考えられる。
So weird that they're working
少し
together.
はやる気出たか。
Nice Light kind of freaks me out.
しかしこれだけ何の疑いもかからずうまくいくとは面白いな。四つ葉の利益も株価も目立たない程度に伸びている。
When you have a lot of deaths in a company, the stock prices rise.
No, like they're taking out other people, right?
僕は一つ引っかかっているんだが、先週殺すと決めた3人、どうして皆心臓麻痺で死んでる。1人は事故死と決めたはずだ。それについては多分事故の場所を湾岸線と指定したからだろう。指定時刻に彼は自宅でなく、ある女性とお忍びでいた。
Oh.
死の依頼に不可能な点があると。キラーは心臓麻痺で殺してしまうということだ。
Sneaky, sneaky.
They figured it out too.
事故しか病死とだけお願いすれば最短の時間で自然に始末してくれるってことだ。
Death by disease?
For a bunch of executives, they have very eccentric hairstyles.
They do, but can you imagine death by disease, like putting that in the death? That's cruel.
At least light doesn't kill cruelly. You- They've taken precautions? What precautions? How can you take precautions?
すごいっすよ。ライト君の活躍で四つ葉グループにキラが関係してるんじゃないかって疑惑が濃厚になってきました。
今、次長からキラが政治家に賄賂を送ったと
キラはこう言っている。警察がキラを追うことさえしなければ政治家には手を出さないと。
Is that a bribe or is that blackmail?
threat, yeah.
That's blackmail.
警察はキラに屈した。すでに模擬は決心してくれたんだが、まだキラを追う気があるなら。
We've already been through this.
今から警察庁に辞表を出しに行くんだ。
They're resigning from the police.
もう警察を辞めなくては本気でキラを追うことはできない。エルと共にキラを追うならクビ。今そう言われてきた。
それで局長は
But they'll still get paid by
L, right?
Yeah, they have to make their own decision. He's got kiddos.
I mean, Bachelor would be okay.
子供がいる人は特に
He's hung in for so
Dude, just
long.
go though.
もともと私は一人でしたし、これまで残ってくれた皆さんには感謝しています。しかし私は一人でもやっていけます。
And light.
そして必ず警察にキラの首を見上げに皆さんに会いに行きます。僕がいる限り一人ということはない。この約束もある。
Why does Light want to stay?
Light's sincere.
行動を共にしてもらいます。しかし他の皆さんは警察に戻られた方がいい。
この事件には警察の協力が必要だと言ってくれてたじゃないか。
それは警察が組織としてキラに従わず逮捕を望んでいたからです。しかし警察を辞める 2,3 人の一般人の協力は警察の協力とは言えません。
I think he just wants them to quit to save themselves.
我々では大した力にはなれないかもしれない。しかし
What about our feelings?
I didn't think that would come from Papa Yagami.
ここに残るか警察に戻る。
Oh, well, he also spent 50 days locked up.
Yeah.
Hasn't seen his daughter or his wife.
ではどちらにするか決めてください。
I think they stay. I don't think he stays.
警察を辞めたら無職になるってことですよ。
I will pay salary. If he can pay for this building, he can pay salary.
どうするんですか。考えていないが、キラを捕まえたその後は再就職だな。
He seems really happy about it.
決めました。僕も警察を辞めてキラを追います。
Of course, Matsuda
マネー
is.
ジャーって仕事もあるし、それにこのまま警察に戻ったら負けるって気が。
言葉に気をつけろ、松田。
Oh. He's got family.
And young kids.
警察に戻り、空いた時間に協力するというのでは。
No, you've got kids.
警察に戻るならもうここには来ないでください。
Oh.
ここの情報は絶対に漏らさない。
この情報は絶対に渡しません。一刑事としてキラを追うのは自由です。が、刑事という職を失い家族に迷惑をかけてまでキラを追うのは正しいことと。
I agree.
龍崎の言う通りだ。ここでやめてもあれません。
Don't say it like that.
裏切り者なんて思い
That's not the right way to say it. Jeez. It's different when your
You are a
family. His
hero?
family's like 14.
You are a
like his
hero?
youngest daughter is 14.
For staying here as long as you
Yeah.
did. We respect you. We commend
He shouldn't
you.
have. I think he was dumb to stay that long. Like
I do too.
If he dies, if he died in the line of duty, the police, if it's like America, would have paid. Like his family would have been provided for. You know.
Yeah.
If he dies and he's not serving the police force, like
He
he
can't-
just left a widow and a baby with no means
income.
of income.
Yeah, I agree. Please let him go.
Make him go. Don't
Make
let
him
him
go.
go. Make him go.
We'll keep you informed if we catch him.
It doesn't matter for you. It matters for your baby.
ここでやめたら浮田に顔を向けな。
あなたは捜査本部の方々に何かあった場合、例えば警察をクビになった場合でも、
その者と家族が一生困らないだけ
Oh.
の経済的援助をすることを最初に私に約束させた。
Oh.
He still doesn't want him to die. That's why.
Watari.
すみません。
ファンが僕たちの生活保障までしてくれた
Matsuda.
よかったじゃないですか、相沢さん。
俺が警察を辞めて一緒にやるかどうか見てたのか。
違うぞあいつ。龍崎はそういうことを自分で言うのが嫌いなだけだ。
いえ、試してました。どっちを取るか見てました。
分かった。俺はここを辞めて警察に戻る。
Good. I mean, at the other hand, I know I made this argument earlier, but it would still be way better to be there to be a father for your kid and
I
a
think
husband to your
so.
wife, and not be dead.
Yeah,
Then
he's
even
somebody's
it would be
wife
better if you died and they were still provided for, but it's better if you're there for your family.
Seriously, I mean, he could die in other ways.
今またはっきり分かった。俺は龍崎が嫌いだ。
Yeah, he's kind of a pain to work with.
私は相沢さんみたいな人好きですけどね。
He does seem like a difficult boss, doesn't he?
So difficult.
お疲れ様でした。
I think Elle wanted him to quit for his family's
I
sake.
think so too.
Elle's kind of a softie when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm glad he quit. I
I'm
hope
glad
that
he told him to,
Oh
that I liked
shit!
it.
I feel like he's just gonna get killed now.
No, why would he?
There's no way they're just gonna let him leave and not die.
Why not?
銀行の支店長が9月7日自宅階段で足を滑らせて転落死亡。
もう一度よく調べ直して分かったんだが、四つ葉にとって都合の良い死は週末に集中している。
Weekend.
本当ですか？
Because he's an executive the rest of the week.
死亡日時にばらつきがあったが、徐々に金曜の夜から土曜の午後に集中しだした。
よく気づきましたね、局長。
Good job, Chief.
もう局長ではないと言ってるだろう。
You're still my chief.
僕にとって局長です。これは何かのヒントになるよ、父さん。
Why doesn't everybody just call him Papa Yagami like I do?
He's smart.
このお荷物になりたくないからな。
お荷物。
四つ葉の中にキラがいるのか。
Matsuda just had a moment of reflection like, wait a second, what am I bringing to this operation? You're bringing good vibes, Masuda.
vibes,
Every
positivity.
team needs a mascot, and Misa Misa is not good
Not
vibes.
it.
利用しているのか。
She's bubbly, but not good vibes.
もうキラの仕業だと考えて捜査しましょう。
She's like contaminated champagne.
調べます。
国内外四つ葉グループの会社員リスト出ました。
Oh, wow.
ありがとうございます。
That's a lot.
300,000?
すごいよ、茂木さん。
茂木さんは最初から何気にすごいですよ。
龍崎、僕にも何かやれることはありませんか？マネージャー以外に。
お役に立ちたいですか？
はい。
じゃあコーヒーのおかわり持ってきてください。
Oh, no.
それからあちらのお客様にも。
Guests? Huh?
Who are they? How long have they been there? They look like straight up a comic strip.
詐欺師だ。よろしく。
A
A
con
con
man.
man?
職業はど
A
れ？
thief?
詐欺師に泥棒？
そうです。アイバーはあらゆる社交に必要なものを身につけ、必ずターゲットと親密な関係になる。
Who the hell's the target?
潜入捜査に使います。ウェディはどんな鍵、金庫、セキュリティでも破れる泥棒です。その証拠にこうして我々に気づかれる。
What?
ここまで入ってきた。
And they're also just like part-time JC Pity models or something?
That's, yeah.
Why do they happen to be massively attractive?
犯罪者といってもキラに裁かれるような表に出てくるものとは違います。裏の世界のプロとでも思ってください。
How do you find them?
They're good criminals. And by good, I mean bad. But like, successful.
They're like, I'm just here for the money.
Oh, is that why? They're like, okay, cool, now you guys aren't police officers anymore, so let's bring in the
The
cons.
cons? Yeah, that's why he couldn't have him be
Dude, I
broke.
think he's dead. I'm so bummed. There's no way
I
they're just
don't
gonna
want
let
to
him
see. I thought
get
he was just
away.
gonna go home and be happy. That is...
See, that's why you needed to quit.
That's
You
worth
little
it.
dog. 2 kids?
2 kids?
2 kids? That's a baby.
帰ってくるならちゃんと言ってよね。あなたの分のおかず買ってないわよ。私のコロッケ半分あげるよ。
すまん。ずいぶん休んでなかったから休暇がもらえてな。
休暇ってお休み？
ああ、そうだ。これからちゃんと毎週休めるんだぞ。
Well, he's still gonna be a police officer.
Yeah, but I mean,
That's nothing by comparison.
I'm also curious because I know, like, in the U.S. we have a quite association that police officer is a very dangerous job.
Yeah.
But I'm curious because I know that there's not as many, like, gun deaths in other countries. Often, like, only the police and super hardcore criminals have firearms, right?
Yeah, they're
I don't know what
shootouts.
Japan's policies are, but guns are not often depicted.
Yeah, so do the police die less?
Because so he could be way
Safer.
safer now that he's not on the the Kira investigation?
I don't know.
I was thinking of it like he's U.S. And even U.S. it varies depending on what precinct.
Where you're at, yeah. LAPD is very different than
like
Podunk.
rural Montana or something.
Aw,
I'm glad, dude. It's
hard.
worth it. Like, I would probably say differently if I was still a
Why
bachelor.
did they show us that?
But like, I have a daughter. I have a very young family. You know.
Yeah.
It's just, it's not worth it.
Not
It's
worth it.
not worth
But
it.
why did they show
For-
us that? That made me sad.
But he shouldn't be sad. He's sad because he wants to contribute and he was part of the team and he valued being part of the team. And that's all good, but like, he shouldn't be on the suicide mission. They shouldn't have let him be there in the first place.
No.
They should have said, like, it shouldn't be incumbent on the person with the family
To make that choice.
No, they
You
should have
just-
said like, no, dude. They all knew him. It's not like he was a stranger. They knew he had a young family. They should have said like, no, you can't work for this mission. Go do other
Maybe
things.
Ryuzaki didn't pay attention.
I'm not saying L. I'm saying Chief.
Yeah.
It should have been Chief's job to take care of his people. I love Papa Yagami, but he should have never have let him be on this.
They were desperate. They had nobody left.
Yeah, they could have cut him.
I know. It's
They shouldn't
sad.
have let him be there just so he had to get cut later. Like, they just made the decision they should have made at the beginning, but only after he had gotten really emotionally attached to everybody. It's like in The Bachelor, sometimes they'll be like, oh yeah, you know, I could have cut you earlier, and
But
they
I
don't.
didn't.
Yeah,
And
and they're
then
like,
it's even
well, bitch, you
worse.
should have cut them earlier before they got super attached.
That's not fair to
It's
them.
not fair to them. They should never have let him be here. He should never have been on this position.
Wasta doesn't like this episode.
It's bad. Like, it's just not good leadership. There's a reason they don't ask people who have young families to go on suicide missions in the military. It's not because they don't think those people won't do it. It's that it's stupid for them to do it. They should do somebody else. And when I'm saying that, I'm only talking about in movies. I don't know in real life.
They might in real life too.
I have no idea. But in movies, they usually say like, no. If he gets killed still, I'm going to be so pissed.
I hope they follow his life and show him being happy and healthy and enjoying what he's doing.
I hope that he can like somehow make a meaningful contribution to the investigation by like leaking them information from the police force or something.
Something, yeah.
That doesn't get him killed,
That doesn't get him killed.
but gives him emotional closure to this. Wow, there's been a lot of really bad stuff that's happened to a ton of people. If you guys want to see more bad stuff happen to even more bad people, and honestly quite a lot of good people too. Lots of bad stuff to lots of people, indiscriminately of whether they're good or bad, check out our reactions to Attack on Titan over at patreon.com/Wes and Steph. We've actually gone all the way through the first season, second season, third season. We're on the fourth season over there right now. Yeah,
blown.
it's crazy. And there's lots of bad stuff because we're all watching Death Note.
Lots
so
of bad stuff.
Let's
Lots of
be
bad
honest.
stuff.
We all like bad stuff to happen in shows we watch. So check it out over at patreon.com/Wes and Steph. It's only $5 a month.
Are you going to do the whole thing without me?
Oh,
Or are we going to switch on and off for no?
do you want to switch on?
I don't know. I just kept expecting to come in and then you just
Well, come in.
It's only $5 a month. The link is in the description down below. Go check it out. Over there we have the whole list that you guys can view of everything that we've reacted to, and there's a whole lot. There's a lot.
And we're always adding more, so check it out. Patreon.com/Wes and Steph. Link is in the description down below. I said that already. I know, but I want to say it again. Because maybe they'll click it now. Right, guys?
Back to the show.
The tone of the show has changed dramatically
It
over the
has.
last like 2 or
This
3 episodes.
does not even feel like the same show anymore.
It feels so bizarre having Light be so sincerely good.
You know,
It's so weird.
Are we gonna focus so much on Matsuda this episode?
That kind of worries me.
I'm worried too.
It makes me
Why?
feel like he's either gonna die or
betray them.
Could
make a mistake after last episode,
Yeah.
like from naivete,
Or maybe they're
have
gonna
a breakdown because he doesn't feel useful.
Would they turn him bad? Because they turned Light good. Would they turn Matsuda bad? Because he's like the most pure character to me, at least,
so
right?
pure. Just leave him alone. Let him be happy-go-lucky.
Let Matsuda live, guys. Like, sorry, I tried to have some joy. We've been working this case for like months.
松田いや松田さんやめてください
僕にも何かやれることはありませんかマネージャー以外に
じゃあコーヒーのおかわり持って
He's like, I'm risking my life and you don't even think I'm valuable?
僕ももっと活躍したい
Why was Misa even in the...
I don't know.
君を愛してる帰るなんて言わないでくれずっとそばにいて
Is that an angel?
Yep.
That's Misa?
Matsuda's just there with her?
He's playing her manager. Misa would be the type to not talk about that until right then.
Before the
That's
kiss.
so annoying.
Misa.
That's so obnoxious. She's seriously the worst, but she's funny, so it's okay, but she's the worst.
I don't like it. I don't want him to feel bad. I love his ever positive enthusiasm. He's just leaving Misa?
Can you blame him?
It's weird seeing Misa look like so angelic.
I know, I don't like it. I hope this is a positive Matsuda arc. Oh.
Look at those floating stairs.
顔と名前で人を殺せる力があったとしたら僕は悪人を裁こうとするだろうか確かに世の中いない方がいいと思う人間は
He's like having
Is he
internal
gonna
crisis.
reverse engineer the fact that he's into it?
僕は思わない大量の殺人をしてその記憶が残らどうしましたそんなにこちらを見つめてやはり私だけがケーキを食べている疲れたんですねいやそうじゃないよ
It's like a husband and a wife.
He keeps pulling cake out of everywhere.
探偵のエラルド・コイルのところにエルの正体を明かしてほしいという依頼が。エラルド・コイルといえばエルに次ぐ名探偵と言われている男じゃないか。依頼主は四つ葉グループ東京本社。
Right, some planning department of Yotsuba's group.
Seems super
Wait,
on the
that's
nose.
sketchy. Why are you just trying to figure out who Ella is all of a sudden?
I'm surprised Yatsuba just doesn't seem to be trying to hide their trail at all. They seem completely brazen and unworried about anything,
know.
don't they?
I keep reading that as E. coli.
今世界の三大探偵と言われているエル、コエル、ドヌーブ皆私
That's really funny. That's so badass.
That's funny. Please keep it a secret if I give you a strawberry. The other guy took and put it in his pocket.
Mogi,
That's
what the
covered
hell?
in icing.
Why'd you put a straw? Mogi's a weird boy.
He is very
Mogi's a weirdo. No wonder he hasn't been in the show at all. He just put a strawberry in his suit pocket. That's a suit too. It's not just like.
Is that easy to sneak in?
このまま紛れて帰った方がいいかいやそれじゃ入った意味がない
今日もあれかだるいな強だったら会社来るの憂鬱になる
極秘の会議ビンゴか
Seems so weird to think about. Like, offices to me feel like the most normal places in the
I
world,
know.
you know?
That was boring.
19,
normal
19,
places.
19.
It's nice if they tell you.
Oh.
I'm scared.
彼に近づけばいいんだな。
で、私はこいつのいる四つ葉東京本社の監視カメラや防犯システムを破り
Oh, is he gonna tip off Yatsuba that they're looking into them? Oh, Matsuda.
I'm
Because if he
nervous.
gets caught, they would be so more careful about
I
security.
know.
That is a badass hallway.
Just walking in?
That seems like such a big mistake.
What if he does something good though?
I can't. Can you see how this is gonna end well?
How are there
We've
no
seen
cameras?
the meeting rooms.
Like, how are there no cameras in these hallways?
Remember, we saw the meeting room. It's like around a table. What's he doing?
Listening.
絶対に四つ葉に我々が調べていることを
Oh no.
気づかれたらその時点で
Why does the author hate Matsuda?
Please assume that we'll no longer be able to catch.
はっきり聞こえないな何か一言でも革新的なことが聞ければ
Oh.
What? Does he have a special power?
今殺すって聞こえたキラ出たキラ
Turn around.
キラに殺してもらう聞こえたぞ
He's out in the middle of the hall.
There's gotta be security cameras. Whoa. Oh no. Couldn't they just kill Matsuda?
I think they're gonna kill Matsuda.
Oh.
Come on, that's so painful because it's Matsuda too. What
Please
the
just
hell?
be nice to Matsuda.
Ugh.
松田さんがベルトで緊急サインを送ってきました
どこから
それが
You see that face?
東京本社内からのようで
That's
私
Suda.
吉田プロダクションでマネジメントをしております松井太郎と申します。今うちで一押しのマルチタレントあまれみさを御社のイメージキャラとして CM にいかがでしょうか。
Honestly, though, that was a
There's
pretty good
worse-
save.
Worst covers.
That's probably the best cover that I can think of because it's so stupid and it does seem like something a pushy
A
ass agent would
crazy
do.
manager would do.
To be fair, maybe he's not going to die now if they think it's just completely
I
unrelated.
don't think they're gonna think that. Wouldn't they know? Wouldn't the other Kira know? The third Kira know that Misa was a Kira?
怪しいものは持っていないな。
Good, thank God that he has business cards.
なさそうだ。
はいぜひミサミサをお願いします。
Those are scary dudes.
この二人は見張り会議室で残りのものは僕の処分を話し合ってるはずだ。やっぱり殺される。
Thank God Matsuda has a kind but kind of dumb face, so it's sort of like he just has the face and the energy of like someone who's dumb and overly enthusiastic and kind.
I don't think Raizuki would save him. Like he would if he could, but I don't think he's going to.
He won't.
出ていいですよ。ただしここにいることは言わず、少し耳から離して、我々にも話が聞こえるように。
もしもし。
よー、松井。
龍崎。
俺だ、朝日だ。大きさ。
おお、朝日、久しぶり。
外じゃないみたいだな。もう家か？
ああ。
今一人？
一人だよ。何？
天音美沙は別行動。松田は一人です。今から飲みに行かないか？
今から？悪い。今日はやめとくよ。
また財布がピンチなのか？
ピンチ？ああ、かなりピンチなんだ。そういうことバレバレだな。
松田かなりピンチです。また改めて誘うよ。じゃあな。
それでですね、ミサミサどうでしょう。必ずお力になれると思います。
売り込みに来るなら本人も連れてくるべきだ。本当にマネージャーなんでしょうね。
いや、今近くで映画の撮影中でして、ロケが終わったらすぐこちらへ呼びます。ぜひ御社のイメージキャラに。
ミサの電話は留守電になってる。
Of course it does.
I mean, she is filming a movie. These two are crazy add-on additions. Yeah, I'd rather he didn't die.
That would be really helpful if Matsuda didn't die. There's gonna be no one happy left in the show if Matsuda dies.
可能性はあるんだ。殺しておくしかない。しかし本当にタレントの売り込みに来たのか。まさか警察ってことは。それはないだろう。
Why?
日本警察は完全にキラ事件から。
So they say.
何者かなんて関係ない。
They have a lot of trust in that.
しかないんだ。
I agree with him.
確かに。
Look at that picture in the background.
Yeah, it's very ominous.
でしょ。もうすぐロケ終わりますからお待ちください。
Misa, please cooperate. You know
Is she
she's
just
gonna
gonna
sulk.
wear that?
She's gonna sulk because Matsuda went somewhere.
You're crazy, Misa.
Misa. ミサ、松田さんと一緒じゃないんだな。
No. She's got two phones too?
松田さんからミサに電話が入った。
ミサミさん、撮影終わったらすぐ四つ葉の東京本社に来てくれ。もしかしたら四つ葉さんの CM に出られるかもしれない。今交渉中だ。
She's so emotionally volatile. It's so fresh.
八神君、松田さんを助けられるかもしれません。ミサさんの協力が必要ですが、八神君の言うことなら。
I'm glad Ryuzaki actually seems like he wants to save
I think he
Matsu.
wants to. I think it's just a matter of like.
That's the first thing you say.
I mean, I feel like in this industry you have to.
今はそういう問題
He's like, don't you think that that's not really the main concern here? He's like, okay, so I guess he was not lying because his client is really hot. So should we let him
So
go?
it's real?
Yeah. If we kill her manager, won't she be mad? What does that mean?
What?
何か方向おかしくなって
Yes. Matsuda.
What if, are they like prostitutes?
But now there's all these witnesses showing Matsuda was here.
That guy's a horn dog.
Yeah.
If anybody saves Matsuda,
They're
it's
all
him.
wearing heart-covered slippers. So Misa just got all the girls here to be like prostitutes.
I will say Misa came up clutch on this one. To be fair, it's just because Light asked her. But when Light asked her to do something, she is
all these
really
girls
clutch.
came up clutch. What the hell? They're all just fine with this?
I guess that's their job. Are they like...
Escorts? Or just like...
This is heaven. He's the guy that's going to save Matsu. Matsu, are you drinking?
If you drink... That's a bad...
Oh, this feels very ominous. Oh, no.
そんなことはもういいです。今来た8人、キラを使って殺しをする会議をしてました。はっきり聞きました。もう完
I
璧。
feel like this is the wrong time. Couldn't he have waited till the next day? Or sent a text?
Are those legs on the cell phone?
She's got like a little doll.
殺される前に死ぬことです。いいですか？よく聞いてください。
Roizaki is a freaking crazy person.
You must die before they kill you. You must die before they kill you. To save you, you must die before
heard
they
that.
kill you. What?
I just don't know what he means by that.
He's even getting into it?
All of them.
That kick and that face are not lined up at all.
This whole thing is bizarre.
Why is everyone acting so weird? I feel like he didn't do anything that crazy.
Showtime. I heard that one.
Of course, Misa. Of course, Misa. I love that the executives who are like, who are we going to kill with our little magic notebook? Are like, hey, you're gonna die. You're gonna die, you idiot. Why are they trying to prevent it? Do you see how there's only like 2 executives that reacted? All the rest are just like...
I can't believe that they like had such weird...
He's actually doing this.
Yes.
Have he just killed himself?
No.
There's no way, right? Whoa.
That was quick action. This falls up. I can't believe they have heart-shaped slippers on.
That was badass. That was so
wild.
clever. Ugh. I feel like it is so funny he just said that so explicitly. Like, wow, it's very convenient we just saw him die right in front of us. That's so nice, isn't it? The guy we wanted to die just died for us.
I wonder
Isn't
if
that
somebody in
funny?
this room is... Do you think that would make them turn on each other more? They're so trusting of each other.
Surely they must think, because they know how the Death Note works, right? They must think that someone used the Death Note.
We're short-handed. Oh, Matsuda. They're still in the same building.
I feel like if he's capable of doing a handstand at
Look at her
floor 7,
outfit.
Like, think about what he just did. He did a handstand on floor 7. He had been drinking. And then he did a swan dive directly onto the mattress that pinpoint accurately. He should be a secret agent or something. Like, he shouldn't be with his brain, but he has the body of, like, James Bond. They're not using this man's skill set correctly. He should be doing something else. Like, he is so ridiculously skilled.
I don't know. That was crazy. Well, now he can't even be her manager anymore.
So now Matsuda just lost his only role that was, like, helping the investigation.
He's only a VP?
So he's gonna play Coil?
さらに依頼しない場合でも口止め料200万ドルだそう口止め料かコイルはもうかなりのところまで分かっていると考えた方がいいな誰がキラ
I can't believe they're only at the VP level.
They really have a strong company culture if their VPs are this dedicated.
If you leave now, you're dead. Yeah, if you leave now, you're dead by tomorrow. I agree with
Honestly, I think he's probably just killed himself now. Like, it doesn't matter if he stays or leaves, because he just showed that he... Yeah, he's done. He lacked resolve.
Weak link. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
He just showed them that he'll crack. He's a liability now. He's gone. Clearly, this is an evil corporation.
Yeah, I don't think I would have joined this one in the first place.
But on the flip side, damn, they have a good HR department to inspire such loyalty from their VPs. I thought they would be in, like, the C-suite at least, didn't you?
Yeah.
Like, they must have some great incentive packages. Their HR is not paid highly enough. We can tell that for sure. Like, a company would be lying if they said they didn't wish that they would have this much dedication in their VPs to, like, literally commit murder to help the company do better.
Matsuda.
Everyone's like, shut up, Matsuda.
What's he eating now? One of them is?
It was a monster cell. I wonder which one is gone.
Which one disappeared?
Could it possibly be the white-haired one who showed he doesn't have the resolve to continue helping and carrying out the mission?
Somebody in there is Kira. There's only 7 left.
I'm glad that they are starting to pick each other off, because that's the first thing it feels like in forever we've actually committed.
Wouldn't everybody else who's not Kira be freaked out?
Well, everyone else probably agrees with it. Well, everyone else probably is like, yeah, we needed to kill him because he could have incriminated all 7 of us.
You're stupid if you're
He was so stupid. But there's nothing you can do now. Now the only thing you can do is, because they know your name, they know your face, you can't just, like, disappear and run away.
You don't even know who you're loyal to, though. What if factions develop?
They're gonna keep killing people
All
off.
7 of them are dead.
Well, 6, right?
6
One of
are-
them has to be Kira, so presumably he's safe. But also, I still don't get why it seems like this Kira is so unconcerned with covering
their tracks.
His own tracks.
Maybe he's just not thinking that anybody would be that smart
Maybe
outside of their company.
So you think he's just very arrogant, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think he thinks that he's showing any patterns.
It's weird though, because I'm like, oh, if they think that they're so brilliant, why are they hiring Coil? It's like they simultaneously think they're not skilled enough to do the investigation and go up against L, but they're also at the same time making very, very obvious moves. I don't think Matsuda would have really helped, because they would have just gotten all of this taken out care of, because they figured out it was the Yatsuba group.
They didn't even move hotel room things or business rooms. Right?
I just feel like this Kira is getting clapped. Misa seems like she was more
smarter
formidable
than this guy.
Than this Kira, yeah. Maybe we didn't give Misa enough
We
credit.
did not.
I'm saying, this Kira feels like a downgrade. This is like great value Kira or something. Like, they're not that.
I think the Yatsuda group would be very offended to hear you call them that.
I'm just saying, like, their employees very loyal, but they might not be hiring the most sharpest tool in the shed for their vice presidents.
I don't know why.
And like real life, I've met vice presidents in real, like, big Fortune 500 companies. They are immensely immensely impressive human beings.
Why did Rem pick him? I don't know.
Makeshift makes me think of something that's kind of cobbled together, but
Yes.
it's just good enough that you can actually use it for its intended purpose.
Yeah, I think that this means it's gonna be a chaotic episode.
Yeah. Last episode was
makeshift.
chaotic.
Yeah.
Yeah. How could anything more
Don't
chaotic
ask the
and more
question. Don't ask the
makeshift than last
question.
episode?
I don't wanna
Yeah, I
know.
just flagged, didn't I? That's my favorite phrase that we've gotten from anime recently is like, oh, that's gonna trigger a flag.
7人しかいないところを見ると8人の中の1人
Oh, that guy, remember?
Yep. And nobody's talking about it or worried
What
about
a
it.
dummy. Because everybody knew, man.
Yes, we know Matsuda.
Dude, Matsuda, I would have been like, by this point, he would be running errands exclusively.
I know.
I would be
After
keeping
that,
Matsuda on a short leash. Like, I would not trust him. It would be like, Matsuda, here's your daily schedule. You're gonna, like, walk the dog. I'll buy a dog, so you have to walk the dog. You're getting us coffee.
まず羽鳥が死んだこと仕方ないだろう正直羽鳥が死んでくれて私は
Yeah, I would be too if I was one of these
Okay,
guys.
Kira.
どうなるかキラははっきりと見せしめにしたんだみんなこれで羽鳥の死の意味
Yeah, if you betray the group, you're gonna die, which should have been obvious.
Don't get caught up in this stuff. It's never good.
Or are you giving advice to the audience not to join a murder ring to further
Yeah.
their company?
That's my 2 cents.
Oh wow!
Lessons from
I hope
Stephanie.
that's something that a lot of you can really apply to your life. Like, I'm really glad that you said that. Thank you, Steffi.
$100万ドルの代償がこの報告書か L の顔や名前肝心なところが何も分かってないじゃないか本当に役に立つのかこのコイルってやつコイルはこの報告書の最後で L の存在は軽視すべきものではないとの忠告をくれたりもしてこのペース特に金曜土曜に四つ葉にとって有利に働くシーンは毎週でも L がキロと関連づける可能性があると
Why would he feed them that?
I'm curious.
私たちのやってることをそこまで調べ上げたコイルはやはり有能だと
So I'm saying I feel like this is a very obvious pattern.
というのは改善すべきだすごいですね
Yeah, I hope they're recording all this.
もうこの録画があれば7人を逮捕できるんじゃないか
But one's Kira.
But not real Kira.
1週間適当に割り振ってくれればいいのに私はコイルが気づいた以上今のペースで殺していくのは危険だと考えるここからはさらに慎重に絶対に誰にもバレないようにしていくべきだ
For really smart people, I don't feel like they're very smart.
I don't think they're that smart. The author probably just doesn't have a very high opinion of corporate types. Maybe he's just like pissed off at the company that he was publishing for when he wrote it, and he's like, "F you guys, all you corporate people suck."
ELF 保険の日本に
Elf insurance.
これは食い止めないと
では ELF はここに上がっているものを自己死でいいな
なんだこれはこんな簡単に
もう一人は四つ葉のリゾート計画
He's like, how is he so skinny, man? He always eats sweets.
Oh, it burns in his brain.
It's just all the sugar his brain consumes.
中東の病死でか
キラ事故死病死死の時間設定僕たちの考えていた通りだもう間違いない
いいえ残念ですが今挙げられた者が死んで初めて間違いないです
Oh.
They can't save them?
伝道そして会議で挙げられた者が死ぬまでの7人の行動これをこれからずっと事細かに見ていけば必ずキラを捕まえられます
Okay, but what about saving the innocent people?
龍崎の考えているやり方はできないこの7人に殺しを続けさせていくことでキラを捕まえようとしているようだがそんなことはできない
そうだ明らかにこの7人は殺しをしている
Let Elves do. Elves testing them.
No, I think El knows though. I think El knows that like this isn't the original Kira. I think he has an instinctive sense that if they deal with this group, they won't actually solve the whole Kira problem.
Yeah, but I think he's
so I think he's trying to figure out like how can I get more information that could help us get to the root and the heart of this whole cause, which is solving Kira in the first place.
Yeah.
And understanding what Kira's using to kill.
But I don't think he means what he's saying right now. I think
Really?
I think he's testing them.
今捕まえてしまったら全てが台無しになります
現在は今週末にキラに頼むということでどうだ。
So they're just going back to killing on the weekends again?
ということになればもう時間がない。ライト、あの7人の携帯番号はもう分かっていたら7人の誰かに電話して殺人をやめさせる。待ってくれ。
What? You're just gonna call him and ask nicely?
アイバーが彼らに接触したのに捜査の手が伸びたことになり怪しまれます。それと何よりもキラが誰なのか断定できなくなる可能性が極めて高い。せっかくここまで来て。
Because they need to know the mechanism of that Kira uses to kill. If they hope to catch OG Kira.
龍崎、仮にこの7人の中にキラがいたとして、この中の1人に電話をし、そいつに当たる可能性は7分の1と考えていいのか。私は多くても2人、7分の2と考えて。
2? Oh, 2, because there's been 2 Kiras before.
知られる覚悟なら、その7分の2にかけてみよう。今までの会話でキラではなさそうで、それなりの発言力を持っていそうなのは何かは。電話するならここのを使ってください。逆探も盗聴もできないようになって。
Matsuda, you're so stressful.
They don't. I thought he was the most likely to
They're
be
calling
Kira.
him in the middle of the meeting?
VP of Sales?
適当に相槌を打って聞いてください。私はエルです。その会議室にはカメラと盗聴器が仕掛けてあり、今の会議の映像は全て撮りました。
冒頭の話題は羽鳥氏の死のこと。
So they're like flipping him.
Yeah.
Because he knows that if the meeting finds out that he's talking to Elle, they'll just kill him.
Yeah.
They've already demonstrated they'll kill people
Yeah.
in the meeting.
もしあなたがキラ、もしくはキラと直接交渉できる人間でないのなら、
取引社長、ELS 社長と全然死を殺すのを1ヶ月先に伸ばしてください。
そうか。カレンダーにダーツすればいい。それで。
That's such a roundabout way to randomize something. Guys, you can literally use a random number generator. Like,
Let's go throw darts at
you
a
can
board.
literally say, I
They
want a
just-
random number between 1 and 30 and a number between 1 and 12. Boom, that's your random date.
キラ以外の者はキラに脅されその会議に参加していたとして
これではエルにつくしか。いや、エルについたとキラに分かったら殺される。
He's in a rough spot.
That sucks that they picked him.
Sucks to be you, dude.
あなたにプラスはない。しかし、私の目的はキラとの一騎打ちです。
いいですか。エルがキラに勝てばあなたは無罪。キラがエルに勝てばあなた方はそのまま裕福な人生。
He should be
Yeah.
the VP of sales.
Dang, Light.
He should, because that was a cold call, and he's got him hooked, and he's making great arguments. He should be a salesman.
キラ、どちらか勝っても。
He analyzed what he wanted and his motives.
ああ、月曜日。どうした何か。誰か。
いや、部下がまたヘマをして月曜に尻拭いだ。中断させて済む。
A subordinate.
A subordinate.
Who uses that word?
Villains, specifically. A hero has never used the word subordinate in any piece of media I've ever
My
watched or read.
subordinate.
It's a good word.
時間を与え、1ヶ月経てまだエルの正体がわからなければ、やむを得火をばらつかせて殺す。次も1ヶ月与えという繰り返しで、エルを始末できたら隔週で2、3人ペースに戻す。確かにエルを殺せば、もう邪魔はなくなる。それまでは慎重にか。
I think that makes sense.
エル、この場はこれで満足だろう。
I think he's Kira.
You think he's Kira
Yeah.
specifically?
うまくいきましたね。
Oh, you know the most realistic part is that these executives still are going to hold the damn meeting. That's the most realistic corporate thing. Like, well, we are going to keep having the meeting because for some reason we need to have meetings. Everything needs a meeting. We can't cancel meetings. Meetings, 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 meetings.
It's true.
殺しを延期させるだけではなく、
That's how you really know they've got that executive corporate mindset.
もし私が死んでも、八神君がエルの名を継いでいけるかもしれません。何を縁起でもないことを。これで1ヶ月以内にキラを断定し。
Oh, if that
Light
happens.
is so different now. He's like not even the same person.
It really does feel like Kira is an entirely different person.
やはり
That's what I don't get, because he was definitely still like pretty sociopathic previously, and that sociopathy is just gone.
I don't know.
It's like he got a personality transplant with
He
the death
did.
note left. Like they turned his factory settings on and off. Maybe he had like dropped on a head as a kid, or like had some childhood trauma that made him that way or something.
もし私が死んだら L を継いでもらえますか
I mean, if you have the kind of money you got.
キラで演技をしているなら必ず継ぐと答えるはず何言ってるんだ龍崎これをしている限り死ぬ時は一緒じゃないの
That's a good point.
そうか龍崎は僕がキラなら今僕がキラであることをしらばっくれ演技でこうしているかキラの力が他の者に渡り今の僕にはキラだった自覚がなくなっているという前者僕が演技をしているのならこの手錠は絶対に外せないいや演技じゃない方のパターンでも手錠は外せないだろうもしその力が人に渡ったのだとしてももう一度その力が僕に戻ってくるように仕組んであると考えている自分から人に渡し自分の疑いが晴れたところで力を戻すという
I mean, that's
what I
right
say.
on the mark, man. He's right on the mark.
They're both so smart.
矢神ライトがエルの座を奪った上でのキラになるエルと同等の地位を得て警察なども自由に動かせる立場にあり裏ではキラ最強だな
Why aren't they really out like possession?
Yeah, I feel like they're not nearly open to the supernatural, considering that they are witnessing supernatural things happening, right?
Exactly. That's, I feel like, the biggest gap here. Is they're still trying to go off logic and reason? I would be Googling the crap out of Shirogane, notebooks.
I'd be like, hey, get a priest.
Yeah,
Get
anything.
an exorcist.
I just think that's
I agree
crazy.
with you. Or you think at least somebody would have gone down that path.
Like Matsuda.
エルの座を奪うことを狙っているのならその計画を皆の前でばらすはずがないこの僕が今存在するキラを捕まえたその後でキラに殺人犯になると思うかそんな人間に見えるのか
It doesn't matter.
Whoa.
思います見えます
At least he's honest. They're fighting again. I can't even blame him.
今回は相打ちということでこれでおしまい
とにかく今は目の前にキラを捕まえることだ
Don't worry about the
手
other
錠
one.
をしてさえいれば文句ないはずだそうですねもう1ヶ月しか時間がないんですし
Those handcuffs would piss me off after half a day.
They hurt.
さっきの会議を
They chafe your wrists.
7人を捕まえることができれば
Like, if they're gonna wear them this long, they should really be fluffy handcuffs, regardless of what the implications would be.
残念でした
Do they have cute little, like, next to each other beds?
I don't know.
とは限りません
He might not even be in the room.
あの7人がキラに殺されるだけです7人の中に絶対キラがい
What
る
if you have to pee at night? The other person has to get up too?
Sucks. Have a porta potty thing.
Ew.
判定は難しいまだ時期尚早だと私は思いますやっぱり私は一人でキラを追いますこの本部は八神さんたちにも貸しますし私も使う八神さんたちは八神さんたちのやり方で
Whoa.
好きなようにしてください
What?
私は私のやり方で操作していきます
つまり龍崎はあくまでもキラに絞って追うということか
はいこの事件はキラを捕まえな
He's right, though. They're all thinking too myopically.
目の前の何人かの死を阻止することは意味のないことだとは言いませんしかし全ての真相を解明しなけ
The
れば
deaths won't stop.
またキラが現れ犠牲者は結果的に増える何よりもキラを断定すべきというのが
I think it's more important that they figure out how it's even working.
私は7人逮捕には反対ですからやるなら八神さんたちの責任でお願いします
Ugh, that's a
They
lot of
can't
pressure.
even. Without L's support, they can't even arrest them because they're not police anymore.
I know.
すみませんライト君
What about the arresting light?
手錠は外せないので付き合ってもらいます
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, poor Light getting dragged in. I shouldn't say poor Light. He's a murderer.
龍崎さん付近の
ミサさんあなたはライト君を愛していますかしかしキラも崇拝している
She's so weirdly honest.
I
Isn't
know.
it bizarre?
どっちを取りますか
そんなのライトに決まってるじゃんキラには感謝して会いたいと思ってたこともある けど、あんなんかじゃないし、完全ライトです。
ライト君はキラを捕まえたい。ああ、決まってるだろ。捕まえたいそうです。さあ、どうします？
ライトが捕まえたいなら、捕まってほしいと思います。
Misa is so loyal.
I
ライト
know.
君と一緒に操作できるなら協力したいですね。龍崎。
ライトのためになるなら、ミサは何でもします。
Did you say her name? Misa will do anything for him. That's what I heard.
エラルド・コイルからアマネミサがエルを知っているかもしれないという線が出たとあの7人に。
What?
アマネミサは第2のキラの容疑でエルに取り調べを受けたらしいと。アマネミサがエルのことを
She's like, well, I won't be lying.
となれば必ず四つ葉はミサさんを CM に起用しいろいろ聞き出そうとしてきます。もう松田さんのドジの時 CM などで使ってくれとは話をしてありますしそれはダメだ。なんで？ミサが危険な目に遭うからに決まってるだろ。
That didn't help.
でもミサ、ライトのためなら、そのくらいなんでもないよ。
いいかもさ。エルのことを知っているかもしれないとなれば相手はどんな手でそれを言わせようとしてくるかわからない。
大丈夫。ミサどんな風にされた？
Oh my goodness, Misa.
はい、そうですね。
That is true.
What?
Because they already tried torturing her.
エルを殺せば用がなくなり口封じにキラはミサをきっと殺す。
それはさすがに嫌だ。
ライト君、我々が勝てばミサさんは死にません。手錠がある以上運命を共にするんですよね。私が死んだらライト君も死ぬ。
How so?
一番悲しむのはミサさんじゃないですか。私やライト君が死ぬかキラが捕まるかです。さあどっち？
ライトのいない世界じゃ私生きていけない。
はい、正解。おい、龍崎、むちゃくちゃだ。時間がないんです。私焦ってます。それにアマネミサ、この子の根性とライト君への愛は世界一です。
The greatest in the world.
Now it's time for him to do something. Do something weird.
Understand me?
はい、ミサさんはライト君にふさわしい最高の女性です。
Light's like, shut up, dude. You're making everything worse.
好きになりますよ。
いや、それはちょっと。お友達ということでどうでしょう、龍崎さん。
はい、また友達が増えました。
He's made friends
Look
with
at
both
Light's face. He's
Kiras.
like, bro, you're just doing me. This is so weird. This is so weird. How is this turned into like a weird dark comedy, Stephanie?
Kira. She is loyal to a fault.
Yeah. Emphasis on fault. She's definitely Hufflepuff, man.
Not Slytherin.
No, she doesn't want power or anything.
結構ですよ。
何言ってんの？ライトも参加決定。
いや違う。この操作自体に僕は反対なんだ。ミサが危険すぎる。
私のことを思ってくれてありがとう。でもやらせて。ミサ、ライトの役に立ちたい。役に立って、ライトにもっと愛されたい。
Even more. He loves you so much already.
やはり現状では7人の逮捕は難しいか。
I feel like she almost feels more like a devotee or a religious
A
fanatic,
group?
doesn't
Yeah,
she?
yeah.
Like and trying to get salvation through works is kind of what it feels like, except she's trying to get love through works.
That's how it feels.
It's sad. Why did he split them up? There's no way that L didn't split them up for some reason. And there's got to be some reason it actually serves his purposes in the investigation.
I know there
He
is.
wouldn't
I
split
just-
them up for the reasons that he said.
The writer of the show is kind of really smart. Really smart. They are like mind effing us
Well,
right now.
We talked like you can't write characters that are significantly smarter than you.
You can't.
You
You
can
have
write-
to be really smart to write smart characters.
You can write characters that are quicker than you, but like you can't write
Stronger,
characters that come
faster.
up with some. No. You can write characters that come to conclusions faster than you do.
Yeah.
Because you can make the time frame that they come up with solutions much smaller than it
Here.
took you.
Yeah, like
right?
every epiphany idea they have here might have taken the author, you know,
Weeks.
weeks to come up
Months, even years.
with. But even still,
they
like,
the author had to be the one to come up with the idea.
and not just like one, but
Over and over
hundreds
and
of
over
them,
again.
over and over, the
You
whole
can't
show.
write characters that are smarter than you. You can only write characters that come to conclusions faster than you.
That's an intimidating
Proposition, isn't
Yeah.
it? Which is also probably why so many characters are just absolutely stupid. I'm serious. Like, most
Easier to write a
characters are
stupid
dumb,
character.
and they're only running into problems because they're dumb. Like, how many times is there a problem that could be easily solved by a phone call?
Oh, yeah.
Over and over, right?
Yeah.
And that's why it's so interesting when there's these problems, and it's like, man, I have no idea how to solve this. I feel frustrated in a completely different way than I do when we're watching something and the solution is
It's
so obvious.
You're
right?
like, I don't know, man. I got nothing.
Yeah. This one's like, I'm just like in a dark room trying to figure out where the light
I
switch
just
is.
like
It's
if you
crazy.
told me back on like episode 1, oh, by the way, there's going to be 3 Kiras, and the 2 Kiras are going to like turn on the 3rd Kira and not remember
and they're gonna
the
have
Kira.
amnesia.
And then they're all going to dance in a circle and they're going to be friends together. I would have said you're on crack.
It's weird how much of a comedy it's turned into. Like, it's not a comedy, but
dark,
it's so comedic how the 3 of them are together.
With a little bit of comedy.
It's such a ridiculous situation, too. Like, 2 serial killers get amnesia and play house with the greatest detective in the world. I don't like when plans hinge on Misa. I get so stressed.
She hasn't failed us yet.
The only one that I get more stressed about being in the driver's seat is Matsuda.
さらに吉田プロは天音を四つ葉のイメージキャラとして売り込んで四つ葉の宣伝に天音を使い L について聞き出すことを進め
なぜだいい策だと思うがいやボーイの言っているのは L の正体はあくまでもコイルが暴くべきでここで我々に委ねるのは筋違いだということだろ
L の正体を暴く
That would be really annoying.
Yeah. But at the same time, like, he's asking you for help.
キラさん、そちらからはなるべく電話をしない約束だ。
I feel like this guy's putting a lot on the line. Is he just getting paid for it? Is money his main motivation?
Money, money, money. Probably also excitement.
It's like a risk
I don't
taker.
think you get into this type of a job if you don't like this type of work.
But I feel like he could swap sides. Why should I trust him not to just like take a better offer? L's funds
Maybe
are
he's scared of
limitless.
L because he knows how good of a detective he is or something. He's the top 3 detectives in the world simultaneously. That's crazy.
キラは忙しいな。
Who's that?
しかし面白くなってきた。
That's the guy that they called.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure
I thought
it
I saw
is.
some spikes.
キラは忙しいな。
Man, it's hard to see. I'm
He's
sorry.
got long
We're, like
black
trying to
hair
see the monitor,
and
but it's
spiky
spiky on
ears.
top.
しかし面白くなってきた。
Is that the guy? I thought the guy didn't have spikes on his top of his head.
違いない。そして L に捕まった。そこから逃れたということは、ノートの所有権を放棄し、
What?
How does
He
he know
knows
so
all
much?
this?
So he's not stupid.
Oh, short hair. Short hair.
What? What?
そして美しい妻。旗から見れば羨ましい限りだ。
But there's plenty of beautiful women in the world who aren't the second Kira.
I know she's gonna want to marry you.
たんまりかけてやる。
A big life insurance policy? That's what piss him off.
Yeah. Oh, you recognize him, right? I recognize him.
I don't think I do.
Really? Yeah, he's one of the guys. I recognize him.
I mean, he's smart but stupid. Why would...
今私がミサのためにしていることはこれくらいしか
Is he gonna give Misa back her memories?
さあ、その続きから行きましょう。ミサさん、あなたはキラに会いに行くと言って東京に出てきた。ミサさん、そこは臭くと言ってもオーバーアクションはやめてください。
今の迫真の演技っていうのに。
I can't believe he's like, oh, I'll just marry her. But if she doesn't want to?
やっていただかないと蹴り入れますよ。
Also, you haven't even met her yet. Have you met her?
I don't think that his...
Which part?
He has to be her new manager.
今日は四つ葉さんの広告に使ってもらえるかの面接でもありますが、同時に潜入捜査でもあります。
それよりモッチーの方こそ失敗しないでよ。キャラは体育会系の
Energetic and enthusiastic manager.
That'd be so exhausting to have to pretend to be that way when that's not your natural
And to
disposition.
be with her.
Dude, these boys do everything in this company. They like work the reception decks, they work the secret killing meetings, they're all VPs. These
Everybody.
guys are just absolutely dedicated to the company. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but whatever this company's like team building activities are, they should write books. I know we don't want companies to have internal death squads using supernatural means to take out competitors, but
if you're going to,
that shows dedication to the company.
I'm glad she thinks he's doing good. Poor Moki. He's like, that was all my energy for a week.
That's his real personality back. There he is, see? He's right there.
He looks like the other guy.
That's Coil, babe.
It is Coil, right?
Yeah, it's fake Coil.
実はミサさんを採用することはほとんど決まっているんです。ただその前に一つだけ確認しておきたいことが、あなたは両親を強盗に殺され、その犯人を殺したキラを尊敬している。そしてあなたはキラに会いに行くと言い東京に出てきた。
She said that in public? Oh, I guess she didn't say that in public.
そうは言えません。しかしこれは確かな情報なんです。
コイル。そこまで操作しているとは。
そしてまだ隠していることがありますよね。天音ミサはエルに拘束された。これの真実を自分の口で話してください。四つ葉のイメージキャラがキラだったでは困るんです。
うん、正直にお願いします。
Has that ever helped when someone's like, please tell us the truth?
And you're like,
Do you
yeah,
think if
okay.
someone, yeah, like, has that ever switched someone from lying to telling the truth?
If they're
ever?
intimidating her. She's doing a good job acting. I mean, she's an actress, right?
That's the guy.
Yeah.
いつまでやる気だ？俺トイレね。
確かに少し関係ない方に話がそれたよ。
Was that part of the plan? What?
こんな切れ端に触れさせても失った記憶。
What will it do?
しかしこれでミサは私の姿。
What does that help? Oh, he can talk to her?
今お前は四つ葉の者にいつ殺されてもおかしくない危険な状況にいる。それを伝えに来た。落ち着いて聞いてくれ。私はミサの味方だ。
Good luck.
Honestly, she's holding it together really well,
Wow.
considering how freaky that is.
I just passed out. Oh, they didn't?
They would have found a wire. They're not stupid.
僕が監禁される前のキラと今のキラ明らかに違う。今のキラは殺人を犯し報道されたものを片っ端から裁いているが、前のキラは殺意のなかったもの、誤って人を殺してしまったもの。
Light Kira was only punishing people who had tried to or had successfully killed other people.
He did.
No, like publicly.
Publicly, yeah.
情状酌量の余地のあるものに対しては極力裁きを下していない。僕がキラならこういう裁き。
If I were Kira, that's what I would
That's
do.
supposed to be a mind F for him.
僕の考えに恐ろしく近い。
It's gonna be so weird
Disturbingly?
because he hates Kira, like initially, right?
Yeah.
He hates Kira, and then gradually it's gotta be weird to, like, the more research you do into him, to find that you agree with literally every single thing that they
Every
do.
decision.
Because a normal person, I mean, we even disagree about things when we're talking about moral questions sometimes. It's gotta be really freaky to agree with everything and, like, passionately agree and exactly
You
agree.
didn't even question what
Like,
his decision.
every specific decision that Kira makes, once he looks into it and thinks about it, he's like, oh, I actually agree with that. Oh, well,
So,
this one I agree with.
I disagree. I think that, like, if you were looking back, even I mean, I criticize my own actions in the past. I think it's weird that you would agree with every decision and not even disagree with yourself, right? It's natural to disagree with yourself.
僕はキラではない。
Now he's gonna have an internal panic attack.
考えるなんてどうかしている。八神ライト
Oh my goodness.
ライトは今
何をしている？
ストーカーじゃないのはわかるけど、全然人間に見えない。
当たり前だ。私は死神だ。お前は
She didn't even seem surprised to learn that Light is
We
Kira.
once worked together.
全然わからない。ミサと会った。
Yes.
デスノート。
He's gonna tell her
その
everything.
名前をそこに書き込むと、名前を書かれた人間は必ず死
I
ぬ。
feel like it's a big risk to give Misa this information and then send her back to
八
L.
神ライトは犯罪者を裁いていき、キラと呼ばれる存在になった。
I just love Light
そして
more.
キラと同じ。いや、それ以上
Greater
How is it?
power.
Oh, because the eyes.
She believe him?
ライトがキラで、ミサが第二のキラ。
No wiretap.
そうだったが正しい。しかしこの状況はすべてライトの作戦通りのはずだ。
What was Light's plan?
当たってんじゃん。
ライトをまだ死ぬほど好きか。
死神さん、あなた本物だね。ミサのこと全部わかってる。
He said like one sentence. She's like, wow, you know everything about me. He said, do you still love Light more than anything?
Maybe Light-
Wow, you know everything about me. That was one sentence.
That was one sentence.
How can you reduce yourself to that one sentence? That's so
Maybe
sad.
you should tell her that Light doesn't love you back. See how she reacts to that.
I don't think she cares. Remember, she said Light told her he doesn't love her back, and she was like, "I'll make you love me through service."
It's really awesome that we're trying to catch Akira and I was Akira.
変わらないな、ミサ。ならば私も。
I don't think that they will
幸
ever.
せはライトについて。
No, she won't. Light doesn't like her.
レムだ。今のキラは卑劣で最低の人間だ。
Yeah.
何をするかわからない。気をつけろ。
But he's not warning her about L.
And he's
Like,
not being that specific. He
What?
didn't even tell her which of the Yatsuba men is Kira.
Yeah. Trust Light.
好きなように。
Just trust Light? Light doesn't even know who he is anymore.
そうだ。これから面接に戻れば、ミサには誰がキラなのかわかるはずだ。こいつは特に信用する。いいな。ミサが戻った時、私
Oh,
の
there we go.
座っている男
So
は
she.
キラだ。
I guess that's a pretty good way to tell her.
Yep. Ugh. This guy's scary, man. Higuchi. Why did she say it was horrible that he specifically was Kira? What does she know about him, Higuchi specifically?
I don't know.
Just the vibe?
How did it
Oh,
go?
they actually made it back?
おい、どうでした？
四つ葉はミサさんの各方面での広告採用を決め
Poor
ました。
Misa.
そうですか。
But also not for Misa.
携帯番号やメールアド教えたら、あの7人のうちの3人が
Got asked out? These horny freaking creepos.
いや、作戦は中止だ。
なんだよ、せっかくここまでうまくいってるのに。
このやり方ではミサが危ないんだ。ミサは模擬さんにガードしてもらい、タレントとしてだけ動くんだ。
ライトがそうしろって言うなら。
Trust Light no matter what.
But see, L
I was like, that's not
that was
normal.
weird. That breaks the normal pattern.
I was like, what
That's
the
the
hell?
least difficult Misa's been.
でもミサ、いい方法思い
What's her plan? She's got her own plan?
絶対ライトの役に立てる。
Light doesn't even have a plan. He doesn't know who he is anymore.
一緒に寝ない？
What?
何言ってるんだ、ミサ。
わかってる。それはキラを捕まえたからね。
Okay.
照れなく
Well, Ryuzaki would have had to go too.
何真剣に答えてるんですか、ライト。
He's handcuffed to Ryuzaki, dude.
I'll sit outside the bedroom.
What's he gonna do? Like put a blindfold on Ryuzaki,
I
put
don't
earplugs in
know.
his ears, and be like, stand in the corner and raise your hand like this? Like,
I don't know.
トイレ、ここの病院の借りればいいんだよね。
はいやったな
poor Moki. Ugh.
Why is she at a hospital? Am I crazy?
Yeah, she's at a hospital.
お疲れ様です。いやー、無理ちゃんナース服にやってる。
She's got her own plan.
うまくいった。
She's going on the dates anyway.
Oh no, dude.
I thought she was supposed to trust Light.
That was the whole. All Rim specifically said. Trust Light.
買ってやるよ。それよりナース服とはいいね、ミサちゃんは。
Creepy,
Ugh.
dude. Why is
Wearing
she...
a nurse's outfit to a date too? Oh no. I think Misa might die. What do you think?
No, he wants to marry her. Misa, what are you doing?
Do you think Rim would kill himself to save? Oh. Oh, that's why. So Higuchi specifically was like really forward with her.
Yeah. Why'd she agree to go with him?
What?
Ryu?
Yeah, Rim's probably like... Rim doesn't like scream or have big emotional displays, but I feel like whatever the Shinigami equivalent is, he has to be in the back just like...
What the hell? No, it's not what Light Yagami wants her to do.
Oh, man. He can't kill... He can only kill Higuchi without killing himself if Higuchi isn't specifically trying to kill Misa. Right?
Yeah. Why can't she be?
Press X to doubt.
He's not totally stupid. That was abrupt.
Yeah.
Sweat.
Just kill some people? Yo, look at the road, dude. Just because you're Kira doesn't mean you can't die in a car accident.
Like him, the other Kira? Can she try to kill Kira? That's not as cruel as I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah.
Like it's not. I mean, it's not good.
Light
to pay.
wouldn't kill him.
Light wouldn't kill him.
Light would, unless he specifically was coming and doing something that interfered with Kira.
His debt collection methods to me usually mean like getting beat up, tortured. You know.
Oh,
like,
it's still really bad. It's
like
just
still-
not quite bad enough that Light would usually kill them. He only killed RAPISTSs that, or murderers, or people who specifically went after Kira.
Yeah.
That was always Light's problem. Like, he would start to bend stuff when they were specifically standing against Kira because he had so much pride. This is a big bet on Rem when she just met him. I guess she figures that he must really care about her since...
I'm surprised they even answered the phone.
I guess it's actually... It's still a big gamble, but I get why she would make this gamble with Rim. Because she knows Rim went out of his way to help her already. So why wouldn't Rim go out of his way to help her now?
I know.
You know what I mean?
She doesn't even need the Shinigami eyes anymore.
Well, for names.
Aren't you happy?
Whoa!
Ew. Okay, time to escape. She's remaining very calm.
You see his face? What? He's so creepy. But then, did she just play the whole audio with her saying that she's second Kira? There's no way, right? It must have cut in right when he was on top of it.
I have no idea.
Dude, Misa is simultaneously so frustrating and so smart. She kind of reminds me of like a demented version of Chika from Kaguya-sama Love is War a little bit. Because it's like simultaneously so smart and simultaneously so unpredictable.
So unpredictable, and I don't know if it's smart because...
She is smart. She's very capable, I think. Like, she consistently
I don't know how
has
she
got... Like, the only
that.
people in the whole show that have outsmarted her are Elle and Light.
That's it.
And that's it. And they are super geniuses. We just know so much more information because we're the audience. So we're basically like pseudo gods in this world with the amount of information we get, you
Why
know?
would she just give this information to them?
That Suda's so sweet. He's just like, I just don't want the chief to be bothered. Why is there ominous music?
Misa, how did you persuade him that you were second Kira? Aren't there just like big gaps that she's leaving in her own alibi?
I have to say, I think that we really underestimated Misa, though.
I think we did too.
I think we underestimated her so much. I think she's the third most competent human that we've met in the show.
You can be
I think she's smarter than...
I think she's very smart. I mean, she
Well,
did
I was
going to
say, I think she's smarter than Higuchi. Like, third Kira?
Oh, yeah, for
I
sure.
think she's smarter than third Kira.
Oh, for sure. For sure she
Right?
is. That's not even a question. It's just more like she is unpredictable and blindsided in her love for... She's got big, major blind spots, and that helps her come across as stupid sometimes because she can't see that she's being manipulated, used, whatever.
But
right?
But the thing is, she knows that, and she doesn't care. Like, Light, remember at the very beginning, was completely honest with her. He said, Misa, I don't love you, but I'll try.
Okay, so she has a lot of intelligence, but not a lot of wisdom.
Yeah.
Can I
but how
redefine
many girls are there that are very smart, but also have bad, or people in general make bad, like, dating decisions?
I don't know.
I think it's also the fact we often think she's dumb because Misa doesn't have the luxury of operating for her own motives entirely. She's trying to figure out what Kira or Light's motives actually are.
Yeah.
And she's trying to do things that would please them. But she doesn't have perfect knowledge of what those goals are. So she messes stuff up for Light or for Kira.
But she's just trying to help.
But it's because she's specifically trying to help somebody else bring about their goals when they haven't told her specifically what those goals would be in any given situation. Like, Misa's actually very good at getting the thing that she's trying to get to happen. It's just that sometimes the thing that Misa wants to happen goes against what Light
or Elle
or Kira or Elle wanted to happen. Yeah. It's almost like she's a cheat code or like a fae, but you have to be really careful when you're wording your requests to her or just saying in general
She's a little
anything.
pixie sprite. She just...
Like, I feel like if you said something like, oh man, that
guy
dog
sucks.
Yeah, she'd be like, oh
Okay,
cool, I'll
it.
kill him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, she almost is just too amenable to trying to bring about what they want. And she's also very capable, so she actually makes it happen usually.
Yeah, but sometimes it's, you're like, oh, but there's unintended consequences. You went for the short term. She doesn't think necessarily 20 steps down the line.
But I don't, it's like, that's a wisdom thing. I don't think that's a competence thing or an intelligence.
I don't know.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Scary
Wes
ass
is on the
Misa.
Misa train.
No,
so
no,
he loves her
I
now.
don't. I'm just saying, I don't think we gave her enough credit for how good of an operator she is at actually just...
Team Misa, Team Misa, Team
She's good
Misa.
at getting her goals done. I'm not Team Misa, though. She scares me.
Shit just got real. Because Misa's a crazy person. Let's go. How much crazier is Misa gonna get?
How is Elle gonna react? And did Elle anticipate this? He looks happy, doesn't he?
No, he looks like
Stressed?
dazed. He just needs some more sugar.
樋口がキラの力を持っていると考えて間違いない。アマネがヤガミライトのためにある程度はやってくれると
That was pretty far.
Yeah, she risked a lot, man.
犯罪者殺しまで止まってしまったら患者の殺し方を見るのが難しくなる。
Is he not sus on why he believes she was Kira and like the whole other person died?
Well, he still thinks that they're second Kira and Kira. Oh, they don't know. That's why.
How does he think that? Baka. Is that cheesecake?
樋口を捕まえるより先にどうして殺してるかが欲しい。そして犯罪者の
But Misa knows.
その殺し方をどうせ樋口を捕
It's
まえ
more
る
toppings than cheesecake.
犯罪者が死ななくなったと断定してからです。
And they already have history that directly
どうですか
Weddy?
7
Oh,
割
thief?
カメラで OS を。
樋口に絞ったらどうなりますか。
まだ5人しか家の中には入ってないけど、ミド、波川、樋口の家は普通のセキュリティ
Of
じゃ
course they
ない。
do.
特に樋口は
Look at that
電
motorcycle.
波を遮断した地下室を最近作っていて。
What?
They're not vice presidents, dude.
2 days to break into
They're
it?
not vice
They're
presidents.
like all CEOs.
They're not vice presidents. Or maybe we're just like not upgrading how big of the company it is, because they are not like vice presidents.
They gotta be like senior VPs.
It would have to be something like senior VPs at frickin' Google or something, right?
Seriously.
Because if they're VPs even at a Fortune 500 company, I think that they set them up. They're supposed to be like one of the 3 biggest companies in Japan or something.
Yeah, they're acting like senior VPs or like
Of one of the most powerful
like
companies.
CFO, CEO.
Yeah,
you know.
C-suite. Maybe the titles are just different in Japan.
It bothers me
Yeah,
though.
me too.
やはり樋口
Because like vice presidents are pretty normal in the U.S.
They're
like
pretty
they're very
normal.
they're very well off and like
樋口の車に盗聴器
competent and stuff
カメラをお
usually.
願いします
And wealthy, but not that
Not
wealthy.
that wealthy, yeah. They're wealthy like I send my kids to private schools, not like I have secret bunkers built in my house. Like they might go to Europe for
6台です
a summer or something.
Cars is such a clever way.
もっと早くこの盗聴やられてたらやば
Oh, you would have been, Misa.
八神君話が戻って悪いんですがもう担当直入に聞きます。殺したことを覚えていますか。
僕はキラじゃない。何度言えばわかる。
質問に答えてくださ
Could
い。
Misa say, I remember?
覚えていますか。覚えてない。ミサさんはどうですか。
覚えてませんし、キラとかじゃありませんから。
八神君私が今から言うことを真剣に推理分析してみてください。その答え次第でキラを捕まえることに踏み切れます。八神ライトはキラだった。そしてキラの力は他にはたった。今八神ライトはキラだったということを忘れている。これを前提にした分析です。そういう考え方はできますか。
What is this
これは
edit?
八神ライトの意志で渡ったのか。それとも八神ライトの裏に
Is this him thinking?
を与えていた者がいて、八神ライトから他の人間に
So
This
it's
is
like
his thoughts. He thinks there's somebody else behind it pulling the
no, he's
string.
saying could it be? So it's either like is Light actually Kira or is somebody else Kira who like possessed Light
Yeah.
essentially. Oh, his eyes changed for a second. Did you see that?
Yeah.
八神ライトの意志だ。
Why?
そうですよね。もし与えたり移せたりできる人間が裏にいて殺し方を知られたくないのなら、あのギリギリまで他に移さなかったのはおかしい。天から見通せるようなものの存在を認めたら、そんなものは捕まえようがないし、私はとっくに殺されているか、永遠に手のひらの上で遊ばれ続けるか。
So he's like higher level Kira. He's wondering if he's playing with a god of the universe,
Which is
right?
a fair question. So basically, he's
That was
saying
a
that
test
if there
for
was
Light.
somebody who could like possess and then move on, it's stupid to stay in Light that long because they were able to triangulate and zero in on Light so much. If you were somebody who could possess anybody, you should have moved once the police had focused on the area that Light lives in, right?
I think the
'Cause they had
simpler
triangulated his
answer
location.
is that there's been shifts in the decisions on who deserves to die and not
Yeah.
every time. To me, I think that's the simplest answer
Yeah.
to show that there's like
that it wasn't just a possession.
yeah.
Because then it would have stayed consistent, but somebody else would have done it.
キラの力は力を持った者の意志でしか動かない。おかげで 99% はすっきりしました。
Their relationship is so weird.
Bizarre. Does everybody else at least eat good while they're here too, or just Elle?
I feel bad for Light's dad, Mr. Yamada, Muchi, and Matsuda.
What? Where he can't pass his power? How would you prevent that?
They're always just
Matsuda
there in the
knows.
background.
3時間枠を取らせ冒頭で番組の最後までにはキラが誰なのか発表するという。
そんなの信じるかな。大体樋口がその番組見ないかもしれないし。
Oh, we'll get him to watch it.
波川に連絡し、樋口にまずい、すぐにテレビを見ろと電話させるだけでいい。そしてそのテレビに出ているものが秘密を知るものだと分かれば、樋口は信じる。
They're gonna send Misa?
Aver.
Ivor.
実はスパイだって
Oh.
話しちゃうんですね。
アイバーは使います。
Yeah, I didn't think so. He's too important. Why
Poor
would he do that?
Matsuda. They only ever have Matsuda
They're
talk.
risking their
Have
life.
you noticed they only ever have Matsuda talk so
He's
that
wrong.
L or Light can be like, no, dumbass.
I know.
Every time, like, Matsuda never gets to do anything or say anything unless he's gonna get shot down for being stupid.
殺せると思えるものでないとダメです。
Misa.
つまり名前を調べようとすれば、すぐ調べられそうなもの。
Oh, Matsuda.
Oh no, Matsuda.
松田さんしかいない。松田か。樋口は松田さんが会議を盗み聞きしていたと思うし、死んだはずのマネージャーが暴露しようとしてるなら信じる。
That's a crazy plan.
証言者用のすりガラスとマイクを用意させる。樋口はその発表とシルエットからでも松井マネージャーと気づくでしょう。さらに局のミスで一瞬すりガラスの向こうの人物の顔が映ってしまう。
What about Matsuda?
Misa's such a psycho.
キラである H の本名を発表するという。樋口は1秒でも早く名前を知ることしか考えられ
Well,
ない。
how are you going to protect Matsuda?
動きは予想できる。そして殺し方を確認。
So Matsuda just has to risk it. How are they gonna actually stop him though?
Matsuda could
Yeah, he's
die.
gonna die.
樋口が第二のキラのように顔だけで殺せることがあれば。松田さん
Oh, we don't even know that. We don't know if he has the eye or not.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He doesn't. That's why he wanted Misa to be
Oh,
around
that's
him.
right. You're right. Good call, babe.
ミサを欲しがっていることから多分ないだろう。
How do they know? Because the whole point of this operation is they need to know how Kira kills. How are they going to be able to find out how Kira kills if Matsuda doesn't get killed? How are they going to identify, even if he wrote down Matsuda's name?
Because he
and
could
let's
just say
magic-
the name.
Yeah.
Or
like,
he could think the name.
or
Like,
something.
there-
Just because he writes the name in the death note, there's nothing for them as the viewer to connect. Oh, now I can tell that Matsuda died. Especially if they like.
Yeah, I'm confused.
And there's no
too.
way for them to prevent him from killing somebody if they let him go through with how he kills somebody.
Yeah.
Because the only way they can figure out how he kills somebody is to observe him and then watch when Matsuda dies.
Yeah.
So Matsuda has to die in this plan.
They don't seem to think that because otherwise it's like what if they thought the name? There doesn't have to be a delay.
Him looking for Matsuda's name just tells them how he looks up names. It doesn't tell them how he kills anybody.
Yeah. Oh, Matsuda, honey.
こそこそと何の相談だ。波川、誰がキラだと。
Bro, you know that they were gonna start to
Yeah.
have factions.
志村かもしれないし、ミドウかもしれないじゃないか。私にもうキラの悪事にはついていけないと泣きついた。志村、ミドウがキラだったら殺されてたな。いや、ミドウや波川は放っておいたって出世するし、8人で死の会議なんてバカなことをするはずがない。みんなキラに殺されるのを恐れて。
Win him over by flattery. He's like, you guys are smart enough that you wouldn't have needed to do that. So I don't think you're Kira. That's a big gamble.
Bro, that's a big gamble. Especially, it's one thing if they hadn't already killed one of the 8. And the one of the 8 that was killed just for expressing doubt. It wasn't like he got killed for actively doing anything.
I know.
I would just not. You're supposed to be a high-level executive. You're supposed to be good at repressing your emotions. That's what you're paid to do. That's like all you're supposed to do as a C-suite. You're
Show up
supposed
to the meetings, don't say
repress
anything.
everything.
Go home.
しかしこのまま続けていったっていつかは世間にバレる。いや、そうならなきゃ終わらない。
What a weird basement.
では志村、逆に聞くが、誰がキラだと思ってる？
高橋か樋口。
高橋はキラの引き立て役だ。キラより考えの浅い者もいないとまずい。みんな大体分かってるんじゃないか。樋口だろうな。
What?
出世や金に一番貪欲なのは樋口。
They all narrowed it down so quickly.
いつも出世なんてと口癖のように言ってるのが逆にこだわってる証拠だ。そのくせ人をバカにし、うまく使うこともできず、開発部長から開発室長にだからな。大いにも声をかけたんだが、そんなくだらない密談勝手にやってくれだそうだ。
Well, what if he blabs to Hikuchi?
キラもコイルへの依頼運営資金の口座提供をさせられたことからキラではない。
Why would that
That
prove
was that.
anything?
Yeah.
アトリが死んだ後の会議中電話がかかってきただろ。あれは何だ。
志村、お前は本当に目ざといな。
I feel like they're gonna start throwing each other under the bus.
エルです。ナミコさん、今一人ですか？
いや、
ではまた適当に相槌を。
その必要はない。会議中にあなたからもらった電話が変だと気づいた者といるんだ。エルだ。
What the hell?
エル、ここにミドウと志村がいる。二人ともキラとは思えない。
Yep. Yep. I think
Bro,
this guy's smart too,
this
though.
feels like it could be a setup.
I don't think it is.
You don't think? I feel like this feels like a Mean Girls call. Like a situation where you call somebody to get information.
He really trusts that they.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know. I feel like Higuchi could be in the room around the back, and this is a setup because they were suspicious of him. And this feels like a three-way Mean Girl call to me, where it's like,
You're
what
right.
do you think
He's
about
being
Regina?
way too trusting.
Right? This feels like a setup.
何を言われても私のようにエルとキラの決着を見守るだろう。いいでしょう。今夜キラを使う。
Watching
It's just
him
too
eat all
many
that
loose
dessert.
ends.
I want dessert too.
That swirl did look really good.
分かっていたのか？
エルでも引っかかるんですね。今のあなたの反応で 100% 樋口になりました。
She's like, what does that mean, Misa?
Light before the memory wouldn't make that mistake.
No.
Isn't that?
That's
I feel
weird.
like they made Light slightly dumber
Yeah.
when he lost his memory. I feel
I
like
don't
he
like that
wouldn't
part.
have lost.
He
Why
would-
he would should still be just as smart.
He made mistakes occasionally before, but not
But
like
not
that.
that type of mistake. Not that sloppy.
樋口にテレビを見るように連絡を入れてほしい。他の6人は
Like Light was never sloppy
won't do
before.
anything for the
He was
rest of you?
immaculately emotionally disciplined. Remember?
Yeah.
ああ、わかった。今夜多分捕まる。
Unless Higuchi's listening.
犯罪者の裁きを止めてみた。そろそろいいだろう。これで第二のキラー、アマネと結婚すれば死神の目も手に入る。
Well, I guess I'm wrong. It's not a Mean Girls thing.
四つ葉のすべてを支配するのだ。
Well, remember Rem didn't respect him either. He's like, he's a stupid
Yeah.
hat. He was literally evil chuckling to himself.
He's honestly with that kind of a supernatural power too. His goals are very little.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I just want to be in charge of the company
And
that
have
I'm
a hot
operating."
wife.
I mean, you would think if he's that greedy, he would have bigger goals. Use the power to take over like Japan or the world.
ではその中の一人がキラーなんですね。はい、将軍を手伝えるんです。
どうせデマだろ。桜テレビだぞ。
それが一番最初に8人で会議していたところに遭遇したと言ったんだ。
会議のことを知っている者。
そしてそのうちの一人が殺された7人に犠牲になったのは H さんです。
H、ハトリ、ここまで知っているとなると他の6人か。いや、コイル。
Do you think he's just gonna kill all the other guys?
こいつ。
Matsuda.
Matsuda's gonna get a career in acting. Oh. What they put? Did you see they like
They
ran up
put a
and put a
jacket
coat
over
on
his-
him? Not his face?
That was stupid.
What are you doing?
殺されると思って石川かマンションから飛び降りるふりをして下の階のベランダに逃れたとさっき喋って。
Oh, they told the truth on that?
いや、私は念のため家に帰ってから奴の名刺を見て名前
Oh, it was fake. It was a fake name. It was a fake name.
今みんなに連絡している。
わかった。一度切るぞ。
もうやめますか。もともと消えました。
Well, what's the point of the screen now?
殺されようと最後まで頑張ります。
あくまでもキラの発表は番組の最後まで言うんじゃないぞ。
Yeah, you want your rating.
Audience retention.
第二のキラであるミサなら顔はもちろんのこと名前も知っている。
Will Misa give him the real name, Stephanie?
No.
I think she might.
なんだおい。この発表はいつ暴露されるか。チャンネルはそのまま。
ご指名に怖くない。
Dang, Misa's way bigger than we thought she was.
テレビがまずい。
山陰にいるお前の親
She has
父から
products named after her.
総務省に手を回して番組を止めさせよう。私も見てるがそれは無理だ。誰もこの番組を信用してないし、逆に疑われる。さっき顔がテレビに映り、あの松井太郎と確認できた。浪川からテレビを見ろとの連絡が皆に回っている。7人のうちの誰かがキラだから松井太郎は間もなく死ぬ。そうか。
Dang,
松井太郎が
that was good logic.
分かっているのはキラである俺だけ。それを言えばキラだということを話すことになる。じゃあな。
Imagine dragging this out. If this was real, the network was revealing it and it wasn't a whole ploy. Imagine dragging out, revealing who a killer was when you know
So
that
they
your star
add-
witness is at risk of dying
and-
just to make more money and have bigger view retention.
I know.
You gotta respect it.
That's
No, I'm
not
kidding.
sus
Isn't
at
that
all.
BS?
Also, what a thing to do. Like, oh, I'm in trouble. I'm just gonna make 50,000 phone calls.
Oh, also, like, yeah, I knocked over the screen, but I'm gonna continue now.
But let me, instead of just telling you before I die.
I'm cool with everything getting dragged out. But to be fair, it's a con. They just need to get Higuchi, right?
ミサはただいま久々のオフで出かけております。明日の朝には帰ると。どこに出かけたと聞いてるんだ。それがプライベートなので誰にも知られたくないと。明日には連絡がつくかと。
顔は分かっているんだ。名前さえ分かれば。
Is he gonna do the deal?
前のマネージャーのあれ、元タレントか。
はい。
松井太郎っていただろ。
入れ替わりが入ったので私は何とも。そういうことでしたら事務所の方に。でも今みんなで沖縄に来ているんで。
沖縄？
社長に電話していただけますか。
Dude, he's gonna kill him. He's gonna get the eye. But he has to see him again if he gets the eye.
Yeah.
吉田プロ社長に中継します。四つ葉の樋口だが、前にいた松井太郎って本名じゃないのか。
だんだん聞き方がストレートになってきてるね。樋口のバカ。
余裕がなくなってきている証拠です。
本名は確か山田。いや山下。下の名前は覚えてませんね。ふざけるな。雇った人間の名前ぐらい覚えておけ。なんですかその言い方。会社に戻ればちゃんと履歴書も取った。じゃあ戻って教えろ。こっちは2年ぶりの社員旅行なんです。ここまで言うなら事務所のロックの暗証番号を教えますから。
What?
入ってみていただいて構いませんよ。
It's a big present.
That's clever. Okay, so they think they can.
I'd be afraid the screen would get knocked out again.
You still just revealed that you were overly interested in a name.
Yeah.
And they would be able to connect that this was that guy because he was on camera.
He's not
So
smart
he'd
enough
still-
to keep up.
But he's freaking out,
desperate,
right? He's
yeah.
freaking out.
2 hours.
But Higuchi would still be revealing himself as Kira by killing him no matter what. So they think, whoa, gun? Did you see gun?
Yeah, I did. Well, he's afraid he might get arrested on the way.
So they think that they can stop him from actually killing... Because they gave a false name,
He
right?
took the notebook with him. Did you see that?
Yeah. So they're just gonna look and see what he does.
Weddy's just gonna take his bag? Why is she going after him? Just let him do his thing.
So if they give him a false name that's not Masuda's real name, they can save Matsuda because they just need to figure out what he does with that false name.
Yeah.
Since he's under surveillance, right? So
Okay.
that makes sense.
That makes a lot more
Yeah,
sense.
that makes way more sense. I am so glad that I am not the one who plans any of these. Because I would have killed so many people, dude. Higuchi's lost the plot, man. Light is such a freak to have not gone crazy. Like, Light kind of went crazy in a different way, but not nearly like this.
He went internal and thought.
He went like megalomaniac, but
Yeah.
he kept his discipline really well.
This
Like the
guy's
only times he ever went kind of crazy were like, there's a challenge to Kira, so I'm
Why?
gonna show you who's boss.
Why did Rem pick him?
I don't know. It's weird.
Right?
Yeah.
Or did Light pick him? But why?
Ooh,
Rem obviously despises him.
Rem does not like him.
Yeah.
Where the hell is Ryuk?
Seriously, I miss Ryuk. He's my favorite.
Do you
Him
think
and
he's
his
just
apples.
Ryuk is sitting shotgun right now?
Why
we
does-
just can't see him? Like
Probably.
Ryuk's just hanging out with Rem the whole time?
Why doesn't Rem have apples? That's my other question.
Where's the floating apples?
Where is
That's
his
where Ryuk is.
handstands?
What I would be most worried about is Higuchi freaks out, makes the deal. They don't know that you can make a deal and move from how first Kira kills and the abilities of first Kira to second Kira and shift it, right? But if I'm Higuchi and he gets desperate enough, he'll make the deal to try to save his life.
Yeah.
So he'll make the deal with Rem,
Then all he has to do is find Matsuda.
and then he just has to see Matsuda again.
Once.
Yeah, Matsuda just needs to stay away, but they won't know that they need to keep Matsuda away from him.
Not yet, at least.
The show is so good.
Take down Yotsuba. Take down Yotsuba.
Higuchi, more like, I'm gonna stick my hand up your Gucci.
Oh my goodness.
Use you as a sock puppet and make you confess to being third Kira. Death Note has been a really weird experience because when we would start it, I would like kind of dread starting a Death Note episode because they were very intense. Like I was always like, oh man, I've got to emotionally get ready to do this because it's such an intense show.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's a drama, it's a murder mystery. And now it feels like we've pivoted and the show's become sort of like a murder detective themed sitcom. And so now we're getting ready to plus play. I'm like, oh, I'm ready for another fun episode of Death Note. And I never would feel that way. I was always like, okay, we're about to press play. I have to prepare myself.
Mentally.
And, yeah, I have to like
intense.
Gird my loins for Death Note to like really make sure we don't miss anything.
You say that and this episode's gonna all come back and be intense again. Cosme Misa. Elle, don't do that, Elle. Didn't Elle say he'd fall in love with her? What's he doing
Misa
with the
doesn't
banana
look like
peel?
she approves. I think he was being Misa. Oh, they cut to Misa's commercial from the broadcast?
Nice,
That's
even
kinda
better.
Big baller Higuchi with a TV in his car.
I know.
How is that even legal? That's not legal in the US. You can't have it in the front seat like that. I'm kind of surprised they're releasing this publicly, don't you?
Yeah.
I feel like he is.
Rum's like, I'm not here to help you.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Like,
that's crazy.
Like, I forgot they don't know.
They're watching him talk to nobody. This is the first time for Elle.
Yeah, who's Rem?
Who the hell is Rem?
And even Light's the one who asked the question.
But for Elle, I'm sure he's like, what the freak? Who's he talking to? There's nobody there.
They've never seen
They have
this
his car
before.
bugged, so wouldn't that mean that they would be able to intercept any other signals if he was communicating with somebody, like electronically?
Yeah,
so now they're going to know that there's like an entity that's not corporeal, right?
This is a big reveal.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about this.
Misa knows.
Yeah, Misa's probably like, Higuchi, shut the F up.
They don't have a radio?
Did he just throw a banana on the ground?
Yes. Rem would know.
So Higuchi's smarter than we gave him credit for. I don't like that Higuchi got smart all of a sudden.
I know. He wasn't as smart last episode. Maybe driving calms his mind. Whoa.
Whoa, Misa too?
大丈夫です。松田さんを殺したらという意味のその後です。よく考えろ。あいつを殺すだけでいい。さっき電話した人間たちを殺せば、通信記録からお前が怪しむ。
Thank you, Rem.
そうか。レム、お前頭いいな。では操って着信履歴を消させて。
That's not the solution.
電話会社の方の記録は残るぞ。やはり独り言とは思えない。レムって誰だ？誰と話している？
It feels so weird because we're so used to seeing them talk with the Shinigami that it feels very normal.
You're like, oh yeah.
I keep on like having trouble knowing everything that we know versus everything that they don't know, and they're trying to just figure out like, does he have an imaginary friend?
I can't keep it separate.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
is he just rubber ducking? Does he rubber duck to his imaginary duck rim or something?
They keep saying Shinigami.
This is like Higuchi.
ノートの所有権を私に返すのはどうだ。いや、そんなことをしても惨めな末路しかない。あいつは証拠もあると言っている。それに四つ葉の成長と照らし合わせたら、あいつの言っていることも真実だと誰も疑わなくなるだろう。
It's crazy that they could cause so much growth with deaths, you know?
樋口が吉田プロについた。いよいよですね。
I think he gets cold feet and doesn't do it.
Does it kill him?
They're
or-
just chilling there?
Yeah. Well, they're gonna arrest him, remember? I'm still freaked out that he does the Shinigami ideal.
一番下の引き出し。さあ、どうやって殺すんだ。
He's gotta know it's not real, though. Oh.
樋口を抑える用意はできています。いつでも指示を。
That's it. They saw it.
But they don't know that that's how he kills, right?
名前をメモしただけで出るぞ。
Because, oh, that's the problem. Because it looks like he's just recording his name to go transport it elsewhere. It's probably really hard to connect, like, oh, writing down the name is the killing action.
Yeah, how would
Because
you
it's like,
know?
how do you differentiate a storage mechanism from the killing mechanism?
He'll be upset though when he's not dead. They'll see that.
You would think, right? Unless they arrest him too soon, maybe? No, but he'll assume that it's, oh yeah, but you're right. If he just gets upset.
もしかしたら社内で何かをするのかもしれ
That
ません。
was it. That was the thing.
They don't know. So he's watching TV. He should get mad if he doesn't die in 5 seconds. But maybe he won't freak out because he expects it, right? Like maybe he'll expect him not to die because he suspects it's an alias.
40秒。
There they go. There they
Yeah.
go. There they go. There they go. I feel like there's enough now that they can piece together almost all of it.
That... Figure out what he did between now and then. He did something. He wrote down the name.
And he's upset that it failed. I feel like there's enough information here. Bro, they're dragging this out.
This
Poor
is very
Matsuda
intense.
has to make small talk on TV for 2 hours.
Matsuda's doing a great job.
What if he freaks out and starts writing other people's names?
I know.
会社に行けば、あいつが忍び込んだ時の監視ビデオテープがある。死神の目があれば。
That's what I'm saying. I'm scared he gets Shinigami eyes and takes him out. Yeah, he's backed into a hole. Why wouldn't he do
Matsuda's
this?
gonna die.
But he'll have to see Matsuda again.
レム、取引だ。
Oh, so now
no.
he's revealing the deal? Bro, they're getting all the information. Do you think...
それは考えたくないですね。
There's no way Light suspected that Higuchi would give up this much information to L, though, right? Because this seems like it would really make it easier for L to hunt Light when Light does eventually get his memory back.
I have
Because
no
I'm
idea.
sure Kira Light had a plan to get the Death Note back. Like, there's no way he did all this with no plan for that.
Maybe Rem shouldn't make the deal. Maybe Rem doesn't make the deal. But I'm really
I
afraid
don't think that
Matsuda's
Ren
gonna
can
die.
say no, though. I know. I'm back to, like, I think...
死神、まだいろいろ出てきそうですし。
Matsuda's gonna die.
I think he's gonna die. Whoa, he did it. He did it. Sheesh. So if he ever sees Matsuda again, he's done. Where's he going?
Does he not realize he's being followed?
Well, for speeding now, right? This poor cop. Is he just gonna kill him? Oh, because she can't pull over. Poor guy. Oh, bro. Wrong place, wrong time. That sucks. Oh, no. Oh. Well, he was dead anyways, but still. Oh. But if they can...
Yep, he made a deal. Deal. Ren? Deal. He's figuring it out.
Come on, get there. I know it's not fair because we've seen 30
Come
episodes,
on.
but
come on.
樋口をこれ以上動かすのは
Yes.
危険だと考え確保に移ります。しかし樋口は第二のキラ同様顔だけで殺せるキラになった。
you know what sucks? Like, I feel worse if Matsuda died because Matsuda's like one of the main characters.
He was so
but
brave.
Matsuda put his life on the line knowing what could happen. This poor cop, it just
Wrong place,
happenstance.
wrong
Obviously,
time.
like, by becoming a police officer, he's putting his life on the line to a certain degree. But it just makes it so much...
No.
I should feel worse for him than if Matsuda gets killed.
I don't though.
I know I
Because I'm attached
don't,
to
but I
Matsuda.
should. Matsuda
Does
is...
it work by looking at a video of somebody in the past, or do you have to see them in person?
He
live?
said he could by looking at it. You shouldn't have coded in humans touching the death note.
現在国道1号線日比谷から渋谷方面に向かっている赤のポルシェ911確保はこちらでしますので
But if Higuchi dies, he's useless.
全警察官に通達
And people die in car chases all the time.
次の CM から第7対応に
This is crazy.
感謝をマネキンに変え用意してある音声でいかにも放送が続いているように
You see the Matsuda mannequin?
Yeah.
Oh, that relieves me. Put
But does it-
Matsuda on
You can still
lockdown.
go
dude.
watch footage, like
Yeah, that's what you were saying. And that's what he said.
ミサさんはすみませんがしばらく動けないようにしていてもらいます
Where does he just pull these chains from?
He just has a mass storage compartment.
Do you think a part of Light just heaved a little sigh of relief? I feel like he would never be able to truly relax as long as Misa's like got free will and free mobility. He probably like doesn't know exactly why, but he probably just went. Even though I'm chained to Al, I finally feel just a little bit more free.
What?
I'm not surprised. Al could do anything. I
Just
bet.
intuition.
Oh, sheesh.
樋口は桜テレビに向かっていないな
Watari has a sniper rifle, Steffi. Why? Are they gonna take out his
Oh,
Gucci?
he's gonna go look at the.
本社に行ってあいつの映った監視ビデオさえ
This is a very good plan. I hate that Higuchi has gotten more deadly and so much smarter this episode.
処分できてますね
So they hopefully got rid of it. Okay, shoot, he got rid of it.
このビデオなのに
Oh gosh, I was scared.
奴がここに刑事に来たのかとにかく時間が急がなくてはさあいよいよ発表の時間が
So they need to apprehend him, either with enough people to stop him from writing names when he sees their names.
But they don't know that the name is a trigger in the notebook.
ここで一度 CM を
Man, it's so unsettling.
テレビに行ってやるしかない
Bro, if you go there and kill him, that is so
Won't that
suspicious.
give you away?
Yeah.
桜テレビに向かうようだ15分足らずで
Like,
大丈夫か
guns? Oh, but if he, I mean, that's what I'm saying though. If he sees them, they know.
いよいよねこれアイバーは銃が嫌いで私しか持ってないから
私はもう警察官ではない
Too bad. Save yourself.
許さない君が日本で使うことも
I'd be like, well, I'm doing what I need to do.
Anyone in anime with a gun is an honorary American. So, like, I don't know if she's supposed to be from, like, Switzerland or France, but in my mind, she's American. I don't care.
Isn't this sus?
This is a stupid-ass plan. Like, what's his plan?
Nobody's there
なぜ誰もいない
because they know.
Hit the lock.
真実だから念のためかまあ誰もいないならいないでやりやすい
How does he keep on oscillating between, like, absolutely
Smart
dumb
and
as a rock
stupid.
and the biggest genius ever?
Oh.
You know, honestly, that might be the most realistic thing. I bet that would adrenaline like this would
Yeah.
probably make you do that. Legitimately, you'd probably be
Stupid
so
and
locked
smart.
in and then so stupid, just back and forth rapidly. I wouldn't think about that in my head. I'm like, it's like bad writing. It's actually probably really good writing.
It probably is
yeah.
good writing. Ugh. My feet have fallen asleep. I'm so nervous.
Like I can say personally, like I don't make the best decisions I've ever made in my highest stress situations. You know.
スタジオの中までからしかしテレビカメラの位置
This is trippy. What about and the security cameras, dummy?
まさかそこまでだ樋口
I'm glad they have helmets. I was worried.
I'm glad that she has a gun.
何か勘違いをしてませんか私はデメガーさんと打ち合わせたいことがあって ネットをかぶっているということがキラ対策。私は四つ葉グループ
Does he have a gun too?
今名刺を
No, wait, is he? Oh, he just has a gun?
Oh.
Oh,
Who
no.
did that?
Damn it. Oh, shoulder. That was shoulder, right? Damn it, bro. Do you think he'll kill himself?
Aber didn't want to use guns. They're a badass team.
It doesn't help, though, if you shoot him. They don't get any information. They'll just have the tapes. Stay in the shoulder. That's the crucial information.
Well, leave him.
Who would have thought, like, catching Akira would come down to just a gunfight? This
Not
feels
me.
weird, right?
It's so smart to have the helmets.
I know I just said everybody in anime that uses a gun is an honorary American, but I refuse to extend that to Higuchi. Who I do.
He's an honorary American too.
Watari is an honorary American.
I feel like you have to know how to use it. That's a problem.
Bro.
If you don't know how to use it, you should not be holding a
A
gun.
pistol?
Yeah. I mean, like, gun safety courses are important.
Yes. I agree. I'm just... In this situation...
Maybe, but...
Okay. Let's say you're in a school or somewhere where
Yeah,
there's a shooting going on.
yeah.
You've never
Then
been
you
trained
should
on how to
have
use
one.
guns. Someone hands you a pistol. Do
Okay.
you take it or do you not
You
take it? I
you
take
take it.
every time.
But still, it's dangerous because of friendly fire.
Yeah, but you just say don't point that at somebody. And you hope for the best. I think he might kill himself. He's already given up half of his lifespan at this point.
ここで番組を変更してニュースをお伝えします。
番組は止まったが私は止めたのではない。一体
Oh, I can't imagine being in one of these cars that's a block.
I think I'd get out
Oh,
of the
man.
car. Oh, shoot.
Papa Yagami? Or who?
Who?
Oh no.
He's there. He's gonna
Oh,
die.
no.
He's got little kids.
Oh, they don't know if he has a gun, right? I think he kills himself, or he like gets in a shootout. I don't think he goes down without fighting. I don't feel like he's that kind of a character.
Blow out his tires?
Yep, boom, you're right. Ugh. I was in a car accident like this, and I smashed my head on the window.
You get so disoriented.
So disoriented. I couldn't find where buttons I pressed.
Whoa!
Oh, yep. Oh, I thought he killed himself.
Who did that? That was a good
Was that
shot.
Watari? Oh, Watari overqualified. Woo! When you look up the definition, overqualified, and you find Watari.
He can do everything.
Bro, L's butler, but not. Like,
He's the superhero
sheesh.
himself.
What do you think Watari's like? That should be an anime. They should make a Watari anime.
But what if L's plan was to catch the third Kira, touch the Death Note, and get his
Lights
Yeah,
or
sorry,
L?
Lights. Lights' plan was to catch the third one, touch the Death Note, and get all his memories
But
back.
how would he control that he touched it instead of anybody else?
Because if he was part of the team.
But how would he control that he's the one who touched it instead of anybody else? You know what I mean?
Why would multiple people touch it?
But then if they touch it, they would be able to see the Shinigami.
Oh, shoot.
From any time forward, right? Unless they give up ownership.
I don't know.
And there's certain rules that only apply if you're the owner.
Yeah.
And there's certain rules that apply if you touch it.
Or if you used to be the owner. That was a
God,
lot
that was
for one
wild.
episode.
Wait. Now I'm trying to
Why
remember
don't we
all of the
remember all
rules
the
that we
rules?
just fast forward through all the time that we always complain
They
about.
give it to us like 10 episodes in advance. I can't remember them all.
Here's a question. If Higuchi kills himself, doesn't ownership of the Death Note revert to the previous owner? Or does it revert to the Shinigami?
Was that Misa?
Yeah, I think so.
We don't know which Death Note he has. We
He
thought it
has
was
Rems.
Misa's.
Well, he sees Rem.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless
It's gotta be
he's
Misa's.
touched both. This is crazy.
That was a big
Higuchi-
episode.
I think Higuchi's gonna die though.
He's
I don't know
gotta
how
die.
he's gonna kill himself, but I think he's gonna kill
He's
himself.
gonna run
somehow.
off the bridge.
Or something. Yeah, I think something like
But
that.
they're tall walls. This isn't like short little walls.
And Watari's a sniper, so maybe he can just take out his legs or something. What if? Oh wait, shit. What if there's a fourth Kira?
No.
Because where the hell's Ryuk? What if they kill Higuchi with Ryuk's notebook and whoever is fourth Kira? Because surely there's more to the plan. Like, we know Light is not stupid. Surely there's more to the plan, and he had to know.
This was a really good episode. Don't ruin it for me. Just let me keep my hopes up.
But Light would know that Higuchi was kind of a wild card, and I don't think that Rim selected Higuchi randomly. Do you? Like, Light's too smart for that. We can't make assumptions about the plan based on Light being stupid. Dog. Okay, I took it back. I shouldn't have said the whole sitcom thing. I think we've ended the sitcom arc. Honestly, I loved the sitcom arc episodes as well, but this is a different type of it. But
that was a great episode.
I think I ended the sitcom arc just by saying what I did earlier.
The best episode.
Revival. That's not good news for Light's new persona, I don't think.
It's not good news for anything that I care about, which is them figuring out, Elle figuring everything out.
No way Elle's gonna figure everything out.
No, they just set us up to hope.
Well, he does have a lot more information now.
And it just keeps getting more and more twisted. Put your helmets on. I'm scared. Watari's a freaking badass.
Of course you can do that, Watari. Of course. Honestly, that's not nearly... Chief's helmet is not nearly dark enough for me to feel comfortable.
I think he's gonna kill himself.
Why wouldn't you?
There's no way he comes willingly. What?
I didn't think they were gonna get him. Oh,
the notebook.
The notebook? He said it? He actually told him?
Don't touch it.
What? Can't he see Rim now? What? Who?
What just happened?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Because he touched the notebook.
What?
I did not think this was gonna happen. I didn't think
he touched it. He touched it. He touched it too. Well, now the cat's out of the bag. Rim's just hanging out like, hi.
I can't believe this is happening.
Why did Rim just hang out there? Why didn't he leave? They're just walking away like, okay.
What in the world are you planning, Light Yagami? None of us know. Oh. Don't let or Light touch it.
You know Light's gonna touch it. Because Light's gonna want to see it too.
And he's chained with him there.
What the hell?
Don't give it to him. Don't give it to him.
It was just pass along. How does this help Light though?
He's remembering everything. Don't touch it! No! No!
2 books?
He figured it out so fast.
No, he says there's more than 2. Oh! Oh no! Oh!
What a weird way to... What?
Well, this isn't suspicious at all. Like, if you think that Light was Kira and Kira power gets passed along, what would you think this was? I would go, oh wow, you had a much different reaction than everybody else when you saw the Shinigami. I already thought you were Kira and Kira left you. You just touched the notebook. I know the notebook has something to do with how Kira kills.
Holy shit.
You are Kira. Like, this is, to me, isn't this proof that he's Kira?
It's not that easy. It will never be that easy. He's remembering everything as his memories come back. Holy crap, that's a lot. They did a good job editing this.
Whew.
Is he gonna pass out?
That was so suspicious, dude.
What a normal thing to do.
Yeah, right after you screamed your head off. Yep.
He knows.
Oh, he's back.
Eva. How's he won though?
Did you say what?
Because he's got the eye.
Just as I had planned?
He still doesn't know L's name.
Yeah, he shouldn't.
Then how did he win?
このノートの所有権を放棄する
He knew the notebook would come back to me? To him?
そうだしつこいぞじゃあそのノートをリュウクにあげてくれこれでそのノートの所有権はリュウクになったリュウクそれをまた人間界の地に今そこに落としてるこれでまた所有権は僕だ
一周しただけで何も変わってないだろう
しかしこれが必ず役立つ時が来るそして僕が最初にもらったこのノート今度はこれをリュウクに返すから
Whoa, so he swapped the notebooks between Rem and Ryuk.
Yeah.
Okay.
レムそれをある程度地位があり出世欲が強くそのために使うであろう人間に渡す
So he was a patsy.
それをすれば
Man.
今の監禁から解放される何年経っても解放されないようなら僕
After several years?
Sheesh.
After several
How long is
years?
several? Like 3?
ミサを助けるためだ僕を信用しろ
It's kind of a relief to see Light's killer eyes again.
言う通りにしてやる
I was kind of forgetting.
Oh, I've never seen him fly.
24時間監視状態になるよう仕向けその状態でノートの所有権を放棄しデスノートに関する記憶を全て
Man, they draw him so differently.
I know. Does nobody else see the change in personality?
龍崎はいつか2人を解放せざるを得ないそして記憶を失った僕
This is a huge gamble.
キラを捕まえようとするだろう僕はそういう人間だ
そしてエルより先にレムがノートを渡すやつを捕まえノートを奪うってことか
そうだそしてその時のノートの持ち主を殺す
所有権を持っていなければ記憶が戻るのはノートに触っている間だけだ手を離せばまた全て
Whoa.
So only when he touches the notebook he has memories?
樋口を殺す
So he's got to kill him right now.
記憶は消えない
So he
Otherwise,
has
if he
to
lets
kill...
go, he loses his memories. Take the notebook from him. Take the notebook from him.
Oh.
分けずに4回引くよし
Whoa.
僕はこの時計をつけていた
That's crazy. And he's writing in his own blood? That's insane.
Is he not just sitting there watching him?
八神さん樋口を車へお願いします
Ah, how is he not watching everything he does right now?
And then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now he's the owner again and his memories won't vanish.
科学分析とかしたら何か出るだろうか八神くんらしくないですね科学なんて超えてますよそれはそれもそうだ
He's like, you're not
Bro,
saying stupid stuff.
Such a change in personality.
He's watching.
He knows. L knows people.
一生のうちで一番長い40秒だ
So such a crazy plan.
L?
Oh. He still gave L so much information on how everything works.
I know.
And he can still see Rem because he touched the notebook. He can see Rem forever now.
L. L. Oh, so we're just back to where we started. Except at least L has way more information
So
this time.
much more. That was such a gamble. I don't feel like that served Light at all.
So they
'Cause-
know Shinigami's
Well, after
unless
all
their
that-
memories go away. Will their memories go away of the Shinigami?
I don't think so.
So they know that the Shinigami exists. They know that the notebook is how they kill.
You don't have to own the notebook. You just have to touch the notebook to see Shinigami.
Yeah. And they
And
know
then-
that if you write a name in the book that they die.
If you relinquish ownership of the Death Note, then you lose your memory.
Well, I don't know if
And
they
you
know
can't
that
see
much.
Shinigami
They know that you
anymore.
can
Yeah.
lose your memory.
From the stuff that Misa and Light were saying and their imperfect recall of events, he's got to know that there's something with memory. Come on, Al. You knew Light was acting weird.
Oh, come on.
And Rim's just hanging out there? Why did he
Because
come
he's
alone?
the owner. I liked Ryuk a lot more.
He's just hanging out?
名前の後に人間界単位で40秒以内に
So they have all the rules now, too. This is crazy to me. Why is Light giving up all of this information?
I don't know.
さらに6分40秒。詳しい死の状況を記載する時間が。
This has got to be like so much like, whew, for L that he knew so much of this, but not all of it.
裏表紙の方の How to use このノートを刻む役などして使えなくするとそれまでにノートに触れた全て
Whoa. Oh, so everyone who touched it, not just owned it.
そうこういう掟があれば父さんたちにノートを処分され
Do you think he wrote it in the back of the book?
録がなくなることもない
Yeah, that can't be real, right?
ここに嘘のルールを書いてもジジイに怒られるわけないよな。
ああそんな掟は
It's a fake rule.
いいだろう。ライト、リンゴ頼むぜ。
What happened to Ryuk? I miss him.
I bet he's in the room. I bet Ryuk's just hanging in there like, oh, the humans can see Rim now. This is so interesting.
He's got to be following it around the whole time. Doing handstands.
それではどういう操作になっているか松田だけがわからなくなる。このノートに名前を書き込んだ人間は最も新しく名前を書いた時から13日以内に次の名前を書き込み人を殺し続けなければ自分が死ぬ。
Whoa. So then Light just has to not do it for 13 days and he's cleared, right?
If you believe all the rules are
Yeah.
true, which L won't make that assumption.
He'll think, oh, there's fake rules in here because that doesn't fit with any of the behavior patterns that they've seen.
Yeah. Or I guess I get why Light did it though, because Light would be like, well, it would vindicate me even if he figured it out. That he would be like, oh, well, I had to, or I would die.
No, I think it's more like, well, even if you're suspicious of me, it can't be me because the
No,
way
that
that
too.
it functions.
That's the primary purpose.
今も監視下にあるライト君とはまめ
The owner though, they weren't owners anymore.
Chief didn't seem that happy, to be honest.
でしたねそこの白い方
龍崎失礼じゃないですか白いとか
そうだがノートは他にも人間界にありますねさああるかもしれないしないかもし
She's
れ
like, I'm not gonna help you.
もし他のノートが存在していたら全てのノートのルールは同じですかこのルールはレムからは絶対崩せない
Break this rule?
同じだノートは死神界にいくらでもあるがルールは全て同じだ
ライト君とアマネの疑いは晴れた
No. Not if there's two notebooks.
そうですよもう明白ですよ
They didn't kill anybody for those 13 days, for 50 days straight. So if they work here under the
only
fake
if they're
rules,
the
they would be
owners.
dead.
Owners. He knows something's wrong. Come on, put it together.
今まで申し訳ありませんでした
よかった
ああしかしまだこの事件は完全解決とは言えない手錠
His
は
eyes are drawn so
ここ
differently.
で捜査を続けていいなはいこれで僕とミサは 100% 白だ
No way. No way.
L
死神
knows.
によって書かれたルール
I'll know something's wrong.
ルールによって龍崎は手立てを失った
Do you really think he's lost his edge? I don't.
ルールとはいつの世界も神とされるものによって作られるものだ
Oh, there's the Messiah complex.
征服し新世界の神に逆らおうとした罪で
Dude, the voice actor for Light had such a hard role because he has to play two entirely different
I
characters.
know.
And they're not even slightly similar.
Oh, this was a good episode.
I feel like we say that every episode with that though.
久々ともお別れか
He's back. You see the police guy's back?
この角度なら監視カメラで見られていたとしても僕の口は映らないミサ今から言う場所に埋めてあるものを絶対誰も見ていない時に一人で掘り出してくれ
He's gonna give her memories back too? Oh, he wants his original Death Note back?
Man, what a creepy spot. Why is it always foggy here?
Is there an owner to this one anymore though? Or is she now the owner? I'm too confused. Also, if they really did run all the names, they would know that there were names that were missing from the other notebook. Run all the names. They're not all in there.
But Elle already thinks there's multiple.
ミサ君がこの手紙を読む頃には全てを思い出しているはず
He has a lot of faith in these rules.
東大学で
I think you would too if you had killed hundreds of people with it.
人を覚えているか彼の本名を
Whoa!
葬ってほしいノートも数ページだけを隠し持ちノート自体を埋めておくようにそれと次に僕に会った時 ノートの切れ端を自然に触れさせてくれ。これに従ってくれたら僕はアマネミサを一生愛す。
Oh, whoa.
That's manipulative
Yeah,
as
so
hell.
manipulative.
Light really is two different people.
He
Like,
was so
you could-
sweet to Misa before.
You could say what you want.
ダメだよライト。名前なんて覚えてないよ。一日何十人何百人の名前と寿命が見えてたんだもん。
She doesn't remember?
Does she have the Shinigami eye back? Hey!
Ryuk's back.
やっとこっちに戻ってくれた。
No, she's not the owner.
悪いが、
Oh, she let go of the notebook?
一応俺も押す。
Oh.
照れる。
He's finally kicked the habit and he's right back on. Okay, so Light's notebook, he had Ryuk and Rim switch. So then when you touched Light's notebook, you would see Rim. Misa's notebook and Rim's notebook, he had Rim and Ryuk switch. So when you touch Misa's notebook, you see Ryuk.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
But
whereas before it was the opposite.
When is she, who owns this notebook right now?
Misa.
Then why doesn't she have her eyes?
I don't know. But we don't know that she doesn't have her eyes. She hasn't seen any people yet.
ミサも食ってみる。死神界のリンゴだ。
Oh, no, thank you. I would not eat that.
Don't eat
I don't
that.
think that's safe for people.
I think that would be a very bad idea. Is she really going to?
私と目の取引して。
Again?
分かってるのか。お前一度レムと取引してるんだぞ。半分にした残りの寿命をまた半
So
分
she
に
just has a
して
quarter of her life. So she has lost Shinigami Eye.
That can't be helped. Misa! She's not even gonna try and remember it for like a day.
まあ、俺はいい
He's
け
like,
ど
I'm not gonna talk you out of it. Misa!
She's given up 3/4 of her life for Kira now.
ミサミサだ。ここじゃ携帯の電源も入れられないから、ミサミサの方から訪ねてくるしかないんだ。
This is game over. If,
No,
if
Elle's
Elle,
gonna figure it out.
no,
Oh.
but if Misa sees Elle, it's game over.
Unless she dies, because her life is in quarters now.
ミサの寿命がさらに
Oh, Rim will be mad about that, won't he?
Yeah.
リュウクと目の取引
Yeah.
Rim will be so mad about
Do
that.
you think he'll switch to keep her safe? Switch
Oh,
allegiance?
now we can see Ryuk.
久しぶりだな、リュウク。
龍が秀樹の名前覚えてない。どうしても思い出せない。
そうか。
Isn't this on camera?
I thought so.
龍と目の取引したから。
バカ。そんなことしたら寿命が。
いいの。ライトの役に立ちたい。
Come on. Lip read.
君と長く理想の世界で生きたい。そういう気持ちなんだ。
Light just has to keep taking away her eyes and then giving them back, and then Misa's gonna die eventually.
新しい世界を
And he doesn't have to worry about
Look
her for
how
much
evil
longer.
he looks right now.
Man,
What a way to end it.
I can't handle how different Light is versus...
He is not okay.
Oh.
I know they say he's the same person. He really,
He really
is.
isn't. Like, his personality's not even close to being
I feel
the
like
same.
the other L would like the way he treated women. He would never have used her like that. That would have gone against his code, and he's very strict with his code. That to me is the only like thing I have issue
Well, I
with.
think it's more like I think that he is overriding, like, levels of code. So his rules for Kira are way more important to him than how he would treat women. Treating women badly will help him fulfill his objectives as Kira. He doesn't mind it.
Probably right, but
That's
still,
why. That's at least how I interpret it.
I know
'Cause
that's how
Light-
you can interpret it. I just don't like it.
Still, Light doesn't act the same.
He doesn't.
He fundamentally does not act the same.
It's
To
scary.
L.
Yeah.
You don't need to even talk about other characters necessarily. Like, L should know Light
It's totally
pre-prison
different.
is a totally different person than Light's post-prison, who's a totally different person than Light post-touching the notebook. And his patterns are back to being the same as they were pre-prison. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
he treats L so differently.
I know. I know.
And also, just look at how his eyes are drawn, L. It's obvious. That should be your biggest
Why
clue.
can't you tell?
Why
Because
can't you
we
see
can
this?
tell. I don't know.
I think-
We've gone down so
No,
many twists.
If
and
Misa
turns.
sees L, it's game over.
Rem's gonna do something.
You think so?
I think Rem's pissed.
I think Rim's gonna be pissed about Misa, but
He could just say, "I'll tell you information right now, but you have to promise that Misa will be safe."
Misa Misa will be safe and you'll kill Light. That seems like a deal Rim would make, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But Rim could just kill Light, couldn't he? Oh, but if Rim...
No, because if he does... Well,
No, but it's only if Misa's gonna die.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So if Misa's not gonna die, then Rim can kill Light. So if he's mad, why doesn't he just kill Light?
I don't know. It seems like Light's the root cause of all of Misa's problems. So let's just...
Not if you ask Misa. I'm so stressed. I think that they can take out L.
Light's back. What's gonna stop him from killing him?
Flashback?
I don't think this is a flashback. I think this is like... This is very scary.
It's so disconcerting. What the hell? This feels more like we're watching something from Full Metal Alchemist, not Death Note.
It makes me feel like everybody's gonna die.
Yeah.
Who's in this scene. Why though?
I have no idea. I am so confused.
This is not like a normal Death Note intro. Like, are we
We're
sure?
in London. Honestly, if I hadn't double checked, I would think
this
we were watching the wrong show.
This is him when he's a little kid.
So that's an orphanage. So Watari got him from an orphanage? I did not think. I thought L was Japanese.
I thought that Watari was his servant. Not that he was Watari's servant.
I don't think he is Watari's servant.
We don't see Watari nearly enough.
Silence?
Oh no, I'm scared he's gonna die.
He has so many clues.
ページの端がちょっと切れてるんですが、この切れた部分に名前を書いても知りません。
Yep.
私はそんな使い方はしたことがないから。
Rim is
You know.
just hanging out answering
死
questions?
神はリンゴしか食べませんか。そんなことはない。しかし死神の内臓は退化。いや、進
Devolved.
化して
Evolved.
I wouldn't call him evolved.
せっかく自由の身になったのにほとんどここから出ない。ミサさんが訪ねてきても数分の立ち話。
Yeah, it's because he doesn't. Misa hasn't seen his name yet.
してもいいんですよ。まだキラ事件は解決を見ていない。それとも僕がずっとここにいたら迷惑だとでも言うのか。
It was always very supernatural, but it feels so much
This
more
is very
supernatural.
creepy
Whoa. Yeah, he knows. He can sense the malice. I know he can tell. He just needs to listen to himself. Ugh.
Whoa.
僕は犯罪者を裁ける状況にない。ミサ、君が裁いてくれ。
Why is she getting naked?
So Misa's just gonna go back to being Kira. But Misa's gonna be primary Kira?
What?
She looks like a doll. Misa also killed way more people than... She was a much more unhinged Kira.
This is a way weirder episode than we've seen yet.
I feel like Elle will be able to catch Misa again, though.
Misa doesn't even look like herself.
It feels like they changed how they're drawing her, doesn't it?
Yeah.
She's like the angel of death now.
This is so unsettling. No one's staring at her?
She's famous, too, so you think they would look at her, don't you? She's famous and she's dressed kind of... Whoa, what is she doing now?
昨日だけで16人。樋口が死んでから
Oh, man.
やはり樋口がキラというわけではなかったってこと。
Yes, he
いや
was.
樋口が捕まるまでは樋口が犯罪者を裁いていたのは確かだ。
じゃあまた他のキラが現れたってこと。
Yep. It just keeps jumping.
なんで
Back to the same people.
なんてことだ。ミサしかいない。
ミサは関係ないだろ。
Do you think...
樋口が死んだ途端だ。
What if Light's making it... Because he knows. Like, I was thinking, like, why would Light just let Misa run free? Misa's really good, but Misa was able to be caught by Elle before. Elle would be able to catch Misa again. Do you think that he's intentionally trying to get Elle to catch Misa so that Elle talks to Misa so that there's, like, forcing some type of conflict?
He's got to account for Ryuk now where he didn't before, which is a weird phenomenon, right?
I feel like he's trying to sacrifice Misa to take out Elle, like a gambit where you sacrifice your queen to take out the other opponent's queen or something.
Not if you see Misa.
死神はわからないと言ったが、もしノートの切れた方に名前を書いても殺せるなら不可能ではない。しかしこのノートに一度名前を書き込んだ者は13日以内に次の名前を書き込まないと。
Unless, think about it. Think about the fact that it could be fake.
これだけが。しかし龍崎、ノートに名前を書き入れた者を捕まえたとして、ちゃんと大量殺人犯として罪。
That's such a soft rule if you can just get out of it. Like, oh, you get killed after 13 days, but you can just say, I give up my notebook.
I know.
And you're always safe. I guess you don't retain the power anymore, but still,
you
right?
can get it back.
いやー、決まってるじゃないですか。人が死ぬの分かっていて何人もの名前書いたってことですよ。ノートの存在を公にすべきでないのなら抹殺するべきだ。
Ugh, Ryuk's gonna protect Misa.
矢が未来とミサが捕まればお前の身だ。
Not necessarily.
そういうことか。なんてやつだ。矢が未来と私がミサの命を助けると確信してるんだ。この状況でミサを助けるには、
Oh.
龍崎の本名を私が私のノートに。
I didn't think he was trying to make Rim kill L.
私が龍崎を殺せば確実にミサの寿命に関わったことになり、私も死ぬ。矢が未来との都合のいいように全て
Kill Light. Just kill Light.
どうするね。死神のくせにお前がミサに入れ込んでることは十分分かっている。お前は
He's so evil looking.
ミサを見殺しにすることはできない。
Dang, Light. That's a big gamble. That's a huge
That's a
gamble.
crazy gamble.
Why wouldn't Rem just kill Light?
If that affects Misa's lifespan, then he still dies, and then L would still be free to catch Misa. Because Light doesn't actually want to kill
Then Misa
Misa.
just stops killing, and they have nothing more to go on.
Why
So
Misa wouldn't stop killing?
Why wouldn't she? If
Because
Light's
she's
dead.
devoted to the vision and the world that Kira wanted to bring about.
He looks so creepy now. I know that's anime, so showing that to us. But I wish that Elle could just look at him
But
and
L
see the
did.
difference.
Remember, he looked at him, and Light was looking at him like he wanted to eat him. Through the stairs.
Man, it was raining like that earlier here. And did I get wet? Yes.
そんなところで何をしてるんだ、龍崎。
Contemplating death.
そんなところで何をしてるんだ。
It's weird that they went back to drawing Light normally, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or the way that they did when he lost his memory.
何してるんだ龍崎。ねえ、何ってほどのことじゃないんですが、鐘の音が。
Oh, from the orphanage?
鐘の音が今日すごくうるさいんですよね。
Probably hits home with him today.
何も聞こえない。今日はもうひっきりまして。
What?
気になって仕方がないんですよ。それとも何を言ってるんだ龍崎。くだらないこと言ってないで。戻るぞ。
They even, he looks differently drawn.
L?
Yeah.
デタラメですね。一言も信じないでください。
They even made Light more muscular now.
お前の言うことは大概デタラメだ。いちいち真面目に取り合っていたらキリがない。
I thought you guys were gonna be friends.
They kind of are. In a very weird way.
しかし、それはお互い様でしょ。生まれてから一度でも本当のことを言ったことがあるんですか？
That was such a weird edit.
I can't believe he's coming out and just telling him, I can tell that you're manufactured.
誰しも嘘はつく。恋に人を傷つける嘘だけは言わないよう心がけてきた。
Well, innocent people.
そう言うと思ってました。
Seems so disappointed in him.
戻りましょう。ずぶ濡れです。
What? This is
That
the
was such a
weirdest
weird
episode. It makes
scene.
me feel like Light's gonna die.
Light or L?
I mean, L.
何をする龍崎。お手伝いをしようかと熱心に吹いていらっしゃるので。
This reminds me of when Jesus watched the feet.
Right? I think that's the symbolism they're trying to do.
Or like when Jesus kissed Judas before he betrayed him.
There's a lot of symbolism in this scene.
There's been a lot of religious symbolism this episode.
まだ濡れてる。
This is like nothing we've watched so far.
This episode is definitely some type of turning point. I don't know what it's symbolizing. Well, they both felt very alone all their life, it seems like. And they've kind of found a peer.
What? Does Ryuzaki know he's gonna die?
But why would he think that? Does he just think he's been outplayed?
はい。わかった。すぐ行く。行きましょうか。ライト君。どうやらうまくいったようです。
Unless L has some sort of plan. That's the only thing I can think.
The only thing I can think is he trying to set up a situation where he's essentially like exchanging his life to frame Light.
I don't
Like,
know.
is he setting it up so that if Light and Misa kill him, they have to do it in a way that it's uncontroversial that they are Kira's? You know what I mean?
What if they
That's the
have...
only thing I can think of, because it seems like he's getting ready to sacrifice himself.
What if
Like,
he's
that was all very much...
sacrificial.
Yeah, that was very...
oh, you're
that was
right.
like a ton of Christian iconography and like a ton of biblical references and stuff like that.
You're
Doesn't
right.
it feel that way?
Yes.
Like, do you think he's springing a trap with his own life, maybe?
What?
What? He's gonna use the notebook?
Whose country? England?
ノートを実際に試してみるということです。
無理だ。今更そんなことしなくても。
But then his soul,
Yeah.
大体誰が名前を書くんですか。一度書いたら13日以内の周期で永遠に書き続けなくちゃならなくなる。
ノートに名前を書き込むのは、そこから13日以内に死刑と決まっているものとし、13日経って生きていれば死刑を免除させるという司法取引をします。
しかし、人の命を
もう少しなんです。これさえクリアできれば一気に解決に結びつきます。
Oh, because the 13 days are what's bothering him about Light.
Yeah.
That's the thing specifically. Whoa. What? Whoa, Watari? Wait, he killed Watari? What? Rim killed Watari? Why?
All data?
All data deleted? What? Watari?
自分の身にもしものことがあった場合、全データが残らないようにしておけと言ってあります。
What?
もしものこと。
死神は。
そういえば姿は。
Who's it writing? Is it? Wait, no, it's gonna kill all of them?
No.
Oh, wait. He did it. He went for L? No way. So he's just killing all of them? Is he killing Chief?
No.
He killed...
Guys, no.
So Rim just...
Guys,
no way.
He just killed Watari.
He killed Watari and L? Well, then the show's over.
We lost. What? Why is he holding him?
He still has... Light still has to act. Does L get to know? What?
The tolling of the bell.
Oh. Does he get to know at least at the end? That was a weird expression. So...
Because he
he
sacrificed
saved,
himself.
Oh, he's smiling. Yeah, there it goes. He knows. Oh.
Rem's gone, though. Rem died, too.
Rim died, too, so they only... Do they still get 2 notebooks? Oh.
But how
They made him so repugnant.
did Rem die as soon as he killed Watari and then Ryuzaki? He didn't kill any of the other people?
Yeah, I guess
Or would
he
the
just...
other people just follow what...
Well, Watari deleted all the data. And I don't think that the other people are capable. And Rim doesn't either. I think that's the logical process. And they're not. Like, everyone else is super... They're super helpful. And they're, you know, trying very hard.
Is
I
this
think
how
you're
it
right.
ends? Guys. No.
How did he know? I thought L was going to force it. Unless there's some trap that we don't understand. I do not understand.
How? How is this the...
How did L know?
どうしたんだ。しっかりしたな。なんだ。どうなってる。落ち着けないと。殺される。二人だけ。あとは僕たち。死神どこだ。出てこい。ライト。お前は何か知っているはずだ。出てこい。
No.
Why are we
He's
still
actually
going?
dead? He's... And Watari, too?
And he just looks like kitty litter now. So do they have 3 notebooks now if they took Rim's other notebook?
Yeah.
なんであろうと、どうなっていようと、必ず龍崎の敵は撃つ。
Well, L
の事件を解決することが。
It's even scarier because now Light has access to all of this database essentially unfettered. Watari would have at least prevented Light from using the database however he wanted to. Now Light can use L's resources. He basically has all of L's resources in the palms of his hands.
I'm so surprised Rem went after Watari.
I mean, honestly, for what Rim was trying to do, I think that was really brilliant.
It was smart.
I would never have thought to go after Watari, too. I was kind of thinking, like, oh, maybe that's why they're setting up the relationship between Watari and L. Because I was like, oh, maybe L's going to sacrifice himself. And Watari will swoop in and carry out the trap. But, man, the show's over. There's got to be another shoe that has to drop. No, they're safe if Rim's gone. Man, I was kind of thinking that we'd see some...
I didn't think L would die.
I know.
truly believe he's dead. I don't even think there's a way for him to come back. I can't think...
There's no way there's a way to come back.
I think he just goes and kills Misa. Why wouldn't he? Or, like, frames her.
Yeah, there's no reason for him not to kill Misa anymore. Unless he wants to keep her around as a patsy, just in case. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't understand how the show continues because now there's essentially...
What are we gonna watch? What's happening?
There's no adversary anymore.
There's nothing.
There's nobody.
Watari's gone.
Watari's gone. Elle's gone. There's no one. There's been no character.
The only thing I could think is that his dad, like, figures out it's him somehow.
I don't even think that that's really that feasible. Do you?
Not if he goes to a lot of efforts. Not unless he gets sloppy.
I don't think Light would get sloppy. You know,
I can't believe this happened.
I'm kind of feeling disbelief that it happened too. And if it did happen, I thought that it was going to be Light that killed Elle with his own hand.
Such a good play Elle had. If he had just not said it out loud in front of Rem, it would have been fine.
I'm also confused because I feel, okay, all the data's deleted. So now even if somebody does come on and gets introduced from like the FBI or somewhere, right?
Maybe he like had a backup plan if the data got deleted.
Oh, maybe like that signaled something somewhere else to activate. I don't know.
Oh.
I know how many episodes there are, so that's why...
How many episodes are there?
There's more episodes. I
don't understand.
That's why I'm confused. That's why I'm so confused. I also thought, didn't you think that Light would seem less happy? I thought
more sad.
Yeah, I thought Light would be more sad when he killed Elle.
He was just sadistic.
Maybe it's gonna take him a while to realize it. Do you think there's no way we're gonna go into some arc where like Light just gets depressed because there's no one for him to play with anymore? He feels all alone and just like kills himself, right?
Guys, I got nothing.
Because
I can't believe there are more episodes.
Because it feels like the only one that could stop Light now is Light. Just having some type of weird breakdown. But I don't feel like he's that type of person. He is very self-centered and narcissistic, but he thinks he's doing stuff for a greater good. But I feel like with one or two more warps
he
switched...
just becomes bad.
Yeah.
And totally evil and nothing redeeming about
totally
him.
Self-centered with no pretending that he is good anymore.
I'm so sad. I'm in denial right now.
Elle was so, like the main character to me.
I don't think I don't know how to keep watching. I mean, we're going to, but what is there going to be to watch?
I have no idea. It kind of feels like we're going back to the beginning of the show where he was first starting to learn how to use the Death Note. I feel like I've refused to accept what I saw has happened.
I'm in denial.
Does that make sense? Like, it feels weird to say about a show, but I feel like it didn't happen. Yeah. I feel like, no, there's got to be something that's going to flip the switch that shows it didn't happen.
Or, like, this was how Light thought it would play out, but it didn't.
Death Note's not that type of show, though. That's the thing.
It's not that kind of show.
But I feel befuddled, and I truly feel like it didn't happen. Last episode left us...
hanging. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't even understand how there's a story here.
It feels like Elle didn't die. I'm just gonna be honest. Like,
I feel
that's
like
how it feels. It doesn't make sense.
How could he possibly be dead?
But he's clearly dead.
Unless he faked it.
But how do you fake it? I think he's dead.
Unless he left instructions in the case of his death.
But I thought maybe like, oh, he's gonna do this big gamble where his death proves that Light is Kira somehow. In my mind, that was hinging entirely upon Watari. And I don't understand how he could have possibly done that if Watari also deleted all the data.
I don't know. I don't have answers.
This is such a small thing compared to everything else. But I was really looking forward to learning more about Watari's backstory because he was so cool. Like, I'm way more hurt about Elle, obviously. But I was really looking forward to learning more about Watari.
I just feel like the story was cut too short.
It felt very abrupt, too. It felt like we were just kind of having a relatively normal episode, and then
then
all of a
bam.
sudden, like, Rem went wild. I felt like Light didn't beat L, Light beat Rem.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
In the pragmatic terms, obviously, Light beat L because he figured out a way to get him killed. But in my head, it doesn't feel like closure, and it doesn't feel like an ending. It felt like L got in a car accident or something.
By luck.
I wanted one to defeat the other, you know?
Yeah. I don't like Rem. I will forever be angry at him for being so stupid.
He's just a Shinigami simp.
He could have betrayed at Light. Like, why don't you just make a deal with Elle and say, hey, don't kill
Yeah.
Misa and I'll tell you everything.
Yeah.
この記録は私がキラ事件に関して調べてきたものの全てである。これが人の目に触れているということは、すでに私はこの世にはいないである。
Where did he store this at?
確固たる成果とし、ここに記す。
What?
So he did record everything. What? No, Watari deleted it. Wait.
Well, L's deleting it. Or Light's deleting
Light's deleting it. So Watari didn't delete everything. That does show us two things. L was putting some type of contingency plan in place in case he died. And you remember, he was talking to Light like he thought there was a very good chance he was going to die. There's something that he's done that is going to happen. I think.
I feel like I've lost faith. Because you know how many episodes are left and I don't.
Well, Watari didn't delete all the data.
Most of
Because
it.
Light is accessing things on the computer.
I feel devastated. This is weird, isn't it? It's like we're starting a new show.
It kind of felt like Light beat L by cheating.
10 days since his secret funeral.
渡りはなんとか身元が分かったが、龍崎の方は結局。
What's Watari's identity?
しかし、渡りって実はすごい発明家だったんですね。
Inventor?
I thought he was going to be Spec Ops.
He built the orphanages.
So that's how they got their money.
今夜中にはここのシステムをほとんど持ち出せるところまで行く。龍崎が使っていたのと同じ声も作れたし、生きているように見せ、今まで通り世界の警察を動かしてはいけるけど、誰がエルの代わりをするか、どこで。
Oh, Light has to replace him. Obviously.
Obviously.
何言ってるんだよ、ライト君。エルの役はライト君しかいないだろ。
He set this up so well. So now he's going to be the one chief in charge of investigating the Kira case.
But that seems like, how's he? You want to spend the rest of your life doing that?
He's going to just be pretending to catch himself to the world governments and stuff. That's crazy.
あまり気が進まないな。
ライト君の気持ちもわかるけど、ライト君しかいないんだ。
そうだよ、龍崎も言ってたじゃないか。ライト君ならエルを告げるって。
こんな簡単に、やはり龍崎がいないと。
Oh, we were wondering if he was going to feel this way. Remember?
Yeah, bored.
しかし、龍崎のようにキラを挑発し、そこからヒントを得る危険なやり方はできない。
うん。そのくらいの方が。
He's like, yeah, Ryuzaki threw us all into a loop.
このパソコンと自分のパソコンだけでほぼ同じ働きができるし、家の僕の部屋で L になることも可能だ。渡りも僕がやるよ。しかし、母や妹がいたのではやりにくいな。ワンルームでも部屋を借りられるといいんだけどね。
息子の一人暮らし、私が仕送りするくらい。
Well, he's a college kid now. Yeah.
そうですね。じゃあ、これからはライト君の借りる部屋が捜査本部。
Who's gonna pay for this whole building now that Watari and Ryuzaki
I
are
think
gone?
that they're planning to go somewhere else
Yeah.
because of that, right?
What's gonna
Like-
happen to this building? Didn't they have like a will?
あとは殺人ノートをどうするかか。
それも深く考える必要はないな。人が手にしないところに、この5人の中で絶対ノートを使わないと信用できるものが隠せばいいだけだ。
局長。
局長なら。
Oh, I actually trust him more.
わかった。
龍崎の敵を取りましょう。
うん。まだキラ
I actually trust all four of them.
必ず捕まえよう。
I can't.
久々のデートなんだからもっと楽しそうにしてよ。
He misses him.
Yeah, he does.
He doesn't realize what he had until it's gone. That was his only. I still consider them friends in some weird, demented way, or at least mutually respectful adversaries.
I'm so confused. Like, what are we watching? It just feels like, okay, he succeeded. Now he wins. Now he's bored.
It feels like we're watching Light grieve for his only friend. But like going through the phases of even realizing that's what he's doing, which is weird because he killed him.
Live together? The director, his dad, isn't even working for the police force anymore. He's working for...
Nobody.
Nobody. Watari and Ryazaki are gone. So where is he getting his income from? Did they set up something in the event of his... I think they said in the event of our deaths, you'll still
be taken care of. Yeah, that's right. Ryuk has not had a line in like...
No.
10 episodes.
You see him creeping back there?
あんまり面白いものは期待できないな。
これからも新世界の創生を見せてやるよ。
He had kind of stopped all of his ambitions of moving his Kira project forward to try to deal with L, remember? We didn't actually know what he was planning to do.
Pages and pages and pages.
He's like a conductor.
Oh, you see...
Really?
He killed her?
Really?
Holy shit, I didn't expect that to happen.
I didn't expect him to kill her. Really?
Oh.
Oh no. Oh. So he's just cleaning house.
Literally.
Anybody.
He is not being...
Selective?
Selective.
So anybody they had contact with. So time jump.
National Police Academy. What the hell is happening?
So people are praying to Kira. Did you see?
Years have passed.
I think just one or
maybe
two or three maybe.
He's in the police force.
Because he's 23 now, so basically, like, he finished college, he enrolled.
Holy shit!
So this is like, okay.
He killed everybody who was. He wasn't even careful.
He just wiped them all out. Because I think he thinks there's nothing to fear now that Elle's gone. So he's just.
I feel so bad for the spies.
The little family. Yeah. Light actually bringing to fruition his goal.
Wait, timer.
Is that it?
Transmission. Back to the orphanage?
The Whammy's house? Watari's orphanage? It was a dead man switch.
What?
It was a dead man. The thing we saw in the computer that was counting down, it was a dead man switch. So if you don't input like a code or a password or something like that at a certain time interval, it sends a message to a designated recipient. That's something that like journalists will do if they have, or blackmailers.
So what they do, he had it set for like a year?
So he must have had it set for multiple years if he didn't do the dead man switch, that it would contact this guy. That didn't really give us much helpful information, but at least this guy now knows L is dead, which means somebody is pretending to be L.
Roger. Was that a blank white puzzle?
Yeah, that was weird. That does not look like a puzzle that would be actually conceivably solved, does it?
Well, that's the point. That's probably the exact symbolism. Is that they like have all these geniuses. So these are the people who are going to carry on L's legacy. But they didn't know for like a year or two that he was dead. That's what it's got to be, right? There's going to be new people to carry on the legacy.
Do you think L was even the only L? I mean, the first L, I guess.
You know what? I bet he wasn't. I bet he was the like 16th letter of the alphabet or whatever it was.
Oh, so then
we're gonna have M and N.
So M and N are gonna come in?
That's what it looks like. Tell me I'm wrong.
It looks like. So it's like 007 and there's 006 and 008. So what? Watari just has orphanages all around the world creating super genius detectives?
Yes. And Watari's brother.
Roger. Which I don't feel like they could be brothers because Watari is absolutely Japanese and Roger is definitely
his partner,
English.
Roger.
or American, right?
Everything, all the information was deleted.
Yeah.
What if it wasn't deleted?
Maybe there is
But then
a
wouldn't
backup
it be
in the
so
deadman
easy to
switch?
figure out that it's light though? Like you
Because
do
he's
like,
still, well, no, because I guess you could say, like, yeah, I was pretending to be L because we were trying to just carry on the investigation.
but what has he done? What progress has he made?
Yeah, I guess
None?
you would just have to plead incompetence, right?
Which we know he's not.
Well, we know that, but well, they will know that he's not. That's probably the biggest story. Is if M and N, if M and N, well, the real Slim Shady, no, but if M and N go and actually are become those two kids we saw, if they actually do start to be investigators or whatever, and they do meet Light, they're going to be like, no, you are clearly hyper competent. There's no way you would have made no progress in 3 years of looking for
I
Kira.
thought I'd get more information from this episode, but all I feel is disappointment in my heart, and I only have the tiniest sliver of hope. And frankly, it's pretty non-existent because I feel like we're gonna have to relearn everything that we already learned.
Yeah, it feels very frustrating. No. The police know a lot. The police do know a lot.
But they don't understand
Yeah,
it
that's
the
the
same
problem.
way.
It does feel a bit frustrating. It feels like we're going to have to backtrack a lot of the information that Elle was able to figure out. Maybe having two will be really helpful. Like having two people against one.
Look, they just need a lot of information. Like, hey, by the way, make sure that you wear a mask at all times so that they never see your head. Keep secret names, which they probably already do.
Don't trust Light Yagami.
Yes,
it's
those
just
are the
rule number
three
one.
things
man.
they need to know, and then they'll be safe.
Maybe we'll learn more about what the world's doing right now. I thought he would have made bigger moves by now. He hasn't really changed that much, at least from the story that
But
we
the whole
told.
world is bowing to Kira and just listening to whatever he wants.
But we don't know that he's actually made any demands.
I don't know.
So is he just kind of like, okay, I need to just keep doing
No,
this
he's
for a
just
while?
killing people.
Yeah, it's
so far.
a climate acclimation period. I need everyone to get used to the idea of Kira, and then he'll start making big demands. We don't even know what the world that Kira envisions is, except that it's one that's bereft of crime. Okay, I don't really need to do anything. All the people who are committing crimes will just sort themselves out. But
I sure as hell wouldn't commit any crimes, I'll tell you that.
he needs to start killing like politicians. That's no, I'm not kidding. Like he needs to start killing like politicians and heads of state that are secretly committing moral crimes that aren't legal crimes because they have power.
Like things like
yeah,
that.
things like that. Like he should like Epstein.
Yeah.
Maybe that's who got him in prison.
So if there was a Kira in this world and he was killing all those people that you know are criminals and have stuff, but they're just getting away with it because they're too powerful, would you root and support for him
I think
too?
if I'm honest in my heart of hearts, without knowing all of this that's going on behind the
And
scenes,
crimes improved and people
I
are
feel like
dying.
it-
and
how
he's got
would
a
you
pretty
not?
like 99% accuracy ratio as far as actual guilt.
and you don't even know that it's a person doing it, remember?
Yeah.
Like, you don't even know.
It's
The
just
only
a
ones
power.
who know that it's a person are, like, Elle and the police task
People
force.
think it's a person.
But a lot of people think that it's just God's divine intervention.
Man, would you fight it?
I don't-
know.
honestly-
I can't say that I would.
Light needs to start killing those people, because I don't think those people would stop committing crimes, because they're like, okay, cool, the riffraff that was misbehaving is now dying, but none of us who are eating caviar and, like, having sex slaves have been hurt at all, so why should we stop? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm ready for Eminem to solve the case. I think. I'm nervous.
I just want some answers, because last episode just felt like they drew us out on the cliffhanger.
That guy looks like Elle. His body language.
So, are they already pretty familiar with the Kira case?
Must be. Yes.
Mellow.
ゲームは勝たなけれ
That's a girl?
ばパズルは解かなければただの敗者
That's harsh.
That's really harsh.
エルはニアと僕
Told you, Mellow and Near.
So Eminem, yeah, you're
I
you're
told
absolutely
you.
right.
まだどちらとも死んでしまってはもう選ぶことも
So you're right. It sounds like Elle is a mantle that gets passed.
ニアどうだろう二人で力を合わせ
They don't seem to like each other.
Well, Mello doesn't seem to like Near. That's what you mean.
僕とニアが仲良くないのは分かってる
Yep, I figured that much out.
いつも競ってきたんだ
Doesn't Near give you the same like eyes and body language
Yeah.
as Elle?
いいよロジャーエルを継ぐのはニアだニアなら僕と違って無感情にパズルを解くようにやってくれる
You see that he's wearing all white, has white hair and solved a white puzzle.
Yeah.
And the other one's just all in black.
The institution.
もうすぐ15だ
Oh, they're only 14?
自分のやり方で生きていく
Oh man. 2012? How big of a time jump was that in terms of years?
顔を知っている人間の名前を書くと書かれた人間が死ぬノートだと言ったのを聞いています。
死のノートというのがそれだというのか。
はい。今それは日本警察にあるはずです。
It looks like they're at the White House. 3 years. I told you it was a big time jump.
The director of the FBI and the president?
大統領、今存在しているエルは混乱を避けるため日本警察が作り上げたエルであり、エルは死んでいます。
彼は一
He's
体
like, who's this guy?
真のエルを継ぐものとでも言っておきましょう。
So Mello's just gone? Mello has to pop back up. Wow, so Nier's working with the FBI? The SPK, Special Provision for Kira. FBI, CIA, and Nier.
So they're not even gonna go work with Japanese anymore.
So they recognize pretty fast, like, no, the Japanese police, they're funky. Something's weird since they're pretending to still be L.
He had to go collect all this information himself after over 3 years,
Yeah.
and then he presented it. Because they wiped all the data. That's so frustrating.
しかしインターネットの規制は現状不可能だし、キラ事件も行き詰まって久しい。
ネットに殺してほしい人間を晒すような人間こそ
He's got more gray hair.
Yeah.
でもキラも少しは
Misa's still there?
I thought Misa would be dead by now.
マッツの話矛盾しまくり。
確かに悪いことさえしなければ、いや善人にとってはいい世界に変わってきた。そう安易に考えてしまう人もいるだろうな。
Namely you.
いや、みんなそう考えるように必ずなる。
またそんな話になってるの？やめてくださいよ。ただいま。
Mom, that's the case that they're working on.
おかえりさゆ。お兄ちゃん、ミサさん。
Sayu is so much
She
older.
looks so pretty.
いらっしゃい。
Misa's hair is long.
でしたよね。
You see him blush.
お久しぶりです。いつも父がお世話になっております。
大人っぽく。
Oh,
Okay,
Matsuda.
前会った時はこんな。いや、そんな。
サイは刑事の嫁には絶
そうですよ。
This is uncomfortable.
すらしてないじゃないですか。お父さん、お母さん。
音？
でも松田さんって素敵だと思いますよ。
Oh my
What?
goodness.
はい。松田さんがもう一回り若かった。
They're saying this in front of everybody? Yeah,
If
he's
you were
old.
younger. For Matsu?
マッツなんかよりずっと大人。でもライトだけは出会った時。
Isn't
Light just always looks so annoyed at her, doesn't he?
Does she not realize still?
お兄ちゃんも就職したんだし、こそこそ同棲なんてしてないで、早く結婚しなさいよね。うわ、いいこと言う。
Living together in secret?
不幸な子供の家族。面白い。
That was a very awkward interaction on every level.
Is Ryuk even still amused by this? Is he just moved on to his sitcom era?
I know.
松田、ライト、一緒に来てくれ。
誘拐？
A kidnapping?
誰が誰を？
滝村警察庁長官が。相手はわからん。
そう。キラ事件もこんな状態だっていうのに。
How is there still a case? It's been 3 years. Like, you're still working
Yeah,
on
what
this?
are you guys doing at this point?
Nothing.
What have you, like, show us your work. Show us, you know how you have to present at a company a lot of times? Like, hey, this is what I've done for the past year.
Yeah.
I feel like they should really have
We
to
need a
present that as an
presentation.
investigative team right now. Like, what have you guys actually done?
電話があったのが6時12分。今から45分ほど前です。しかも長官の携帯からだったと分かりました。相手は何か要求めいたことを言ったが、それは殺人ノートの交換です。
Whoa.
誰が何のために？
キラーですかね。いや、ノートの存在だけでも外に知られたら欲しがるものがいくらでも。
ノートのことはここにいる者だけに留めるはずだったが。
そうだ。だにして長官にも話していない。
デスノートの存在、そして少なくとも警察庁が所持していると分かって奪いに来ているもの。
NPA, that's what they're calling themselves
警
now.
察庁各部署に長官誘拐のみを通達しろ。
I think that might be National Police Association, maybe?
Do you think that the director's in on it, like a voluntary kidnapping with the FBI?
犯人から連絡が。いえ、滝村長官に会いたいという人物が。FBI 捜査官。
John McEnroe?
He doesn't look like a real person. He looks like he's wearing one of those masks that
Yeah.
you pick up at a Halloween
John
store.
McEnroe is also a very famous tennis pro.
Is it really?
Yeah.
もちろん偽名ですが。に関わることで動いてますので。訳あって長官は今席を外している。私でよければ代わりに話を聞くが。まあいいでしょう。では、いきなり本題で申し訳ないが、日本警察はどうも対
応。
キラ事件解決のためにノートを我が国に渡してもらいたい。FBI だったのか。東京をどこに隠した。何の話だ。とぼけるな。これは立派な犯罪だ。我々は日本の警察庁長官を隠して
どうやら警察庁長官が何者かに
They didn't
do it? Oh. Oh. Do you think it could be Mello?
No.
Because there's no way, like, Mello's coming back.
Yeah. But why would Mello be working Oh, because he's
Do you
competitive.
think, yeah, do you think Mello's just, like, running his own investigation on the side?
I do.
Because there's no way he would be introduced if he was just going to go away.
That's a competition. Mello.
Is that chocolate?
Mello's a little cray-cray.
Yeah, Mello looks
He's
insane.
got Maleficent vibes with that feather scarf thing. I wanted to wear that to the Renaissance Fair.
He looks like Cruella de Vil to me, kind of. Oh, they got all the names already? That's scary.
警察庁長官であるお前がノートの存在も知らなかったわけか。なってねえな、日本警察。
その中で一番地位の高いのは本部を指揮していたヤガミだ。
So they're gonna go after Chief now?
俺の考えではノートは2冊。1冊はキラ、1冊は日本警察。2冊とも我々が取る。
メロの言う通りにしていれば間違いないんだ。メロが来てからのこの1年半、一度でも間違ったことがあるか。
しかし、キラーも殺せなかったマフィアのボスの首を土産に入ってきたほどのやつ。
So they're all mafia basically, or like organized crime, right?
Yeah.
Or are they could be
Yeah.
a different governmental agency.
They're scary. He brought us the head of a mafia boss.
But that means they could either be a competing
Mafia
or mob or organized crime or a law enforcement agency of some kind. But they drew them way scarier than the FBI.
ノートが欲しいだけじゃない。邪魔なものは殺し。
Whoa.
So is Mello like evil?
Mello seems evil. He just said he wants to kill everybody that stands in my way. I think he just said he basically wants to kill Nier.
This is wild. I will never get over L's death and that we're just moving on without him.
It feels like there should have been something bigger that came out of L's death too, than just sort of resetting the game, doesn't it? Like,
Well,
it feels like all of
everybody
that.
knows that there's 2 notebooks.
Yeah, that's really the main thing. L is the one who uncovered the existence of the notebooks.
Yeah.
But it feels like, I don't know.
Do they even know about the Shinigami?
Man, that's a big question.
But they know about notebooks?
But they know about the magic notebooks. Do you need to know about...
なんだ、ついエディと2人でうとうとしちまって、その隙に滝村が
Whoa.
自殺を。バカ野郎。いや、それでいい。
So Light killed the director?
これがキラの仕業だとすれば、キラは顔も名前もわからぬ我々には手出しできず、キラはこの誘拐を知っていたもの。
どうするメロ。
I think it's so weird who he's hanging out with.
総一郎の娘。
Whoa, they're gonna kidnap Sayu.
Oh no.
He looks like he could be in Guns N' Roses, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like, he looks like a rock star and they look like his security more than anything.
I didn't even think about like what you could do if you're not following the rules. You're just like, I'm just a mafia person, so
And
I'm
I
gonna
just want the
kidnap
notebook, yeah.
and do whatever I want. I'm much more ruthless.
I mean, Light is
FBI 捜査。
not nearly as scary in comparison.
ラリー・コナーズで間違いない。
Oh, they got him.
よかった。
They're gonna kill him?
捜査官も本物 FBI 長官も滝村長官の救出には協力すると直に言ってきた。信用していいだろう。
長官はすでに死んでいるはず。
Yeah.
どうして何も言ってこない。 長官はノートのことを知らなくてもエルと操作していたものは知っている。もしそれが伝われば狙われる可能性。
What is she wearing?
今日はいい子に一人で先に寝るね。
Misa!
ああ、おやすみ。
Everyone else is just like, what?
危険があるのはここにいる者だけじゃない。その家族や。
Oh no.
犯人からだ。あいだ。おい、逆だ。八神だ。
召喚とノートの交換だが中止だ。滝村は死んだ。
何？
ノートの交換は八神。
Oh, Steph.
Does Light even care about his sister?
I don't know.
警察庁次長であるお前に警察に言うなというのもナンセンスだ。あまり警察に大きな動きが見えれば娘は殺す。今から滝村の遺体の画像をメールで送る。また明日連絡する。
おい、
やられた。長官の死を逆手に左右を。
ライト、また
Yeah,
Ryuk's
Ryuk's been bored for 3 years.
Do you see Light wasn't even bothering to act surprised now that Elle's gone? Did you notice when he got the news the director's dead?
Yeah.
Like Light before when Elle was around would have like done,
Like, oh!
whoa! Now Light's just like, cool, okay.
No,
what's
makes
next?
sense.
He doesn't even, he seems like he's not even really trying.
He's not trying. He's not trying at all.
Does he care about his sister? I'm so curious how he even,
The
does he
director
feel
does.
towards his family? He did seem upset then.
All the rest of them, I bet, I'd be freaking out about my family.
Poor
Yeah.
Seiyu.
No, your daughter's just been kidnapped.
僕の考えでは長官を殺したのは誘拐犯ではなくキラだ。多分ノートを誘拐犯に渡さないためだろう。長官を殺したのがキラなら警察庁内の情報を得る手段を持っていると考えるべきだ。
But you already knew.
動いた方がいい。でないとまたキラは人質を殺してしまおうとする。そういうことです。
I think Light will kill his sister.
If I'm any of them, I'm like, peace, my daughter, I'm not risking her getting kidnapped.
Well, that's why they're supposed
Do you
to
stop it
only
'cause we're
remember. That's
done?
why the task force was supposed to only be single men who don't have kids.
Yeah.
There's a reason that they do that. I mean, that's like a convention pretty much across history.
I mean, I'd be so easy to manipulate. Holy crap. This has escalated very quickly.
警察庁長官が殺された。
誰にですか？
キラにだったら面白いですね。
そうですね。人質が死んだ
He
の
likes puzzles.
ノートの交換ができなくなります。それにキラだったらだいぶキラが絞り込めます。彼の行方は
4年前ニアの言う施設にいたのは確かだが、その後は皆目。
メロ、お前はいつも感情的になりすぎて大事なことをおろそかにしてしまうんだ。
What did he
写
overlook?
真を残していくなんて。
Oh, because he left because he was mad.
娘がやっとこっちに届いた。2日後までとりあえず
Whoa.
取引は娘の無事を確認しなければしない。
Los Angeles?
わかったわかった。またメールで画像を送ってやる。
No voice, just picture?
That doesn't really help.
後ろにあるテレビに映っている番組、確かに向こうで今放映されているものだ。無事だと分からせるためにわざと映しているんだ。よかった。
Well, all right for now.
生きてるってことか。
Man, she looks in rough shape.
ノートを持ちロスへ行く。警察庁次長として、そして八神左右の父としてだ。私が全ての決断をし、全ての責任を取る。
父さん、それなら策を練ってからだ。
しかし、2日以内にロスだ。
Yeah, that's a long flight.
Just everybody fly. They can plan on the flight.
They said they just wanted him to come, right? Oh, that's me when I play darts.
その線もあると言っているだけです。キラは日本警察の情報を得ていたことになる。
He's not
He's
pretty
not very good, yeah. Maybe that's the point. Maybe he just like picks one random thing after another to get really good at. Maybe that's what we're supposed to understand, like puzzles or matchbox towers.
He's determined.
Watch, we're gonna cut back in like a day and he'll just be hitting bullseyes.
いや、ラリー・コナーズ捜査官の話は八神次長からお聞きしました。
滝村警察庁長官殺害事件に
力を貸していただけますか？
No.
電話を2代目 L はじめまして。
L number 2. That felt good. That felt so good.
どういうことですか？あなたは
私たちは L に頼らずキラを捕まえるために新しく作られた組織 SPK です。
この組織の上7名ほどがエルの死を知っています。
エルの死。
そして私が SPK の中心にいる。そうですね。
You were exactly right.
Yes.
You were exactly right.
Yes, yes, yes.
この雰囲気何なんだ。
L reincarnated.
I feel like he feels like L wrapped him in chains somehow. Like,
He wrapped himself in chains.
I think I get the trap a little bit now. L's dead man switch is a big trap.
Why?
Because that means that like L had an ability to inform backup detectives that he was dead, which is basically like if you're playing Among Us,
Yeah.
that puts a big ass sus on the Japanese police force.
It does, yeah.
And the person
And they're not
who's-
working through the Japanese police force this time. They're
Yeah.
just going to go independent.
around the Japanese police force. So it's basically like L and the way from Beyond the Grave basically was like, watch this organization, and then they already know who the specific investigative team was that was actually looking at Kira. So it's like, hey, be sus of these like 5 guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that's huge. If you spend any amount of time investigating those 5 guys, you pretty much instantly know that 4 of them are not capable of being Kira.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, he basically gave away the identity of Kira like that.
I don't think
You just
so,
have to prove
though.
it.
Yeah. Good luck proving
Yeah,
it.
I mean, that's still the big problem because there is the plausible deniability, but it gets the next...
You know what M could do? Just shoot him. He doesn't have to follow the rules. I mean, right?
Yeah,
M
M
is
doesn't
up.
have... M can just be like, well, I'm pretty sure you're Kira, so...
I don't need evidence.
Yeah,
Boom.
bam. That's a
Am I
really
right?
good point.
Am I right? Is anybody still dying?
That
cool.
is-
I was right.
If you have a detective that's way less morally sound than
Yeah,
L,
they
they
could
could
just
just
do
like
shit.
just assume that light is Kira, kill
Kidnap.
him, and see if several years later if Kira ever resumes killing.
Right?
And it's like, oh, killing starts again. Narrow it down again to Misa. Kill her.
You assume that the other people are being moral, and
Yeah.
M throws a huge wrench into that.
Honestly, Mello might be the one who kind of gets it somehow. Like, what if he
There's
forces?
so many players and stressful.
Honestly, it's kind of feels like they upped the stakes, which I didn't really think that they'd be able to do. So what have they done? They brought in the Americans to up the stakes with the SPK, and they've brought in
We can't
Mello.
keep our hands out of anything. But to be fair, Kira's going after the whole world, so.
So the author's like, okay, imagine this. What if, like, there's a detective, but America? And what if there's a detective, but bad? It really does feel like the
I miss
constraints
L.
around L have been pretty much lowered.
I miss L. That's
I miss
all.
L too.
I just want him back.
He had a much more human feel to him. Mello feels like almost cartoonishly evil, and Nier feels very corporate to me so far.
Corporate.
Yeah, L felt like a real human with a lot of idiosyncrasies and stuff, and a heart and whatnot. Nier feels very much like we're the SPK and we're here
More
to help.
robotic.
Yeah, it's like they took L's analytical and emotional side and separated them.
Fire nice.
Yeah.
The intro screen is now going to be bright red in perpetuity.
Do you
so
know why? Because it was dyed red with L's blood.
That's how it feels.
And it makes me so sad.
It
It
looks
still
like blood.
doesn't feel like he died because we keep on getting flashbacks. For me, it felt very abrupt when L died.
It took me so off guard.
I didn't. I
I
it
haven't
feels so
mourned
stupid.
properly.
I've been thinking about Death Note the most out of any show that we watch ever
Really?
since L's death by far.
Really?
And I've been thinking about it, I'm like, man, because it really blindsided me that L actually died.
It blindsided me. I did not believe it. I still don't really believe he's dead.
And I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, was this foreshadowed and we were just being obtuse, or was it
Also-
actually super surprising? Because I don't think it should have surprised us as much as it did.
It surprised because they've always gotten close, but
Yeah.
not pulled the trigger
I
before.
didn't expect it to actually happen, but they did show us all the ingredients. Oh, Rim is going to try to protect Misa.
Yes, but they always do that.
I know.
And then
I
there's
thought there was
always
gonna
a catch.
I thought L was gonna have something.
There's always a contingency plan, and this time he didn't. And
Yeah, I think that's what it was. It felt like.
I feel like I haven't mourned properly for it. It hasn't.
Well, it still doesn't. It doesn't
doesn't
in the
feel
show
real.
feel like he really died. I'm waiting for the magician to show me what the trick was, but
Yeah,
there wasn't.
there wasn't a
a
trick.
trick.
Except-
Hey, impatience. Probably how you guys are feeling while this intro drags on. So let's go.
He is similar to L.
It's like Link and Young Link in Smash.
事実アメリカ内では CIA や FBI はもう L ではなく 私の方を優先し動きます。日本の警察庁長官殺害は許しがたい犯罪ですし、この事件はキラ逮捕につながる可能性を秘めていると私は考えているので、全面的に協力したいと思います。
実は長官が殺害された後、同じ犯人と思われる者に八神次長の娘が誘拐され、ロスで取引と言ってきています。
ノートとの交換ですね。ロスにできる限りの捜査員を事件の詳細は言わずに集め、ロス全域を衛星
Imagine you find out that the FBI and CIA are taking orders from a 12-year-old. That's
You
wild.
don't know that he's 12.
Okay, I'm
He's
sorry.
a child
15-year-old. But still, I don't care how smart a 12-year-old is. I don't want him directing my non-democratically elected governmental officials with power
They're
of life and death
already-
over all U.S. citizens.
Look, the CIA is already not directed by anybody who's voted in. So.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I don't want them directed by a 12-year-old. I don't care if he's the smartest 12-year-old on earth. He's still 12. He doesn't have life experience.
しかしアメリカはもうエルに頼らないというのは。いや、いいのか。キラをまともに終えていなかった。偽のエルなどに任せてしまって。
Yeah, that's what he's
だからい
doing.
いんじゃないですか。付け入る隙があるということです。もちろん人命が第一です。しかし我々 SPK の目的はあくまでノートを取る。
He's more ruthless than L.
Yeah.
L was way more worried about casualties.
ライト、私の命と引き換えでもいいんだ。左右だけは。頼む。バカなことを言うな。
父さんはそれで満足かもしれないが、残された者はどれだけ辛い思いをするのか分かっているのか。
So he does like his dad. It's the only emotion he's ever shown.
That didn't feel like a fake light. That to me felt like real light.
Yeah.
一人で判断すべき局面にぶつかったら、その時は必ずサイも父さんも死なない形を選択する。
So he does love his family.
This is weird. That felt very sincere.
He's never really
Expressed any type of emotion like that.
No,
That was
for
the
his
first time I
family.
feel like we've seen Light actually projecting any type of emotional connection with the world around him.
I agree.
Even his family. it's-
Everything else has seemed fake. up until
Everything
that.
has seemed fake. It was always acting.
What?
君の目は
Oh. So she's totally fine just being used by him.
She said that. I don't know why you keep acting like you're surprised.
Like, has he had sex with her? You know, I don't think so.
They live together.
I don't think that there's anything actually romantic, though. Wouldn't she get tired of that? He does not care, honey. If you haven't realized that in 3 years.
いよいよとなる。
I'm light.
左右を殺すしかない。
What?
We haven't seen him have to steal himself in a long time.
He's gonna kill us. So that was fake. It felt real.
I think he's actually upset. Do you remember the very first few episodes we watched where it was hard for him to kill certain people?
He's going to
he had
kill-
to remember he had to work himself up to kill certain people.
He might kill his own sister. That
He threw up. Remember he threw up when he killed the biker. Like it wasn't easy for Light to kill everybody initially.
You know what's not easy? Killing a sibling.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm just saying, though, like, I think we just kind of forgot because there wasn't really an escalation in what he was doing. He killed the murderers, then he killed some people who were doing other crimes, but he always was able to justify it as, like, oh, but I'm doing it for the cause of Kira to make the world a better place, yada, yada, yada.
I feel like if he's willing to kill his sister, he's definitely willing to kill his dad.
Yeah, I think so too, but I think he would only do it because I do think Light is sincere. I think that he only kills. He's self-motivated and he's self-interested. So if he can convince himself that it's in the service of making a better world, I think he'll kill somebody. But obviously, like, he's so smart, I think he's able to give justification.
Well, I hope his
Usually.
sister doesn't die.
But I don't think he'll just kill people willy-nilly. Oh, there was one time where he was mad with power, remember?
Yeah.
And he killed fake L just for saying he would take him down.
尾行して同じ飛行機になること。
一応変装のために髪を切っておく。
Whoa.
The beard and the haircut now. It's like not even the same character
I
model.
know. That looks like a bougie plane. First class, baby.
Japanese government paying for it. Let's go. Or, you know, what's really sad is L's fortune that he's amassed.
He looks so different.
ミスターヤガミ。なんだ、犯人の一味か。SE333 便に乗る。チケットは俺が持ってる。
Just buy somebody a ticket.
18ゲート。
Ah.
So they're switching his flight.
成田で男が接触。抑えるか。
そんなところで今その男を抑えても。
Yeah, because he doesn't have the sister.
とにかく見失わないように。
He's being very obvious.
そんな行動をとって相手に知られたらまずい。どこ行きだかわかりますか？
Oh, it's still LA?
It's just a different plane.
まずいな。
It's still LA?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a different flight. That was cool, though.
I mean, it was very dramatic just to switch planes.
Ooh, it's one of the double deckers.
They're going off course.
What is this? Hijacked?
経路は外れているのではなく、私が外しています。これはハイジャックとは違い、少し寄り道をし、乗客を一人。
What? Yeah.
Yeah, can't they just send military planes?
This is not a hijacking. Dog, you can't just redefine what a hijacking. What the fuck do you think a hijacking is? A hijacking is taking control of a plane, flying it somewhere that you're not supposed to fly while using the passengers and the plane itself as collateral. This is exactly what you just are doing the exact dictionary definition of a hijacking. You can't just be like, hey, just so you know, this isn't a robbery, but I'm going to take the money out of your wallet and I'm going to leave with it and spend it for myself.
Change the
Like,
definition.
that's crazy.
This is wild to me. The passengers wouldn't even know.
Sorry, I'm coughing, guys. My throat's scratchy.
今日初の乗務員は前もって全て調べたが、怪しい者はいなかった。機長は15年以上のベテラン。
But he's
That's the same
it's
guy.
the same guy.
こんなものにまで手を回す力が。くそ、仕方ない。
So you can't kill the pilot, then the plane will go down. Whoa.
現状は分かっていると思います。そちらで航空会社、警察、軍にまだ動かぬよう通達を頼めますか？
わかりました、エル。着陸地点を割り出し、その付近を衛星カメラで検視します。
Not LA, they lied.
他にもできることがあれば指示をください。
From his perspective, he's trying to let fake L play this out because he's looking for his play pattern, maybe?
Maybe.
If you look at it like this is a sporting context, right? You always want to have film on your opponents before you actually get into the ring with them and go up against them and match with them. So you know their tendencies beforehand.
He should already have that.
I don't know. Maybe he thinks it's different. Maybe he wants to get a read on what the person will actually do under high stress.
But have they even talked about the fact that Light is on this security team too and the sister? They've only cared about the deputy director.
ワイヤレスフォンは耳に。この声はお前にしか聞こえない。俺がお前の娘を誘拐した主犯だ。俺はお前や娘の命などこれっぽっちも欲しくない。今俺が欲しいのはとりあえずノートだけだ。お前が俺の言う通りに動けば。
Do you believe him or not? Do you think he will kill them if they give him the note?
Yeah, I think he will kill them.
You think that regardless of if they give him the notebook, he'll still kill
Oh
them?
no, I don't think he'll kill him if he gives them the notebook.
That's what I'm asking you. Like I'm saying,
Yeah, I don't think
you
he'll
think
kill
that
him.
he'll honor the deal?
I think he will.
Really? I feel like he feels the type of character to be like, oh, you gave me the notebook. Now let's see if this works and write their names.
I don't think so because I think he's playing a long-term game where he could use him in the future.
Do you think? I don't even think Mello's really going after Kira anymore. I feel like he more
wants
so
to be Kira.
I don't know if he wants to be Kira in the sense of make the world a better place. I think he just wants to use the power of the Death Note to further the criminal organization he's embedded with his control of the world and like control and money and whatnot. But I don't know. Like Light is very principled to have this power. Imagine if it was just somebody. Like all things considered, what Light's done hasn't been that bad for what the notebook could do.
Yeah, there's worse hands it could fall into.
Light hasn't been good. It's just with how chaotic and the amount of power this notebook confers to the owner.
Where are they, Utah?
They're in the desert, man. This is what the whole Western United States looks like.
They have a freaking runway there?
I don't think that's a runway, babe.
I don't think it is either.
I don't think anything's a runway if you try hard
If you're
enough.
passenger on this plane, aren't you freaking the F out? How'd they control who got off the plane? I'd be desperate to get off that plane.
こちらで見ているものは全てそちらにも送ります。
ここでどうやって取引すんだ。
This is wild. What's he gonna do? Get back on the plane?
It feels like we're watching Death Note characters in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. It's like
Mellow?
a spaghetti western and Death Note. What the hell?
How can you possibly
with James Bond?
Predict
Whoa.
any of this?
They must have predicted satellite surveillance.
How did Mello get so much resources?
Man, doesn't Light feels kind of whoa.
Oh.
Light feels kind of sloppy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I feel like he's
Out of
truly
practice.
actually taken aback. I think he truly thought that like the game was over and he would never have to play again. This kind of feels like an arc in like the worst way because Light is the villain. Sort of the same story arc as like, oh, the old battered grizzled hero has to come out of retirement to like kick ass and save the world again. Doesn't it kind of feel that way?
No.
But from the villain's perspective?
Yeah, maybe.
Like, oh, gotta shake off the dust. Aw.
Whoa. Creepy.
What?
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 She's still alive. A syndicate. How does Bill get so many resources?
He's working for the mob, babe.
That's cool.
That's a really cool system. It's a gimp mask, though. Like, I'm just saying, that's a gimp mask, though. Like, it's like, cool, you're really badass, dude. You're crazy. You could kill me. You're wearing a gimp mask, though, and that's still embarrassing.
This is the best use of one of those turny doors I've ever seen. Why would they trust it's a notebook without validating it? Could be any old notebook.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about, too. That's why I'm nervous that they're going to kill Chief to validate it.
エルとして全世界の警察に指示を出せる状態ではない。ミサは黙って僕に言われたことをしていろ。日本の裁きをいつもよりしっかりやってくれってことだ。相手はキラに探りを入れてきているんだ。今裁きがおろそかになるとまずいことぐらいわかるだろう。いいから言われたこと。こうなったらサイを殺すしかないのか。ノートを試す。
He doesn't want to do it. Dude. Oh, poor
This poor
Seiyu.
girl.
Oh.
And your own brother's about to kill you.
He doesn't want to do it. It's so weird going back that far. Who the hell is that guy?
Just his friend. Whoa.
Oh, wow. You know what? I'll be honest. That was a much more, I mean, all things considered, ethical test of the notebook than I was expecting.
Really? That's what I expected.
That they would kill one of the lackeys that had betrayed them?
Either that or some other mafia gang leader.
All things considered, they would have killed him anyways and executed him anyways.
Won't their, like, location be known, though? Like, now anybody can come into the desert.
They'll probably just abandon the facility.
この後さらに何をするつもりかはまだわかりません。犯人たちのヘリはできる限り着陸まで追跡し。
What? What? What the hell is this?
Is it a rocket?
That's what it looks like.
Elon?
Is that a... No, it's a missile.
It's a jet? SpaceX?
It's a missile. Holy shit, they've got
They could have
resources.
missile?
And it can't even be tracked by radar?
That's crazy.
That's wild. He did a good job.
Oh. With your death. Wow,
Whoa.
okay.
They didn't use a notebook. But you can't track the missile.
Tell me that guy just doesn't look like Ray Pimber too.
It does.
Doesn't
he
that
does.
just look like... I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. We've got Light number 2 and Light number 3. Ray Pimber number 2. Ugh. At least say you safe, man. I did not think she was
I
getting
thought her
out.
brother was gonna kill her. But it's such a high gamble when he had no visibility. I think if he had seen it happen, he would have killed her.
But no, what he said was that he couldn't
Kira.
because, yeah, there's no way Kira could have known about this because it's not on, like, broader news coverage.
That's dangerous, having 2 notebooks out there, one in the hands of a crazy mafia mob boss who knows what it does. And it's not like Mello's being subtle or, like, keeping it to himself. He's like, no, I'll let the mob use it. Man, he's never, that we've seen, abused her like this.
He's not abusing her. He's definitely treating her badly.
Yeah,
but don't overuse the word.
Emotional abuse.
回収もそう難しいことではない。今頃はノートを手にしているはず。そうしたらまず何をするか。
Because he knows it's Mello. He and Elle, oh, don't make any mistakes. He and Elle both have like weird like kinks, quirks, coping mechanisms.
Posture.
Posture, same posture. This is too symbolic. How many names is he writing down? Oh man, the notebook in the wrong hands.
Whoa!
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 Was he there? Was that one of the FBI agents? Right? Oh, those are all the people in the room with him. They all just died. Holy shit. But not, oh, because he wants Nier to know he beat him.
It wouldn't surprise me if in some weird way they don't actually reveal the names to the other orphans, maybe. If they're just training them and grooming them to be the successors of Elle, whose anonymity is like crucial, they probably wouldn't actually share the real identities of the orphans that were being trained for that position.
6 people dead. Why wouldn't everybody?
It must just be everybody whose cover they could blow. Unless these guys are about to die too.
I bet they're about to die too, no?
It seems likely.
We zoomed out and there were even more people dead. He didn't even react.
Well, he said he thought he knew what was going to happen.
Oh, those poor people. Most members, but not everybody? If I'm the other 2 people, I'm flipping out.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm going to die right now.
何もできずにみすみすノートを渡してしまった。
N、あなたが指揮を取っていればノートを渡さずに済んだと。
いえ、あそこまで用意されていては誰がやっても奪われていたでしょう。私には犯人の心当たりが全くないわけではありません。私がこの事件に絡んでいると考えているのは通称メロ。
通称メロ。
写真はありませんし、本名はわかりません。わかっているのは4年前。
He did have his photograph, though. He said he had his photograph. He said he left his picture behind.
Yeah.
Remember?
He
So he's
doesn't
lying.
anymore, though.
No, he does. He's lying.
イギリス・ウィンチェスターのワイミーズハウスという養護施設にいたということ。
ワイミーズハウス。確か渡りが創設した。
How did Light know that? That's such specific. Oh, because he read the obituary.
So now he knows at least there's 2 people after him.
アラモ・ジャスティン、アラモニア・ジャスティンだ。俺、ノートをなくして大王のジジイのところに報告に行ったんだけど、ノートの特徴を言ったら、それならリュウクが自分が落としたノートだって言って持ってったって。それだとリュウクから返してもらわないとダメだ。行くしかないのか。
He's even creepier than the last
he's
2.
by far the most horrifying.
That's where we end it?
So now we're going to have a Shinigami going after Shinigamis?
Oh my goodness.
What is
now
even
they're all
gonna
gonna
happen?
fight.
Can they fight?
I
They
don't
even.
know.
He didn't seem that interested in fighting. I don't know how he's gonna get the. Oh, if this Shinigami wants to get the notebook back, maybe they'll be able to retrieve the notebook via supernatural means. Then.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna work
No,
with
I'm
how to
serious.
deal with the Shinigami that they
No.
can't see.
Yeah, I'm serious. Because then the Shinigami, like all the Shinigamis who have let their death notes been taken. Number one, it seems like they had a secondary death note, so they weren't actually giving up their death note.
Yeah.
And number two, like they were doing it voluntarily. So we don't know what happens if a Shinigami's notebook has taken by a human and the Shinigami wants it back. Because he could just waltz in pretty much and like he can go to wherever their hideout is and get the notebook back, I think, right?
Look, I can't believe how reckless Nier is. I don't know in your theory. Nier's just like, yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna gamble on this. Oh, everybody around me died. I thought that would happen, but that was fine. I figured as much with Elle in control because he's not very good. Like, that's That's essentially what he just did.
Well, what was he gonna do instead, though?
Say, let me handle this.
It feels like Light is just getting rolled over too easily. I'm curious if they're gonna tell us that he did something, because he's done little DIY projects on the notebooks before. Like, he's added rules, he's cut pages out and messed with it.
Yeah, so what's on this notebook?
I wonder if he messed with this notebook specifically. Like, what if there's only one page that works? Or something like that. Because I'm actually kind of rooting for Light now. I don't want, right now, until they take out Mello. Like, I'm kind of rooting for Light until they take out Mello.
No.
Really?
Light's a problem. No. I'm never going to forgive Light for killing El.
Yeah, but if Light dies, I think Mello's a worse villain. Because I think Mello will use the notebook.
He already has the notebook.
Right, so that's why I'm rooting for Light, team up with N to take out Mello, and then I want N to take out Light.
I think that this orphanage needed to be more selective on morality when they're training super geniuses, because that Mello just killed all those innocent CIA agent people.
Yeah.
Without any concern.
Yeah. I mean, all things considered, we always were like, Light's a bad guy. He's a monster. But when somebody actually starts using the Death Note purely for their own purposes, it's way scarier.
This is not usually where we start off, in a happy sky scene, outside with birds.
What show would this even be?
Cabin in the Woods.
Aw, there we go. That's more on brand. Even though, relatively speaking, it ended up being not that bad compared to what could have happened. Being kidnapped like that.
Be traumatic. Alright, hey there.
Hey, Ryuk. How are you doing, G?
Apples. That's all he wants. That's why he's been hanging out with him this whole time.
Ah, okay.
Oh, yeah. I don't like him. He's disturbing so much more. Go get it then.
Well, yeah, duh. Why do you even bother that? It's like, yeah, obviously, the guy I stole a notebook from just showed up and he's following me around. Yeah, it doesn't take, like, a logical genius to figure out he probably wants the notebook back.
He also doesn't have arms, so how's he gonna pick it up? Makes sense why he dropped it. And yeah,
I think he has arms somewhere. They're kind of like elementary school kids a little bit, aren't they?
A little bit. Ugh.
He is very scary.
He's so scary. Wait.
Oh, he remember?
Oh.
その中で総合的にトップにいたのがニアという少年。ニア、N か。
How do they have all this information?
N の言っていたメロという少年がニアに一番近いところにいたそうです。
Because Nier basically told them where he came from.
Yeah, I'm surprised they have all these records, though, of the rankings and whatnot. I thought it would be more covert. This is relatively, like, easy to figure out, especially for L. L, the, like, title of the world's greatest detective. You don't want people to be able to figure out who you are when you're in that role. So I'm surprised that they're able to dig up this information so easily from another country.
Especially
which means it's
like,
on the internet, or there's somebody on the inside feeding them.
What about OPQRS, right? Like, don't you have other successors? Also, I feel like they did a good job making Light look older.
後継者になろうとしていたはずだとするとおそらくメロは手段を選ばずニアを出し抜きノートこれが二人の似顔絵だ
How'd they get the sketches, man?
エルの後継者
Somebody who knew them?
エルと戦って
That count as knowing what their face looks like? Like a sketch?
Like, how high quality of a picture do you have to have seen? Could it be like a really, really grainy picture?
Exactly.
とにかく今はメロのいるマフィアの居場所を突き止めることだ
Okay, so they're mafia. Which mafia?
死神の目で表せ
Oh.
寿命が見えない人105番名前はジャック・ネイロンになってるけど本名はカル・スナイダー
Such a freaky way to get information.
What is she wearing?
居場所はロスやはりノートとミサの目を持っている僕が最強だ
Sheesh.
Yo.
They don't notice him just creeping in the background. So Misa and him do have a somewhat...
Kind of.
They have a relationship. He's not like...
I mean, he's using her.
Oh, he's 100% using her.
But they have like some type... It's kind of like a pimp and a hoe, I feel like, more than anything.
Yeah, but...
Yeah.
Because I've been wondering this whole time, like, okay, she wants romance and physical intimacy. Is she getting that? And now at least I have the answer, like, yes, kinda. He's telling her he loves her. She's got what she wants out of this deal.
Kind of, yeah.
Even if it's messed up.
Yeah. At least on a surface, shallow level, she's getting what she wants, right?
He just seems like such a, like... I thought this guy was going to be a lot more scary.
He's not
kind of
nearly as
funny.
scary. He's kind of funny, yeah. He looks like, I don't know, every bug had a gangbang, and he was like the result. What? This is an alternative Death Note like story arc. It's like, I'm a Shinigami, but I just want to be seen by the world. It'd be a pain in the ass to have to take so many steps to communicate.
Oh, he just took it from him?
Yo, look at his hands.
He dropped on his head?
He's just like rolling right along with the occult.
Why couldn't M see him? He was holding the notebook. Oh, he's wearing gloves. Wow.
What?
Ask questions later, I
That's
guess.
the first reaction. What if that actually worked? Like, imagine if they could actually kill him with their guns. Then you idiots would have taken away your notebook's power. No, I'm probably wrong. No, I'm an idiot, because Shinigami have died and they kept using their notebook. Yeah, he was invisible, G. What did you think?
今から僕はこのノートの所有権を捨てる。そしてリュウクはこれからこのノートを渡す人物についてくれ。
なんだ？所有権を捨てる？
そんなことしたら、
Yeah, won't he?
ミサのノートを貸してくれ。こうしていれば、僕が自分のノートの所有権を捨てても記憶は失われない。
He's like turning into a scammier, sketchier guy.
これからはミサがキラの役だ。
He's so creepy. Oh, this one likes chocolate. What about apples?
さっき言ったことは本当なのか？名前を書き込んだ人間は13日以内に次の名前を書き込まないと死ぬ。ノートを刻む、役などして使えなくすると、そのノートに触ったすべての人間が死ぬ。この2つのルールがでっち上げだというのは。
That's the big thing. What we figured out is the huge wild card throughout the show consistently is the Shinigami.
This guy's like, sure, I'll tell you the truth.
Like,
I don't care. Also, I found his fingers.
Salad fingers interrogating a Shinigami, and they're actually quite easy to interrogate because they don't really care.
He does. He just wants
He's
his
just
notebook
like,
back.
cool, you can give me chocolate and we can hang out. And he's probably going to be like, this is way more fun than Shinigami World.
He does nothing.
13日の方は一人使えば嘘のルールが確認できる。問題はこのノートがキラの手を経ているのかどうか。経ているならこれが嘘だと分かっているのかいないのか。
Or did he write him himself?
もし分かっているのなら
Well, we know.
利用できる。特に13日の方は13日間で潔白が証明できる。
I know, it's a very convenient rule, right?
Yeah.
お前は人間に見えないから都合がいい。外で見張る。
Mellow's creepy.
Yeah, why would he listen?
You're scared. He's scary
You're a
looking.
god of death. Like, why are you listening to this kid?
なんだって？キラが？
日本の捜査本部にあったノートは悪人に奪われましたね。
キラというなら証拠は？
証拠。他にもノートが渡った以上、予告殺人をしても私がキラだという証拠にはなりません。しかし、私がキラだという証拠になるものがすぐそちらに届きます。私の渡
間の名前がわかるように言います。いいですか？聞いてください。11月10日23時59分、私が FBI などの各機関から情報を引き出し、知り得ることのできた全てのマフィアが死にます。これはすでにノートに書き込まれたことで変更はできません。一味の潜伏場所もすでに分かっています。ノートと一緒に渡します。11月10日23時59分、この瞬間があなた方がノートを取り戻す最大のチャンスです。
Sounds like a great plan to me, man.
Light's conveniently there while this call is coming in from Kira. Also, let's just ignore the fact that Light's got one tucked into his underpants.
That's such a high risk move.
I know.
Like, what if he just went to the bathroom
and
or
it
something?
Fell out.
キラが言っていた X デーにマフィアが死ぬのなら確かにそこがチャンス。
If you know where they are.
What is it like over here, over there? I see the death note in Light's underwear. What is it? What's that stupid
I
little
don't
rhyme?
know.
その通りです。しかし、マフィアたちが知る時間は
What's up? It's your boy Ryuk. I've not been here very much, but I'm back,
I'm here
baby.
to talk.
I always forget every mofo can see Ryuk, too.
I know.
And
It's so
just like-
different than the early episodes.
そのわけではなんとも
ヒデさん、分かってて言ってるでしょう。だから死神がついていて、目の取引をして確実に殺せって。
Who's got to do the eye deal?
取引は私が
Oh.
そんな取引なら僕が。
元は
Matsu's so sweet.
ノートを渡してしまったんだ。そのことで自ら死ぬ
Whoa.
考えていた。ノートを使って犯罪者を
I know it
殺
sounds bad, but Chief really thinks about killing himself a lot.
I know.
私も死ぬ。
父さんがノートに名前を書くような展開になったら、その時も。
The 13 days will be disproved.
No, because Light has to kill his own dad after 13
Well,
days.
I think he'll probably do that.
Yeah, he would do
But I'm
it.
just saying, like, he would have to kill his dad.
Yeah, he's gonna kill his dad, right? That's the logical next step.
皆さん、準備はいいですね。
And no one would even question it.
理事長、
And it would prove
Yeah, prove, right? Prove the rule.
取引を。
What?
he has no problems with that.
He's actually doing it? What? So he half killed his dad right there.
Yep. Oh, this makes me so sad.
It makes me sad too.
八神次長、そちらに渡して。
Although, to be honest, the older you are from like a game theory perspective, the better the ideal becomes for you.
Because you only had 20 years left,
Yeah,
so you're
like-
only going to lose 10.
Yeah.
Versus if you made the deal when you were 10, you had 60 years left, then
So
you lose 30.
But also on the flip side, like you only have so many years left to live, so yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh. On the other hand, you could argue that those years are like more valuable because you have less ahead of you, maybe.
And you don't
I
know how many you have.
見える。
その名前が消えた時が合図です。
How would they know
How
how,
would-
that
how
the
would-
eyes work to that degree? Like
Yeah.
their names would disappear.
How do you know that,
That-
L knows or Light
That
knows
seems
that?
like a bit of a blind spot, doesn't it?
Right? Why would Light know that the names would disappear?
When somebody's killed.
Why, you just trust Light knows that? He didn't have to explain
Oh
anything?
wow! They got head boss. I didn't think they would get head boss. Yo, it's wild.
I didn't
Japanese
know-
police are in LA. They're conducting a SWAT raid in LA on American soil.
On a mafia
That's
members
crazy.
who just died from Shinigami. Also, I didn't think that Yagami and his crew were this much of badasses.
I didn't think they were like SWAT special forces.
How has Mello not been on the radar?
They don't have a picture, remember? Because he can't see Ryuk.
I'm surprised Ryuk's helping. They are truly the wild card.
Ah. Grenades? Oh,
Sheesh.
Whoa! Whoa, this is intense!
いや、まだです。
I'm surprised Light didn't go. Why didn't Light go?
Well, if they're all SWAT, he wouldn't have had time to
Get
become
SWAT
SWAT
training?
trained. I don't
I didn't think
right?
any of them were SWAT. I thought they were just normal police
Or whatever
people.
SWAT equivalent is in Japan, right?
I thought it was just regular police
Oh, I think
people.
his dad's gonna get popped. I think his dad's gonna die. I didn't think mean right then. That was Mr. Yagami, wasn't it? That was Mr.
I no deaths until I see a body, but yep.
Oh, I thought I didn't
shit.
mean like that. I thought, oh, Mr. Yagami, shit.
His lifespan got cut in half, babe.
Oh.
He probably only had like 2 days left to live anyway, right?
Oh.
Is that what that means?
I don't know. Like, is it
Or
only natural
life.
causes? Is it? That's something I'm not completely clear
No,
on.
because if you intervene with somebody who is getting attacked by non-natural
Yeah,
causes,
that's right.
So he would have died in 2 days anyway.
Oh.
Right? That's what I'm getting out of it.
What? He's alive? Okay.
次はアジト全体を爆破する。こちらの指示に従い。メロか。
Ooh. Oh, I thought he was so dead.
殺しておくべきだったか。まさかお前と二度までもノートの取引をすることになるとはな。
Whoa. Mahal Keel.
KEEH 本名ミハエル
Oh.
やばいなぜやったもう諦めるんだメロ
But he can't see him.
おとなしく捕まれば
Light needs his face, remember?
何をバカなことを早くノートに書いて殺せ
But that means his...
ここに名前を書けばお前は死ぬ
His dad... He'll have to kill his dad. That's a really weird line of negotiation. The whole bargaining chip that Mello has is he's like, I'll kill myself and everybody.
Yeah.
And Light's dad is like, don't kill yourself and everybody, or
I'll just
threaten
kill
that,
you.
or I'll kill you. And it's like,
which one will go off first?
if you try to kill me, I can see you writing, I will kill us all.
Yeah.
I feel like Mello's threat is way more pertinent.
Yeah.
But he's calling his bluff. That's what he's doing. So he's like, I'm calling bullshit on you, Mello.
Why did he want to kill him?
Probably because he's a police officer. Whoa!
I think there would have been a headshot there.
Man! I mean, Chief's dead now,
I know,
right?
there's no way he's alive.
They didn't show any blood, but I can't tell if that's just because it's, like, parental ratings or what. But there's no way his body armor would take that many shots, right?
They didn't really get a headshot in.
There's a little bit of blood on him. Ah! Dog, what? The whole team?
No.
I didn't think Mello was suicidal like that. Did you?
Matsuda's alive? How did anybody survive that? That's all you care about right now?
Oh.
Is he alive?
There's all the blood. Oh, no way. Chief.
So he had like 2 days left anyway. But at least they know Mello's name. That's a huge
That's huge, man. That's
piece of
huge.
information.
Oh.
Oh, he's still alive? Oh, you can see how much time he has left.
デュークの話ではノートを所有する人間の寿命は見えない
I think he's dying.
I think he's dying too.
No! Oh, he's gonna die not knowing the truth.
I'm glad. I think it's better he dies not knowing the truth. That's way more blissful for him. How would you feel if you find out that your son was secretly the mass murderer you had dedicated the last 5 years of your life to catching?
Yeah, that's awful. And that's why he gave the notebook away. I was like, why
Yeah,
would he give
I
you
was
away
kind of
ownership?
like, especially when he's not wiping his memory. I thought he was doing a similar strat as before, but
no.
this makes way more sense.
Oh, I forgot about that detail.
But that's even darker because then he's like engineering his dad's
death.
Essentially,
He knew his dad was going to die when he gave away that notebook. That's
seems
what
like
it means.
He knew, yeah.
Or
he was going to do this eventually. Like
Yeah.
he was going to do this for sure at some point once his dad got the eyes, and he was going to kill his
I
dad
just
if his
think
dad wrote the name.
The relinquishing ownership is such a bullshit loophole. It makes
Why?
me so
it makes it
angry.
way more interesting.
It makes me so angry because that's
but
the
think
only
about it,
reason
think
he's
about it.
gotten
Like,
out of this multiple times.
You know how Technoblade plays Minecraft?
Yeah.
Or played Minecraft? That's the way people who are really good at games, like, they find all the loopholes. It's not like people put loopholes in intentionally, usually. Like, no matter what the rules were, if there was somebody who was intent on, like, breaking them, they'll find a way, you know? It's just, I think it's because you're seeing Light do it that you're like, it feels like such a loophole, you know what I mean?
I can't, yeah.
I think the author did a great job actually, like, thinking through how to break their own
loopholes.
system.
The author's brilliant.
Yeah.
There's no denying that.
余計なことは喋るな。それも大事だが、今はもっと大事なことがあるだろう。
Like the fact that your dad said you knew he was gonna dead. Then you try to manipulate
That's
him
what
here
he
at the
wants.
end. Ugh, his life's goal and mission.
遅くないとヒルナも。いや、やり方次第か。
He's manipulating him to the end. He's such a little piece of shit.
Yeah. I'm glad. I hope that his dad somehow gets out of having to go to the Shinigami realm.
I
Oh,
hope
good.
not.
I'm glad.
His dad never actually wrote a name.
Yeah, I'm hoping that
Your
means
dad
that he's
wouldn't
safe.
go to heaven. You little piece of shit,
Yeah.
like. Your dad would be, or like wherever the human afterlife is, you would have doomed your dad to the
be a
Shinigami realm
forever.
just so you could get rid of Mello.
I don't
and
think
the
that
fact
he
that your
cares.
dad is dying. You piece of shit. I dislike Light excessively. Like before he was kind of like, oh, he's
No, he always starts to do this. He kind of goes back and forth. It's just when he hasn't done something especially heinous for a while.
You forget.
And you kind of forget. But, like, he's done a lot of bad stuff. Like, he killed the FBI agents. He killed Ray Pimber. He killed Ray
Yeah.
Pimber's wife.
You're right.
Like,
He
he's
has
done a
been
lot of
evil.
this types of stuff.
It's because they messed with his memory and he became nice for a while.
Yeah, I
It
think
really
that's what it
threw me
is.
for a
It's like,
loop.
and that's probably why it's so weird. You know, the super charming serial killers?
Yeah.
That's probably why it's so hard to, like, actually imagine them doing these horrific things when you're like, no, he's like a nice guy. You know what I mean?
Freaking
They did
Light.
the same thing to us over and over again, and we've seen it happen.
I'm glad he never wrote the name.
I am
Light, you
too. I
piece
hope
of
that he
shit.
gets saved.
To be fair, though, if he gave up half his life, I think it meant that he didn't have very long to live anyway.
I think you are right, but I feel like that's another weird technicality that I'd be really curious to get the specifics of, you know? It kind of makes sense. They're going up against the mafia here, you know?
Where's his wife and daughter?
They're probably still in the U.S. though.
Idiot. Man, they're all beat up, too.
Yeah, I mean, they went through that explosion. Poor Mr. Yagami. I'm kind of glad he never learned, though. I feel like that would just absolutely destroy him. I think he would have killed himself if he knew Light. He said he was going to kill Light and kill himself when he was convinced he was Kira.
このノートを取り戻しに来たという死神ですね。いくらキラ捜査のためとはいえ、こんなノート一冊あれば十分。
To be fair, I don't think you have enough self-control. You let it slip out of your fingers once.
ノートを使った人間は不幸になるか。まあ、宗一郎は使ったわけじゃないし、息子がキラじゃないと信じていけただけでも幸せか。
Poor Mr. Yagami.
Yeah.
Makes me so
It makes me
angry.
sad. In a way, in my mind, it's more cruel than if he would have just, like, killed his dad. Because if he killed his dad, at least that's something and it stops.
Yeah.
But if he's dooming his dad to an afterlife, that's eternity.
Like...
That's so much more cruel to your father, which is weird to say.
And
Like,
we
it's a weird
know
sentence to say out loud. But
that Light knows the details.
yeah, he's aware of them.
He knows
read
what he
them
was asking.
thoroughly. He, like we just talked about, he's playing every little loophole. Like, he's studying important wrote over these rules. He knew exactly what he was doing.
It's weird he didn't kill his sister though, but he was fine with his dad.
He would have though. He would have killed his sister. But it just didn't. I think he would have preferred not to.
It was like, oh, I would have to kill my sister, and it's a big risk gamble because I can't see it. If he had had certainty,
well, it's not that. Also, it's like I have to kill my sister. I don't have visibility, and this would make it way more likely that I'm Kira.
Yeah, that too.
I think that he didn't want to kill his dad. If he wanted to kill his dad, he would have killed his dad a long time ago. Remember, he's super narcissistic. That's another thing we haven't talked about in a long time. He killed his dad because it suited his goals, and he always would have done that. It just never was aligned with his goals to have to kill his dad before this.
I feel like the last, 5 episodes, it's just like, Ella's gone. Mr. Yagami's gone.
Yeah. It's sad.
It's sad.
It's weird. It has gotten more sad.
All of Nier's, people supporting him.
Yeah, everyone died.
Wiped by Mello.
It's kind of like a reset again. Which is weird, because we just had a reset with L.
Constant reset.
And so it feels like, oh, another reset. Any hope that I was building up with N and with all of the agencies he was working with is like, oh, we're doing another reset right after L just died.
There were a lot of notebooks flying around for a while.
I feel like author was just like, I don't want to have to keep track of this.
I can't even keep track of this. Well,
we need to get rid of one of the notebooks. This is too much to keep track of.
It was a lot. Anyway. Author's brilliant. I'm sad. I'm glad he didn't write down the death.
I know. Yeah.
That's my only solace, is that he escaped that.
He died peacefully.
I hate life. I hate life.
There's not a character that I actually kind of like anymore, except for Matsuda.
Yeah.
I think that's why we were trying to figure out.
Mr. Yagami, but he's dead.
He's dead, yeah. And I liked L a lot. I actually really liked L, but he's dead. I don't actually like Nier, if I'm going to be honest.
I don't know that I like him either. He's not very likable. L was weirdly likable.
Yeah, honestly, Light, when he's not actively doing something creepily psychotic, I actually kind of like more than I like Nier, because I at least understand what is kind of driving Light, and he has soul to what he wants.
I want Light to die.
Oh, I do too. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, with Nier, he's just so cold.
Yeah.
And maybe I hope that we get more characterization and whatnot, because
we probably will.
I want to root for him because he's working on the side.
For him.
I'm rooting for him, but I don't like him.
If he died, I wouldn't care as much.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I feel like he's a contractor that I've hired to take out Light. That's kind of how I feel emotionally.
Yeah.
But he also hasn't had much screen time, to be fair. I think he's going to have a lot of thoughts based on everything that just happened.
キラと日本捜査本部はグル。グルとすればキラは2代目エル。
Oh, that was fast. That was so fast.
本気と言っても7%くらいですが。
7% sure. I hate that both of them only give themselves statistical odds. We could just say we're sorry.
That's he's working. He's working with America. You know that he's working with America when he says that, right?
We'll just say sorry.
Hey, who cares? It's just a couple of governments that we're overthrowing. We'll just say we're sorry. It's fine.
Make up our own news story to cover it.
Oh, wow.
That's a scary thing.
Weird. Oh, it's his house. Oh, Mrs. Yagami.
Oh, where's your daughter?
I still can't believe they conducted a raid on U.S. soil. That would have been such an international incident.
You don't think that's the first time that's happened? I don't know. Kira's kingdom.
I think that the U.S. intelligence will have a couple of issues with that.
What?
Oh, that's that trash.
Yeah.
He ran the network, remember?
All he cares about are views.
大統領の記者会見が始まる時間ですよ。
Oh, that our U.S. president. How are are they friends now? Honestly, if I was Light, the thing that would stress me out most is that Ryuk is there.
Ryuk? Why is
And
Ryuk...
Ryuk's talking to everybody.
Why is he loyal to him?
Because it's interesting. I don't think Ryuk would try to betray him, but Ryuk's kind of a kid. Like, he's infinitely wise and ancient in a lot of ways, but in a lot of other ways, he's kind of just a kid,
He
you know?
didn't fall in love with Misa.
Like, the Shinigami have been shown to be relatively easy to manipulate.
Yeah.
Like, Light's even manipulated him. I'm surprised he's okay with Matsuda and all the boys hanging out with Ryuk, just because Ryuk seems like he would accidentally give something away.
Because he has no respect for their intellect.
But even then, like, accidentally, like, I feel like Ryuk could be like, oh, Light, this is hilarious. Just like that time that you killed all those people as Kira. Oh, you know what I mean?
Bad.
Like, oh, my bad, I said it.
So they're all gonna side with them? You've been trying to catch him for years.
Matsuda's not saying he agrees with him. He's just saying that he doesn't think he's completely evil. Like, someone can be misguided and have good intentions.
Do the ends justify the means? The classic
It's
question.
a good question, right? But there would never be peace where everyone's just being a good person. 'Cause not everyone's a good person.
I don't see how you can be so committed without completely denouncing him. He's risking his life.
キラもきっと分かっているんだ。自分がやっていることが悪だということを。自分が犠牲になってでも世の中を変える。それがキラの選んだ正義。
Dang, Light, you really understand Kira's internal thinking, huh? That's crazy.
キラが悪か正義かなんて僕たちが考えることじゃない。僕たちはキラを捕まえるしかないんだ。
I mean...
キラを捕まえればキラは悪。キラが世界を支配すればキラは正義。
That's a strong way to put it.
どんどんキラに傾いていく。
So then, if everyone supports Kira, why even bother catching him? I mean, that just undermines like all of your past 4 or 5 years of life and risking your life, right?
必ずキラが正義になる。
It's kind of like you're only the rebels until you take over.
Yeah.
解散ですね。チキン大統領のせい。
I get it though. If you're a public figure,
Yeah, you're like my
my
life's
name, my
online.
face is out there. That's not Misa, is it? That didn't look
It
like
might be
Misa.
Misa. It's probably Misa. No. You're right.
Whoa! Oh! Mellow!
So they're gonna team up now.
That seems way too convenient.
Yeah. Whoa, you see his face?
He's just like blonde Zuko now.
銃は下ろしてください。
He did. I'd be pissed at him.
我々の目的はキラを捕まえること。
That wouldn't stop my emotions from being
Yeah.
involved.
今メロを殺すことは何のプラスにもなりません。
Logic is fine, but emotions are real.
ここまではお前の思い通りか。
はい、リドナーに聞いているでしょ。二代目エルのこと。メロがいろいろやってくれたおかげで、だいぶキラが絞れた。
What?
俺はお前のパズルを解くための道具じゃない。
But you made yourself so useful.
私を撃ちたければ撃ってください。
He doesn't have tools. Nier just has toys.
Yeah. That's a good phrase.
メロ、ニアを撃てば、いくら私としては。
That was brave of her.
二人がここで死んで何になる。キラが喜ぶだけじゃない。
He doesn't care about Kira. He cares about winning. He looks so much older. Nier looks the same. Mello looks like an
He's
actual
aged like
adult.
to 30 now.
Yeah.
俺の写真を撮りに来ただけだ。
はい、写真はこれ一枚で、 複製とは決して
I mean, look at him there. He looks like a little baby.
メロの顔を知っている者すべてへの対処もしてあります
He's dealt with everyone at Whammy's house in your face.
メロがノートで殺されることはありません用事はこれだけですか
How do you
Did
know
he
he had
kill
the
people at
picture?
Whammy's house?
I don't think either of them are very good. You gonna work together or not? Ice and fire, you see that? In the coloring?
I don't think Nier really needs him to willingly work with him though.
お前からこの写真をもらって帰るだけでは尺だ。殺人ノート。あれは死神のノートで、ノートを持った者には死神を見ることができる。バカな。誰がそんなこと信じるか。
私は信じますよ
Why would he
メロ
lie?
はそんな嘘をついて何になるんですかどうせつくならもう少し待とう
Yeah, seriously.
嘘をつくよって死神はいます
He's so logical.
あのノートは一度死神以外の者が手にしたノートだ。そしてそこに書かれたルールには嘘がある。
He learned a lot. When
I'm
did he rip
surprised
up-
he walked away like that because
I'm surprised he
the
didn't rip
agents
up,
could still shoot him in the back.
or rip up the picture instantly.
Yeah.
メロ、どちらが先にキラにたどり着くか。
競争ですね
どうせ行き着くところは同じだ。
I mean, I know who I'm betting on. I think you guys all know who you're betting on too.
Nier, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Mellow's a little, like,
I think Nier likes having Mello in the game because he's so chaotic and impulsive and he can take his rationality into account. Rationally, even though that sounds paradoxical. Because he'll do things that really, like, don't make sense, but that throw Kira into a chaotic response.
and then you see, it's like he already knows who Kira is, he says.
He says he thinks he knows who Kira is because he had to respond to
Yeah.
Mello. Because Mello makes these, like, big, crazy
But I
moves.
don't know, how does he know?
It's like if you have a boxer who's willing to just like risk themselves to get a really big knockout punch, but you don't even have to be that boxer. You can just somehow then
Bet
walk
on
in.
him. You're betting on him.
Well, it's like you can just walk in afterwards and be like hitting the other guy that was having to deal
That's
with the
true.
crazy berserk boxer.
Wesley into sports analogies.
Okay, how about it's a two-pronged military campaign, and so he's
No,
letting
just
he's
kidding.
Nier's being the U.S., which is funny because he's working with the U.S. Mello is Russia, and
Chaos.
Kira is Germany. Is that better for you?
Sure.
No more sports.
今までのことから間違いないノート刻む役などノートはまだ存在して
And the way he has his legs just hurts my legs the way he sits.
I know. He's figuring out which rule's fake.
嘘のルールは13日以内に名前を書き込まないと死ぬルールジェバンニ L につないでください
Giovanni is not an American name. The way it was spelled.
ニアからだ L メロを捕まえましたが逃げられました多少の尋問はできました
I feel so sad for the whole goon squad that's basically just become Kira's minions accidentally.
本当に逃げられましたところでメロはノートに死神がついていると言っていましたそういうものの存在は確認できましたか
はい。確かに死神は存在します。
その死神からいろいろ
Whoa, he just wants to talk to him right now?
I'm telling you, I still think that's the biggest wild card.
それと一番気にかかっている点はノートに書いてあるルールその中に嘘があるということです
Is he talking to... They can all hear, too. I wanted to see if they
Yeah.
knew. They didn't know that.
嘘のルールがあるとすればどれ
Oh, just like light.
消去法で考えるならば、最低13日以内に人の名前を書き続けなければ自分が死ぬというくだり。
The one that clears you?
The only one that clears you.
Is the rest of the team gonna remember that?
That's what I'm curious about because I don't think I don't
think
know
any
if
of them-
Nier has the details to that extent of their internal investigation.
No.
I don't believe so.
I don't think the
It's
people out there are
possible.
gonna remember. Like the rest of
None of them are that analytical. Like they're not stupid, but they weren't that type of
I'm not that type.
detective.
ノートに書いてあったルールの中に嘘はあるのか？
いえ、ありません。
そこに死神がいるんです
はい。
つまりそこにキラがいて死神に嘘をつかせて
すげえなこいつ。
別に嘘でも死神が嘘をついているだけで何にもならないっすよね。
いや、ライト君の監禁の意味がなくなる。自分で書き続けなければ死ぬってルールが嘘になれば、
They remember.
Yep.
They remember.
And Misa. Can they remember about Misa?
ライト君がキラのわけないじゃないですか。次長もライト君がノートを持っていないことを確かめて言い伝えたんだ。
That was so smart of
That
Light.
was
That was
so
so
smart.
smart. So at least he can keep their loyalty.
Yeah.
And emotionally too. Like that's such a big emotional
Yeah.
moment. The chief who they've been,
And
serving under for so long.
His son that they've been
dies.
working with for 4 years.
And the chief on his deathbed clears his son with a supernatural power to look at him. On his deathbed, like, I'm sorry.
I'd be persuaded too
That
at point.
That would persuade me.
It would persuade me
Especially
too.
because they don't know the intricacies of giving off. And we've seen everything. And
I
that's the
barely
rule.
understand the
That's what I'm saying.
intricacies.
That's the one that confuses me the most out of all the rules is how the ownership passing works.
I don't like that one.
私がメロの名前をノートに書く。そしてメロが死ぬ。書き込んだ私が13日後に死んだら、その時はキラの勝ち。私はそれで構いません。13日のルールを検証することは、キラ操作のプラスになっても、マイナスになることはないはずです。私が身をもってやら
But he's just gonna kill Mello with it.
僕の独断でこれを拒めば
Man, all these hyper intelligent people are not taking the afterlife nearly seriously.
I
enough.
agree.
And okay, I get it. If you're an atheist and you're not going to take afterlife seriously,
But you
that's
saw
intellectually consistent.
Shinigami,
But
and he's already told you it exists.
But you live in a world now with the supernatural being there. Namely, the Shinigami is direct evidence. The Notebook is direct evidence that there is supernatural.
Nier might not know that though.
But he knows the other rules, remember? And it says it in the rules. That's why I'm like, brother.
その提案を検討します。皆さん、率直な意見を人命を尊重
Does he
し
care?
ことはできないというのは簡単ですが、監禁されていたのは僕だ。僕がそういうのもおかしい。
メロは次長の敵だから、やるならやってくれって気持ちも。
私は反対だ。この中にキラがいないと信じているし、ノートでの殺人はやはりやるべきではない。
次長の意志は継ぐべきだな。私も検証には反対です。
ニア、ノートの検証は断じてできません。
That's a big red flag.
では最後にもう一つだけ。日本捜査本部の皆さん、今までに一度でもそこにいる二代目エルがキラだと思っていませんか？これまでの会話を聞いて、私の捜査に少しでも協力してくださる意思のある方は、今から言う番号に連絡を入れて、私につながります。
Ooh. Oh, really? I thought he would, out of everybody? I think the biggest thing that I'd be worried about is the whole idea that, like, what if Kira is some type of spirit that manifests in different people and possesses them? Then Light could be Kira without knowing it.
It'd be so wild to be part of the Japanese task force and have somebody be like, was this person ever suspected? Because I'm sus on
Yeah,
them.
I know. It's
and
like,
you'd be like, yeah.
It's kind of turned
And there's
into
a fake rule.
And it's the one rule that we use to clear him. Just it so
He
happens.
still has his dad's death, but still.
The dad's death is the clearing that is the one that would be the hardest to deal with. Logically and emotionally.
He's pissed. He's pissed. Ryuk's having the best time again. He's like, yeah, it was getting boring around here.
私だ。いたずらか。
それはこれから読み上げる。さばいていくもののリストを焦りでも照らし合わせ判断してください。
Punish?
大統領、まずは私に賛同していただいたこと。
Punish.
Well, that means he's gonna kill them.
それだけでは十分ではない。SDK がキラを捕まえるための組織の活動を即刻停止し、解散を命じていただきたい。アメリカの警察、CIA、FBI、その他すべての情報機関を使って、SDK
Good thing he's a fast typist.
あなたが長生きするかどうかはあなた次第です。それをお忘れなく。
They're a very defeated looking person.
Yeah, dude. So he is taking walking orders from Kira.
I think he's gonna die.
I think he's gonna die. I'm surprised Kira's actually using this. Actually, I'm not.
I'm surprised he had the president's phone number. How did he get that?
It's weird to think of the president sitting at a desk by himself, just like on a laptop,
I
isn't
know.
it?
In the Oval Office.
It's too ordinary.
古い付き合いだ。お前が何を悩んでいるのか分かっている。お前がやるべきだと思うことをやればいい。俺はもともとエルも信用していなかった。
Whoa.
今も俺はライト君よりもむしろお前と行動を共にしたいと思ってやっているんだ。いいで。俺は日本でこう言ってる。
Idiots!
How?
I don't think Light's gonna kill him. I think that that's actually more useful in a way. If Light knows about it, he can feed him disinformation. Like, he can use him to feed the information he wants Nier to get. I don't think he'll kill him, at least not yet.
I don't think so either, because that would be very suspicious.
Yeah, if one of them dies, I think they're like, okay, well then obviously you're Kira, dude.
Yeah.
I think it's useful to have somebody
got
that thinks that they're truly helping Nier.
He's got Steve Jobs vibes.
And Ryuk likes apples. Coded message. Apple has a Shinigami. Oh no.
Are they just allowed to zoom around in a helicopter?
In US? Oh wow, they're leading a mob to come in and do it?
How'd he find them?
President.
Whoa.
That was really smart. Ooh.
どうしました？いや、これは SPK を始末しようとするメロの策略なの。
What's wrong, Nier?
What's
the
wrong
way he
here?
said
He's
it.
gloating already.
The way he
He's
said it
gloating.
was terrible.
Yeah. It's crazy you can hear that in another language, isn't it?
Wouldn't the rest of his team be listening in? Nobody's listening to him gloat like this?
I don't know if the rest of the team is there.
Nier's-
But I mean, Nier knows.
Now Nier, it's so obvious.
This is the problem with Light. When he gets mad, he goes childish. Remember,
He does.
Elle said that from the very beginning.
He starts
Like, when he starts to lose, he's a bad loser.
very bad
and he wants to, like, take that loss feeling and make the other person feel bad.
I know,
It's
that's
not
why-
enough for him to win.
I'm surprised he didn't gloat more when Elle died.
I think he was sad because he had developed a weird connection and respect for Elle.
Yeah.
Because remember, initially, he did treat Elle the exact same way he's treating Nier. It just so
Then
happened
he
that
got close to him.
that Light used a body double, remember?
Yeah.
Or sorry, that Elle used a body double, but he tried to do that. He tried to gloat and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you," you
didn't
know.
work, yeah.
But then gradually, like he would just develop this weird pathological pseudo frenemy thing. I think he was sad. I still think he's sad about Elle, to be honest.
I don't know, but now he's just a monster.
Yeah, now he's just like, "Oh, Nier, what's wrong? Is the SPK that shallow or whatever?"
I can't believe the rest of his task force isn't listening in.
He turns into a mean girl a little
Why
bit.
why aren't they listening into his
Well,
gloating?
like probably intentionally went somewhere where they weren't. If they are there, then I'm like, dog, get the guns out, just shoot him.
Yeah.
That's one way to test if he's Kira.
Yeah, oh look, nobody's dying anymore.
That's crazy.
Nice.
That's wild.
And that's what Mello would do, because
Yeah.
Mello has no such.
I think Mello-
He's like, I don't need to get him through some judiciary system. I'm just gonna.
Which is kind of funny because in Among Us, that is something that'll be argued. It's like, look, okay, I'm just saying, we'll kill Light, and if we win, we win. And
Yeah.
then if we don't win, we've eliminated one of the suspects. So it's
it's
kind of
fine.
it's a win-win, you know?
Nier should be like 90% certain who it is at this point, so Nier could just show up and go boom.
Yeah, I'm gonna sound bad and just like this is ultimate pragmatist in me. If it was me and it's like at a world government threatening level,
Yeah.
I feel like you just send in assassins to take out this whole Japanese team and see what happens. I'm not kidding. Like, think about how
He doesn't
many.
need to because he already knows who it is.
Well, no, but I'm saying if I'm the U.S. government at this point,
Oh.
because Kira's holding whole countries hostage essentially.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, no, I'm not gonna worry about killing 4 people
If
if
I-
my whole country's being held hostage.
If I'm Nier, I'm at least going after the one that I'm 99% certain.
I mean, I'm just being really honest. There's no way that U.S. would not just come in and kill them all. Kill Misa, Light, the whole Japanese task force, and like one level love connection between them. There's no way they wouldn't kill 50 people to make sure that the U.S. stays and is able to function and isn't being blackmailed.
If they,
There's no way.
You would have to suspect them in the first place, and I don't know that they ever did.
SPK just needs to tell them what the information that they have.
Well, and then they have to believe it.
I do think it's interesting that there can be a thematically darker shift in a show that's about a magical serial killer. Like, from the beginning, that's been the whole show. It just keeps getting darker and darker. I'm really enjoying it, though.
I am too. I can never predict the show.
And to be honest, I was, like, skeptical whether I would still like it after Elle died.
I do still like it.
I do still really like it.
I don't know if I like any of the characters involved.
Truly,
but
I don't. I'm, like, rooting for people, but sort of, like, Machiavellian.
Rooting for Nier the most.
I'm rooting for Nier because I feel like he'll bring about what I want to come to fruition, but not because I like Nier. Yeah. I don't particularly like Nier. I feel like before I had a real investment in the character Elle. Now I feel mostly invested in the plot, and I'm like, I want to know what the hell's going to happen. And they're doing a really good job fleshing out the world, I think.
I actually really respected that Mello did an exchange of information for something.
I think if anything, I might like Mello the best.
He's interesting.
He's very interesting, and he feels the most human out of all of them. It's like Mello feels the most human. Light kind of still feels like a human, but to me he feels more like a vengeful Greek god or something because he's such a megalomaniac. And then Nier feels like an AI that just solves crimes.
He does.
And plays with toys.
We'll see. Maybe we'll get like their backstory. I don't know.
I think there might not be more to Nier, truly. Even Mello said it. He's like, you'll solve this like it's a game. Like it's a puzzle.
That's all he treats all his toys, right? His aesthetic is crazy.
And the facial scar just adds to it. Oh, here's a question. If they want to kill Mello using a notebook, do they have to imagine him with the scar? Because his face has been changed significantly.
If your face changes significantly.
Yeah, do you have to imagine them as they look now? Like, if I saw someone when they were a child.
Ooh.
Like, if I saw, would I be able to kill them by imagining that version of their face?
I think that the rules would be vague and say it doesn't matter as long as it was one of their faces.
It's probably going to be some weird rule, like, would a Shinigami recognize them as the same person?
Yeah, something like that.
This is crazy. This guy sucks. I hate him more than Light. I hate him the most.
He's the most human of everybody.
Yeah, honestly, in the worst aspect of humanity. Like, I respect that Light at least has like a utopic vision he's trying to bring about. So he's at least pretending that it's for the good of other people. That guy is such a self-centered scumbag. Hey, he just said it. That's so sloppy. Oh, whole squad is there. Can they hear? Like you said last episode. They can hear. They can hear.
Yep.
Dude, yeah.
Yep.
I think Light would kill all of the task force and be able to get away with it pretty easily.
I know. Nobody would care, right?
I don't think...
Do you think Nier's even in this building?
This is crazy.
What if he's not in this building? All these people are the non-thugs because all the thugs should have been killed, right? So these are just all happy-go-lucky, normal, rule-following people who support Kira.
Yeah, they're like
they're
rioting in support of order.
I'm a violent person, but I support order.
Well,
that's weird.
That's not that weird if you think about it. Like, what context do you think that a lot of atrocities have been committed under?
True. It's usually more organized.
Usually, it's more like
Hitler.
Yeah, government.
キラを支持する人間がいることは不思議に思いません。しかしそれはキラが悪人を裁くのを心の中で望むというタイプの人間についてのみです。ここに押し寄せてきているのはそれとは違う本当にくだらない人間。
He's gonna kill him. He's got some booby trap.
Anti-Kira people we hired?
やりましょう。準備はできているはずです。
Elle's fortune. It's crazy that Elle had a fortune he just passed on.
Whoa.
This is all of Elle's fortune?
Benjamin's. Can you say social commentary?
Wow. Even him.
Especially him.
How much money is there?
Matsuda's so sweet.
And I could buy apples. He's like, if it was raining apples, I'd feel the same way.
Ryuk learns economic principles via his love of apples.
I can't. What a crazy. How did he have this as a backup plan? What did he have? Like shoots of stacked dollar bills all over, ready to.
Damn, dude, this is insane.
Why couldn't he just put a helmet on and block his face?
2020 Federal Reserve be like.
You can't buy love and peace with money. It also makes Kira look bad publicly, right? Yeah, see, all they have to do is cover up their faces. And you just made yourself look so obvious.
So bad. If you comment the king, you best not miss, right?
Right?
You gave yourself away so badly that
nobody's gonna trust
I mean this
him.
with all love because I would be stupider than them if this was real life. The Japanese task force is not exactly the brightest tools in the shed. I mean, I mixed my metaphors. I'm saying like I'd be dumber than they are. But if they are starting to cotton on to Light has just gotten sloppy in the last years, man.
Sloppy.
He's gotten sloppy.
I think he kills the whole task force. What do you think?
I think he has to at this point.
How would they know? They can't see the face.
This also, like you said, it wasn't that crazy of a trap. If they could just obscure their face somehow, right? Dude.
How come only he's sus? What about the rest of them? The rest aren't sus at all?
No, we know two are sus, for sure.
Yeah.
Matsuda doesn't seem sus. We don't know. Matsuda's too sweet, man.
He also sympathizes with Kira, so maybe Kira will let Matsuda live.
How many apples is that? We used to think in terms of Chipotle.
Yeah, we
like,
did.
That you know that this
like,
is
should
such
I buy this? Because that's like 20 Chipotles.
Chipotle. Nah, 20 Chipotle is way more valuable.
とりあえず回線設備が整ったので一応連絡を。
You got the toys out too. That was important.
捜査本部の皆さん、そろそろキラについては確信をお持ちになった頃かと思います。このタイミングで我々が襲われては、日本捜査本部にキラがいると言っているようなもの。依頼メールを疑わないようでは。
Worse than a preschooler.
先日お伝えした番号も回復しましたので、いつでもお電話ください。
I don't think that they would provide any useful information though, except for Light's name.
Oh yeah, because they won't know. How does he not know Light's real name?
Remember they used the voice transmographer thing?
Yeah, but I
so
feel
he just doesn't know which one of them is the one who's pretending to be L. If he had the access to the information of who was on the Japanese police force task force, like if he could figure out the members,
he could do
it's pretty obvious.
Down.
L wiped all the data though, remember? So
yeah,
he probably doesn't have that information. But it can't be that hard to figure out because he could figure out all the other members by just who was happening to retire from the police force and who hasn't gotten re-employed somewhere else.
Or who died.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, how are you recuperating from this? He's gonna kill them all.
I think he's gonna kill them all.
I mean, I'd be panicking for my life. What do?
You write a note, dude. If I die, it's Light. You write that note. If I die, call this number.
But that doesn't matter. You're already dead.
No, but who cares?
I would care.
No, I mean, I would care.
Life.
But if I'm gonna die, I would want to die and like not let the person murdering me get away with it. I feel like you just write a note. You write a closed envelope. You say, if I die, call this number. Tell them Light Yagami is Kira.
Yep.
Boom. And then at least you have some insurance plan, right? It's like their loyalty for Director Yagami's gotten transferred. Oh, he's dead, bro. He's so dead.
もうすぐ試験あるから。
She's gotten so old.
I know.
お父様ね。
Oh, he doesn't even look like the same character. They draw him so differently now.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows he's gonna die, Wesley.
Brother, you need to write a note.
ニアに連絡を取ろうとする者がいても不思議じゃない。問題はその後だ。一歩遅れれば取り返しのつかないことに。
This is character killing music, yep. Oh, man.
She's just gonna do it?
Yeah, of course she's gonna do it.
はい、ニアです。
Oh, so he knows! Bro, he does have that information. If you have that
The way
information...
Nier did it, he set the other task force members up to die.
Yeah, I
think Nier was very flippant in how he did it. What information is he getting from this while putting all their lives at risk?
It's just further narrowing down which member of the task force is Kira, because you're removing options, right? At the same time, though, I still feel like, no offense to the rest of the task force, if you just look at their files, you can clearly see that they're not...
The trends.
You can clearly see, like, oh, one of these people is not like the other. If you assume that Kira was on an intellectual equivalent with L, one of these people is clearly at a different level than everybody else. He's the one who should obviously be the main suspect.
Nier did not need to do that. I'm annoyed at Nier. I dislike him even more.
Oh no, I just thought of something, Stephanie.
What?
You remember he can make people do things before they die that they would do within reason. What if he makes them tell Nier something that's a red herring?
Yeah, he could.
But...
I don't know.
Oh, that's even worse.
Are you guys ever gonna get married?
なるほど。非常に興味深いですね。
Oh, she's gonna wipe her memory, I bet.
13日のルールによって潔白になった容疑者が2人。
もちろんそれだけキラというわけでは。
Is he gonna burn Misa?
いや、エルは当時局長だった山道。
What do you mean, burn Misa?
Light could burn Misa and say, like, oh, the person who was working with the task force who was secretly Kira was Misa. If he kills off the rest of the task force, basically.
Yeah.
Or somehow, I don't know how we'll do it if he's the only survivor. That's so suspicious. But could he basically, like, use Misa as the fall guy? I think that's one of the reasons he's keeping her around, besides the eyes.
局長は2人をキラと第二のキラと断定したといい、今から処刑場に連れて行くと。そしてその途中、局長がキラを殺し自分も死ぬと容疑者に銃を突きつけた。キラならそこまですると局長を殺すと考え、それで判断したんだ。
キラも大したものだ。キラは監禁を利用して自分を無実にした。その容疑者、自分から監禁されるように仕向けたりはしませんでした。
Of course he did.
あの監禁はどちらかというとライト君自ら。
仕向けていたなら決まりですよ。その容疑者2人。
そこまでは言えない。
What?
日本捜査本部の一員でエルの下で働いてるんだ。
貴重なお話ありがとうございました。
I didn't see Misa on his paperwork.
見えるという死神の目についての初耳で参考になりました。では。
He just put his whole life on the line to give you that.
Bro, if you're gonna go, you need to go whole hog. I don't understand the point of feeding partial information. You shouldn't like feeling guilty or loyalty.
He's gonna die.
Oh, I have dice like that.
Oh, he didn't know that before? Yeah.
That is true. Yep.
He figured it out. Okay. He didn't need to press him harder. Light Yagami.
Boom.
He figured it out.
He got the information he needed. Again, though, if he was familiar with who they were and looked into their personal history, work history, lives at all, I feel like Light stands out from the other officers like a sore thumb.
You're just like, oh, let me look. Oh, you were amazing at everything you've
like
ever done. You were a
super
prodigy.
Genius, yeah. And you're amazing at tennis.
正直に言う。私はニアに連絡した。
気にしないでください。僕も勧めたことですから。で、どんな話を？いえ、聞かないでおきましょう。それを僕が聞くのも変な話かもしれません。
私はライト君がキラじゃないと確信したい。また同じことの繰り返しで悪いが、キラが捕まるまで君を監視したい。悪いが、天音美様だ。これから部屋を確かめさせてもらう。万が一天音からノートが出ることがあり得る。
ちょっと相沢さん。いえ、どうぞ。隠れてミサに連絡したりしないことは他の皆さんに承認になってもらいます。
He looks so scary right there. Well, take away his computer. He can. Does nobody in this world have cell phones or computer IMing? How long is it going to take for him to go there? Who's watching L while y'all are leaving? Why would they think just looking in a room if they can find a notebook? Hello? Kira's sitting at a computer. Nice.
Why is it being shot so weird?
I just wander around it like this. Yeah, I just wait around like this.
What a weird sentence. It's so annoying that Light is also so good at crafts.
I know.
It's so good.
Where do you think he kept it at?
That's one of the most, like, you wouldn't expect it to be such a menacing ability.
But it is in this.
Oh, it's so menacing. The way that
know.
he uses it, like, how exacting he is and how good he is at making, like, little devices and booby traps and stuff. It's actually, like, a horrifying skill for somebody that's with this pursuit to be able to do.
Matsuda. Anyone watching L just type away messages? Kira's Kingdom? Is that he's just watching the show now?
Oh, I hate him.
Matsuda's face.
Yeah, Light's face.
What the hell? They made a literal temple?
So he's become like a televangelist.
It's so tacky. And he's like, not me, I got a wife and child. Oh, really? They both look so much bigger and buffer than I remember.
They're huge now. Mogi was always big?
Duh! He's like, this is not what I wanted.
Yeah, he's misrepresenting Kira.
Is he gonna kill him?
Not while they're watching. Oh, if he kills him right in front of them using typical Light trickery with some type of weird notebook that's fake while they're all distracted.
Oh, he's got the piece of paper in his watch, remember?
Yeah, or, I don't know, he'll have a piece of paper in his armpit and like da-da-da-da-da-da.
Or he could just wait.
Oh, do you think it'll be someone? Okay, I thought it might be someone we recognized. What? Who the hell was that?
What? I'm so confused.
Where did Van Helsing come from?
Who is that guy?
He had red eyes. Did you see that?
Who are you? Why is there another second Kira every time?
Fourth Kira at this point. He looks like a conductor of a vampire orchestra.
Every time! Why does this keep happening?
Who the hell is this guy?
Another person with a notebook. He kind of looks like Light.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He looks like if Ray Pimber and Light had a baby.
Yeah.
That was also possessed by the Shinigami eyes. I mean, I
Well-
don't feel bad. Like, you were a scam artist scamming people of their money. Oh, okay, you died.
Every time he gets so damn lucky. It's just luck. It's just luck that another second Kira appeared.
How is that luck?
How else would he suddenly get free? He didn't do it. Alani did.
I bet that's what...
Misa didn't do it, so now it's going to vindicate him in the eyes of the task force because they were both there watching him.
That's probably the instructions he gave Misa. I bet Misa, like, wiped her memory and transferred her death note. That's why it was like, oh, Light's doing this so I can live a life as a happy housewife.
I think you're right. Damn it.
So it's not lucky.
That's not luck. But they did this before, where they just swap around the notebook. Mikami.
Mikami.
いらぬものを理解し実行に移せるミサにはデスノートの所有権を放棄させた
Her eyes are back to normal. She's like, I really don't know why they're there.
今頃は何を聞かれても答えられないただの女だ
She still has crazy eyes though.
I know.
常にテレビを通じてキラに話しかけていた男キラを心から崇拝しノートを受け取っただけで
Even looks like him.
Prosecutor? Oh no. If he's a prosecutor because he hates criminals, I can see why he would be aligned with Kira's vision.
And he took the eyes.
Like that. He's a prosecutor because he wants to punish criminals. This is like...
God. He wants to be God too. Great. Somebody else with a God
Okay,
complex.
our only hope is that for some reason, he's like such a true believer that something Light does pisses him off because he views it as not true to the real Kira ideal.
Does he...
Something like that. Like, I think that's our only hope is that somehow, like, he's even more of a pure, true believer than Light is, or at least they have some philosophical disconnect. Light wants to kill somebody that he doesn't, or probably vice versa. Oh, we're both believers in this orderly world, but maybe this guy will even be more extreme than Light is, and he'll want to punish and kill more people who are even talking bad about Kira, and Light will be like, oh no, I don't think it's right to kill these people.
Because nobody's ideals line up 100%.
Yeah, no, I feel like there's probably going to be friction components. That's why, like...
Where's Mello been this whole time? What's he up to? What's his goal? Like, is he working with the police? Like, I guess what's Nier's goal? Yeah, I figured out the game. I figured out who it is. Okay, now what?
I think it's wild that Mello
stop him?
Is, like, supposed to be on the run and keeping a low profile, and meanwhile he's walking through the airport dressed like 80s Guns N' Roses with a giant scar on his face that looks like Zuko, snacking on chocolate. Like, he stands out so much, dude. Misa's gained and given up the eyes twice now. Correct my math if I'm wrong. She's given up 75% of her lifespan, and she doesn't even have the power anymore.
Yeah. That sucks.
I bet.
How much longer do you think she's gonna live?
Dude,
But what if she only had 10 years left to live?
Yeah, well then, like, that's probably why Light's like, yeah, sure, Misa, I'll marry you. I'll keep you around for like 2 more years. And then I can always have someone to jump on and take the Shinigami ideal again. I think that this guy's gonna be even more extreme than Light, and Light's gonna be like, oh no.
Well, at least he knows his name and can kill him at any time.
Oh, that's a very good point. I feel like Light is back. He's actually doing some really, really good shenanigans. He was sloppy before. I feel like this was way less sloppy.
But Nier knows exactly who he is. So Nier, what is your next play?
But he's gonna get. I think he's gonna get kind of stun locked by analysis the same way that L did, where he's like, "No, I know it's you, but I can't get the evidence circumstantially to confirm it."
And Mello's the one who actually.
Yeah, Mello will just be like, "Yeah, it's really cool and cute that you guys want to like confirm it, but
I'm 90% sure that's good enough
that's
for me."
good. I'm gonna make a bet.
Honestly, it's like 77% sure. Let's see. Let's test it out.
And just like that, we're becoming Kira because we think that criminals should be killed without a trial. Oh, did the show just do that to us? Oh, Stephanie, the show just did that to us.
All I'm saying is,
no, I feel the
Mello
same.
makes it more interesting.
I feel the same way. I'm like, no, we should kill these people just in case they could be Kira. And that's like, okay, but Kira is killing people before they have a fair trial and passing judgment. Like, the show made us want to act like Kira to Kira. Isn't that wild to think about?
Yeah. So what's gonna happen? How are they gonna kill him? They know who it is. Mela doesn't know who it is.
Well, Dracula's gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
平均的な日本人の大人たちから見て良いこと悪いことを判断できる正義感の強い子であった明らかに多くの不幸死を目の当たりにしてきた人間である
Oh, like what? Do I want to know?
Was he
was
bullied? That looks like bullies. For sure bullies.
Yeah. We're gonna get a deep dive into his life? What a normal morning routine.
Honestly, I wouldn't even call it normal. That was kind of opulent.
He's a prosecutor, lawyer, so he should make decent money, right?
I thought that seemed like a very nice living condition, especially if it's in Tokyo.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting a deep dive on him.
And this is, we're jumping back in time because it's not, his eyes aren't red.
Doesn't like bullies.
この世界には悪と正義しかない。幼い頃から周囲を観察していた私が最初に掴んだ真実だ。
We're even gonna get his perspective, like his voice.
すべてこの2種類に分類される。小学校という小さな世界でさえそれで成り立っていた。常に学級委員として高い目標を掲げて行動してもそこには必ず敵がいた。悪には立ち向かわなければならない。時には正義が負けているようにも見えただろう。
ありがとう。
Yeah, I thought he was gonna be the first one bullied, but he like came to the
私は
rescue.
何度でも助けたいと思った。そのためにはどんな努力も惜しまず、ついには自分の正義を証明した。
Wow, that's
really
impressive to do
wholesome
it.
and impressive. I don't want to let myself get carried away and be like, wow, that's so great, that's so awesome. Because we know that it's going to end up with him being the bad guy.
It is great in theory.
しかし、それも子供の世界だけの話だった。中学になると、
Oh.
立ち向かえば立ち向かうほど、敵は増えるだけだった。
He looked older.
Whoa.
被害者は加害者になり、
Man, the bullying in Japan seems really
Crazy.
out of control in all these animes that we're
I
watching.
can't tell
This
if
is
it's
not the
just like
first.
a plot device or what, but man,
Like
there's
in
so
all
much
the
physical
animes,
stuff.
look, I never saw any
It's
bullying
ubiquitous,
happen
right?
like this. It was all much more subtle bullying in my schools, at least. It was never physical.
Whoa.
It's like the third anime we've watched with extreme bullying.
そのためには悪を削除するしかない。
Delete.
そんな私の唯一の理解者であり、味方なのは
Kiara.
女で一つで
Oh.
私を育てた母だった。母のはずだった。
世の中すべて自分の思い通りにはならないのよ。もうやめなさい。テルがいじめられる理由はないわ。そんな怪我までさせられることないのよ。バカを見るだけよ。あなた一人が頑張ったって。
She didn't
母
support
親は
him.
間違っていた。正義ではなかった。
I guess what are you supposed to say? Like,
Your child keeps standing up to bullies.
I would just
Maybe
be
say,
like,
I'm really proud of you.
yeah,
We
I'm
need
really
to
proud
choose
of you.
the time and place.
Let's get you into a different school system or
Let's
something.
train you on how to defend yourself and become a badass yourself. I don't know.
Let's jump your bullies and when they're alone in the alley and break their kneecaps.
Yeah, like, or not that one. Maybe let's record this happening and take it to the
It doesn't
teacher.
seem like people care. That's the thing, and like it's a pretty consistent narrative. I don't know if it's just like anime being anime, because you know in the U.S. there's some plot devices that are pretty ubiquitous in TV shows that don't really have a real life corollary. So I don't know if this is like that or if this is representative of something that actually happens in Japan. It's been very ubiquitous though that in Japan like the bullying is something that is at best ignored by the teachers.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't seem like it's the case where it's like, oh, people just aren't aware. It seems as if it's usually like people do not want to be aware of it.
Yeah, they're
like
just
teachers don't want to
heads in
get
their
involved
sand.
with it.
I'm not here. I don't need to know about it. They'll deal with it on their own. They'll figure it out. His mom died?
加害者であった4人が
Enemies.
Oh, they died?
巻き込まれた一般人のうち
Oh, that's not good. His
そ
mom.
の1名が
What?
自分が否定したものの削除が一度に起きたのだ。最初はただ恐ろしく
So his mom died in the car crash driven by the bullies.
この削除で喜ぶ者が確実にいるはずなのだ。被害者は
I'm surprised he's so happy about his mom.
ほぼ全員が心の
He's probably, I mean, it sounds like he's in denial to
間違
me.
ってはいなかった。そこには平穏な教室があった。
That'd be wild for people to be happy you're dead.
Oh, what a formative memory, right?
当然のことでそうあるべきなのだ。悪は削除されなけれ
So
ばならない。
was there really nobody who supported him? Because he said it should have been my mom.
調書の内容に間違いありませんか？
Of course he became a prosecutor.
必ず存在価値のない。いや、その存在が害となる悪がいる。そして成人に近くなるほど改心させることは望めなくなる。削除するしかないのだ。
Deleted.
That's way more broad than Kira.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be the most kill happy wielder of the Death Note that we've
He's
seen
not just
yet.
like crime. He's like bullying.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so it's just evil more broadly. Kira said the same thing, but when Light said evil, he talked about criminals and committing crimes. He's talking about bullies that are like in high school even.
Define your evil.
Yeah.
Sports gym.
不思議なことに私がそう判断したものがたびたび削除された。偶然なのか私が
What? So he just like
そんなことは問題ではなかった。
thought, oh, this person should die, and then they would. So it's like unintentional shirigami.
If he's mostly thinking about like the really, really troublesome kids, they're also the kids who would lead the most risky lifestyles.
That's true.
So maybe it's like that. Like,
Coincidence.
okay, it's the bullies who maybe start to get involved in criminality who then end up passing away or just doing really reckless behavior.
Yeah, that makes sense.
そのために私は検事になった。
I mean, it's a good fit. A little scary.
そう思った。
Until the doesn't escape. Like, how bad would he be if he couldn't pin something down, though, you know?
Yeah.
All the people he knew were
Guilty and couldn't
guilty.
get them.
今まで自分の周りで起こったことは偶然ではない。
Oh, it was just Kira?
Oh, Kira was doing it the whole time.
神は私を見ていた。
I thought he was saying from a younger age.
神は悪に屈しなかった自分の後押しをし、できる限り神の目に留まる場所へ出向いた。 やはり神は私を認めてくれていた。そればかりか。神の力を分け与えてくれた。
Wild. Light, I don't know if you made a good choice here.
I mean, he's loyal.
これに応えなければならない。
Ryuk's gonna be like, wow, this human out of all the other ones is weird.
It's like, do I have to hang out here?
He's got a complex. Like, do I keep having to go over there? He just whispers delete like 50 times.
三上は僕の指示がある前にデメガを殺したが、それではキラの考えを世に伝える代弁者がいなくなってしまう。
He just knew. He's like, he sucks.
僕のこの状態では動けない。
He didn't even give the order. I thought for sure he did.
キラは何も言ってこない。やはり今は動けぬ状態か。ならば、こちらから。
号外号外、新しい展開ですよ。キラがデメ側に代わる代弁者を選んだんです。
この女。
Oh, wow!
What?
What?
Remember she's a beauty pageant girl?
今日から皆様にキラの言葉を
He recognized a small world.
NHN の看板アナウンサーか。タッキーを選ぶなんて。
Matsuda.
間違いない。この子、ライト君の大学時代。
How does he know that?
Because they were doing surveillance on Light back then.
しかし、彼女と僕が関係を持っていることはすぐに。いや、選択としては悪くない。国やりやすくなったと。
市民に避難を呼びかけています。
やはり奴は使える。できれば早く奴とコンタクトを取りたいが。
高田清美、かつて討論番組に出た時に話したことがある。
He picked her?
そつなく司会をこなしていたが、キラ問題に触れると目の色が変わった。彼女は犯罪、社会悪を憎む、一種独特とも言える厳しい。
So he picked her because he knew she was thought similarly to
何
him.
度か個人的に話したが、彼女は明らかにキラ寄りの考え方を。
Wild. What are the odds of that?
I do like that it's turning out that Kira has essentially, I'll use the word like cult.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that a lot of people would
Would.
support this. And honestly, especially if you don't realize it is a human pulling the strings.
Also, if you don't think that Kira's made any mistakes.
Yeah.
If once you become disillusioned because you think Kira's made a mistake, that's going to be very
Well,
different.
once you realize that your God is a human.
Yeah.
That's where I think the disillusionment, like what you're saying, will really come into play. And it's like the closer you get to Kira, the more you're likely to realize, oh, he's a human.
He makes mistakes.
He makes
He's not
mistakes.
perfect.
Because if you're just watching it from the general public's point of view, they're not privy to all this behind the scenes maneuvering that's
They
been
just
happening.
see bad guy killed, bad
Bad
guy
guy
killed,
Oh,
bad guy
crime's
killed.
gone down. My life is better. You know what I mean?
I can go this place and feel
And
safe.
I frankly, I would think that Kira was God. I wouldn't think that Kira was
I wouldn't
somebody.
think it was a Shinigami human
You don't
with
know
a death
about the
note.
notebook. You don't like. Why would you think that a human had this capability?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
But yeah, Light would do something that obvious. But he's always at his computers. I think that's sketchy.
皆さん、今後の捜査なんですが、高田清美を使えないかと思っています。大学時代にかなり親しくしていた仲なんです。
Matsuda.
キラが彼女に指示を出し、メッセージを読ませているとすれば、彼女からキラへの糸口を掴んでいくのが今できる最良の手段だと思います。
怖くて協力はしてくれないんじゃないかな。
そうだろう。僕は彼女の今の携帯番号を
Still?
知っていますし、僕が会ってほしいと言えば必ず会ってくれます。
Still?
すごい自信だね。さすがライト君。
How does Misa feel about that?
Ooh, good thing Misa got memory wipes, so she can't death note her.
難しいでしょう。大学時代に彼女といろいろ話しましたが。
Did he? I thought he went on one date with her.
キラ崇拝者です。でも逆にそこにつけ込むこともできる。今警察はキラに支援するとまで言っている。ただ実際には何もしていない。だから僕が警察に入っていることを明かし、どう動くべきかキラに指示を出すよう呼びかけてくれと持ちかけるんです。キラ崇拝者の彼女には嫌な話じゃない。
高田新の会話はこちらにも聞かせてもらいたい。
はい、構いません。いや、聞いてください。彼女の言葉にいつキラのヒントが出てくるかわかりませんから。
I'm surprised they're still alive. Especially because Light can't control the way they die. It could just be a car accident, you know?
That's too suspicious.
She really is pretty. You see her blush?
高田さん、大事な話があるんだ。今世
He's
界
not even on speaker. Why is he listening
僕なんか
to
が
one
会ってたと言
side?
っても無理かもしれないけど。
でもそうでもなければ八神くんが連絡してくることもなかったんじゃないかしら。
大学を出てからは話したくても話すきっかけがなかった。でもこうしてお互い社会人として仕事を通じてでもきっかけができたのなら、そこに運命を感じずにはいられない。
Dude,
What?
Misa is gonna be so mad if she gets wind of this.
僕は今警察に。
今の警察はキラに逆らうことはしないはず。いいわ。話によっては協力しかねるかもしれないけど。
ありがとう。
I did not expect this girl to ever come back
No,
into the
me
story.
neither. He is.
A little manipulator.
I don't like it. Creepy. I mean, to be fair, they are on the same side, but still. She'd be glad to be
A
helping
hotel
Kira.
room?
いいのかしら。八神くん、天音さんと暮らしてると記憶してるけど。
How does she know that?
今も仲良くやってるんでしょ。
彼女は僕のパートナーとしては知性が足りなく
I mean, that is true.
Cut to Misa? Poor Misa. I mean, I shouldn't feel bad because she is one of the mass
She
murderers.
killed
But at the
so
same
many
time,
people.
she doesn't remember that right now, so I just feel bad for Misa.
She's just eating by herself.
And also,
How are they drawing her right now? Mellow's tapping their room? Nier just told him? He's like, hey, this girl's a second
Dude,
Kira.
Mello's aesthetic is so vibes. He just literally runs around.
Why am I rooting for
Even
Mello?
his guy in the corner with him also just looks like
Vibes.
a rock star. I think it's because Mello feels the most human.
Aren't you surprised that Nier told him?
I kind of am, but I'm not, because I think Nier views Mello as like a piece. If you imagine a chessboard and it's like black and white, and Nier's playing black, I think that Nier views Mello as a black piece on the board that he's like
controlling,
using against Kira.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, she's not stupid.
Not stupid.
She's really not. She's just bubbly.
And
like we've shown, because we've
she's
seen
not
other people.
Stupid.
Like we thought she was stupid, but that was just compared to like L and Light. She's one of the smartest Kiras that we've had. She's done nothing to give herself away except to L, and even then he couldn't catch her.
I know. I don't think it's fair to call her stupid. I would say she's more shallow.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and
because you can be very, very smart and intelligent and just not care about the greater world, or like you only care about yourself and your boyfriend and like your
Kira,
your
essentially.
home and Kira. She doesn't care about more than that or want to discuss higher level topics with Light.
She's
right?
very competent. She's not particularly deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a difference.
That's a big difference.
I'm gonna be disappointed if they start making her more stupid because they've showed her to be competent.
But she is stupid, like in life. She's not incompetent though when it comes to being Kira.
Yeah. Oh, he figured it out. So he's smart too.
これからお伝えするキラの言葉はすべて世界の法となります。能力ある人間がその能力を社会貢献に生かす。
Whoa, that's a big change.
Yes.
Yep, right? He's too much of an idealist.
If you don't use your powers for good, you're dead.
What is for good? It's up to the interpretation of Kira. Like, what if you're actually trying and it doesn't go quite to Nakami's
standards?
Yeah.
This is weird, right? How they're like doing it? Is this the romance we're gonna get now? Like a real sided one?
I don't think it's a real one at all. It might be for her. You see Matsuda's face?
Matsuda's gotten so much worse every time. I'm stressed.
Also, you're taking what he said at face value. Remember, he's feeding her lines the same way he fed Misa lines to get the result. And so he knows that she values her intelligence.
Yeah.
So he's feeding her a line that will just hook
sink her, yeah.
Which is like, oh, you're so much smarter than Misa.
そういうことじゃなくて。
ごめんなさい。
三上か。今キラって言ったぞ。まさかキラから直接
出た方がいい。
もしもし。いえ、友人と二人で。他には誰も。
運よく電話に出られれば。
急に会うことになって。
キラの代弁者を個人的に呼び出せるもの。そのものと電話を交われ。
What?
What?
電話を代わってほしいと。
お前を選んだのはやはり正解だ。
ライト君が電話に
変わりました。
お前は何者だ。
11月26日。5枚。何のことです。よし、三上。どこまで悟れている。
今も監視されている。
はい。あなたは本当にキラなんですか。私に今裁きをしろと。
Who?
桜テレビですか。
Who? Oh. Dog, how long would you take to just not believe in this cult? Like every leader in this cult gets
dying.
wiped. How does it still exist?
I don't
How
know.
did somebody
Especially
think
with
it was a
this
good
signature
idea?
move.
Like, man.
I would take it over.
Why would you be like, oh yeah, you know those other guys were really bad, but
they were
me,
phonies. I'm legit.
Or at least if you were gonna take it over, wouldn't you want to like make it consistent with Kira's actual ideals so you didn't get wiped too?
お前は期待以上だ。
何駅を外す。
Before he sees them.
Damn.
これで気兼ねなく話せ。僕がキラの。
Whoa, I did not expect that.
I wasn't sure. I
Damn.
was like 50-50 if he was going to tell her.
I did not think he was going to tell her.
いいか、清美に僕が誰なのか聞くようなことは一切許さない。はい。あとは神の召すまま。
He doesn't even call him Kira.
Just God.
今の男はキラの力を分け与えているものだ。
あなたは私の人生の中で私が認め尊敬できた唯一の男性。そのあなたがキラなんてすごすぎる。
Why did you respect and admire him? What did he do? We didn't even see much of their relationship.
He was the top student, remember? In the whole school.
The goddess of the new world.
Philanderer. Poor Misa.
What about Misa?
はい。高田さんがうまく取り出してくれました。僕は今後も彼女と付き合う形を取り、キラを探ろうと思います。削除。
Man, he looks like Ryuk's little brother when he has the eyes, doesn't he?
Yeah, Ryuk's scaring me. Ryuk's usually so happy. And
I don't think Ryuk likes hanging out with him.
I don't like hanging out with him.
He's kind of a downer,
He's
eh?
Scary.
I don't know what I expect to happen at this point, but I do feel like Light has kind of got his mojo back to a degree.
I want to go back to Nier and Mello. I want them to figure out what's happening.
I think
I
that-
feel bad for Misa, even though she should die because she's a serial killer.
I know, I shouldn't feel bad for Misa at all.
But I do.
I do a bit. I think it's partially because
She's been used the whole time.
Yeah, and she feels so human, and also I feel bad for her in the first place because like her parents were murdered.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason. I mean, she had trauma that set her down this path.
Yeah.
Obviously, she's got to go. Like Misa's got to go. She needs to be punished.
She has to be because she did horrible crimes.
And
Even
also,
she doesn't
just
remember
like
them.
from a tactical perspective, she provides a ton of cover for Light. If you're just looking at it as a game, you need to take second Kira out because second Kira is providing tons of cover for first Kira, and now you need to take fourth Kira out. And man,
I think Light would genuinely be open to a relationship with Takuda. I don't think he was ever open to a relationship with Misa beyond the physical.
I think that he doesn't really like being around Misa.
Yeah.
I think he finds her annoying and frustrating.
Do you think he would just knock her off?
I kind of am curious. I don't think he will because she's too good of a tool with the Shinigami Eye and her willingness to just
But
keep
she
on
doesn't
cutting
have
her
that
life.
anymore.
But she's always willing to just like get it
Do
back
it.
and cut it out. She would be willing to sacrifice herself in ways that Takeda's probably wouldn't be.
Now if
'Cause
Misa finds out he's cheating, I think this could be his downfall.
I think it could be too because if Misa finds out about it and she also does
Gets her
something to
memories
get her
back?
memories back, she'll kill Takeda. I think she would take Light back. I think she would, just based on her personality and what she's done so far.
Don't be that girl.
She will. The Misa is that girl.
Ugh.
I think that she, in jealousy, would put a lot of wrenches in Light's ability to operate as Kira, even though she wouldn't actually try to take down Light in revenge.
Wesley just told me that we're almost to the end. We only have a few episodes left.
Yeah.
My mind is blown. It's like, no way. I mean, they know who it is, but there's no way.
It feels weird that it's gonna actually come to fruition since we just introduced a new villain, kind of two new villains.
Yeah.
At least two new assistants to Light, which makes me think that there's gonna be something that goes wrong with these specific people.
I thought however long it took with L before L died.
Yeah.
I thought that same amount of time would happen with Nier and Mello. Like they would have to recreate it all, but it's like been condensed down into like.
It really has. I guess as soon as they know to focus on the Japanese task force,
Yeah.
it really limits the options for who Kira can be, if that assumption is right. We watched on Netflix and it said 37 episodes, and I was like, oh, we're on episode 37? I knew we were in somewhere in the 30s.
Nope.
And then I realized, like, no, we're on episode 33. Oh, no, we only have so many more episodes left, and I just was like, I have to tell Stephanie because I feel like
You're
once
mentally prepared.
I
You're
didn't want to be
mentally prepared.
shocked by it coming to an end. You know what I mean?
What if I was shocked? That would have been something. But I'm glad I'm not. I'm glad
I feel like we
mentally
would have done a
prepared.
bad reaction if we didn't know it was starting to come to an end, you know?
Yeah.
ここまで来れば私も日本
Like the worst thing
Oh,
I
he's
could...
going to Japan?
Whoa.
一度ニューヨークに戻ってきてもらえますか
一度
私も日本へ行きます。
その間私がニューヨークに待機ということか。
いえ、
ではなぜ私がニューヨークへ。
私は一人で飛行機に乗る手続き等をしたことが
What?
ありません。一度戻ってもらい
I want you to fly all the way here and escort me.
He's such a little kid in all other ways,
Like a
except his
groom?
problem solving.
思った通り、吉田プロも NHL も飛びついてきましたね。ミサミさんを復帰させる大作戦。
今の NHL に入り込むのは至難の技だが、これなら怪しまれることもない。
マネージャーとして
I think Misa needs to die.
やはり NHN に出入りできるものは欲しい。
I think Misa's gonna kill Takada. I think that might be the thing that breaks him.
エルです。要件は何ですか？
私はキラを捕まえるべく今日本に
Whoa, I didn't think Nier would tell him.
なぜわざわざそれを言う必要がある？
高田アナと接触してキラの捜査をしていますね。
はい、私自ら探りを入れています。
今キラを追う捜査をするなら NHN 高田清美から探っていくのが定石では、高田アナに SPK メンバーがキラ逮捕のために日本に入ったという情報を伝えてください。キラをおびき寄せるためです。そしてこう付け加えていただきたい。 SPK のメンバーは指揮を執る私を入れてたったの4人、必ず我々を殺すべく動く。そこを返り討ちに
So it's too tempting because the SBK is the only one who's actually really investigating Kira at this point.
Yeah, it's only 4 of them.
I wonder if. Whoa.
It's weird that he's telling him that because he knows he's Kira.
Yeah, but he wants to get him to make a mistake, right? And come out of hiding, I guess?
How is he intending to just arrest him?
ならば近いうちに顔を合わせることになるかもしれませんね。
そうですね。
The scary thing though is Light can't always make the Shinigami deal. If he gets desperate enough, if his back's against the wall.
But at least he knows that now. Elle never knew that. Light started with all the advantages and he's lost a lot of them.
これはエルと1対1の戦い。ただエルがエルの息のかかったものになり変わっただけ。いいだろうニア。お前が出てくるなら僕も出ていこう。どちらがそれに寄り添ない。どちらがより上を行くか。
You're right, Ryuki's barely been in it. Now that I think about it.
僕が頂点として立つ始まりとなる。
まず今の状況を整理しておきましょう。エルは我が
This is Legos?
All I know that in this world, the FBI hires from like modeling agencies because everyone looks like a Hollywood ass, beautiful ass actor.
仮にエルキラとしましょう。そして
El Kira.
ノートを所有し
X キラ
実際に使っている X キラ。X キラはその裁きから見て確実に死神の目を持っています。そしてエルキラと X キラは高田を介し意思の疎通を図っています。で、キラに勝つ方法ですが、大まかに2つあると思います。まず1つ目は
Yeah, that's what I said. You just take him out.
That's
what I've been
saying.
saying.
You, Nier. Thank you, Nier.
Nier is...
He is more ruthless than L was.
Yeah.
He definitely is. And also, I think L did let his affection for Light influence him to a degree. Because I think that as much as Light was surprised that he actually had an affection for another human, I think L was also kind of surprised. Because remember, he said Light was his only friend too. I do think... I know, it's really sad, isn't it? I think that did influence his judgment. I think that he gave Light more of a leash and sort of wanted him and emotionally wanted him not to be Kira. He was also more of a softie.
They will never resort to this method? Yeah, why not? That's how
damn it.
That's how the
Mellow.
FBI does things. He's like, we? That's not what I was told.
But Mellow, though.
The Mellow does.
Mellow's our hope. Damn it, Nier.
Mellow would pull
And meanwhile, Mellow's like, anyways, I started blasting. That's how the show ends. Mellow's just like, blah, blah, and then like, and the killing stopped, and Nier was sad.
I think that they will get an arrest because it is more satisfying for the viewer.
No way US isn't coming in. Yeah, like Green Berets. SEAL Team 6. Blah, blah.
200 letters a day.
音だけで絵がないってのは寂しいっすね。
This isn't a sitcom, Matsuda.
社長は目を通すべきだと思うよ。ここからのメモは気を落ち着け。動揺がこの
Why don't they have a visual?
伝わらぬよう読んでくれ。SPK が動き始めた今、君の安全のためにもこれからはメッセージを受け取るだけでなく、キラに要望を伝える立場になった方がいいと思う。
Make demands.
ライト君が切り出した。そもそも君は代弁者だけで終わるべき人じゃない。君の方からキラに呼びかけてみないか。T には別の仕事ができた。完全なキラ世界を作るために、キラとしての裁きを 君にしてもらいたい。
He's gonna give her a death note?
大丈夫だよ。君ならきっとうまくやれる。それができれば SPK に聞かれたくない情報をキラだけに伝えることもできると思うんだ。
I seriously think
やるわ。
やった。
polygamy's undone a lot of great men. King David in the Bible.
You think
like,
that this is gonna be?
I think that this seriously.
It's gonna be his downfall.
I think
with
messing
Misa?
with yes. Like
Yeah,
I think this is going to be his downfall.
I wouldn't get on Misa's bad side.
There's two. I think Light made a big mistake introducing more people and variables into his equation. Because Misa, he has on such a tight leash.
Yeah.
If it's just Misa, and he can keep wiping her memory,
Yeah.
which makes her kind of less of a variable. But Takeda and ex-Kira...
You can't just wipe their memories.
And I'm like, there's two conflict points now. The women getting jealous of each other, and that's something that could just make them expose something to not even get at Light, but to get at the other like girl. Ex-Kira, I definitely has some values that aren't in common with Light. Like he's more hardcore than Light.
I
And
know.
so if Light is seen to be a wanting god, he will decide that like, oh, well
He's
then
not good enough.
you're not actual
He'll
Kira.
get
I'm
disillusioned.
actual Kira. Yeah. I think he had to do this though in order to try to answer the threats from SPK.
What's wrapped around his cell phone?
A voice modulator.
Oh.
メッセージを読み上げます。あなたからと分かるようにした私宛てのファンレターを送ってください。中身は白紙のノート5枚。私が受け取るまでは今まで通りの裁きをしてください。
お前が受け取った後
So she's gonna kill people too?
偽物のノートを使って裁き。
Fake notebook.
はい、極限まで似せた偽物を作り、その偽物で裁きのふりをする。神。
What is this place? Where is he?
He has
How
so
does
much
he
faith.
have like an underground basement library?
神は絶対私は神のメスままに
He is just loyal ass soldier. What happens if they run out of pages?
Does
Because they've been
Takada know?
killing people for years now.
Does Takada know she's just signed away her soul? Again, nobody cares about
Nobody
that.
cares, man. Nobody cares about the afterlife whatsoever in this world.
But if you relinquish it before you die, does that mean you go to
I
heaven?
think that doesn't
Or
work.
hell?
There's no way that works, right? I think they would have run out of pages by now. They've been killing so many people. And I run out of pages. Whenever I've done journaling, I run out surprisingly quickly.
4 female,
Female bodyguards?
女性ボディーガードを紹介します。第22回空手道選手権優勝。
Oh, do you see the girl upper left?
Oh, yeah. That's SPK.
この中に SPK メンバーがいるなら、このハルリドナ。
Why?
Because she's former... Well, she's American, right?
Man, that girl is brave, showing her face.
誰を選ぶだろうか。
She's so brave.
キラの存在、キラの教えを正しいものとしてしっかりと子供たちに教えていくこと。高田が選ばれたのは高田がキラ崇拝者だったから。X キラは高田がキラ崇拝者だと知っていたもの。高田の身近、親密な関係にあったもの。今生きるすべての人間とします。
Any living person can be punished. Sheesh. So he's expanding? Whoa.
Well, we knew that.
What is...
But we didn't know Light was
Is
going to
this
sign
like
off
Nier's
on it.
brain? What's happening inside it?
Whoa!
キラの声を考えを聞きたいと思っています。持てる力を余すことなく生かし。
Okay, so those were all CDs of Takeda's media appearances.
Oh,
So
like
he just had
going back.
stacks of all her media
He's
appearances.
just been going back. This isn't live. Okay.
Okay. That makes sense, doesn't it? So he basically did
Just
the
doing
same
research.
thing Light did.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, who's the person who seemed like they had the best understanding of Kira's ideals?
Look how many TVs there are. He figured it out so fast.
今年の東西歌謡祭の目玉はミサだって言ってたじゃん。
Why does she seem like such a child? They're drawing her differently.
ですから十分に注意して。
Oh, shit.
Misa knows about Takeda?
バカよね。ライトの操作のために利用されてるだけとも知らず。
ダメです。そんなこと言ったら殺されますよ。
分かってるわよ。だから小さい声で言ってんじゃん。
Whoa.
何をする気ですか？
It's weird having a bodyguard that's more glamorous than the celebrity,
know.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. She's still got her nails done, hair done. Like, everything's still dolled up.
No, I mean, the celebrity is beautiful.
No, I know, but like...
その人は私の大切な友人です。手荒なことはしないでください。はい、高田様。
Did you see her nails were red and everything?
Yep.
大丈夫ですか？
Why are they drawing her like this? It makes me angry because that's not the Misa we know.
私と彼がこれで会話するのはありですか？
いや、愛情だ。なんだ？
エルと高田アナが会うときはカメラや盗聴
They don't film them.
その一部始終を記録していますか？
いや、今は盗聴器だけだ。
ありがとうございました。
盗聴器だけならば、L キラと X キラは高田を通し、連絡を取れていると。
That's, I mean, it's such an overlook not to have the film.
Yeah.
Like, why did everybody else go along with that?
こうなると、リドナーがますます危険だ。
それは承知の上、大切なのはエル側の注意をリドナーや高田に向けさせておくことです。その間に三上を洗うんです。
どうだ、ジェバニー。三上ですが、尾行は何か不気味なくらい簡単に身を隠すでもなく。
Why do they look alike?
I know, I was like, you're the American version of Mikami. You guys are like the same. You guys are separated twins at birth.
検事の仕事も意欲的にこなしています。私にはどうも X キラとは。
いえ、三上が X キラの可能性は高い。まったく何回打ち合わせすんのよ NHN って。それに言動には十分注意してくださいって私だけは何回も。
三上さん、高田アナが
I'm telling you, this is a big fracture point, man.
So Light's told her that he's like pretending to woo her. So he's at least told her that.
Misa's aware of it, though. I still feel like this is such a bad idea.
At least he told Misa,
Yeah.
so Misa's just not like, why are you with this woman?
一度は食事くらいしとかないとね。オーケーして。あまねさん、こんな夜遅くにごめんなさいね。どうしてもニュース9が終わった後でないと。いやいや、ミサ結構夜型だし。
There, she's being drawn normally at least again.
Yeah.
で、何と言われても困りますが。彼、忙しそうだけど、ちゃんと会えてます？こいつ、自分は会っててミサは会えてないの分かってて。会えてるっていうか、彼ってああ見えて結構甘えん坊だから、毎晩帰ってくるとベタベタで大変。それと、司会者さんに前もって言っとくけど、ミサ歌謡祭で彼との婚約発表するから。それは、彼も承知で？当たり前じゃん。婚約なんだから一人じゃできないじゃん。約束したのはもう1ヶ月。
She's got the pages. I think she kills Misa.
盛り上がっていいでしょ、司会者さん。
I thought Misa was gonna kill Takeda. I think Takeda kills Misa now.
Takeda, because Misa doesn't know anything, really.
そうね。できるといいわね。できるとって何よ。司会者権限でさせない気？あれでもまさかあんた、キラに私を殺させるんじゃ。
Whoa.
まさか。キラが裁くものはキラが決めます。私は関係ありませんし。私はあなた。
Is that what Light meant when he said you should start making demands of Kira? Because that's the only logical thing I can think of. Like, who would Takeda want to be killed other than the people who are already being punished? Misa. There's not been another character introduced that's working against Takeda that Kira wouldn't already.
それにどんなひどい人であろうと。まあいいや。ミサもキラが好きだったけど、どうせもうすぐライトが捕まえる。
She's like, this girl crazy.
捕まればただじゃ済まないわよ。きっとあ
Ay,
な
ay,
た
ay.
も死刑。
Misa!
高田様。
Well, she's laughing. Because she knows that they're the same.
僕がキラなんだ。君も僕と共に新世界の女神になるんだ。
So she believes this.
Yeah, so she's like, I'm way more close to Light than Misa is, obviously.
She doesn't even know that Light is Kira.
はい、不愉快です。こちらこそ。あまねさんとお食事するには、あ 姉さんがもう少し大人になってマナーをわきまえてからの方が良かったよね。
Dang.
私の方が年上よ、清美ちゃん。それにこれくらいで席を立っちゃう方がよっぽど子供じゃなくって。
I feel like Misa's gone like
AWOL.
AWOL. This is not the same Misa I remember.
But she also had her memory wiped, and Light is ignoring her.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of not surprised. I feel like they've shown a deterioration
A
in Misa,
deterioration, yeah.
but we didn't realize it was happening. Misa!
今晩の高田と天音の件ですが、会話の内容は彼、つまり八神ライトがどっちの恋人かで揉めているとし
It was weird that she was allowed to be there.
このことから言えるのは、八神ライトは元天音は八神ライトの虜。そう簡単には裏切らない。いや、意のままに動かせる。
Or
But that's still a fracture.
that's having two girls
Who don't like each other.
But why would Nier know anything about females and relationship dynamics?
He
doesn't
probably
have
knows it in a
experience.
very like analytical way.
Analytical,
He
but-
has to know human nature to be a good investigator.
Yeah.
Steffi's like, human nature usually just means dude nature.
Yeah.
Because dudes do most of the crime.
I know. It doesn't mean
I
he
think he would
understands
need to
women.
know female nature too, though.
Yes, they're going to be loyal to him, but they won't be loyal to,
To
each
each
other.
other. Whoa. Dude. Oh no. The fact that he verbally says delete is kind of a big...
Wow. That
Wait.
was... What?
How did he kill him? He doesn't have the notebook anymore.
Yes, he does. He only took out 5 pages.
Yeah, but then Light told him to have a fake notebook and keep using it. Like, use a fake notebook as if he's using a real notebook. Why did he take the picture?
He never got rid of...
The cell phone. I think he texted Takada to do the killing. There's no reason for him to use the cell phone.
I don't even understand the purpose of the fake notebook, if I'm honest.
I think it's probably something like they want them to think that he is continuing to be the one that's doing the killing. Like, he's a patsy. So that they pass the power to Takada. He keeps on doing the killing with the fake notebook. He's making a record where all of the killings line up with the name so that SPK, once they take him down, has no reason to think that there's still a second Kira. So they think, okay, now there's only
So
one
it's just
Kira.
being set up, and he's allowing it. He's fine.
He's
being
okay
set
with
up.
it because he's like, it's Kira's will. It's worth it. But that's what I'm saying. He took a picture. There's no reason for him to have taken a picture.
Oh, and he has to write down the names because Takada wouldn't know the names because he's the only one with the Shinigami eyes.
Yeah. Or what I'm saying, I think he's texting Takada the names.
Then why did he need to take 5 pages out of the notebook and give it to Takada? Why didn't he just give her the whole notebook?
I don't know.
It's confusing me a little bit what Light's plan is, but Light always confuses me, and somehow he's always won. So I'll just, sit back and let them do their thing. I feel frustrated. I feel hopeless. I
have hope. No, I have hope. I have the most hope out of any time because...
What?
Mello's a loose cannon. Nier has pretty much figured out everything and all the dynamics. And for the first time, I think Light has grown his team too big, and there's real conflict points within that team that are going to cause problems for him. I think he's hoping that he can burn Mikami before it actually becomes an issue. Because he saw, remember, he's like, oh, Mikami's moving things too fast.
Yeah.
He's like progressing things way more quickly than I would as Kira. So I think he's hoping like, okay, I just take Mikami out, I'll kill him off.
Frame him.
But Light hasn't really expressed that he thinks there's a big issue between Misa.
No.
Like, he knows that there is some friction there, but I think he's hoping to use it to his own advantages. Playing them against each other so that they just increase their
As Nier
competitiveness
said,
and whatnot.
Good with the ladies.
He has to kill 2 of the people helping him off fast, or they're gonna be his downfall, in my
I think he
opinion.
likes Takada. I think he genuinely would prefer to keep her around versus
Than
the other
Misa.
two.
I think so as well. Like, he seems to enjoy his time with her quite a lot
He
more.
actually likes it.
Every
Yeah.
time he's with Misa, he's always like, even when he had wiped his memory and he was good Light, he was still annoyed by Misa.
Yeah.
Which is really sad.
Poor Misa.
Poor Misa. Man, Mikami is just being flagrant. I think he knows he's a patsy.
とにかくまずはより三上に近づかねばなりませんが、それにあたり注意すべき点があります。それは死神の存在。
Yeah, Ryuk's barely been in the
Yeah,
show.
where is he?
こうがバレれば三上に教えると
He'll just tell him.
しかし 死神はノートに触ったものにしか見えない。見えないものに注意するというのは
Thank you.
I know, he's just like, dude, what do you want me to do?
Just don't follow. He's basically saying, hey, be careful, don't take risks.
Yeah, I know that he's Gianni. As far as I'm concerned, he's Ray Pimper the second. Because
I
they
know,
they
do have the same
They
vibe.
reuse the exact No, it's not just the same vibes. They reuse the same character model.
Yeah.
100%.
この3日夜を始めてすぐに高田アナにキラからの電話があり、監視カメラが外された。その時まず思ったの、これでは筆談はできるだった。
Yep.
大丈夫です。僕につける盗聴器以外、この部屋には何もない。
I feel like he's by far the smartest of all of them.
At least the most skeptical.
いや、そもそもなぜキラはこの3日夜を許している。
There's so many questions.
万が一筆談しているとしてやれることは。
So he marked it to see if they take that piece of paper, I
But it was
guess.
the
But it
very
was so
last
far
one.
down.
これライト君ピンチっすよ。
Matsuda!
お前何か喜んでないか。
あまねさん、歌謡祭であなたとの婚約発表すると言っていたわ。
See, I'm telling you.
Natsuda!
いや、彼女にはなかなか切り出せないだけで、僕の中では特にミサのやつ余計なこと。いや、高田もだ。
Now it's getting in.
Why are women so...
彼女には T の前にキラの裁きをさせていた。彼女が僕の知らないところ
He's
で
just being honest with her.
Kind of.
キラであることを知っていたのでし
That was a lot to write.
でなければ、あんな直情型の女性は選ばない。
あまねさんがキラの裁きを。でも今は私。
She said, am I just next?
さんは仕方なく。
But does he have a
But he
choice?
chose me. Yeah, it's just gonna keep on. That's the type of character that they've written for her. That's the type of personality that she has.
Yeah.
Because she
She
takes
just wants
pride in her
validation.
own competence.
Yeah.
And so the fact that that's something that she is proud of in herself, and that's something that's being acknowledged by
Right.
someone she looks up to so much, he's just hooking her more and more.
You
I
know what
think.
makes a good liar? Somebody who's 99% honest and only 1% deceitful.
Well, I likes telling the truth.
He
though.
is telling the
He's
truth.
telling the truth. Like we've said from the
He's
beginning.
been very honest with Takada.
Misa annoys him.
Yeah.
Like she always
He
has.
doesn't even have to lie here.
And Takeda.
ありきたりのセリフね。
確かにライト君らしくない厳しい言い訳の仕方だ。
で、アマネと高田、本当はどちら？
それは二股なんじゃ。
二股ってお前、そんなことが許されると？
いや、僕じゃないからね。静かにしろ。
でも、もし嘘だったらひどいことになるわよ。私、キラに言いつけますから。
キラが今の世の中に必要なのもわかるが、最近考えてしまうんだ。高田さんと一緒になれる日は来るのかって。ある意味、高田さんを代弁者に選んだキラが憎い。悪人を殺すのはいいが、僕たちは悪人じゃない。幸せになる権利があるはずだ。
二人で穏やかに幸せに。そのためには、キラがいなければ。
キラさえいなければ。
捕まればいい。
So that they can be together?
キラが捕まること。
So Mikami.
I'm getting confused what's being said and what's being read. And so I feel like
This is all being said.
I know they're saying
But
out loud.
so Mikami's the fall guy, but Nier already knows that Mikami's the fall guy. So if Mikami patsies, right?
Yeah.
Nier's gonna be like,
Okay, cool, you're still it.
Yeah. Like this might convince the investigative, the Tokyo team. Oh, but Light probably thinks I'll kill SPK.
Yeah.
Once I kill SPK, I'm good because this will convince the Tokyo team I'm not Kira.
Yeah.
So the patsy's
But
not for
the
SPK.
killings won't stop.
Yeah, shit.
それでもいいのかい?
So what's Light hoping to do? Man, it's so much easier to poke holes than to try to figure out the plan, isn't it?
It's just
Time to write, yeah.
Uh-huh.
協力することで、二人が幸せになれるなら。
He's just giving her lines.
さすがライト君。ミサミサとの二股からタッキーを協力させる方向に持っていくなんて。
Taki,
Yeah,
he's got
and
nicknames for her.
and to betray the Kira that she's the spokesperson for.
Yeah, no way.
All in one episode. Doesn't that seem a little far-fetched, Matsuda?
独り言？
三上の勤務する警察署で休憩時の映像です。ここです。何か喋ってます。
もう一度スローで見せてくれ。
This spy's doing a good
Whoa,
job.
the paper's moving.
Whoa, you're right.
See, I think because remember, he's really good at figuring out what Kira wants. I think he knows that he's supposed to be suspicious.
Thank you.
Enhance.
死にがみのとわたしたきりあらわれやし
You can mouth lip read?
あの死神ノートを渡したきり
In Japanese, by the way.
Yeah. What? That's crazy. That's a good point. In another language?
死神からノートを渡された。それ以来死神は三上についていない。
But who's he saying that
Yeah,
to,
who's he
guys?
saying it to if it's not the Shinigami?
なるほど。
Them? Because he knows he's being followed? See him readjusting his tie? That made it look like they just had sex. Didn't it seem like they just had sex the way he was like buttoning up
Yeah,
his tie?
yeah.
The music is so ominous right now.
All the music in Death Note is ominous.
Yeah, but it's extra ominous. I'm confused by because like unless they used all the paper, didn't he mark the last one?
Oh, they were maybe they were pulling from the bottom. Yes, so he knows the writing messages.
4つのうち2つの爪痕はない。部屋はまだそのまま。従業員はここに入っていない。なのになぜメモが新しいものに変えられている。筆談している。
Oh, they just swapped the whole notepad. That's
That
why
makes
the
way
bottom.
more sense.
Yeah.
Aizawa, right, would be able to tell
Like
if
the-
they were the thickness was lower.
Yeah.
So he was actually really smart.
Why
so,
didn't they just use their own stack
bro,
of
Light's
pencils?
starting everything against him starting to pile up. Like his disdain and lack of respect for the competency of the task
police
force.
force.
Because they're still good officers.
Yeah.
They're just not super
They're not
geniuses.
crazy smart.
はい。
Is he telling them this?
イヤに会って直接話したい。
Oh no. Wow.
That's brave.
ミスター相沢、お久しぶりです。
I'm surprised Nier's not covering his face.
目隠しさせたまま始めました。
Okay, there we go.
武器やカメラなどは持っていない。
では目隠しを取って構いません。
So he
just trusts him. He's like, it looks just like L.
No, he's like, it's a child.
私はあなた方を信じる。エルと高田は毎晩のように会っている。二人は筆談をしている。間違いない。
余計なことはしないでください。
余計なこと。
はい。もうキラとしての証拠を上げればいいという段階ではないんです。キラを止めるには、この私がキラの完全なる負けを突きつけるしかない。ミスター相沢、はっきり言います。あなた方はもう蚊帳の外。
Whoa.
He's like, you just play your part.
それでもキラを捕まえたいというなら。
I've got all the information I need from you.
ただ見張っていてください。しかし、エルを見張ることで意味はある。
Yeah, what?
そして、それが私のシナリオに入って。
He's even got one that looks
You
like
see
him.
Mellow?
協力してほしいということです。キラのサイン。
Whoa. So Nier thinks he's got enough already.
Yeah, somehow. I don't understand.
Poor Aizawa.
いよいよっすよ、歌謡祭。
松田、砂漠王道と被害者のチェックは。
それは今年のトップバッター。
Matsuda.
出番の後ってことで。
何よ。
SPK だ。ご同行願いたい。
Right now?
皆さんにお詫
This is happening now?
ことがあります。残念なことに今年のトップバッター天音美沙さんがまだ放流入りしております。
What?
Jeez, this is gonna make my reputation worse.
おとなしくしてください。最悪銃を突きつけてでもと思っていたが抵抗せずに助かった。ミスターモギ。
Because Mogi really wants to catch
Yeah.
Kira.
抵抗していただろう。だがメモの話を聞いてしまったらもはや。
Damn, so whole task force knows. Aizawa told everybody.
Mogi and Aizawa know.
Yeah.
I don't think the other two
I don't
know.
think Matsuda knows, at least.
Matsuda definitely
I wouldn't tell Matsuda. He would give it away.
玉でミサの行方がわからない。
はい、こちらで身柄を拘束させていただいて。
何のために？
念のため。
Just in case?
誘拐監禁は犯罪です。すぐにやめてください。
それがミスターモミもアマネも快く受け入れてくれています。なんならつなぎますよ。
モギさん、ミサさん、エルです。ニアに軟禁されているようですが、それに応じたというのは本当ですか？
They don't show his face because he's pissed.
はい。
ミサが反対したんだよ。でもモッチーがじっとしてた方がいいって。じゃないとみんな殺されちゃうからって。
So that is
So that's not
violence.
really agreeing.
That's not exactly
It's like, well, we
agreeing.
agreed, but under duress and threat of violence. So that guy's also like, Mogi, I'm glad you were chill.
I
Okay.
guess it's fine that you both agree.
That's like Light doesn't give a crap about
does
Misa.
not.
Yeah.
第二のキラだった可能性のあるアマネはとりあえず排除しておく。ヤガミライト、この行動の意味は分かっている。
What does it mean? Please explain. I'm not that
I would like to
smart.
know.
リーダーの私はうまくやっているようだ。くじを持った。
It is just Ray Pember again.
I told you,
It's
right?
his little brother. What is happening, Wesley? The
Oh.
gym?
Oh.
Oh yeah, he's always there.
He specifically loves that chest fly machine for some reason. I'm still confused though, because they saw him talking to something effing invisible.
He was talking to something invisible, and he's like, the Shinigami hasn't appeared
Yes,
yet.
that's why I'm like, who the hell was he talking to, guys, other than a Shinigami?
I'm so confused. Also, shouldn't he have his face covered up? They're being very, like, they're showing Misa their faces. You know what I mean?
Well,
Why?
I think Nier cleared Misa of suspicion in the process of the investigation.
Well, for now, but not if she gets the Death Note back again. Then she'll know what they look like. They're being very cavalier.
毎日ハンデをしたような生活をしています。
それで毎週月曜と木曜の21時までは必ずそのジムに。
入会してから4年間。
4 years?
元旦すら休んでいません。
Good for him. He is committed to his health routine. That is commendable.
His conscientiousness score
Is
for
off
his
the
big
charts.
5 is off the chart. That means he makes a plan and sticks to it to achieve his goals.
と考えていいでしょう。
はい。元旦に行くやつです。大晦日だって行くに決まってますよ。
31日にジムでノートに触ることは可能ですか？
ホテルのセキュリティは確認済みです。ロッカールームには監視カメラもありません。
Good, because that would
That'd
be
be creepy.
もし死神がついていたら私が死ぬ可能性もありますよね。
はい。それを確認するためにやってもら
At
う。
least Nier's honest.
またもし触って死神が見えなかったとしてある程度の期間観察しついているかいないか判断した。
So that's why we've not seen Ryuk. Because for the plot, we can't know where he is,
Yeah.
right? It's bummed me out because he's a character I really liked. And he's kind of
Oh,
disappeared.
he's being so brave. But he's gonna touch the fake notebook. His,
Oh. I know.
ついていたらいやそれならすでにこの時点でもう触るしか。
Do it, dude.
My heart is hurting because of him. But no, it's a fake notebook.
Yeah, but
Wesley.
he needs to get out fast.
What's happening? Is his heart? Did he have a heart attack?
Oh, man.
The way they're editing this is killing me, but it's a fake notebook.
Yeah, so Ryuk could literally be right there just laughing.
今のところ死神は確認できません。
ミスターモギにつないでください。
They're going off of bad
ミス
information.
ターモギ、ノートのルールでは死の前の行動を操れるのはどれくらいですか？
四つ葉が実験したデータによると23日間。
確かですか
23 days?
四つ葉の殺しはそれを証明していたと言えます。
ありがとうございます。では可能性としてジェバンニがすでに操られていて死神はいないと言わされていることも考え、エルと対峙するのは24日後にジェバンニが生きていたら。
Because then they'd be able to see if Light has a Shinigami with him, I guess.
No, he's got a fake notebook.
No, I know. I'm trying to say Nier's
さん
plan.
が行方不明になるなんて。
ティーに 全て確認できたら清美に伝えるよう指示を。そしてそのメッセージが来たら僕に電話でもメールでもいいから早く会いたいという文面のメッセージをくれ。
写真？
実際にどう書いているのかを見たい。書き込みに何か規則性はないか、癖はないか、どういうノートなのか、その全てを。
That's not a very nice rendering.
He's the bad guy.
So that's why there's a fake
Dude,
one?
this poor guy has to keep breaking into this demon notebook. Well, what he thinks is the demon notebook.
Sheesh. Near, I hope you found something.
Giovanni is MVP, dude.
He is.
三上の検事としての長所と一致。三上が書いたものに間違いありません。これならいけます。
There's a piece of information missing.
Well, at least we know Light is doing Light things again. Remember we said? So this is the trap.
Okay, so they have... Well, how is he going to frame him?
I don't know how he's going to frame it as Kira. Maybe he's just trying to draw SPK out, though. He's probably just trying to get SPK. He knows there's only 4 members.
To figure out who they are.
He's probably just trying to get SPK to actually have to make a move so that he can go and kill him. Because he already has somebody with Shinigami eyes who they're going to go try to take out. That's got to be it, right? That's the only thing I can think of, is that he's just trying to make him too big of a juicy little target.
What's Nier's strategy?
Maybe he thinks that he can get X Kira to give away who L Kira is in his mind.
I still don't understand how you can make an arrest. Like, you need evidence for an arrest.
They have enough evidence to get Mikami now.
Yeah.
But they don't have enough evidence to get Light. So they must think that there's something that they can do if they do something to Mikami that will make him give away Light. Even if he's not trying to give it away. Like some type of exploit. That's the only thing I can think of. That's the only like vector of attack, right? Or maybe they're going to use Mikami to get at Takada, and then they're going to use Takada to get at Light, or something like that.
So they could just put in the notebook, Light has to show us his notebook.
But then he would die. So that would still be, I think that would still go against their code. Dude, Misa gets imprisoned for so much of the show.
I know.
Oh.
Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, I think he's a fan. Okay, he was a fan. So security's taking him away because he was trying to get to Takada. Mello
is doing stuff now? This is such a weird
We
intro.
know he's been in the background, remember? Because he was tapping rooms and stuff. The public has to be like, where the hell did Misa go? Gianni,
just waiting for
seriously.
time to pass.
Gianni is agent of the year, dude.
And her too.
And her too, yeah.
What did she get? She was freaking out at that phone call.
I like that Mel's homie just like stays in this apartment. Look at how he's dressed.
Well,
every time that they've cut to Mello and he's doing a surveillance, this dude is goggled up like he's a Digimon protagonist and wearing gloves.
It's because he's a chemist. He's creating
but
bombs.
he's always just sitting there with his
Mello
gear
looks
fully
defeated.
geared up. Mello and I have that in common because chocolate is my favorite stimulant. The cocoa in it, oh, it's such a good... Just gives
This
me
is such
head
a
buzz.
weird intro, and it's freaking me out.
This is kind of wholesome. Honestly, I
Poor
kind of
Mogi.
hope Misa just keeps her memories wiped.
Misa deserves to die for what she's
Yeah,
done.
she does.
This is like, I don't like this time jump.
To me, this is the creepiest music in Death Note, more
I
so than
don't
the
like
ominous
it.
one.
I don't like
Whoa!
the Shinigami's there.
So now we know where Ryuk is.
Ugh. Matsumoto?
確認した。
I've confirmed it. Do we,
We
know
don't
what that
know.
means?
Yeah, we don't know. We just know that Light told her to wait for a signal and then to let him know.
Shut up, Masuda.
やった。これは三上から確認が来た。
Okay, monologue for us, Al.
ミヤが会おうと言ってくるのを待てばいい。お前がどう動くかは花から読めてい
He
る。
predicted his plan?
Okay, we thought that Light was making these vulnerabilities on accident. Now I think that Light was making these vulnerabilities on purpose. When you want someone to be overly aggressive and expose themselves, you have to make yourself seem weaker than you actually are, right? So I think Light intentionally did these suboptimal plays to invite Nier to make a move.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
You have to look weak.
It's like in boxing or MMA. Sometimes fighters will stand with something open on purpose because they want someone to attack it. So they can counter.
Shit.
So he's trying to like draw a counter from Nier so he can counter the counter.
Come on, Mello, do something.
Do something crazy. Because Mello is Nier's big thing that Light doesn't know about, right?
しかし、私はキラと考えているのでは。
私の顔を出さなければ見せられない。
Light knew this was gonna happen.
これで全てが解決します。
I don't trust.
私も早くあなたに勘違いしていたと気づいてほしい。
ニアはライト君がキラだと証明するため、もしライト君がキラなら、ライト君はニアを殺すため。
That would be so stressful being him when you know.
互いの捜査員が全員その場に揃うこと。つまりそこに今キラを追っているすべてのものが。
Oh.
わかりました。いいでしょう。
So all SPK.
前にも言ったように、私を入れ4人。それが SPK メンバーのすべて。
Those are so not
そ
flattering.
してお預かりしているミスター私たちに同行してもらい、アマネはその
Poor Misa.
私たちの行き先
Why will Misa be released?
どうなんでしょう。
Poor Amani. How's she making any money with all this time she's spent
こちらの
locked
捜
up?
査員は私を入れて5人。あ、いや、乃木がそちらにいるので、私の他は3人です。
では次に会う場所ですが。
Ooh. That's an ominous ass, like, warehouse. Eesh.
I just bought
Casual,
it.
yeah.
ヤガミライト。これならお前のやろうとしていることも可能だろう。その時そちらの
You're planning to
本部に
action?
あるノートを持ってきていただきたい。皆さんがそこを出払ってしまったら、ノートを見張る者がいなくなるからです。ミスター相様が証言すればそれを信じます。
わかった。
ただし、持つのは L 以外のものにしてください。私は L がキラー。
Ooh. This feels like
Like
the
old
Death Note
school
version.
standoff.
Yeah.
ではあとは日時だけです。
日時。問題は時間。
三上が裁きをするのは0時過ぎ。おそらく朝には裁く者の予告。動く時間を考えれば。3日後、28日、午後1時でどうでしょう。
1時か。思っていた通りの時間帯。
I don't like when he expects it.
ちゃんと測っている。わかりました。こちらは何時でも。
Those 3 days would be the tensest of all of their lives. Especially for Aizawa.
I'm stressed. These are intense for me.
Ugh.
I think I'm scared for Nier because he's got bad info.
But he's got Mello. I wonder if Nier is... Do you think he's doing the same thing L did, where he's using his life as a gambling chip, knowing that there's a successor who can come in and, like, take it out?
Oh, so Nier's
Like,
gonna die and then Mello gets it?
Yeah.
But Mello will just come in and go, bop, bop.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mello will just come in and blast him and be like, wow, the Kira killing stopped. Isn't that nice?
ごめん。今日は少し忙しくて。
Until morning? So he's been spending the hotel nights with her?
警察の方で手一杯。
I didn't realize that's why they were meeting
Yeah,
in a
me
hotel.
三上にも高田にも、もう指示はしてある。これがニアを殺すための最後の指示。
Whoa. So he's trusting Mikami and Takada to take care of Nier for him while he's there.
Yeah.
I wonder if Nier is like... I don't think he's communicating with Mello, but I wonder if he's just like trusting that Mello
is gonna do
is
something.
gonna like be able to investigate to find out about the meeting point. So they kind of both have like a third party that they're relying on. Whoa.
That's the bomb
That's the guy.
guy.
Yeah, that's the...
What? Do you think there's gonna be a bomb that
Whoa.
goes off?
Just kill her?
Kidnap.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Gun?
No, explosive
Gas! That's a rebel? What the hell does that mean? Are we in Star Wars? What the hell's a rebel?
NHN 周辺中は危ない。とりあえずこの場から離れた方がいい。高田様、乗ってください。
Why would you get on with Mello?
Because she doesn't know.
大丈夫です。早く乗ってこの場から。
No, I'm saying if you're Takada.
I don't know why she'd get on.
Because her bodyguard told her to, I guess? And she's confused? But we know that that was Mello's boy who blasted it. Remember, she liked Mello. Like, not in that way. Like, she had a lot of trust and belief in him because she could have killed him, remember? And she didn't. She was specifically the one who chose to do that. She's always had faith in him. Whoa.
So she's not gonna be there. Yo, what are you doing?
Yo. Or any of the other people.
Innocent people.
Damn.
I thought it was supposed to be 1 p.m. I can't believe Lady Takada agreed.
Well, she was listening to her bodyguard. I think it makes sense that she agreed, actually. Because her bodyguard's like, oh, quick, get on the bike. You need to get out of here.
I'm surprised the bodyguard agreed.
Well, she has, remember, she's the one who has faith in Mello, specifically. So she just decided to trust Mello, whatever his plan is.
More like Mello.
More like Mello. Like a chocolate-eating fellow.
Where did he get his friend from?
I wanted more info on his friend. He seems cool, but we don't have time.
Cool.
Like, what a badass. He's got an old-ass 70s
from?
car. He wears gloves and smokes cigarettes.
He looks bored.
He looks like a protagonist from an entirely different show.
Damn, a lot, apparently.
Man, everyone carries pistols. You see his gun? Whoa! Whoa!
Did they kill
What?
him? What?
They killed his ass?
Also, that's stupid because there's people behind him. They're in a semicircle, so which side fired? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, there were security all around him. This cool ass dude just got pin cushioned.
That was unpredictable.
Yeah, I did not expect that. Did you see
okay.
he had the gun
I cannot
up there?
handle when all the people are surrounding and then they all shoot. The bullets would fly through, guys.
So many
and there's pedestrians. They're not can't all be that accurate. Holy shit!
I didn't expect that. So they're all Kira apostles.
He's actually dead, Wesley.
No, I didn't expect that.
Holy shit! Oh, she knows.
Oh, she knows his name? And she's seen his face now.
No,
Shit.
it's covered up. His friend just died.
It's like, hi, welcome to the show Death Note, and bye. You can now leave the show Death Note.
Goodness.
That guy was in it for like 20 seconds. He was really cool too. Why do we even bother hearing his thoughts and stuff? So the Apostles of Kira are.
Oh, you see, he's got his face covered.
Oh, Mello. He does not look like the drawing anymore.
Whoa. I understand why. Bugs.
Notebook.
Bugs and notebooks.
He's a gentleman.
But she could, if she has a pencil.
そうですか。そうなると、メロ。
はい。こちらで高田の護衛につけているものは、拉致したのはメロだと確認しています。護衛をつけていながら申し訳ありません。
いや、あなたならメロと連絡を取れるのでは。
いえ、無理です。
He does have a way? Oh, okay.
Nope.
Nope. No. If you're gonna bother doing all
Why'd
this,
you show
why would
her
you?
face?
If you're gonna bother going to this lengths, you're just like, no. Sorry, I'm making sure you can't.
Why would he show her
freaking
his
kill me.
face first?
Like, I'm sorry.
There, see?
Yeah, I'm gonna be a.
Doesn't he know that that's exactly what she wanted?
F your comfort if I'm trying to save my life.
Yeah,
Like,
sorry.
you could be uncomfortable. I'm sorry. This is a bad situation. I'm not gonna risk my life to make you a little bit more comfortable and less embarrassed.
And especially because she is doing exactly what. They're forced to shoot even though he surrendered?
ええ。高田さんの携帯は電源が切れている。
I was apprehensive how the show was gonna go after Elle died, but it has gotten so damn good.
Wild. Everything felt so much more controlled when Elle was here.
Yeah. There's way more moving parts now. It was much easier to kind of track what was going on,
So she just
right?
doesn't have a pencil or pen? Is that the only thing?
She can always write with blood, remember?
Mello, why did you give her that? He's reckless. The only thing?
射殺された男性についてですが、未だ身元は分かっておりません。
Matt.
Matt didn't think he'd be killed either.
Shit. She did have a pencil.
So Mello's just gonna die? Mello's dead.
高田さん、無事か？この状況で非通知で僕に電話して来られるということは、メロから逃げたか、あるいは。大丈夫。落ち着いて僕の質問に答えるんだ。
分かった。
まず場所だ。そこがどこかわかるかい？
どこかは分からない。トラックに入れられ、外から鍵を。今は建物の中に入ってる。
高田さん、君はキラの代弁者。前に命を狙われることもあるかもしれないって話したのを覚えてるかい？
覚えているわ。
Mello's gotta be dead. There's no way he's still alive.
It didn't look like that was crashed, though. It looked like it was parked.
She might have waited till it
Yeah,
stopped.
that's...
どう行動するべきか話
Do you see she was bleeding, though?
覚えてるか？
I'm confused what she's bleeding from.
八神君に言われた通りにした。できた。
He's gotta be dead.
自分が生き延びることを第一に。
Mello's dead?
Mello's dead. He was so stupid to show his face.
八神君、私言われた通りに全部。早く来て。
But she's still stuck.
高田さん、この後どうすればいいかも分かってるね。
できる限りの裁きを。分かってる。でも八神君。
できるね。
Think about your soul, honey. Your soul's gone bye-bye.
It's already gone. But no one ever cares about that.
Whoa.
Oh.
She's been through a horrible
What the hell?
ordeal.
Who is she killing? Is she killing Japanese Task Force or SPK?
Mello was so sloppy.
Yeah, Mello was so stupid. If you're gonna go to that extreme, why would you even bother?
こういう電話をしてこられるということは、さらった者は殺し、ならば確かなのは動けぬ状態にあるということだけか。
逆探知で場所が分かりました。高速で軽井沢方面に。
軽井沢か。
Wesley.
I know. I don't know.
相手はメロだ。何をされるか。
Just in a
Like, what an
suit.
idiot.
相沢もいで。
Like you died because you prioritized just some random girl's comfort over your own life.
No, you
That's
were
so stupid.
That was really
Especially when
I
it's
felt
like
bad for
you
his
think
friend
she's
Matt.
a murderer. I feel bad for Matt too.
I thought Mello was gonna be a bigger player.
I thought Mello was gonna be.
He really wasn't that smart the whole time.
Is that Takata dead now?
I don't like they said Ayazawa was stupid. Ayazawa knows. Technically, the inside of the trailers are pretty dang dark. You're not gonna have that much light unless there's a hole in the roof. And if so, that's bad because trailers collapse if they have holes in the roof. Just so you know.
Oh, she's gone. He's wiped her.
What do you mean? He stopped. You think?
I think he killed her.
No.
He just did the watch. Remember?
I didn't. I think
he
he
killed
liked
her. I think he wiped her. I thought he liked her too. Whoa.
Holy shit! She's burning alive in there.
No, I think she's.
高田清美自殺。2013年1月26日午後2時。
That's how she chose her suicide.
自分の身の回りのもの。
Oh wow.
There's no evidence.
Oh, what a horrible way to go.
How do you know that she'd be capable of setting herself on fire?
I have no idea.
Because it sounded like she was stuck, right? She told
Yeah.
him she was stuck. How did she even set? I wouldn't know how to set myself on fire. Would you?
No, I don't want to laugh, but it is kind of
That's
crazy.
horribly gruesome.
She would have
he'd left-
asphyxiated. She probably would have asphyxiated, I think.
I thought he liked Takata.
I thought he liked Takata too, but
Holy
remember,
shit.
we've always said from the very beginning that Light is like asexual.
Yeah.
Light only loves himself.
Holy
And he does
crap.
not seem motivated by sex. He doesn't seem motivated by anything except
Love,
like
anything.
megalomania.
That was wild.
And remember, we've also said even when he does like or love somebody, he's always willing to sacrifice it for the greater cause.
I can't believe how quickly the show goes. Like when Elle died, I was so flabbergasted and so
it was
caught
fast,
off guard.
fast.
When Mello died, I'm like, what
Well,
the
when his
hell?
homie Matt died, I
Yeah.
was like, oh, what a cool character. He's interesting. They've kind of been teasing him for a lot of episodes.
Nope.
No, he's gone.
Gone.
I thought he was going to have a big role to play, or we were going to get like some background, or it was going to be revealed what he had been working on. Freaking Mello died like that so fast.
And he had like a big buildup.
I thought he had a big
There
plan.
was nothing.
Yeah,
Takata's gone. Bam.
That one I was kind of expecting.
I
Not necessarily
wasn't.
here. I thought there was a high chance that at some point Light wiped Takata. Remember I said I thought he kills at least 2 of his assistants.
Yeah.
Because there's just too many of them. Mello's wild.
That
the only
was
thing
wild. So now where
I
we
thought
at?
Mello was going to be a much bigger player for Nier. Like I thought Nier was going to be counting on Mello to do something.
Yeah. Light was counting on Takata, I thought, to
Do something too, right?
Right? But
yeah.
maybe now he's just relying on the prosecutor.
Or maybe he was never relying on them. Maybe he was just tricking Nier into thinking he was relying on them. And us as the viewer. I don't know.
I don't know who's got plans, but all the plans are up in smoke, literally.
I think episode 35 had the most just like crazy surprising stuff happen. Out of even, I would say more so than when Elle died.
No, Elle's death will always have scarred me. It was so unexpected and so surprising.
I think it was because I didn't think Elle was going to die there.
I thought Elle was going to win.
I kind of thought Elle was going to win too eventually. I didn't think Mello died.
I feel hopeless.
I can't believe Mello died. He's been built up for so long. He didn't do jack shit almost the whole series.
Do you think he's skeptical? I wouldn't want that role too for
No,
two.
man. I would not want to do any media that's associated with Kira.
You think it's because she's a girl? The honor?
I can't believe someone would advocate for that right after they saw
Two
Takata
people
just,
have
like,
died.
die. Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be.
昨夜の裁きはちゃんと行われた。
They were, I mean, is that not obvious to anyone else?
エル。はい。横槍が入りましたが、お会いするのは28日午後1時でよろしいですよね。
They're so polite to each other.
やはり変更はない。思っていた通りだ。
I want to hear how Nier feels about Mello dying.
I know,
if
right?
he even feels or what he thinks about it.
ニアが何を見せたいのかわからんが。
松田、イデ、俺たちはその日、全員殺されるかもしれない。
He's like,
Ooh, I
I'm
haven't-
stressed.
I
They
haven't
don't.
really seriously considered that.
They haven't even thought once about it.
間に合いますか？
はい、大丈夫です。
What the heck?
That's
What?
light.
レスター指揮
I mean, that's L.
リーダーのジェバンニ頑張りましょう。
I wouldn't want to be any of his backup people.
No, dude.
They better be getting compensated so well.
They better have life insurance.
They better really believe in the cause of capturing Kira. Otherwise, like, if you are not fully invested emotionally in that, why would you risk your life?
There's no way they wouldn't. This was set 10 years ago now. Isn't that kind of wild to
Yeah.
think about? A decade ago.
Oh my goodness, I don't trust this.
おはようございます。
Everyone looks dapper as hell, though. Hey, at least if they die, they don't have to change their outfits for the funeral. Because it's a heart attack. They can just go straight.
Poor Misa's been stuck here for 20
Oh,
days.
dude, I didn't even think about
That was
Misa.
clever. Clever comment, Wesley.
Thanks, Stephanie.
You're
Thank
welcome. It took me a minute to get it.
知らないけど、今までのお詫びのつもりか、デートホテルのデラックススイートにミサインの気分いい。
そうですか。わかりま
Have they not been talking like every day? She's not been like, why isn't Light caring about me?
I know, because that's her normal existence.
He doesn't care.
She's like a bereaved, wife, essentially. I want to know if she has media input or not. Because, I want to know if Misa knows about Takata.
Yeah, when does she figure that out? Maybe that's why she's in such a good mood.
Ooh.
When did they put that in? They never showed us that. Their pins are 5 digits? Still there, unless it's a fake.
No way.
Could be. It's weird we're getting so much from his perspective. Honestly, he's the one I'm rooting for the most.
I think I am as well. He feels like the main character.
He feels like the main character to me.
Especially because he's kind of an everyman. He's not a super genius like L or Light or
No,
Nier.
he just cares. And he's risked his life and he's been so brave. What a weird vest.
I hope he makes it out. I hope the detectives make it out.
あなたにとって相沢が一番いいであろうという私の配慮です。では現場で。
I'm so apprehensive because Light clearly has a plan. There's clearly something
Light thinks
that
he knows
dropped.
everything. Light feels confident.
Very confident.
And I don't feel confident because there's a bad piece of information.
Light feels too confident. I don't remember him feeling this confident going up against L.
完全なるキラの世界がノートの存在を知る者は全て。
Everyone.
Oh, so
he's gonna kill all his people too.
So JTF too.
I think he's gonna die. Do you think they're all gonna die?
No, I think that they both have to have. I think Nier and Light have some type of trap card that we're not gonna see it. There's no way Nier is going into this so naively.
Ugh. After Mellow's death,
way.
I don't trust Nier.
That was so wild. I couldn't believe
careless.
that. And it was so useless.
There were no stakes. He
didn't really accomplish anything.
No.
It's crazy because they do feel like the protagonists, don't they? The way that they're drawn when Light's not showing his inner malevolent side. They did such a good job of building a character.
I hate Light. So
I do too, but I think it's cool how on the surface he is the hero, you know?
Yeah, I get it. He looks like a hero, but...
And that's why, to everybody looking in, he's so difficult to suspect, because he looks like he'd be the hero.
You think
You commented on this with L and with Light.
Yeah.
That was one of the cool things that contrasted them, is, their outward appearance was that Light seemed
so different.
Reminded me of the Lord of the Rings quote, where Samwise Gamgee talks in Bree about whether they should trust Aragorn or not. And he says, well, I think if he was a servant of the enemy, he would look fair and feel foul.
Oh, yeah.
But I think we should trust him because he looks foul and feels fair. And I felt like that's how Light and L were. On the surface, everybody would be surface level attracted to Light
and
from a halo effect and drawn to him. And they would be weirded out by L. But then their actual character was the exact opposite.
What if Nier's not even here?
Nier's just sorry bitches, I'm actually locking you in a warehouse.
The toys are weird.
He brought the toys?
Yeah.
That's
another puzzle piece. Whoa.
Oh, it's a mask.
Yeah.
That is so off-putting.
It's so awful.
That is so awful.
Why isn't their team hiding their faces?
Nia, お前はエルにはるかに劣る。お前にエルの面をつける資格はない。
I'm surprised he could tell that was L.
Me too.
あの4人が SPK。誰をキラと疑おうと勝手だが、あの面は自分だけ助かろうという気持ち
Of course he is.
念のためです。ここにいる私以外の全員はキラに顔を見られている可能性があります。すでに名前を書き込まれているかもしれない。ですから1時間、いや30分誰も操られて死なないか。
Ooh. That's why he picked this
Everybody's
specific
there
day.
is a gamble.
He could have already written the names. I think that's what's the scariest part. And Nier isn't physically capable of restraining Light from writing his name because he's a child. Theoretically, Nier's right. Everybody could die in this room except for him.
I'm just surprised that the rest of the SPK are so brave.
I mean, they've been they would have left a long time ago, I think. I think it's in for the penny, in for the pound, right?
時間稼ぎだ。 笑いをこらえるのがこんなに大変だとは思わなかった。
Dude, Duper's delight.
あいつがやってくるのを待っているんだろう。
For him to come.
お見通しだ。
For
Who?
who to come? For him to come. Oh, Mikami.
You don't think really?
当たり前です。ここにキラはいないんですか。
いいでしょう。みんな無事のようです。面を取ります。
I'm so surprised. I would not do that.
That was
Off-putting.
an L face.
Yeah, but it was off-putting.
Yeah, OG L face.
まだ何かを待っているのですか。
私は待っています。すべてを解くもう一人の苦労。
すべてを解くもう一人。
もうすぐ来ます。それを待つのです。この建物は密室で、そこのドアを開けることでしか中は見えない。
Okay, because Light doesn't want to give up half his life.
Yes.
We know that. We know
Yes.
Light doesn't want to give up half his life.
Yes.
And he doesn't know Nier's name.
Yeah. Oh.
So he needs Mikami to burst in the door to look at Nier and like shout out his name.
I
Then
guess-
he can kill everybody. I think he might not know a couple of SPK's names. I don't know when he would have seen the blonde-haired SPK member because he's mostly just with Nier.
Yeah, but still, how their names are probably in a database. X Kira makes him sound like he used to be Kira.
私の顔を見て名前を書く。いえ、ここにいるノートの存在を知る者すべて殺そうとするでしょう。
わけがわからない。何を言ってるんだ。ここにその第三者がノートを持ってのこのこやってきて我々を殺すというのか。
そしてそれを黙って見ていると。
そうです。いいですか。
Guns out, boys.
あのドアからそのものが入ってきたら、そのまま迎え入れ。ドアが少し開くだけなら気づかぬふりをしてください。
バカな、そんなこと。
もう来てます。
How does he know?
Oh. Whoa. That's so freaky.
What the hell? Why is he doing this huge gamble?
But it's fake. It's fake. Dude, he is the most dramatic Death Note writer out of everybody.
Holy shit,
He has
I
the
don't
most
understand
pizzazz
what Nier is
by
doing.
far. Whoa.
大丈夫です。死にます。ノートに細工しました。直接ノートに接触し、ページを差し替えました。今外にいるキラの裁きをしていたものは、しっかり1日1ページ書き込んでいる。などで書き込まれても死なない。
Whoa.
今日の分からページを差し替えたんです。
So all this flair for nothing. But we already knew that. It was already fake, remember?
That's a lot riding on that notebook and hoping he
Sheesh.
has a fake.
Oh, it was only 5 pages. Man,
That was a big gamble.
Instead of a prosecutor, he should have been in theater.
No.
Or interpretive dance or something, man.
扉の向こうの
I think he just like...
私たちが死んだかどうか伺うため
Do they have cameras on him?
もう一度中を覗きます。捕まえるのはその時でいい。
Nier is so calm.
ノートに名前がないのはキラです。
Oh.
Damn!
Damn! Hot
Oh,
damn!
man!
That was such a big gamble,
Oh.
though. But what if they died? They had 42 seconds.
名前を書かれていないものがキラとなるが。
Why is he smiling, Wesley? What is he breaking? What is
I don't
going
think he's
on?
breaking. I think he predicted this.
Whoa.
Whoa. Because it's all fake, remember? The notebook's not real.
So he's gonna have his own name written down.
All the names are there. Okay, good. I thought I was going crazy. Oh no!
That's what I
He got
said.
the real notebook?
That's what I said. I was afraid
'Cause
this was
there
a
were
real
2?
notebook. That's just the creepiest Light has ever been. I told you.
一方で、
Oh.
高田に切り離したノートを送らせた。実際に裁きをしていたの。
Yeah, we knew that.
そして三上には離婚者が目撃できるよう。
Because he sent them to her.
Yeah.
ノート紛れもない本物だと思い込ませる。三上は
He knew he was being
日常
followed.
から病的と言っていい。
Morbidly methodical.
毎日1ページノートに名前をぎっしりと書き込む。つまり
Shit.
我々が対峙する日を右ページになるよう設定し、その日以降の全てのページを差し替えればいい。
And I had to make fake pages and bind them correctly. That's such a big gamble. If you didn't have the real notebook.
Oh, because if he changed the date, they would know that the people didn't die. If they didn't know about the fake notebook.
What if everybody there dies and they just have a video recording of this and Kira walks away and it gets sent to everybody?
That would feel very thematically appropriate. Oh, that it was tampered with.
Okay, it explains a lot of weird little ones.
That was a good ass plan.
Shit. Unless Nier figured out that there was another notebook. That's our only hope. His true love.
There's gotta be some other drop. Because...
I think it's just on video camera, and the video footage automatically gets sent to somebody.
Like Dead Man's Switch. Well, no one's dying.
I am nervous as hell. There's
It's
still
so
a whole ass
creepy.
episode left. How is that possible? Do you see how they're writing L weird?
You mean light?
Yeah.
It's so creepy
His
that he's
eyes
just
twitching.
outside like
Look
that.
at him.
Dude, he is so creepy.
おかしいですね。なぜあなたの書いたんですかに素直に書きましたと答えるんでしょう。
さあ、正直者？いや、何か余裕があるのか。もしかしてあなたの策が見抜かれていて。
He's already monologuing. See, he's already going.
三上てる、もしよかったら中に入ってきてくれませんか。名前を書いたのならもう怖くないでしょう。
I mean, they could still shoot him.
そうだ。隠れてないで中へ入ってこい。
Yeah, that's Light's
Everybody's
thing. He
gotta
just wants
know
to
it's
gloat,
Light.
man.
Everybody-
Light always just wants to gloat. And it's so stupid. Because imagine, like, this was going, and you're like, oh, well, I thought it was Light. Now I'm 100% sure. If I'm going to die anyways...
I'm gonna bang! Kill him!
Yeah, because,
Why?
okay, so Light is either Kira, and we're all going to die, and he's going to live, or Light isn't Kira, and he's going to die in 5 seconds.
Yeah, kill him
so
anyway.
I'm going to, like...
Bang!
Oh, that would feel like almost a good ending to me.
That would feel
Because
like a
that
great
would be
ending to
like Light's fatal flaw is why he loses in the end.
You
Even
would-
if everybody dies, if Light gets taken down, I think I'm okay with it at this point.
Light's gonna die anyway, so you might as well kill him now.
Especially because he's been so disrespectful of the Japanese task force's competency and
They didn't
abilities.
know that though.
No, I know, but it would feel really good to see his
If
hubris punished.
Aswaya takes him down.
And he's just like, okay, we're all gonna die anyways. He just shoots Light in the back of the head. Something like that. And we get an Obi-Wan moment in the afterlife. As they go to heaven and he goes to, like,
I don't think we're
Shinigami
gonna
realm.
see that. They're not gonna gift us with that. He looks manic.
Yeah, I mean, he is manic. He was just in ecstasy. He was a contortionist outside while he was writing. Honestly, how the hell is his penmanship so crisp and clean while he's like...
He's a prosecutor.
What does that mean?
Feels like an eternity
If
to
Light
me.
just wins, I will be fuming.
It's only been 32 seconds. It's been like 10 minutes.
Well, we also keep pausing.
Freaking hell, this is.
I can't believe no one just shoots this guy. Even to be petty. Whoa! Light!
That's where it cuts off.
I think... Duh.
I win. He always needs to win.
He always needs to gloat.
If I'm as well, ping. And
I
then
know.
I'm dead, and then I'm dead anyway, and it's fine.
And Light would be dead if he's a good
I
guy.
think Light won.
It'd be really awkward if Nier did switch the notebooks and somehow interfered, and
I think
they're like, "Oh, well, I was pretty sure it was him, so I
think
shot him."
everybody dies. I'm gonna bet money that everybody dies.
Everybody dies.
And there's a dead man switch, or Aizawa shoots him, like you said.
That would feel good. Dead Man Switch to me wouldn't feel as good. I want Japanese task force to get some comeuppance for Light manipulating them.
I just want Aizawa to win. That's all I
yeah.
want. He's who I'm rooting for in the end.
Mogi
too.
Yeah.
Those are the only two I really truly care about.
I like SPK too.
Yeah.
I do like SPK.
Yeah. I'm rooting for them.
I kind of think that they're gonna die.
I think they're gonna die, but I'm rooting for them.
I don't really care about Nier having a victory. I do care about.
If Nier sacrifices himself to get a victory, I don't care.
I don't want JTF to go down. I don't want them to go down without Light going down from their actions. You know?
Yeah, like their self-sacrifice.
Yes. If Nier sacrifices them for themselves, that's not a self-sacrificing moment. They're just collateral.
Yeah, and they just happen to be there.
Yeah, it's like, that's what I don't want. I just don't want them to die like that.
Look at the freaking title.
It's New World. That
That's
makes me a little
shit
apprehensive.
title.
In my heart of hearts, cannot envision Light winning. I feel like it would have been a waste of
my life
watching the show if Light wins.
Light cannot win.
Light cannot win. I think the Dead Man Switch theory, I think I'm on your side because 39 seconds. It's either that Nier predicted the fake notebook, which seems less likely to me.
Doesn't seem likely.
Dead Man Switch would feel thematically appropriate given what happened with L.
Or there's a logic piece there where they're like, bang, you're dead now too.
Or it's like all along Nier hired a sniper to shoot whoever walks out of the building or something like that. You know what I mean?
That would feel satisfying.
That would feel okay.
I'd feel satisfied.
I would still. I want JTF to do something.
I want all the innocent people out of there. They're not dead.
Well, that's awkward, Light.
We're not dead.
Whoa.
Oh, I didn't trust you, Nier.
Oh. If he just hadn't gloated, he would still be okay.
No, he just said God.
Wow.
What about Light? Are we not worried about him?
Well, that's just icing on the cake at this point. We all know. It's interesting that it's in English, isn't it?
He's just showing them the names.
Yeah, because it's not Light's name.
But he's showing them his name. Nier's showing his own vulnerability.
Oh, to Light? Oh, that's really bad.
That is evidence.
I mean, honestly, without a shadow of a doubt.
So why did you say you lose?
Also, Light's never freaked out like this.
Nope.
That's the biggest Among Us thing. If somebody starts freaking out, he never does that.
And yet you still said you win. Can we lock him up and put him in
Guys,
chains?
do something. Stop letting him move around. It's gotta be so weird for them.
Yes, thank you for calling that out.
It's funny that they don't seem happy.
No, he seems like...
They just seem kind of like disappointed. It's really weird. I'm sure for them this has to be very hard because they've worked so closely with him for years and years. And he was
and his director's son.
Yeah, he's like the heir of the director who they all love and respected.
Let's tie him up before he can do anything.
It's got to be weird for them though because...
I get that, but I'm not I don't care. I want him locked up. Tie up his hands before something stupid happens. We're too early in the episode.
I think they portrayed that really well though. Because I think Matsuda really did like Light a lot
Matsuda, you were oblivious. Thank you. Let's handcuff him. Behind his back, preferably. Let's take his watch off.
Whoa.
Hello!
Whoa. Man. I don't know what I was expecting.
This is not what I expected.
I didn't think Light would freak like this though, did you?
At least they're holding guns.
Wow, he's wriggling.
He didn't think it was possible. Ooh, very close.
How did they know about the other notebook? How did they know it was a fake?
He found the real notebook?
How did they even know about it?
Whoa, they took no chances.
Whoa.
Where'd they get it from?
So we can see the Shinigami. Where the hell's Ryuk?
Able to do
Damn.
it overnight. Damn, Giovanni. You're a badass.
Spin off where Giovanni forges shit and is just a badass spy. Whoa.
Ryuk is there. Did he not know he could see him?
And Ryuk's back.
I missed him.
このノート、ページの端がちょっと切れてるんですが、この切り離した部分に名前を書いても死にますか？
まあ、死ぬな。
それでどれだけ殺し、我々は欺いてきたの。
I'm afraid there's
Got
too
him.
much
I
left in the
know.
web.
Ugh.
There's too much left. Go tie him up.
あなたがキラです。
Well, how'd they get the real notebook?
That's what I want to know. I want to know how they knew about it.
まさか三上が裏切って。
違いますよ。メロのおかげです。
Mellow?
ここまで言えばあなたなら。
I don't.
これをよく見てください。
ノートに高田の名前が。僕が高田を殺した。その1分後の設定。まさかあの時三上も。神は見張らぬ動けぬと。高田がああいう状態になれば。それは私の役目。
So there's a minute discrepancy?
26日、高田の誘拐の報道も、三上は銀行に行っている。
They were still following him. One day, like 2 days before, they almost screwed up. It was just because
So it was just because Mikami is
Messed up.
such an ardent supporter of Kira, and he was like, "Oh, there's no way that Light could have foreseen her kidnapping."
So Light didn't make any mistakes. Mikami made a mistake by going back to get the real notebook. That's it. That's the only
Because he was trying to
thing.
cover for an eventuality that they hadn't planned for.
Yeah.
So Mello did actually introduce a level of chaos that did cause them to slip up. Damn.
毎月25日に銀行に行く。2日続けては。
Yeah.
正面な三上としてはおかしい行動。そこで後をつけたところ、三上は
Dude, MVP.
He is.
MVP.
Giovanni's a real hero.
Honestly, he did more to get this operation to succeed than you
Seriously.
did. Like, he's the one who
Go
recognized...
Giovanni.
本物のノートがあり、高田の名前が書き込まれている。
Holy shit.
It's crazy that Mikami was able to figure out that Light would want him killed in a fire, too.
ここで初めて私は偽のノートの可能性に気づきました。
He almost lost. Man, that was too close for comfort.
メロは分かっていたのか。
Why does she like Mello so much?
ノートに名前を書かせることで直接だと。俺がやるしかないな。
メロは分かっていたんです。私もメロも一人では目標の L を越すことはできないかもしれないことを。しかし二人なら L になられる。
What was Mello's goal? It's weird that Nier's still giving Mello so much credit. I don't really feel like what did Mello achieve by kidnapping Takada?
Chaos. Sheesh. Like, Nier would be too unconfrontational.
They see even the little thing's got his scar on it. The hook is so ominous.
Yeah. I'm glad that Mello contributed something so
Yeah, it
major.
makes me
That makes
feel
me feel
better.
a lot better. Because remember, we were like, whoa, well, that's horrifying. Remember, you and I, we said, I'm sorry we're pausing so much. There's so much shit to unpack here
Hearing
for
somebody
us.
break is very unsettling.
Especially Light, because one thing I will say is he's always had perfect composure.
Never broke.
Actually, you know what? One time, the only time we've seen him break is when he was gloating.
No, and he also kind of broke when he thought he was about to be exposed really early on. He was like, ah!
Oh, that's right.
But otherwise,
It's
no.
weird. He's been so cool. Calm. Whoa.
Did he get the Shinigami eyes? Does that matter at this point?
I don't think it matters at this point.
Unless he gets into his watch. Can someone take his watch?
He's also just like a completely different personality. Whoa, okay. This is an odd line of attack.
ならばどうする？ここで殺すか。新世界の神。
Wow, megalomania on full display.
世界ではキラが王であり、キラが秩序を守っている。殺すか。本当にそれでいいのか。
Yeah, it is.
Honestly, this is probably the only appeal that really makes much sense to try.
世界の犯罪は7割減少した。しかし、まだ世の中は腐っている。誰かがやらなければならない。
人を殺すのが犯罪なんてことは分かっている。しかしもうそれでしか正せない。
It's crazy because he really believes this.
He believes
He
it
really
so.
believes this. Like, he truly thinks that he was, like, the chosen one.
他の者にできたか。ここまでやれたか。この先できるか。新世界を作れるのは僕しかいない。
I bet some people there believe.
Matsuda, we know Matsuda's at least somewhat on his side. Boom, damn.
そしてこのノートは史上最悪の殺人兵器です。神になろうなどと勘違いしているクレイジーな大量殺人犯。何者でもありません。
Dang, Nier. That was brutal.
That was brutal.
He killed a lot of innocent people in there.
I think that's the question. The one
The
thing
greater
that
good.
really reminds me, like, every time I kind of go, oh, well, you know, things have been going better for the greater good and humanity, I always come back to the fact
Takada,
that...
Ray Pember.
To me, Takada's not an innocent, because she was writing names too.
Ray
To me-
Pember,
to
Ray
me-
Pember's girlfriend.
Yes, they are innocents. The thing that I always come back to, though, is the very first time that Light thought he was meeting L on TV.
He tried to kill
He
him.
tried to
randomly.
kill him because he just said that he was going to get rid of Kira.
Yeah, that-
And the fact that Mikami was like, oh, we're going to get rid of all of the lazy people. We're going to get rid of non-criminals, but people who just aren't contributing the way that they should be.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
that,
a
and
scary
Light
next
didn't say
step.
like, oh, we're not supposed to do that.
He just said, "Not
oh,
yet."
you're going too fast.
Yeah.
So that's what always reminds me, because it's like,
not.
no one man should have all that power.
Nope.
And Light was going to continue to become more and more megalomaniac.
And there were no
more and more-
trials. All he saw were names. How many
Yeah.
innocent people were in there that we just
Yeah.
didn't know about?
And like you said, Ray Pember's girlfriend.
言ってもわからぬバカばかり。
I'm telling you, his stupid ass
Whoa,
fancy
whoa,
watch.
but why? What are we waiting for? They keep showing the watch like something's gonna happen. Okay,
I hear
the
tick.
one thing where we know is that Takada's security force had like a cult-like devotion.
今お前が持ってるノート、そして相沢が日本捜査本部から持ってきたノート、本物か？
今度はハッタリか。
本物のありかは僕しか知らない。どうせキラを倒すなら、相沢の持つノートを試す意味でも、僕や三上の名前をそこへ書き込むべきだ。ノートが本物か偽物か。
Whoa! Damn! Whoa!
Good. Nice,
Dude,
Matsuda!
Giovanni! Matsuda?
That was his moment!
Matsuda? I thought that
Matsuda's
was
betrayed.
Giovanni. Matsuda's the one?
Matsuda.
I bet Matsuda probably feels the most
All of my
betrayed.
faith is restored in you, Matsuda.
I loved Matsuda. I just got so frustrated because he was so hook, line, and sinker.
He just was in it for the job. I think he was bored at the end. I've been
Yeah.
bored too.
Damn, Matsuda.
Damn.
He's such a freak physically. There we go. That's the megalomania, remember?
Damn, Matsuda.
Oh.
八神総一郎か。ああいうクソ真面目でまっすぐな人間が損をするんだ。そんな世の中でいいのか。分かったらそこにいるそいつらを殺せ。
Oh, poor Matsuda. Because it is to him. Whoa. Whoa,
Nice.
whoa. I didn't think Light was going to get shot.
I thought he would if
Damn.
he kept writing.
Whoa.
I didn't
thought-
think it was going to be by Matsuda.
Whoa, I didn't think he was going to get killed. I thought he was going to get, like, put in prison or solitary
what?
confinement. I didn't think Light was actually going to die. Damn,
Matsuda's
Matsuda.
aim is good.
That's what I'm saying. Matsuda's a freak. Like, he was the most capable physically of everybody. If you guys shoot Matsuda, I am just gonna freaking flip. To save Light's life?
Not worth it. He shot intentionally.
Oh no, he didn't
Oh.
intentionally miss.
They pulled him back.
Light could
Can
still
someone please
die.
take the freaking piece of paper away
Light
from
could
him?
still bleed out. I think he's gonna die.
Someone take that damn piece of paper away from him.
He's bleeding a lot, Stephanie. I think he's gonna die.
That's fine with me. Can someone take the damn paper away?
I can't tell. I can't tell. Mikami looked disgusted almost. Is he disillusioned or is he just breaking because his vision for the future won't come to fruition?
I have no idea.
What did happen to Misa?
Misa should have been fine.
I truly think that he thought he could not lose. Whoa!
What just happened?
Did he just stab himself with what?
Why does it sound like a bomb? This is trippy as hell. What is happening? Why are they just letting him walk away? Hello? Why is no one paying attention to
Whoa,
this?
what?
What is happening? Why aren't they apprehending? Why aren't they taking the paper away? What if he has more pieces of paper hidden? Why is no one concerned? He probably has paper hidden. That's a big gamble. Yeah, thank you. Please go stop him. Go get him.
I think what I would be scared of now is...
How's he not in handcuffs anymore? I thought he had handcuffs.
What if Light calls in all the cult devotees to Kira?
Well, at least
like
in the middle of
Takata's
nowhere.
security force.
He needs a cell phone.
Yeah, he needs a cell phone.
This is a weird way for Light to go out, though. Get it? Light to go out?
Oh, because it's sunset. Damn, I didn't realize how much younger they used to draw him.
They did a really good job making
They
the
really
age.
did.
I don't feel like most animes do a good job of that. Life flashing before your eyes.
I think he dies.
Alone and by himself.
Yeah, I think he dies.
Where's he trying to get to?
Whoa.
How is he still able to run?
Whoa.
Ryuk watching.
Ryuk told him, remember, he's like, Light, I'm not on your side. Remember, that was something he said very, very, very early on? Whoa! He did.
これは脳と人間界に持ち込んだ死神とその脳と最初に手にした人間との間にできる掟だ。牢獄に入れられたんじゃいつ死ぬかわからない。待っているのも面倒だ。ここで死ね。
Unless he fell in love with them.
長い間互いの退屈しのぎになったじゃないか。いろいろ面白かったぜ。
Man. Whoa. I didn't think he was going to get killed by a notebook.
It's only fitting.
That's the best. Damn, man.
That's
the best ending.
That was a good ending. Matsuda had his chance to stop him from hurting anybody. He died from a notebook. Oh, here's Misa. Misa, I'm the most ambivalent to her, but she should die.
She should die.
She should be
For
punished.
how many people that she killed. I like her as a character in the show.
She's an interesting character.
She's a fun character who I liked in the show, but like she
deserves
evil.
to die.
She killed so many people.
She definitely deserves to die.
I want to watch a spin-off show where Giovanni and Matsuda gallivant around the world solving crime.
And Matsuda?
Matsuda's a stud, dude. Crazy shot with gun. Do you remember how
I like Aizawa
he did a
and Omi
handstand?
better.
He did a handstand and flipped onto the mattress. This guy is an absolute freak of nature when it comes to physical things. He's just not a good investigator.
That's true. Misa's just in
Dude,
her maid outfit on a train.
Ryuk was a tiger on a chain, man. It kind of reminds me of Siegfried and Roy while they were killed by the tiger that they thought that they had tamed.
She watching?
She doesn't know.
Her memory's wiped.
So I guess Misa just gets to live.
I don't think she deserves to live.
No, she doesn't. I'm surprised. I didn't think she would make it out. Wow, he looks sad.
He should.
But
he's sad for the wrong
reasons.
reasons.
No, I thought he would look angry.
He's sad for the wrong reasons. And he killed himself there at the end. That confused me how he did that.
I'm not sure if he killed himself to try to create a distraction for Light to get away, or if he killed himself because he was disillusioned that they weren't going to bring him.
Oh, there's Misa.
Whoa, Misa's killed. Whoa.
She's gonna go death by suicide? Because she's just sad Light died? He is not worth it, honey. He didn't give a rat's ass about you.
Do you think Light is sad
I think he's just sad he lost.
because he lost?
Yeah. That's
That
it.
looked like, okay, it's hard
That
to
was
tell.
a regret.
I thought he, whoa. Obi-Wan moment. Never cared about Misa, never cared about Takata, only cared about L. He's still alive. I thought
that was his
that was his face as he died.
What an
Okay.
unglamorous place
Man,
to
we're
die,
gonna have
too.
to talk through this.
This was a pretty sunset.
This is one of the best endings.
This is a good ending.
To a show that I think I've ever seen.
Some of them don't feel satisfying. This was very satisfying.
Wow, this was an amazing show. I was very skeptical if they were going to land this in a satisfactory, emotional way, especially after L died. And what a way for Ryuk to come back. Remember we said...
Yeah, I missed Ryuk.
I missed him a lot.
That felt right.
That almost felt kind of sad in a weird way.
It felt, only because the show is over.
I know, I think because it wasn't, I don't know, it didn't feel like a win. Because we ended when Light died. Which makes sense, because, like, ultimately, even though he was the bad guy, Light was the main character.
Yeah.
He was the main character, so it makes sense that the show ends when he dies.
I think the only unsatisfying part to me is that Light, in the end, didn't even mess up. Like, it was never a mistake he made. It was just, I guess, having too many people, like you said, was going to be his downfall.
But not in the ways that I predicted.
No, and Mikami was just, like, it wasn't even a bad thing that he was trying to do.
It didn't feel like Nier outplayed him.
It didn't feel like Nier. It felt like Nier got lucky.
It wasn't like Nier was so brilliant in order to get that.
I felt like L got lucky a lot early on, and there's so many...
L or Light?
I'm sorry, Light got
I know, it's
lucky
hard
a lot.
because Light became L
Light
in the
got
pseudonym. But...
lucky early on so many
Yeah,
times.
like
Remember
with-
there were 2 or
with
3
Ray
times
Pem-
I was like, no, that's not
The biggest
fair.
one that I remember is like
Ray
he
Pember's
ran
girlfriend.
into Ray Pember's fiance.
That one pissed
was
me
wild.
off. Or the second Notebook showed up right when they were about to get him. Like, he got lucky a few times, so in a way you're like, oh, okay. He died by...
Eventually, like, the dice didn't roll in his favor.
Yeah, he rolled them over and over again. They kept getting in his favor, except that last time.
I would
It
have
still
been...
doesn't
yeah.
feel like...
The most satisfying thing I can imagine is if Nier outplayed Light using Light's own hubris. Because Light's hubris didn't actually end up being his downfall. It gave another, like, circumstantial evidence that, like, oh, Light, you said I won. But they already had caught him at that point.
His trust in the wrong person. That was it.
But that was never really his fatal flaw, just from a narrative perspective. I will say, like, I was very, very satisfied. I'm just thinking, like, the only thing that I wish would have happened is I wish Light would have actually gotten outplayed.
Yeah, I'm 99% satisfied.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad Ryuk killed him. That actually, I didn't even think of that as an option.
It was gonna happen. He signs it. Like, a Shinigami signs off on every death.
Well, he's basically like, I'm not going to let you go to prison. I don't want to wait around for that. I'm just going to kill you now. It was almost in a weird way like Ryuk's version of Mercy, because I think to him, he's a Shinigami. Life and death isn't the variable. It's bored versus unbored.
Yeah.
And the whole reason Ryuk is in this world is because he was bored, and he's like, Light, because of our shared bond, I'm going to spare you the boredom of being in prison. But, to be honest, if Light was in prison, I think Ryuk actually kind of bailed everybody out, because it would never work if you have Kira, who has an absolute cult devotion all across
keep
the
him
world.
in prison.
He would not stay in prison.
No, they'd free him.
And Light is a super genius. Like, Light would either figure out how to escape on his own, because I think that he would be very capable of escaping prison.
Lesson
or
learned, you don't want to be a super genius. It doesn't lead anywhere good.
I think Kira cult, like, that's all they would have done, is just try to break Kira out of prison.
But then if he didn't have the Notebook, he's useless.
But then
He's so symbolic.
he has knowledge of Notebook. He's symbolic. They could have still been an active cult.
Yeah.
That's like working behind the scenes to try to bring about like vigilante justice, or just get the Notebook back.
Yeah, or
That's,
find another Shinigami.
That's horrifying. The Notebook isn't gone.
No, there's 2.
Nier has the Notebook in his possession.
2 of them.
That means that SPK has it. Who's SPK? SPK is
Works
a
for the US
subsidiary
government.
of FBI.
Well, not really.
and
They were
CIA.
disbanded technically, so they were
Yeah, but that's just because now
privately funded. Is that
Sheesh.
better?
I don't
Nope.
know if that's better.
I'm glad this
Man.
is not real.
I think the other thing that I'm curious about, because you didn't read it as Light seeing regret.
No,
I-
definitely not.
I thought him seeing himself as he was before was a level of like, oh, maybe I could have done more for the world if I would have just done my original goals, become a police officer. He was seeing himself before all of this Kira stuff
He
began.
believed in it from the beginning. He was a die-hard
I
fan.
think he doubted in the end.
I don't think he doubted.
I truly do, because to me, that looked like regret. He saw himself before. I think he truly regretted it in the end.
I'll have to agree to disagree. It's probably one of my like top favorite like beginning to end TV shows, because I don't think there are a lot that actually do the whole narrative well.
Yeah, and it didn't. I did not feel like it went on too long.
Yeah.
I feel like they did the concept justice. The average entertainment of episode to episode so high. Even the parts that I can think of as like maybe the weaker parts of the show. The two things I think of are like the arc where they were kind of doing the sitcom arc, because there was like just less plot beats happening. That was so entertaining.
Even books, I feel like, don't nail the endings very well.
Yeah.
The majority of the time.
I think landing the plane is the hardest part of writing.
A great
So good.
recommendation.
Such
by
a good
you
recommendation, guys.
I would never have picked it on my own. You guys were like, oh, we're going to torture Stephanie here.
I was surprised.
enjoyed
You loved
every
it.
second of it.
What would you give it out of 10?
9 out of 10.
9 out of 10?
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit higher. I think 9.5 for me.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good.
Really good. And I thought that the character writing was
Yeah. Woo, you guys just watched 37 episodes. Good for you. You're still here. Bravo to you. But guess what? There's even more. If you guys want to keep on watching, go to patreon.com/westandstuff, where we have a whole bunch more episodes out there for you guys. We've got Jujutsu Kaisen.
Season 2.
Season 2.
Oh, season 2.
We got
Ooh.
Mashoko Tensei.
Ooh, season 2.
We've got a whole list of stuff you can go read over there. It's only $5 a month.
And it's publicly accessible. So if you go over there before you commit to paying or anything, you can see the list that we have reacted to and see if you guys want to do it, don't want to do it, whatever. It's $5 a month. We'd love for you to come join us, but at least see that list and see if you want to. And we're always adding stuff. We're always adding new series, and we love when we get suggestions for new stuff you guys want to see. Whenever we start a new series, you see it way sooner on Patreon.
And it's
months
full,
and months sooner.
and that's because it takes us forever to edit. Go check it out.
Patreon.com/Wes and Steph. The link is in the description down below. Thank you guys again for watching. This was a crazy journey. 37 episodes, man. A whole show. What a show, too. We love you guys. We really loved watching Death Note with you.
One of the best shows I think I've ever seen. Best endings.
Absolutely. And it holds up. Like, we're making this outro several months later. Still love it. Still think about it all the time. But we love you guys. Bye.